Chapter 191, Defense. Lu Yao nodded. She has space, but Uncle Wu doesn't know. She can't say it now, so some things still need to be done. Never mind, it's troublesome. Oh, and it's also very tiring to cook at home, so area. Don't go to the mountain to cut bamboo in the future. You just need to clean and cook at home, and read more books I bought for you if you have nothing to do. I know. Miss. Then it's settled for the time being. I'm a little sleepy. I'll go back to the room to sleep first. You guys should also go to bed early. Lu Yao yawned as she spoke. Well, miss, you go to bed first. Arya and I will clean up the kitchen and then go to bed, Dia said and walked into the kitchen. Okay. I will take Qinchin, Xiaoxian, and the others there first. The weather is getting colder and colder. Wu Shicha also responded and took Qinchin and the others back to his room. He originally wanted to say that the weather was getting colder and colder, and he didn't know if it would snow. But he was afraid that saying it would give these children hope. If it didn't snow, the little ones would be too disappointed. So he didn't say anything. After a month or two, when he saw the snow stopped falling after a few minutes, he praised his original choice in his heart. And fortunately, he didn't say it. Meanwhile, Mrs. Wang helped Wang Matzi back home. The mother and son were more and more unwilling to give up. They were almost vomiting because of the breath they held in their hearts. They wanted the village chief to give them an explanation. But it was impossible to do so in the current situation. They were beaten for nothing. And they both felt so upset that they had to swallow their anger. Wang Matzi was lying on the bed, screaming in pain all over his body. Old Lady Wang had no choice but to take out the little money in the family and ask Wang Kaiwa to invite Li Longzhong, the only barefoot doctor in the village, to come to her home to check on him. Li Longzhong looked at the place where Wang Matzi was beaten, touched it and felt that the bones were not broken. At most, some flesh was damaged. He would be fine after resting for 2 days. As for whether his internal organs were fine, he didn't know how to check. So he simply took a look, and then prescribed some herbs he usually collected in the mountains. That was it. Old Lady Wang simply looked at it, and then asked her for 300 coins for some hay from the field, and kept scolding him for being cruel. In the end, she only gave him 100 coins, and then kicked Li Longzhong out of the house. Li Longzhong was so angry that he told her that he would never be allowed to treat the Wang family again. He was really angry. He had never seen such an ignorant woman. Wang Matzi, who was lying on the bed, turned his body, and gasped in pain. He couldn't help but hate Lu Yao even more. He had never suffered such a big loss in his life. He remembered this. After he recovered, he would never let Lu Yao and the others go. However, the Wang family had to take the blame for this mute. The village chief's family was not good either. Seeing him being beaten so badly, they didn't even say a word to help him. He was just a village chief. He thought he was something special. He just saw the girl was powerful and tried to curry favor with her. After he recovered, he would see how he would take revenge. Lu Yao woke up and found that Uncle Wu had taken Xiaoxian and the others to the bamboo forest. Now she, Dia, and Arya were the only ones left at home. Lu Yao got up and washed her face. After she was completely sober, the three of them ate something. After leaving Arya alone at home to look after the house, the two of them set off for the mountain with backpacks on their backs. Once they reached the mountain, because there were many people running here during this period, there were not many things to eat. It can be said that there was almost nothing. Even the chestnut forest was emptied out. Lu Yao shook her head after seeing this. There was no choice but to take Dia to continue walking into the deep mountains. Going a little further in, the villagers generally did not dare to go in. So there were more things there. This time, I went to the county town with Dia and bought a lot of jars. Next year, she must plant more peppers and beans. When the time comes, she will make more fermented beans and chopped peppers. The peppers will be pickled peppers and the like. If you are tired from work or don't want to cook, you can just take some fermented beans and eat them with pickled cabbage and chopped peppers. But the two walked for 2 or 3 hours and still found nothing, not even a rabbit. There was no choice. They could only go to the cave to get some water and go back. When we got home, Xiaoxian and his friends had just arrived, and our little boss Arya had already prepared the meal. This bone soup is delicious, but it's a pity that there's not much meat, Uncle Wu said while chewing on the bone. Well, it would taste even better if there were some radish and taro. Come on, Xiaoxian, Xiaobao, Qinchin. Drink more, and drink this to grow taller. Lu Yao said as she scooped a big bowl for each of Area, Xiaoxian, and the others, and of course she didn't forget to scoop a big bowl for herself at the end, because she was also growing taller now, and couldn't be careless. Hearing Lu Yao's words, Xiaoxian and the others couldn't wait to drink. This is a question about height, not gender or age. Before they knew it, 2 or 3 months had passed. Spring was coming. But the sun was still so strong. The sky was still so hot. And the wind was still so strong. It looked like it was going to snow. But the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The most snow fell for 3 to 5 minutes on a single day. But it didn't even wet the ground. Once the wind blew, there was nothing left. But their Qinghe village is still good. At least there is some water in their cave for emergency. So there are more and more people. But it is only enough for everyone's daily food and drink. And it is impossible to water the crops. However, as a result, the number of people in this village is increasing day by day. Your relatives, his friends, day by day. The more people there are, the more things there are. So village chief Lu has been busy these days. Now everyone is not afraid of wild beasts. And they all run to the mountains. They are not stupid, but very sharp. They originally depended on the weather to make a living by farming. Now the weather is unreliable. So everyone has to work hard to save more food as a backup. Even Wang Matzi, who is usually very lazy, was more diligent than usual. These days, he was also afraid of being hungry. Now he has realized that nothing is more important than food. The feeling of being hungry is really life-threatening. Lu Yao and her friends were also very busy these days. Whenever they had time, they would take Dia to her paradise. At first, she wanted to take them with her, but later, more and more people came to the village. She was afraid that the more people knew about it, the greater the possibility of being exposed. So she thought about it, and decided to take Dia with her for now. Anyway, the two of them went to the mountains every day. If they didn't come back for a day or two, it wouldn't attract other people's attention. The vegetables grown in Taoyuan were not easy to bring back. So the two of them boiled and dried them before bringing them back, so that they would not attract everyone's attention. There was only a little food at home, and most of it was transported to Taoyuan or the space by Lu Yao. There were too many people in this village, and if they were left at home, it would be really worrying. The main reason was that the weather was getting worse day by day, and there were children in their family, and she and Dia were often at home, and they lived in a remote place, which led to some people considering her family as the best target. These hungry people had to be guarded against. Chapter 192, Making Trouble. But sometimes the more you fear something, the more likely it will happen. That day, Lu Yao and Dia went to the mountain early in the morning as usual, but what they didn't know was that the troublemakers came to their door not long after they left. Early in the morning, Xiaoxian and the others were writing and drawing on the ground outside the house as usual, writing the homework that Uncle Wu had assigned to them. Hey, you little bastards, I heard that your family has a lot of meat to eat. Hurry up and bring some to this young master. After hearing this, Xiaoxian and the others dropped the small wooden sticks in their hands, raised their heads, and faced the arrogant fat face of Sun Debao, the grandson of a landlord who had just moved from the county a few days ago. Little fatty, I'll say it again, we are not little bastards. My name is Xiaoxian, his name is Xiaobao Chunchen, and Area, if you curse again, I'll beat you up. Xiaoxian looked straight at Sun Debao, and said in a very stern tone, this kid is really looking for death. If it weren't for the eldest sister telling him not to cause trouble, I would have beaten him up long ago. Ha. Sun Debao seemed to have heard a big joke, and suddenly laughed out loud, holding his stomach. Xiaoxian, Xiaobao and Chenchen, you made me laugh to death. And you beat people? There are so many of you. If it weren't for your little girl Xiaoyao and Dia, who went to steal someone, would these two girls be able to support so many of you? So if you are not bastards, then what are you? Hearing Sun Debao's words, Xiaoxian and the others clenched their fists in anger. He stared at Sun Debao's fat face, and said coldly, my eldest sister is the best eldest sister in the world. You apologize to me now. Otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Yes, our young lady is the best. You are not allowed to say that. Well, if you say that again, we will beat you. Hearing Sun Debao's words, Xiaobao and Area said angrily, my mother said your sister is a cheating man. Otherwise where would she get so much food? Since Sun Debao came to this rundown little village, it has been a long time since he ate meat. Once, he accidentally heard Wang Matzi from this village say that this family had a lot of meat to eat, so he set his sights on this place. Sure enough, he could smell the aroma of meat every time he came here, and he was so greedy that his saliva could not flow. Xiaoshuan's face turned red with anger at his words, and he clenched his little fists, glaring at Sun Debao, and suddenly, he took a step back, and then ran towards Sun Debao, who was a head taller than him. Sun Debao was looking very proud. He did not expect that Xiaoxian would suddenly rush towards him. Xiaoxian was a martial artist. Although Sun Debao was much taller than him, he was beaten to the ground and cried. Debao's mother saw that Debao had not returned home for a long time, and was looking for him. Suddenly, she heard her baby son crying at the foot of the mountain not far away. This was too much. So she twisted her big buttocks, and quickened her pace while yelling at the girl behind her, "You useless thing. Didn't you hear your brother crying because he was bullied? Go back and call your father and others." Sun Damei heard her mother's words, and responded woodenly, and ran to call her father. "Wow, Mom. When Sun Debao saw his mother coming, he cried even harder, and was pressed to the ground by Xiaoxian, crying and shouting. When Sun saw her precious son being pressed to the ground and crying, she was furious. "Okay, you damned little bastard, you dare to hit our Xiaobao, I will beat you to death today," Sun said, as she rushed forward and raised her hand to hit Xiaoxian, but with her physique, she was no match for Xiaoxian, and she was a lazy person on weekdays, so she could not beat Xiaoxian, who practiced martial arts. So after a few hits, her son was still crying on the ground, and I was also beaten and screaming. Just when Xiaoxian was getting excited, the landlord's son was coming over here with a few big men not far away. Arya saw that something was wrong, and said to Xiaobao and Qinshan beside her, "Xiaobao, take Qinshan to the village chief's house, and ask Uncle Wu to come back quickly. Tell him that Xiaoxian was beaten by the people from the landlord's son's family, and that he wanted to steal our things. Go quickly." After hearing this, Xiaobao took Qinshan and ran towards the village chief's house. They all knew Qinshan's situation, so they must not leave him here to stimulate him at this time. After Arya finished speaking, she picked up the wooden stick leaning against the wall and protected Xiaoxian in front of it. Although Xiaoxian and Arya had practiced martial arts before, they were no match for 7 or 8 tall and strong men. After a few hits, Xiaoxian was beaten black and blue, and Arya was not much better, with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Their home was turned upside down by the Sun family while they were fighting. When Lu Yao came back, he saw Xiaoxian lying on the ground, and the Sun family was holding a wooden stick, about to swing it at him. "Mr. Sun, if you really dare, go ahead and beat them." Seeing Xiaoxian and Arya being beaten like this, Lu Yao's heart twitched. She threw down the backpack and yelled at the Sun family while rushing over to help Xiaoxian and Arya up. When she saw their injuries, her eyes instantly burst into anger. She stared at everyone in the Sun family, and then said to Xiaoxian and Arya next to her, "Xiaoxian and Arya, you two stand aside. I'm here. Those who beat you up won't have a good life. I'll go ahead." "Yes, Mississippi." As they spoke, they suddenly jumped up and beat them up. These people really deserved to be beaten. They dared to come to her house to beat people and steal her things. If she didn't show them a little color today, they really thought they were easy to bully. The men of the Sun family wanted to die now. They were howling like ghosts. They didn't expect this girl to be so good at fighting. They felt that their bones were about to break, and they were in great pain. Xiaobao shouted before he even entered the village chief's house, "Uncle Wu, hurry up, hurry up. Xiaoxian and Arya are about to be beaten to death." Wu Shicha and the village chief saw Xiaobao running in the cold weather and sweating profusely, so they knew that something must have happened at home. Otherwise, with the skills of these boys, ordinary people would not be their opponents. The village head and didn't think so much. When she heard Xiaobao's words, she said hurriedly, "Xiaobao, tell the village head grandmother. Who beat you? Who dared to kill such a young child?" It was the Sun family. They came with a lot of people and beat Xiaoxian and wanted to steal our things. "What? You are not letting others live every day. You just had a quarrel with the neighbors yesterday, and you went to Xiaoyu's house to make trouble today. The old man really can't do it. Drive them out of the village. Our land is small and can't accommodate such a family. You are so. I don't want to think about me, but he has a relationship with the county magistrate's lawyer. The lawyer asked them to live here. If I drive them out, I will suffer in the future. Oh, let's not talk about this for now. Let's go over and take a look." Xiaoyao is not at home. Don't let the two little kids suffer. Speaking of the Sun family, he was very angry. They were just small landlords. If his daughter hadn't married the county magistrate's lawyer as a concubine, who would be willing to pay attention to him? He really took chicken feathers as a token of authority and caused trouble for him every day. Yes. 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 Let's go first. As they talked, several people walked quickly towards the outside of the question. Chapter 193 Angry. Mr. Wu. You are here too. You should go back and take a look. I don't know the details. Just now, I saw from a distance that landlord's son and a group of servants were heading towards your house in a menacing manner. And there were cries coming from your house. So I wanted to come and tell the village chief in a hurry to prevent them from causing any more trouble. Hearing this, Wu Shicha didn't even bother to say thank you, and hurriedly ran towards home. Meanwhile, Dia glared at the mother and son who were brought out of her home in large bags, and slapped them. If you dare to take anything from my home, I will beat you to death today. Then she kicked Sun, and instantly kicked the fat son to the ground, making her groan and curse in anger. Sun Debeo was slapped by Dia and cried loudly, shouting that he wanted to find his father. But when he turned around, his father was also knocked to the ground, crying even harder, with snot and tears all over his face, which made Dia feel sick. It's no use crying. You must give me an explanation today. You beat me up and robbed me in broad daylight. Lu Yao was furious when she saw the miserable state of Xiaoxian and area. When Wu Shicha and the village chief and others hurried over, they heard a burst of crying. They paused, and at the same time, they thought, could it be that Xiaoxian and the others are in trouble? Go and have a look, they said as they ran towards home quickly. But when they got closer, they were dumbfounded. Something happened, but it wasn't Xiaoxian and area who were in trouble, but the Sun family who came to cause trouble. Seeing how badly they were beaten, I felt so happy, especially village chief Lu. If it wasn't for the wrong venue, he would have wanted to laugh out loud. These past few days, he was really troubled by this family. Now seeing them like this, he instantly felt relieved. But he still had to put on some superficial work. Village chief Lu coughed and said, "What's going on?" Village chief, Uncle Wu. You're here. Xiao? You're back? Village chief Lu hummed and ahed several times before reacting. But this also explained why things had turned out like this. When Sun saw the village chief coming, she felt a little uneasy. But she didn't think she had done anything wrong. Who told these little bastards to be so stingy? They just asked them for some food. But they beat them up. Besides, she was the eldest sister-in-law of the master. So she said, "Village chief, you have to take charge of our family. Look at what these little bastards have done to my boss and Debeo. Is there any law? Don't shout. Don't you know why I beat you up?" Village chief, I'm going to call the police and sue these people for robbing and beating people. At most, I'm acting in self-defense. Sun, who heard what Lu Yao said, sat on the ground and howled even louder. They must not be allowed to report to the police. She wanted her Debeo to pass the imperial examination. If they report to the police and have a criminal record, how can Debeo pass the imperial examination in the future? So they must not report to the police. I tell you, it's useless for you to cry your heart out today. If you don't give me an explanation, no one can leave. Not only did you beat me up, but you also robbed me. Do you really think we are easy to bully? Yes, landlord's son. For the sake of the master, I didn't say anything more about your little fight. But you really went too far today. If everyone is like your family, the village will be in chaos. Lu Tsuinsun heard Lu Yao's words and spoke harshly to landlord's son, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Yes, the Sun family is really too much. They took advantage of Xiuya's absence and blocked the child in the house with all their family members, and beat him up like this. Didn't you see that they almost emptied Xiuya's house with all the bags? They are so shameless. They say that their family is a landlord. When did this landlord family become so poor that they would rob the common people? Yes, we must lock the door when we go out in the future, otherwise our house will be emptied. Other villagers who heard the news and came over also pointed at the Sun family and said, Pooh, 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 I pooh your ancestors, can't you speak, who saw us beat people? It was obviously this little bitch who beat us. You are blind and can't see it. You are really worrying about other people's business. You have nothing better to do than to eat and eat. Our family's affairs are not messy enough for you peasants to meddle in other people's business. Get out of my way. Hearing what everyone said, Sun, who was always arrogant and domineering, could no longer sit still, and immediately got up from the ground and went crazy. Mr. Sun, I warn you, this is the last time. If your family continues to make trouble like this, no matter who you belong to, I can only ask you to move out of the village. Village Chief Lu said angrily after hearing what Sun said. You dare? My sister-in-law is the master's person. If you drive us out, I will go to the master to sue you. Hee, Sun, you also said that. Your sister-in-law is the master's person, but she is not the county master's person. I don't believe that she is higher than the county master. If that's the case, I will go to the county tomorrow morning to beat the drum to complain and ask the county master who is higher, him or the master. Lu Yao laughed instead of getting angry when she heard what Sun said. You little bitch. Pa. At some point, landlord's son came to Sun's side, reached out his hand, and slapped Sun Debeo in the face with a snap. He beat her and scolded her. I'm going to beat you, little bastard, to stop you from causing trouble for me all day long. Sun Debeo was beaten to the ground and cried loudly. When Sun saw her precious son being beaten, she was frightened for a moment. Then she rushed over with a cry, crying and shouting, hit me. Don't hit my bower. I called him here. I didn't take good care of him. I didn't take good care of him. You hit me. Landlord's son kicked Sun fiercely a few times. Stinky woman. Don't think I don't dare to beat you. If you didn't spoil him, would he become like this today? Sun and Sun Debeo were beaten by landlord's son and lay on the ground groaning like dead dogs, not daring to move. Lu Yao looked at him coldly. This landlord's son is really a talent. All the mistakes are others. As the father of the child, is he not at fault? Otherwise, he would not have beaten people without thinking twice. If he were a good person, he would not have seen Sun and Sun Debeo dragged out of her house with bags and bags, and he would not have said a word. The reason why he killed this woman twice today was because he was too embarrassed. Everyone pointed fingers at him, which made him lose face. Another reason was that he was really afraid that Village Chief Lu would drive them out of Qinghe village. Although his sister was the concubine of the legal advisor, he knew it would be useless when the critical moment came. As the little girl said, could he, a legal advisor, really be more powerful than the county magistrate? He knew the situation outside very well. If it didn't rain, the county magistrate would probably run away. Besides, only Qinghe village had water now. If they were really driven out, there would be refugees everywhere outside. Wouldn't they be going out to die? So they couldn't be driven out no matter what. Sun lay on the ground, hugging Sun Debeo and crying softly. It looked as if they were the most miserable mother and son in the world. And they were sentenced to death by their arrogant and domineering appearance just now. Chapter 194 Compensation. Landlord's son saw his wife like this, unsatisfied, and kicked her a few more times, then stopped. Seeing that they were so annoyed, Lu Yao said to the Sun family, I don't care how you educate your children, but you must give us an explanation for what happened today, otherwise no one will leave today, and I will beat you up every time I see you in the future. Do you really think that Lu Yao is easy to bully? Don't think that she will be soft-hearted if you beat the child twice, no way. When the people from landlord's son's family heard Lu Yao's words, they couldn't help but shudder. He had seen the tricks of this little girl. They were a bunch of grown men, but they couldn't survive 3 moves under her. She hit him hard. He was still in pain all over. So it would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid after hearing Lu Yao's words. But he really didn't want to pay compensation. He was a well-known miser. Part of his property was earned by relying on the face of his master and everyone taking care of him. Another part was saved by his good management of the household. If they wanted to take money out of his pocket, it would be impossible. So everyone just saw him hesitating for a long time without saying a word. Seeing his stingy look, Village Chief Lu couldn't stand it anymore. How come these rich people are so stingy? If he didn't say something, landlord's son would probably spend the whole day with them for this little bit of silver. So Village Chief Lu coughed and said, I won't make things difficult for you, Mr. Sunday. After all, you made the mistake first. You not only beat people but also turned their houses upside down. There's no reason for this. So you should compensate Xiaoyao with 5 taels of silver as medical expenses. And then let's just forget about it. It's not easy for Xiaoyao and her children. They fled all the way here and finally bought some belongings. Look at you now. Before Village Chief Lu finished speaking, Mrs. Sun next to him burst into tears again. 5 taels of silver. If her husband really took out so much silver today, she wouldn't have a good life for the time being. So when she heard that so much silver was needed, she started to cry again, hoping to make a fuss and get less money. Or even better, nothing. But, why are you crying? Go home and get the silver, landlord's son said, glaring at Lu Yao, who was standing aside. It was all caused by this little girl. He would settle the score with her in the future. However, since village chief Lu said so today, there was no possibility of negotiating the price. Besides, this little silver was nothing to him. But the key point was that he felt sorry for it. Seeing this, Lu Yao glared back. I'm afraid of you. Really. If you don't accept it, let's fight again. However, seeing his pained expression, Lu Yao felt particularly relieved. She was still muttering in her heart when she would rob him again to help her, who was poor. When she thought about when he would find out that he had nothing left, his expression would be very interesting. Perhaps Sun Sure was too sad to give it to him. By the time she got the silver from home, almost a quarter of an hour had passed. When landlord's son saw her coming, he took a piece of silver worth about 5 taels from her without saying a word, handed it to Lu Yao, and then left without looking back. Even if his precious son was crying behind him, he ignored him now. No one knew how much he had thawed during the quarter of an hour of waiting. He couldn't understand why his family was so unpopular. It couldn't be because of jealousy of his family's wealth. There were many people who were richer than his family. Why didn't they do that? Bauer and Damei were both his children. Whether in the town or in Qinghe village, he had often seen people secretly feeding Damei with food. But why didn't they give it to Dabeo? He had never understood this. Until just now, he saw the large and small bags collected from Lu Yao's family next to his Dabeo, and at this moment he recalled that Sun had always used the name of the master to borrow good things from other people's homes. And he was no exception. It was not until this moment that he suddenly realized that he and Sun were only thinking about taking advantage of others, but no one was a fool, so why should they give you the advantage? So the result was that they did not take much advantage, but instead made everyone around them annoyed with their family. So before they knew it, their son, who they held in their hands, had learned all their bad habits. So he couldn't let Sun go on like this. Even if it was Dabeo, he had to take strict measures to control him. Otherwise, when he got old, who would he rely on? However, he and the girl Lu Yao had a grudge. When Lu Yao saw the landlord's son leave, she smiled and said to the crowd, "Thank you, uncles and aunts, for coming to help." Lu Yao smiled and said to the women who had just followed suit, "If these people hadn't gone to help call the village chief and Uncle Wu to come over, she thought the matter would not be resolved so quickly. So she had to say thank you today. And since the village chief said so, she didn't say much. It was not bad to get 5 taels of silver for free. Besides, their family was beaten badly by her today. Now she felt more and more that the bigger fist meant the boss. If she kept complaining, she would have suffered the loss today. But if things were the other way around, it would be completely different. Shaoxian area. How do you two feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable? After seeing everyone off, Lu Yao came over and saw Uncle Wu looking at them with a self-blaming look on his face. If he hadn't stayed at the village chief's house for too long, something like this wouldn't have happened today. Xiaoyao Dia specifically told him before leaving that there were a lot of outsiders in the village now, and asked him to be more careful. But maybe he had lived too peacefully these days, and he felt that nothing would happen in the village. So he left the children at home with peace of mind, and went out for a stroll. Thinking of this, Wu Shichao's eyes turned red. He felt that no matter as a father, a gentleman, or the only adult in the family, he had not done well, and instead had to rely on these children for everything. He felt anxious just thinking about it. Xiaoyao, I'm sorry. Seeing him like this, Lu Yao came over and patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Uncle Wu, what happened today? Why are you so sad? You are a gentleman. If those little rascals saw you, they would laugh at you. Besides, no one expected that the old Sun family would be so shameless. Right? Wu Shichao's mood became much calmer after hearing Lu Yao's words. He was not a stubborn person. Since he knew where his problem was, he would change it. Seeing that he was no longer shrugging his shoulders, Lu Yao knew that he had figured it out. She also knew that he would not be so stubborn. So she just said it in a joking way. She didn't want to make things too complicated. Otherwise everyone would feel exhausted. Chapter 195, Grievance. When Lu Yao saw landlord's son leave, she smiled and said to the crowd, "Thank you, uncles and aunts, for coming to help." Lu Yao smiled and said to the women who had just followed her voice. If these people hadn't gone to help call the village chief and Uncle Wu, she thought this matter would not be resolved so quickly. So she had to say thank you today. And since the village chief said so, she didn't say much. And getting 5 taels of silver for free was not bad. Besides, their family was beaten up by her today. And now she felt more and more that the bigger the fist, the more it meant the boss. If she had kept complaining, she would have suffered the loss today. But if the situation was reversed, it would be completely different. Xiaoxian, area, how do you two feel? Are you feeling unwell? After seeing everyone off, Lu Yao came over and saw Uncle Wu looking at them with a self-blaming face. If he hadn't been delayed for too long at the village chief's house, something like this wouldn't have happened today. Xiao Yao and Dia specifically told him before they left that there were a lot of outsiders in the village now, and asked him to be more careful. But maybe he had lived too peacefully these days. He felt that nothing would happen in the village. So he left the children at home and went out for a walk. Thinking of this, Wu Shichao's eyes turned red. He felt that no matter as a father, a gentleman, or the only adult in the family, he had not done well. Instead, he had to rely on these children for everything. He felt anxious just thinking about it. Xiao Yao, I'm sorry. Seeing him like this, Lu Yao came over and patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Uncle Wu, what's wrong with you today? Why are you so sad? You are a gentleman. If those little rascals see you, they will laugh at you. Besides, no one expected that the old Sun family would be so shameless. Right? Wu Shichao's emotions calmed down a lot after hearing Lu Yao's words. He was not a stubborn person. Since he knew where his problem was, he would change it. Seeing that he stopped shrugging his shoulders, Lu Yao knew that he had figured it out. She knew that he would not make a fuss about this. So she just said it in a joking way. She did not want to make things too complicated. Otherwise everyone would feel exhausted. Seeing that he was fine, Lu Yao walked toward Xiaoxian and the others, and nodded their heads unhappily. Looking at Xiaoxian and Arya, who were beaten black and blue, she said, you guys usually know how to be lazy and not work hard. Now you can't fight back after being beaten. You deserve it. Why don't you go into the house and lie on the con quickly? Let me treat your wounds. Otherwise, if you are left with scars, it will be ugly. Xiaoxian and Arya obediently went into the house and lay down. They were also very aggrieved. How could they know that the servant of the landlord's son's family was so good at fighting? However, seeing their elder sister busying around for her, they felt warm in their hearts. However, they also blamed themselves in their hearts. They couldn't even protect their home. And they kept shouting about protecting this and that. They blushed when they thought about it. At the same time, they secretly made up their minds that they must practice more vigorously from now on. However, at his age, he was just playing, and he forgot about it the next day. There was a sound of clang from the outside, and then the sound of several people playing was heard. Xiao Bao. Chen, watch out. Be quiet. All of you. The young lady is still sleeping. Dia heard the sound, walked out of the kitchen, glared at several people and said, the young lady was right. These guys only remember to eat but not to be beaten. At first, the young lady said that when these guys came together the next day, they would definitely forget what happened yesterday. She didn't believe it. But now she believes it. They look like they deserve a beating. Xiaoxian, Xiao Bao, and Chen covered their mouths when they heard what Dia said, and then smiled and said, Sister Dia, I forgot. Let's go and see if Sister is up. Dia heard and quickly stopped the people who were about to enter the room. Come back. I don't know what you are up to. You are not going to see the young lady. You obviously want Sister to get up and take you out to play. Xiaoxian and the others were about to be pushed out by Dia. When they saw Lu Yao coming out of the room, Sister, are you up? Did they disturb you? Miss? Without waiting for Lu Yao to answer, Dia asked anxiously. It was all her fault for talking too loudly just now. Otherwise the young lady could have slept a little longer. After hearing what Dia said, Xiaoxian and the others said with a guilty conscience, Sister, I'll go get you some water to wash your face. No need. Arya has already done it. You don't need me. You've been busy playing these days. Why don't you go back to your room and do your homework? Have you practiced today? After hearing what Lu Yao said, Xiaoxian and the others instantly became depressed and returned to their rooms with their heads down. Lu Yao chuckled after seeing this and went to the kitchen with Dia and Arya. and saw that the house was well managed by the two of them, and hot water was always available for her 24 hours a day. Looking at the two of them, Lu Yao was really glad that she chose to take them in. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a comfortable life now. Except for going out to find something to eat. She now lives a life of having food and clothes provided for her. If it weren't for God's ignorance, she wouldn't know how comfortable she would be now. After breakfast was ready, everyone sat down. Arya served porridge to everyone. And then she sat down and ate with everyone. Xiao Yao, we didn't buy much last time. Should we save some food every day? Otherwise, what will we do after we finish eating? Wu Shi looked at the large table of food and asked worriedly. He occasionally ran into the village chief's family when they were eating. When he saw their food, he felt that his family's daily food intake was almost as much as the village chief's family's in several days. After hearing this, Lu Yao smiled and replied, It's okay. Dia and Arya and I know all these things. Just eat without worry. Hearing Lu Yao's words, Wu Shichao was a little unconvinced. But he thought Lu Yao said that because she could find food on the mountain. So after hearing her words, he said, Just know it. It's all right. And buried his head in eating. Xiao Xian and the others flattered her in a timely manner, saying, Big sister, you are really amazing. You can still find food at this time. This time, we are not afraid of going hungry again. Xiao Xian and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they said this. They thought that so many people came to the village, which would affect their meals. Although he knew that there were still a lot of food hidden in their family. No matter how much, they couldn't withstand them doing this every day. So they couldn't help but worry these days. But now that the big sister said so, it means that she can find food. So they don't have to worry about the problem of food. Chapter 196 Raining. When Lu Yao and the others came down from the mountain, Lu Yao looked at the sky and suddenly found that it was covered with dark clouds, and it was about to rain. She hurriedly asked Dia to speed up her pace. After all, the weather was unpredictable. After holding it in for so long, it might rain suddenly. Sure enough, it started to rain heavily not long after they got home. When everyone saw the rain, they were dazzled by the happiness in front of them. They didn't expect the rain to fall suddenly. But what everyone didn't expect was that the heavy rain had no intention of stopping until the next day. Lu Yao stood at the door and looked up at the sky. The rain was too heavy, and there was no sign of stopping. If it hadn't rained, she would have been looking forward to it every day, but when it rained, she felt that it was a little unusual again, and was afraid that it would be like the past, and there would be a flood. Their house was at the foot of the mountain, and it was a mud house, so it would be bad if there was a mudslide. Although the rain had just started, it wouldn't have happened that quickly, but the rain was too heavy, and she always felt a little insecure. After thinking it over again and again, she decided to go around and take a look. Otherwise she would be worried. Miss, why are you going out in such heavy rain? Dia, who had just come out of the kitchen, asked Lu Yao, who was covered with oilcloth. I'll go outside and take a look. I'll be back soon, Lu Yao said, and without waiting for Dia and Arya to object, she rushed into the rain with the oilcloth on. Lu Yao first walked around their houses and found that there was no sign of shedding, which temporarily relieved her. But when she saw streams of water flowing down from the mountain, passing by their house, she couldn't help but start to worry again, because they were building the house during a severe drought, and they planned to use the house for a while when they built it, and rebuild it when they had time in the future. So after the house was built, no one thought of digging a canal for protection. Before building the house, she checked everywhere, and maybe because of the drought for too long, she didn't find any traces of large streams of water flowing. But now there is such a large stream of water rushing straight to the edge of her house, which is not a good thing. She doesn't know how this stream of water was formed. After thinking about it, Lu Yao decided to go to the mountain to see the situation. But the trees on the mountain were dense, and it was not convenient to walk with the oilcloth on. Moreover, the oilcloth would often get caught or torn by branches. So after a while, Lu Yao was soaked. Damn it. Modern raincoats are more convenient to wear. Not only are they waterproof, but they are also thick. Ordinary things can't really tear them. If she has time, she must try to make a few. Otherwise, it's too inconvenient. Lu Yao muttered and tore off the oilcloth on her body. Anyway, it was wet. It was the same as not wearing anything, and it was particularly troublesome. So she just tore it off. Without the tarpaulin, she walked much faster. Soon she found the key to the problem, by following the water flow. It turned out that there was a big stone blocking the direction of the water flow. The water flowed to the stream, but the stone blocked it and split it into two streams, one to the stream and the other to the back of her house. If it were someone else, it would be difficult to deal with such a big stone. But if it were me, it would be a piece of cake, Lu Yao muttered as she looked at the stone weighing hundreds of pounds in front of her, and waved her hand to put it into her space. Then she took out a big hoe from the space and cleared the dead branches and leaves from the stream, so that the water flow returned to the stream instantly. Dia, who stayed at home, became more and more worried, because her young lady said she was going out to take a look and would be back soon. But she had been out for such a long time, and she still hadn't come back. Could something have happened? Although they knew the young lady's ability, she still couldn't help but worry. Finally, she couldn't help it, and took out a piece of oilcloth from the cabinet. Just as she was about to put it on and go out to look for it, she saw her young lady coming back from outside all wet. "Miss, where is your oilcloth? Why is it so wet?" Dia asked while saying to Arya behind her, "Arya, go get some hot water. Miss is wet. Go quickly." "I know. Sister, I'll go right away," Arya said as she hurried into the kitchen to get hot water. Fortunately, the hot water is always available at home because Miss likes to be clean. Otherwise, Miss might be frozen to death when the water is ready. Although it is March or April now, it is still the same as winter here. It is so cold. At this time, Lu Yao was also freezing cold. She quickly took off her clothes and climbed onto the Kong. She didn't care whether it was dirty or not. Keeping warm was the most important thing. In the ancient times when there was a lack of medical care and medicine, if you caught a cold, it would be fatal. Thinking of this, Lu Yao shouted to Dia outside the door, "Dia, please help me make a bowl of ginger soup." "Okay, miss. I'll go right away. Please cover yourself with a quilt and don't catch a cold again." "I know. Go quickly." After Lu Yao drank a big bowl of ginger soup, she felt warmed up. Otherwise, even though the Kong was warm, she couldn't help feeling a little cold. Lying on the bed, Lu Yao listened to the heavy rain outside. She kept thinking that after the rain stopped, she must build the house. Otherwise, this mud house would make people feel insecure. However, the rain lasted for a week. And just when everyone was panicked by the rain, it finally stopped. Chapter 197 House Conception. So, after waiting for a week for the rain to stop, Uncle Wu, now the weather has returned to normal. The water level in the river has risen a lot after this week's rain. Although it is still very turbid, it is water after all. And we are not short of this little money now. So I think we should hurry up and rebuild the house. Otherwise, when winter comes again, it will be frozen, and it will be difficult to start the construction. Then we will have to wait another year. Uncle Wu, Xiaoxian, Dia. What do you think? After Lu Yao finished speaking, she looked at everyone with a serious face. Although she is the one who makes the final decision on almost all matters in this family, as a new generation of people in the 21st century, she is still very democratic. On some major matters, she will still ask for everyone's opinions. Wu Shicha heard Lu Yao's words, thought for a moment, and replied, "Xiao Yao, we don't know much about building a house. You decide. There are many trivial matters about building a house that we don't understand. So why don't we ask the village chief Lu to see if he has any good suggestions? And do we really want to build the house here? Should we buy a new piece of land? I'll listen to you." Young lady. Dia followed suit. "Uncle Wu, I think this place is good. And it will be more convenient for us to go up the mountain. We can just build a higher wall." "What? Uncle Wu, do you have any ideas?" Lu Yao pushed the topic back to Wu Shicha. Although they live together now, they are two individuals after all. He is still so young, and he will definitely reorganize his family in the future. They can't live together for the rest of their lives. So it's better to talk about it face to face. If he wanted to choose a new place, she would respect his opinion, and she could also buy his homestead and wasteland together, and make her yard bigger. "No, I also think this place is good. It's quiet, and there's a lot of open space around. If you think the land is too little, you can buy a few more acres to plant some vegetable gardens. Just enough for your family. But after our house is built, we must build a wall between the two houses. Otherwise the village will spread something unfavorable to you." Wu Shicha heard Lu Yao's words, and he thought of it, and added some more rituals. He thought this place was good. It was very suitable for him to study, And if he wanted to run a school, the house would not be suitable to be built in a place with too many people. But the wall must be built. It doesn't matter to him as a grown man, but it's different for Xiaoyao and Dia and other girls. In this era, a girl's reputation is more important than anything else, and he knows this very well. Okay, just do as you say, Uncle Wu. In fact, if Wu Shicha didn't say anything, she was also going to bring it up, because she felt it would be more private with a wall, and Uncle Wu and Chenchen didn't know her secret, so she felt safer with a strong wall in between, and even if Uncle Wu married someone else in the future, the two families wouldn't be unhappy over trivial matters. She knew Uncle Wu wouldn't do that. But that didn't mean his future wife wouldn't be like that. So it was better to plan for some things early. Then I'll go to the village chief's house tomorrow and ask him to find more people for us so that we can finish the work earlier. Also, should we build a mud house? Or a blue brick house, like the village chief's house? And how big it should be? We need to decide early, so that we can prepare early. Let's build a blue brick house. As for how big it should be, let me think about it tonight, and tell you tomorrow morning. Okay. Then everyone should go to bed early. There's still a lot of work to do tomorrow. After talking, the few people returned to their rooms. Lu Yao also returned to the room. Although she was a little tired, she did not rush to sleep. Although she entrusted the house building to Uncle Wu, he was still a big boy who had not experienced any major events. So she had to do some things by herself. After all, she was a pseudo-Lolita. Moreover, she hoped that her house could be built like the courtyard house in old Beijing. However, her painting skills made it difficult for her to start. It seemed that she could only describe it orally tomorrow, and then see if Uncle Wu could draw it. The next day, Lu Yao and her friends got up at dawn. She changed into clean clothes, because if nothing unexpected happened, she had to go to the town with Uncle Wu and the village chief to look at blue bricks and other things. When she finished washing, Dai and Arya were already busy in the kitchen. Because of the water, everyone was very motivated these days. Especially Li Da's family. They worked day and night on his fields these days, hoping to plant the seeds as soon as possible. This was related to the food supply for their family of 8 next year, so they couldn't take it lightly. Before Li Yao walked out of the room, she heard the voices of Xiao Xian and Xiao Bao. Sister Dia. Sister Dia, you got up so early. What delicious food did you make today? It smells so good. We can smell it over there. Xiao Xian wrinkled his nose and sniffed around, just like a police officer collecting evidence. When Li Yao came out and saw him like this, she found it very funny. She shook her head and sighed. When she smelled the food, her mouth was as sweet as honey. Dia, who was busy in the kitchen, couldn't help but laugh and said, Our Xiao Xian. Xiao Bao and Qinshan are so amazing. Can't you smell it with your nose? Let me tell you, we are eating meat porridge today, but it's not ready yet, Xiao Xian. You are older, quickly take them to wash. There is hot water here. Dia put down the work in her hands, filled a large basin of hot water in a wooden basin, and helped them take it outside. After they finished washing, seeing them all staring at the meat porridge in their bowls, Lu Yao and Uncle Wu came over and sat down, saying with a smile, Okay. Okay. Eat quickly, or your saliva will drip into the bowl. Lu Yao looked at their greedy expressions and felt strange. They had never been short of food and drink, and it seemed that they had never been short of meat since they moved to Qinghe village. Why were they so greedy? Was it because they were growing? But it seemed that Dia and Arya were also growing. But the three of them were obviously not like this. So it was their nature as foodies that was causing the problem. After everyone finished breakfast, Dia cleaned up the dishes, and Lu Yao told her ideas from last night. Wu Shicha heard Lu Yao's idea and thought it was good. So he hurriedly brought Lu Yao to the school. Lu Yao dictated and he wrote. Lu Yao's idea was to combine her homestead with Dia's, and surround it with a fence. Then plant some bamboo and fruit trees around the courtyard. This will not only provide cover, but also provide endless fruits all year round. Although she can keep the fruits fresh in her space, it is completely different from picking them from the tree. When the fruits are ripe, she will feel very happy when she sees them hanging on the trees. In the backyard, she can dig a pond and build a woodshed. Chapter 198 Drawings. As for the interior, Lu Yao thought about it. She planned to make a small room in each room, install a bathtub in it, connect a bamboo pipe from outside the house to the water, and also make a toilet. Just make a septic tank outside the house. As for the toilet pipe, she will try in a few days to see if it can be made of ceramics. If it can be done, It will be great. She really has a natural fear of this ancient pit toilet. For fear that one day, she will accidentally fall in and drown herself. If she fell and drowned, it would be good. If she didn't drown, it would be even worse. She would be sick to death. Lastly, Lu Yao dictated that Wu Shicha was writing and drawing there. According to preliminary estimates, there were 5 or 6 rooms alone, and there was also a main room, a kitchen, a warehouse, and a donkey shed. From this point of view, their house was really very big. When they took the finished blueprint to the village chief's house, Village Chief Lu was amazed after seeing it. Xiao Yao, what's wrong with your brain? This house looks so good just looking at the blueprint. I wonder what it will look like after it is built. And your idea of adding a small room in each room is also very good. In this way, in winter, we don't have to get up in the middle of the night and freeze to death. Yeah, I think so too. Dad, why don't we build a house like Shuya's after Shuya's house is built? We can build it next to Shuya's house. This way, it will be more convenient for our children to go to and from school. What do you think? Dad? Lu Xinglin liked the house very much when he saw it. So he kept telling his father that it seemed as if their house was far away from Wu Shicha's school. And it was convenient for going to and from school. Even if it was not built near their place, it would still be very convenient. It would take less than a quarter of an hour to go back and forth. Hearing Lu Xinglin's words, the brothers nodded and were eager to try. But this idea was kicked out by his father. One reason was that their family had not split up and there was no extra homestead. And the other was that there was a stream next to Xiaoya's house. How could they build a house next to Xiao Yao? They were really stupid. When Lu Xinglin and his friends heard his father's words, they were disappointed. However, Lu Yao was just the opposite. At this moment, she was secretly happy in her heart. She hoped that they would not build over there. She had many secrets, and it was not suitable for her to have too many people around her. But when Lu Xinglin really built the house to the creek soon, Lu Yao's expression was the same as if she had stepped on dog shit. Seeing that everyone was talking about something else, Wu Shicha changed the subject in time and said, Village Chief, Xiao Yao and I came here today. In addition to wanting to hear your opinion, we also want to trouble you with something. When Village Chief Lu heard what Wu Shicha said, he put down the blueprint in his hand and said, What is it? You tell me. As long as I can help. It's about building a house. You see, we just came to Qinghe village and don't have much time. We don't know who is a good hand here. So I want to trouble the village chief to help me find someone more reliable. As for wages, because of the current food shortage, we will pay 40 cents a day. But we don't provide food. What do you think? Wu Shicha heard the village chief say this, and told the village chief what they had discussed at home before. He had already inquired about these before he came. Generally speaking, it costs 30 won a day to build a house here, but it also includes a lunch. But now food is in short supply. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. So they thought that adding 10 won a day would be enough. It's no problem for me to help you find it, but I'm afraid you won't be satisfied. When the village chief Lu heard what Wu Shicha said, he frowned slightly and said, It just rained heavily, and now every household is busy sowing seeds while the land is moist. If you want to find good labor, it's estimated that there won't be many. If this is the right place, the village chief must have found the most suitable one. If we were to look for it ourselves, we would be completely in the dark. Besides, we know the current situation, so we can find as many people as we can. Here is 10 taels of silver, which is the fee for asking the village chief for help. Wu Shicha said, and took out a piece of silver from his sleeve pocket and handed it over. When the village chief Lu saw him, he immediately declined, saying, What are you doing? I am the village chief of Qinghe village. I am just helping you find a few people. How can I accept your money? Isn't this a joke? Take it back now. That's not the way I say it. Although you are the village chief, you can't be blamed for everything. You have a big family to support. Besides, there are still many things waiting for you to help us with this house. We are hoping that you can come over every day to help us adjust. After all, Xiao Yao and I are also building a house for the first time, and we don't know anything. If you don't help us, then we won't build our house. Alas, you are? Forget it. Forget it. Then I will accept this money today with a thick face, and it will be counted as the cost of hiring me. The village chief Lu said with a smile, and took the money handed over by Wu Shicha. Then we would like to thank the village chief here. Okay, then I will help you find someone tomorrow, and notify you to come and meet him after I find him, so that we can start work earlier. When Wu Shizun and Lu Yao saw that the matter was settled, they talked to the village chief for a few more words, and they left the village chief's house as it was getting late. As soon as they left, the village chief's aunt came out from the inner room, and took the silver from the village chief's hand. Seeing such a large piece of silver, she felt even more satisfied with their family. This Xiaoyao family, everyone is capable. Not only do they have food and drink every day, they started building a house when the weather got better. According to them, building a house would cost a lot of money. That's right. A house this big would cost at least 300 or 400 taels, and from what Xiaoyao said, Xiaowu's house would also need to be built in the same style, just a little smaller, so it would cost at least 500 or 600 taels in total. Oh my goodness, if you don't count it, it turns out that Xiaoya's family is richer than the landlord's son's family. No, didn't Xinglin just want to build his house next to Xiaoya's? I think if this is done, you can go and check out the terrain tomorrow. Mom, does our family have so much money? Get out of the way, you have your business everywhere, and you old woman, why do you do whatever you want, don't? I forgot. If Xinglin and the others want to build another house, they have to separate their family and household registration. Otherwise, if they build a house privately on the homestead, it will be illegal, and they will have to do labor. Then divide it. Tomorrow. I heard Xiaoyao say a few days ago that except for Dia and her, the others, including Arya, are going to school. And she also plans to let Xiaowu take the imperial examination next year. Really? Of course. When I went to her house to teach Dia and Arya how to do needlework. But I heard them say it themselves. It must be true. She also bought a lot of books for Xiaowu. And also bought a lot of medical books for Arya. As if she wanted her to be a female doctor or something. The village head and said proudly, and glanced at the stunned father and sons. Otherwise, she would be stupid. She should just separate her sons, and live a good life. Wouldn't it be nice for her to live with the whole family? Chapter 199. Divide the family. Then divide it. Tomorrow, I heard Xiaoyao say a few days ago that, except for Dia and her, even Arya and the others in the family are going to school, and she is planning to let Xiaowu take the imperial examination next year. Really? Of course. When I went to her house to teach Dia and Arya how to do needlework, but I heard them say it themselves, she also bought a lot of books for Xiaowu, and a lot of medical books for Arya, as if she wanted her to be a female doctor or something. I was thinking about letting Yon learn from Arya when she is older, so that when she gets married, she will have a skill to make money, and her life will be more comfortable, and if there is a headache or fever at home, she can take care of it herself, which can save a lot of money. The village head and said with a proud look at the stunned father and sons, otherwise she would be stupid. Wouldn't it be nice to separate her sons, and live with the whole family? Village Chief Lu was also a little moved when he heard his wife's words. Although he was upright and straightforward, he also had his own thoughts. If they became neighbors with Xiaoyao, it would have an impact on his youngest son. Besides, the family had good personalities. If the children were close to them, they would be influenced by them. Moreover, he heard that Arya was a good medicine finder. If he could learn from her, as the old woman said, it would be a great thing. Although they are from the same village, the distance is a bit far, which hinders the relationship between the two families. However, it is different if they live next door. You can see this from Li Da's family. Therefore, this family must be divided. So the village chief Lu said to Lu Xinghua and his brothers, I agree with your mother's opinion. Then we will go to the county in 2 days to re-record the household registration certificate. This house will be given to the youngest. He is not married yet, so I have to live with him. When he marries in the future, your mother and I will move to live with the eldest. As for the property, when the house is built, the 3 families will divide it equally. As for the silver, there are 2 or 3 people in the family who have been studying for many years, and there is not much left. So I will give you 3 brothers 60 taels of silver each, and the extra money will be used for your mother and me in our old age. From today on, you should keep the money you earn. Your mother and I will not care how much you earn. But every year you 3 will give me and your mother 3 taels of silver for retirement. Do you have any objections to this? No, Lu Xinghua and his brothers said in unison. Apart from the 3 brothers Lu Xinglin, the happiest people about this matter must be the 2 daughters-in-law of the Lu family. They did not expect that the division of the family they had been looking forward to would be so easy. And they got so much silver. But what they were most happy about was that they could be the masters of the family from now on. They didn't say that their father-in-law and mother-in-law were bad. But it was inevitable that there would be bumps and bruises when such a big family lived together. So when the two sisters-in-law heard that they were going to split up, they were so happy that they almost jumped up. But because there were so many people present, and they were embarrassed to show too much, they coughed lightly, pretended to be fearless and whispered, "We listened to our parents." Seeing that everyone had no objection, Village Chief Lu announced that the split agreement was settled, and wrote a document in 5 copies. One for him, one for each of the 3 brothers, and one to be taken to the county for filing when there was time. Otherwise, the household registration certificate could not be issued. Finally, they asked everyone to sign with their fingerprints. And then Village Chief Lu told everyone to go about their business. After the house was built, they would move out. "Dad, isn't the division of our family a little too hasty?" Lu Xinglin looked at the division document in his hand, raised his head and asked, although sometimes he would think about dividing the family, so that he could be the master of his own family. But after the division, he felt a little reluctant. "What's the matter? You want me to take a gong and beat it in the whole village, and then notify everyone one by one?" Village Chief Lu said this kick, and he was a little reluctant. But this family had to be divided sooner or later. He understood the principle that a big tree has branches. Since he had this idea now, what was there to hesitate about? After driving them out, the couple sat in the main hall for a long time. In the afternoon, Village Chief Lu brought Tongxin and others to Lu Yao's house. When he took the blueprint from Wu Shicha and opened it, they all widened their eyes in surprise. "This house is too good. You can tell that the land is not small just by looking at the blueprint." After reading the blueprint, they discussed the materials and other issues. Until Dia and Arya came to call everyone to eat, they stopped with a sense of regret. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they went to Wu Shicha's place to continue talking about the house. But soon after they entered the door, they saw a small figure rushing in. "Xiaoxian, Xiaobao, Chen. I'm here." Lu Yao turned around when she heard the voice. "Isn't this Niu from the village chief's family?" Niu ran in, but didn't see Xiaoxian and the others. Instead, she saw her grandfather, uncle, and father here. She called them one by one and then turned around to ask Lu Yao, "Sister Xiaoyao, where are Xiaoxian and the others?" "They are next door." "Then I'll go find them." Niu rushed out without looking back. Lu Xinglin saw that his daughter was like a tomboy and really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It was too embarrassing. And she didn't even want to say a word to her father. And she just ran away, like a little rabbit. But he soon seemed to think of something, and suddenly stood up, wanting to run out and take his daughter back. Xiaoxian and the others must be eating now. No one has extra food at home now. As for her daughter's personality, she would not move her feet when she saw food. When Lu Yao saw him stand up, she knew what he was going to do. But she said she had something important to discuss, and successfully stopped Lu Xinglin. Perhaps knowing Lu Yao's motive, he could only smile helplessly and sit down again. On this side, when Niu walked towards Lu Yao's yard, she smelled the aroma of meat. But she didn't know what delicious food could smell so good except meat. Niu thought. And she couldn't help but speed up her pace. Who knew that when she entered, she saw Xiaoxian and others eating. The aroma came from their bowls. Niu smelled it hard, and her saliva was almost flowing. Dia and others heard the noise and looked up to see that it was Niu. When they saw her little appearance, they knew that the little girl was greedy. So Dia smiled and asked, "Niu, what are you doing here?" "Eat meat." "Ah?" Xiaoxian also heard what Niu said, and his face was full of question marks, and he said, "Ah." Now the little girl's mind was full of the smell of meat. So when she heard Dia's question, she answered without thinking. The few people who came to their senses laughed when they heard her answer. Dia was afraid that the little girl would get angry if she continued to laugh. So she got up and went to the kitchen to get a new set of bowls and chopsticks, and carried the little girl to the table. For Niu, who loves eating more than anything else, there was nothing to be pretentious about. As soon as she sat on the table, she started eating with big mouthfuls. Besides, she was already drooling over the smell of meat. The little girl took a bite, and her eyes narrowed. She didn't expect that the meat was better than what she had eaten in the restaurant in the town. She was so happy to eat this meat today. When Lu Xinglin and the others came out to discuss good things, they saw a few little guys with greasy mouths watching ants moving on the ground. When Niu saw her father coming out, She stopped looking at the ants and ran towards her father with her short legs. Did you go to Big Sister Ya's place to eat? Lu Xinglin reached out and picked up his delicate and soft daughter. After wiping her greasy mouth, he smiled and asked, I ate a lot. Dad, I tell you, Big Sister Ya's braised pork is delicious. Even better than the one in the restaurant in the town. Nyo patted her bulging belly and made everyone laugh. Somehow, seeing the smile on Nyo's face, everyone seemed to be more hopeful about such days. Chapter 200 Going to the Market. The next day, Village Chief Lu brought Tongshan and others to Lu Yao's house. When he took the blueprint from Wu Shicha and opened it, they all widened their eyes in surprise. This house is too good. Just looking at the blueprint, you can tell that the land is not small. After reading the blueprint, they discussed the materials and other issues. Until Dia and Arya came to call everyone to eat, they stopped with a lingering feeling. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough, they went to Wu Shicha's place to continue talking about the house. But just after entering the door, a small figure rushed in. Xiaoxian Xiaobao Qinshan. I'm here. Lu Yao turned around when she heard the voice. Isn't this Nyo from the village head's family? Nyo ran in, but didn't see Xiaoxian and the others. Instead, she saw her grandfather, uncle, and father here. She called them one by one, and then turned around and asked Lu Yao, Sister Xiaoyao, where are Xiaoxian and the others? They are next door. Then I'll go find them. Nyo rushed out without looking back. Seeing his daughter acting like a tomboy, Lu Xinglin really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. And she didn't even want to say a word to her father. And she just ran away. Like a little rabbit. But he soon seemed to think of something. And suddenly stood up, wanting to run out and take his daughter back. Xiaoxian and the others must be eating now. No one has extra food at home now. As for her daughter's personality, she would not move her feet when she saw food. When Lu Yao saw him stand up, she knew what he was going to do. But she said she had something important to discuss, and successfully stopped Lu Xinglin. Perhaps knowing Lu Yao's motive, he could only smile helplessly and sit down again. Meanwhile, when Nyo walked towards Lu Yao's yard, she smelled the aroma of meat. However, she didn't know what delicious food smelled so good except meat. Nyo thought, and she couldn't help but quicken her pace. As soon as she entered, she saw Xiaoxian and the others eating. The aroma came from their bowls. Nyo smelled it hard, and her mouth was watering. Dia and the others heard the noise and looked up to see that it was Nyo. When they saw her little appearance, they knew that the little girl was greedy. So Dia smiled and asked, Nyo, what are you doing here? Eat meat. Ah? Xiaoxian also heard what Nyo said, and he said with a question mark on his face. Now the little girl's mind was full of the smell of meat. So when she heard Dia's question, she answered without thinking. The few people who came to their senses laughed when they heard her answer. Dia was afraid that the little girl would get angry if she continued to laugh. So she got up and went to the kitchen to get a new set of bowls and chopsticks, and carried the little girl to the table. For Nyo, who loves eating more than anything else, there was nothing to be pretentious about. As soon as she sat on the table, she started eating with big mouthfuls. Besides, she was already drooling over the smell of meat. The little girl took a bite, and her eyes narrowed. She didn't expect that the meat was better than what she had eaten in the restaurant in the town. She was so happy to eat this meat today. When Lu Xinglin and the others came out to discuss good things, they saw a few little guys with greasy mouths watching ants moving on the ground. When Nyo saw her father coming out, she stopped looking at the ants and ran towards her father with her short legs. Did you go to Big Sister Ya's place to eat? Lu Xinglin reached out and picked up his delicate and soft daughter. After wiping her greasy mouth, he smiled and asked, I ate a lot. Dad, I tell you, Big Sister Ya's braised pork is delicious. Even better than the one in the restaurant in the town. Nyo patted her bulging belly and made everyone laugh. Somehow, seeing the smile on Nyo's face, everyone seemed to be more hopeful about such a day. The next day, Lu Yao and Dia drove the donkey cart and followed the village head ant to the market. This was the first market since the natural disaster. No matter if the family was rich or poor, they all wanted to join in the fun. Lu Yao, a small citizen, was certainly not immune to this custom. Village head grandma. There are so many people here. Lu Yao looked at those who came to the market to sell goods. There were all kinds of things to sell. The disaster had just passed, So how could they have so many things to sell? And where did these people come from? There were obviously not so many people on the street the last few times they came here. Today is a big market. There are not many people. If it weren't for the natural disaster, there would be more people than now. If it were a normal big market, you wouldn't be able to squeeze in. The village head and smiled at her inexperienced look and turned to reply. Are there more people in the big market than here? It was Lu Yao's first time to go to the market. She thought that there were enough people on the pedestrian streets in her previous life. Unexpectedly, this was comparable to the flow of people at tourist attractions during holidays. However, because she was busy making money to pay for tuition in her previous life, she didn't have such an experience. So when I saw so many people rushing in, I really felt fresh and interesting. Xiao de ya. Are you hungry? There is food over there. Do you want to buy some? The village head and looked at the steaming buns and turned to ask Lu Yao and Dia behind her. Besides, she also had a lot of things to buy, and it was not convenient to have a large group of people following her. Lu Yao saw that the village head and might have something important to do. So she said, Village head Granny, if you have something to do, go ahead and do it. Dia and I will go for a walk. In the afternoon, we will meet at the city gate. What do you think? Okay. I still have to go to Nyonyo's aunt's place. Well, no hurry. You go and do it. We'll leave first. Lu Yao said as she pulled Dia aside and merged into the crowd. In a blink of an eye, they disappeared. The village head and smiled and hurried to do her own thing. She came here in Shiyu's car today, so she didn't want to delay for too long. Dia, do you want to eat meat buns? When the two of them walked to the meat bun shop, Lu Yao asked Dia next to her. It smelled delicious, but she had no desire to eat it because of the crowds of people coming and going. After hearing what her young lady said, Dia hurriedly pulled her away from the bun cloth, and then shook her head and said, No, I don't want to eat meat buns outside. Besides, it's just after the disaster, who knows what kind of meat they use. Maybe it's not clean. If you want to eat it, I and Arya will make it for you when we go back. We still have a lot of meat at home. When the time comes, go to our door and pick some cabbage and chop it with onions to make stuffing. It must be delicious. Okay then. Lu Yao originally wanted to buy some to satisfy the little one's cravings, but after hearing what Dia said, she thought better of it. And she was also a little greedy because of what Dia said, so she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. It seems that they really haven't eaten buns for a long time. Let's go to the rice shop to see if there is flour or something. We must buy more. They can make more at a time, and put them in the space after steaming them, and eat them slowly. Lu Yao thought about it, and pulled Dia to continue shopping. Chapter 201 The Fragrance of Yishuang. Lu Yao took Dia along the way, and saw many families coming to the market with their children. There were a few people they knew. Although they were from the same village, they were not particularly familiar with each other. At most, they had just met before. So they nodded and smiled and passed by each other. Everyone in the surrounding villages would go to this market. There was a small market every 3 days, and a big market every 5 days. At this time, every household would bring their own things to sell, to earn some money to exchange for oil, salt, sauce, vinegar or food. So the chance of seeing someone you know is still very high. But there are only a few people you can talk to on a daily basis, because they have just arrived in Qinghe village. And they are all busy with their livelihoods. So until now, Lu Yao and the others can be said to have not even recognized all the people in the village. Xiao Yao, you are out to the market too? Lu Yao was walking around, and an auntie came towards them. When she saw Lu Yao and Dia, she greeted them very warmly. Seeing this auntie, Lu Yao searched in her mind for a long time, but couldn't remember what the auntie's name was. So she could only smile dryly, and called her auntie very obediently. Anyway, it's right to call her auntie when you see someone older. Otherwise, if someone greets you, you don't say a word, and others will think you look down on her, and don't want to talk to her. Dia saw her young lady like this, and knew that she couldn't remember. So she stepped forward and said with a smile, Aunt Wang. What a coincidence. You are here today too. Yes. I haven't been out for a while. So I took advantage of the market today to go out for a walk. I ran out of many things at home. So I came to join in the fun, and wanted to buy some to take back. We are here to join in the fun. 2. To see if there are any cheap things. We are also short of many things at home. Aunt Wang, you go ahead, and we will go to the front to take a look. Okay. See you back in the village. Yes. See you back in the village, Dia said as she pulled her young lady, who was still confused, forward. She was also amazed at her young lady's memory. And one had come to their house several times. But her young lady couldn't remember it every time. Dia pulled her daughter. And the further they walked, the more people there were. There were also more people hawking goods along the street. On both sides of the street, there were people selling daily necessities. Cloth, snacks, fruits, chickens and ducks, vegetables, and even fish and shrimp. Seeing this, Lu Yao couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "You guys are a bit too much." The drought just ended not long ago. She wanted to ask these people selling fish and vegetables, where did these things come from? Although the quality is not very good, but they are indeed grown. She saw that some of them still had soil stuck on them. Could it be that they have found a place similar to the Peach Blossom Spring like herself? Otherwise, where did these things come from? It can't be a planting space like she had before. Or maybe they just appeared out of thin air. Although thinking this way, Lu Yao was not stupid. She went forward to ask for clarification. She still understood the truth that curiosity killed the cat. However, it was really lively, and all kinds of hawking sounds were heard. Kang Town. Because of the reason of water and land transportation, it became the largest and best town in Heian County. It is also one of the best towns in a radius of hundreds of miles. Look at the bustling streets now, which are full of people. This is in sharp contrast to the depression and desolation of the past. It seems like two different worlds. Everyone seems to have forgotten the suffering of the past few days. Everyone buys what they should buy and eats what they should eat. Maybe they are scared by the lack of food and clothing in the past few days. So at a glance, no matter rich or poor, everyone is carrying large and small bags. Lu Yao and Dia stopped in front of a stall selling rouge and powder, and pointed to a small blue and white porcelain bottle of facial oil and asked, "Boss, how much is this?" 2 taels of silver each. The young stall owner looked at Lu Yao and Dia's 2 taels of silver and said, "I don't know how many people have asked this question, but after half a day, no one bought it. He got this facial oil from Kyoto. To be honest, he didn't make much money, only about 500 or 600 coins per bottle. But because the quantity was too small, he couldn't sell it, which almost worried him to death." According to the young boss, this is a product that has recently become popular in Kyoto. It is very useful and has a pleasant fragrance. Every young lady in Kyoto has one. However, perhaps because this town is too small, everyone is reluctant to use it. The young boss also promised that if it is not useful, he can return the money to them. His home is in the alley behind this street. His name is Wang Xijin. You will know it by asking there. Lu Yao touched her face. She had not wiped her face for a long time, since the end of the world. Moreover, in the north, the wind is very strong, which makes her face very dry. It is almost peeling. Dia also looked at her young lady eagerly. Hearing the boss's praise, she almost couldn't help but persuade her young lady to buy one for her. Lu Yao thought for a while, pointed to the blue and white porcelain bottle of facial oil, and said to the boss, "Then give me 5 bottles. If it's good, I'll come to you next time to buy." If there are 5 bottles, she will give 1 bottle to Dia an area. Everyone knows that girls always like to put something on their faces, as long as they have nothing to do. However, looking at the amount, this bottle can only be used for 1 month at most. In ancient times, when 1 or 2 taels of silver were enough for poor people to use for a year, it was indeed a little expensive. No wonder the young boss said he couldn't sell it. If she only had a dozen or 20 taels on her, she would not be willing to buy it. As for the remaining 2 bottles, Xiao Xian and Xiao Bao shared 1 bottle, and Uncle Wu and Qinshan shared 1 bottle. This was just right. When the young boss saw Lu Yao buying so many bottles at once, his eyes narrowed with joy, and he immediately gave Lu Yao a very beautiful wooden comb. Lu Yao looked at the wooden comb handed over by the young boss, was stunned for a moment, and then happily took it. Who said that the ancients didn't know marketing methods? Regardless of whether this wooden comb is valuable or not, she was really happy when she received it. If it is useful, just for this reason, she is still willing to buy it from the young boss. After paying, Dia happily opened the lid of the facial oil bottle, carefully scooped out a little bit with her index finger, and then said to Lu Yao, "Come, miss, let me rub it on you. It smells so good." Dia stretched her hand to her miss's face and rubbed it carefully on her face. Seeing her like this, Lu Yao did not refuse. She felt that her face was about to peel off. like a dry land, and needed to be moisturized by this facial oil. So she took the initiative to move her face a little closer to let Dia feel better. But when she smelled the fragrance, Lu Yao was stunned. Isn't this the fragrance of the Shuang that she often bought in her previous life? It's not 100% the same, but it's almost the same. But this is a product that is only available in China. How can it be here? Lu Yao calmed down and tried to calm herself down, thinking of what the boss said just now. This is a new trend in Kyoto. Lu Yao seemed to have grasped the key point. New. That is, it has never been seen before. Chapter 202. Bye-bye. After paying the money, the big girl opened the lid of the face oil bottle, carefully pulled out a little bit with the index finger. Then he said to Lu Yao, "Come, miss, I wipe you to see, old incense." Dia said that he stretched his hand to his miss's face, carefully wiped her face. Lu Yao saw her like this. I did not refuse. She feels that her face is about to peel. It's like a dry land. Just need to moisturize this face. So I took the initiative to extend my face a little bit. Let Dia be so good. However, when she smelled the fragrance, Lu Yao was stunned. Isn't this the fragrance of the Shuang that she often bought in her previous life? It's not 100% the same, but it's almost the same. But this is a product that is only available in China. How can it be here? Lu Yao calmed down and tried to calm herself down, thinking of what the boss said just now, that this was a new trend in Kyoto. Lu Yao seemed to have grasped the key point. If it's new, it means it has never existed before. When she thought of the small 3-shot pistol that was still lying quietly in the space, she suddenly understood that the time traveler she had been guessing really existed. Otherwise it wouldn't be such a coincidence. This fragrance is exactly the same as the fragrance of the Shuang she used in her previous life. And this person is in Kyoto. It's just unknown whether this person is the same person as the owner of the hand crossbow. If not, then it would be a big deal, because it only means that there are more than 2 time travelers. Now she is very glad that she did not choose to settle down in Kyoto, otherwise it would be a matter of time for her intelligence to be discovered. But fortunately, she is not an ambitious person, and she does not plan to bring some modern things here to promote them, so it is not easy to find her. Lu Yao wanted to ask the young boss what else was popular in Kyoto recently, but she was afraid that if she asked like that, people would find out. So she thought about it and gave up. Anyway, she didn't plan to have a tearful scene with fellow villagers meeting fellow villagers. So why bother? Miss, it smells so good. Just when Lu Yao was thinking deeply, Dia came to her face and smelled it, and said happily. And while she was talking, she opened the box again, took a little, and smeared it on her face. When she smelled the fragrance on her face, her mouth was so happy that it almost broke to the back of her ears. Lu Yao came back to her senses after hearing Dia's voice, and put the matter in her heart. She didn't plan to find out the truth. It would not benefit anyone. Secrets are meant to be kept. She never wanted to do the stupid thing she did when she first came here again in her life. So, she didn't tell Uncle Wu and Li De about the things she met later. It was enough to do it once. After putting her worries aside, the two wiped their faces and walked towards the clothing store. Lu Yao thought that the weather was about to get warmer, so she wanted to buy everyone a padded jacket. It was just right to wear it when it was neither too cold nor too hot. It was also lighter to wear. To be honest, wearing this big cotton jacket was inconvenient and very annoying. Lu Yao bought a dark blue jacket for Xiaoxian, Xiaobaocan and Uncle Wu, a slightly pastel-colored one for Arya and Dia, and finally a light yellow one for herself. The lady boss, who was buying clothes, didn't care whether the clothes she picked were suitable for her or not. She kept praising her good taste and picking the best ones. Her little mouth was like honey, and she kept saying nice things one after another. Lu Yao and Dia were so embarrassed by the praise that they had to pay and leave. The lady boss was too enthusiastic, and it was a burden. She wanted to look at other clothes, but now she decided to give up. Miss, there are cloths for sale. Let's go and have a look, Dia said, carrying a lot of bags and pointing to a stall in front. Now she and Arya have just learned to cut clothes with the village head aunt, and they are very interested. So when they saw Doyo didn't buy anything, they couldn't wait to pull Lu Yao over. Lu Yao originally wanted to find a place where no one was around to put these things into the space, but she thought that these were all to be worn out and used daily, and she would meet up with the village head aunt later. So she secretly put in a few inconspicuous things. Boss, how much is this color of fabric? Lu Yao pulled Dia to the fabric stall and pointed to a piece of navy blue fabric and asked. This fabric is suitable for outerwear, and it is resistant to dirt when worn while working. So the two of them thought of buying more to make 2 sets each, to wear when working, and this fabric doesn't look expensive. Just right for Daya and Area to practice. This piece is 18 meters long. If you really want it, just give me 5 taels of silver. When Lu Yao heard this, she realized that buying fabric was much more cost-effective than buying ready-made clothes. This piece of fabric could make at least 10 sets, and it only cost 5 taels of silver. Of course, the quality of the fabric also made a big difference. Although she thought it was quite cheap, it didn't stop her from bargaining. So Lu Yao started her bargaining journey. Boss, please give us a discount. 5 taels is too expensive. Now a set of clothes like this only costs 7 or 800 coins. And they are made well. You are selling it too expensive. If you can make it cheaper, we will take all of this piece. How about that? The boss lady was a fat middle-aged woman. She had kept this cloth for a long time because of the disaster. And there were not many people who could buy it in pieces. Most of them bought it in pieces of a few meters. So when she saw Lu Yao asking this, the fat boss lady said, "Little girl, you are good at talking. Then tell us how much you want. I will see if I can give you a discount." Boss lady, why don't you give us 4 taels? Small profits but quick turnover. Right? If it is kept for too long, it will lose its value. Look at this cloth. Is it new? Lu, it's all covered with dust. The lady boss was stunned when she heard Lu Yao's words. If it's 4 taels, then I won't earn much, but I've been standing here for half a day, and it's hard to get one. Well, it's better to earn less, just as the little girl said. It's worthless if it's kept in your hand, and it's been a while since it was kept in your hand. So she gritted her teeth and said, "Well, I'll give you a little bit of money, if you want to sell cloth again in the future. Come to me, I will definitely give you the cheapest price." Sure. The lady boss said, as she handed the cloth in her hand to Daya standing next to her, and after Lu Yao paid the money, she left with a smile. She really didn't expect that the lady boss would really give her 4 taels. At first she just wanted to try it out, and she really didn't expect it to work. So now she can save 1 tael of silver, and she is very happy. Lu Yao happily pulled Daya Shuang into the crowd. And then the two of them bought many things one after another. And finally the donkey cart was almost full of all the things. Lu Yao wanted to buy more. But when she thought about the fact that she would have to sit in it later, and the village head and might have something to pack, she thought about it, and decided to forget it. She would buy the same thing next time. Anyway, the weather is normal now, and they can come to the town to buy it anytime if they have time. Seeing that the village head and had not come yet, Lu Yao sorted out the things again, and put some inconspicuous things into the space, so that the donkey cart looked much emptier than before, and it would be more comfortable to sit in it later. Chapter 203 Making Dumplings. As soon as they got home, Lu Yao saw Xiaoxian and the others sitting at the door waiting for them. In fact, they had been waiting here for a long time, and now they finally saw their eldest sister coming back. When they saw Lu Yao coming back with a cart full of things, they all gathered around. When they saw their eldest sister and Daya taking things off the cart one by one, everyone was very happy, and everyone rushed forward to help. "Arya, you don't need to help here, we are here. You go to the field and pick some cabbage seedlings, and we'll make dumplings and eat them tonight." When Daya saw Arya coming out of the kitchen to help, she said happily. She and the young lady had been craving for food all day, so she couldn't wait to speak when she saw Arya coming out. "Okay, I'll go right away." Arya heard what her elder sister said, and she walked towards her own field. Because the cabbage had not grown yet, she had no choice but to use some seedlings to make a show. Fortunately, the young lady brought back a few big ones a few days ago, which should be enough for making dumplings. When Xiaoxian, Xiaobao, and Qinshan heard that they were going to make dumplings, they rushed to Arya again, clamoring to help. They hadn't eaten meat dumplings for a long time, so when they heard that they were going to make dumplings, they couldn't sit still and wanted to eat them right away. When Lu Yao heard this, she narrowed her eyes. As for the kitchen, what to eat every day, she gave Daya and Arya enough freedom. As long as there was food at home, they could do whatever they wanted. Anyway, they had to eat. So why interfere so much? Arya came back from picking vegetables and drove the little guys out of the kitchen. Otherwise she would not be able to take out the cabbage from the warehouse. After driving them out, Daya and Arya divided the work and cooperated with each other. They began to mix flour, mince meat, mince vegetables, and stuff onions, ginger and garlic with very skillful and quick movements. Soon, The materials for making dumplings and buns were ready. Seeing a few children standing at the door eagerly watching, Dia brought the stuffing and other things to the living room, and asked them to wash their hands and help. Although she knew that they were not very good at making dumplings, the children of poor families had to take care of themselves early, and they had to do it themselves to have enough food and clothing. Everyone was very unanimous about this, so Lu Yao didn't say much after seeing it. After washing her hands in the basin, she also joined the team of making dumplings. After the efforts of several people, the dumplings and buns were quickly made. When the bowls of dumplings were served on the table, Lu Yao couldn't wait to eat one. The taste was better than those made by modern chefs. Maybe it was because there was no pollution. It tasted fresh, sweet and juicy, and it was delicious. Delicious, so delicious, Dia. Come and eat. Lu Yao praised Dia and Ya's cooking skills without reservation. The dumplings tasted very fragrant. Fortunately, those who helped build the house had gone home after work. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain. Now every household is short of food. They really can't afford to cook. So during this period, there was something delicious. Everyone waited to eat it in the evening. Otherwise, with people coming and going in broad daylight, the gossipers would say something unpleasant. After finishing a bowl, Lu Yao remembered to ask Dia to bring a dozen or 20 to Aunt Dahua and the others next door, so that they could have a taste. It wasn't easy for their family. They all escaped all the way here, and they lived next door, so it would be wrong not to send some delicious food to them. Besides, they always sent delicious food to her. When everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks, they couldn't walk anymore. Even Uncle Wu was full. The next day, not long after Lu Yao and the others finished breakfast and cleaned up, Lu Yao saw a chubby little girl walking towards their house. Yi Zi, you are here. Are you looking for Arya? Lu Yao saw the fat girl smiling and greeting. Lu Yao knew Yi Zi. She was the eldest daughter of Tian Dong in the village. She was 11 years old this year. Moreover, she often saw her coming to Arya to do needlework recently. So Lu Yao had a deep impression of her. She was fat and loved to laugh. Arya said she was also a chatterbox. In this era of lack of food and clothing, among a group of thin people, Yi Zi's figure was still eye-catching. According to Lu Yao, Yi Zi was not fat, compared with those modern people who were so fat that they could not walk and gasped after walking a few steps. Yi Zi could only be considered slim. The 11-year-old girl, who was about 1.45 meters tall, weighed only about 90 kilograms. How could she be fat? But compared with a group of hungry people, she was indeed the most fleshy. In their eyes, she was indeed a fat person. So everyone kept calling her fat all day long. But Lu Yao preferred to call her Yi Zi. Chapter 204 Yi Zi. However, Lu Yao prefers to call her Yi Zi. Not only does Lu Yao call her that, but everyone in her family calls her that, because they think it is impolite to call someone fat just because she has a little meat. But Yi Zi can do that, so it is not her fault. There are more than a dozen cousins in her family, and she is the only girl in 2 generations, so everyone in the family must spoil her, and all the good things must be given to her. But in the eyes of these villagers, the Tian Dong family is an outlier. There are many boys in the family, but they don't spoil them, but they prefer to spoil this water that will be spilled in the future. According to the villagers, they are out of their minds. Lu Yao likes Yi Zi very much. She smiles every time she comes. She exudes a sense of joy and sincerity. People can't help but want to get close to her. This is completely different from those little white flowers pretending to be well-behaved. The latter are disgusting and people want to stay as far away from her as possible. Just like Wang Matsu's younger sister Wang Kaiwa. She is such a person. Every time Lu Yao sees her, she wants to beat her up. She cries at every turn, as if someone has done something to her. But she is thick-skinned. No matter how much Lu Yao and Dai dislike her, she just keeps moving forward. As a result, when they see her now, they come from a distance and close the door, or pretend to have something to go out. When Yi Zi saw Lu Yao greet her, she smiled and said, "Sister Xiaoyao, I came to find Arya to do needlework. Is she there?" "Yes. She's in the room. Go find her." "Come. There are fried chestnuts and fried thorns." Lu Yao always said that thorns and chestnuts offended me. But fortunately, she reacted quickly and corrected herself in time. Fried thorns are one of the few snacks to eat at this time. Maybe only Lu Yao's family still has some. Although everyone picked up a lot last year, everyone had no food. So they were eaten as food rations a long time ago. After the leaves withered, He grabbed a handful, about 7 or 8, and put them in his pocket, thinking of going back to give them to his brothers and sisters. So it was not without reason that this person was favored. If it were a normal child, he would have eaten them by himself, and would not have thought of his family. After picking the thorns, Yi walked towards the room where Arya was. Arya, I'm here. Arya heard Yi's voice before she arrived. Yi was one of her few friends, and they both had a lot to talk about. So when she saw Yi coming, Arya patted the seat beside her happily and said, Yi, you are here. Come up quickly. It's warm on the Kong. Okay, Yi said, took off her shoes, and climbed onto the Kong. Although it is already April, it is still a bit cold. So they usually do needlework on the Kong, so that their hands and feet are not cold. They are more flexible, and they can chat while working. If Lu Yao and Dia knew what she was thinking, they would definitely say, Are you sure you are chatting? Not listening to Yi. While Yi and Arya were whispering in the room, Lu Yao saw that it was still early, and she had nothing to do. So she planned to try her luck in the mountains. She hadn't been to the mountain since the rain. Actually, she and Dia didn't always get something when they went up the mountain. Half of the 3 times they went up the mountain, they returned empty-handed. Lu Yao was not in a hurry. If they could catch prey every time they went up the mountain, they would catch all the wild animals on the mountain sooner or later. And if they could return with a full harvest every time, everyone would be jealous. So this was just right. They could bring it back once or twice a week, and put the extra in the space. This would improve the food and not attract other people's attention. After all, her family was building a house now, and there were many people coming and going. If they brought meat back every day and didn't want to let others eat it, it would be really unreasonable. After making up her mind, Lu Yao carried the backpack on her back and walked towards the mountain alone. In fact, they said they were going up the mountain, but they spent more than half of the time in their paradise. Even Ice Cream was having so much fun there that she didn't want to stay with her master and went home. Chapter 205 General's Mansion. Walking up the mountain, Lu Yao was thinking about things. These days, she has been practicing her superpowers every day, and she feels that her superpowers are growing every day, but for some reason, she clearly feels that her superpowers are about to break through, but no matter how hard she tries, she can't break through. This makes her feel a little discouraged, and she almost has no confidence to practice anymore. Is it really because of the different time and space that the breakthrough is restricted? Although this was guessed a long time ago, she has never given up practicing, but facts and guesses are 2 different things. Seeing that several years have passed, she still can't break through, she can't help but feel a little discouraged. Although she wanted to break through, this was not the most important thing for her now. She thought a lot last night. She wondered if Bai Mayu and the others had burned charcoal after returning. If so, would the time traveler have noticed them? If that person was an ambitious person, Wu Ju and Rui, Bai Mayu, and the others might be in danger at any time. So she thought that after the house was built, she must find a way to go to Kyoto. She wanted to see if there was really another time traveler. What his purpose was, whether he was a good person or a bad person. If she didn't figure out these questions, she found that she kept thinking about this matter in her mind, as if she couldn't get motivated to do anything. So no matter what, she wanted to find out the truth. Otherwise she would never be able to let go of this big stone in her heart. Lu Yao took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and said, These things are not urgent. Just take care of the present. As time passed, Lu Yao walked alone into the mountains. Not long after, a pheasant with bright feathers appeared in her field of vision. Lu Yao smiled and rushed over. She wanted to grab the pheasant's neck and defeat it with one move. But she didn't expect that it would successfully escape from her. Although her ability has not been improved, her body functions have been improved a lot. Now that there are no outsiders around, Lu Yao no longer suppresses her speed. So it is only a matter of time before she catches up with it. Hey, you're already in my hands, and you still want to run, Lu Yao muttered as she chased after it. It must be said that the gap between this pheasant and the domestic chicken is still very large. It seemed that it was catching up, but the pheasant took a run up and flew up to a big tree in a blink of an eye, and stood firmly on the branch. Damn it, if you dare, don't come down, or I'll make you into braised chicken nuggets. Lu Yao jumped a few times, and found that she couldn't reach it. Perhaps the pheasant was tired from running. It actually stayed on a branch without moving at all, which made Lu Yao so angry that she started to curse. Seeing that she couldn't do anything to it, Lu Yao looked around like a thief, and found that there was no one else except her. She threw a supernatural power at the pheasant on the tree. Looking at the pheasant falling from the tree, Lu Yao walked over to pick it up, and held it in her hand. Looking at the pheasant that was electrocuted in black, she muttered in her heart, sure enough. Supernatural powers are useful, and it can defeat the enemy with one move. I told you to run. Now you know how powerful I am. After getting the first prey, Lu Yao threw the pheasant into the space, and continued to move forward into the deep mountains. Here, Lu Yao was running happily on the mountain. And the general's mansion in Kyoto, not far from here, was in a low pressure. Except for those on duty. Most of the servants hid in a house, talking in low voices. The general had been looking for his last wife, but he couldn't find her after searching all over the place. No one in the general's mansion didn't know this, and everyone was discussing this matter privately. Some young servants could not help but talk about this. Do you think Miss Lu is long gone? It's hard to say. There was famine everywhere a few days ago, and people even ate human flesh. I heard that many people were killed. If it weren't for our general's bravery and redress, those people might still be in dire straits. Well, there are disasters everywhere. Maybe Miss Lu is long gone. But if Miss Lu is gone, what will our general do? Alas, our general is really pitiful. Not only was he driven out by his own father, but now he can't find a girl he likes. Who says it's not true? Now those young ladies are scared by our general's cruelty, and no one is willing to marry him. I also heard that there were a few fearless people who wanted to meet by chance, but they were beaten back by the general. So now there are all kinds of rumors outside. Chapter 206 Slapping. Shut up. You can talk about the general's affairs? As soon as a servant finished speaking, a middle-aged man who looked like a butler and a young man in black tights suddenly walked in and spoke to the people who were talking. If Lu Yao was here, she would recognize at a glance that this young man was MO12, and this general's mansion was by Ma Yu's residence. After 2 years of fighting in the battlefield, he is now a general, and the youngest general in history. When the servant heard the voice, he didn't even dare to raise his head. He was so scared that he slid off the bed and knelt on the ground with a thud. He looked at the visitor in horror and kept begging for mercy. Manager Mo, please forgive me. I know I was wrong, and I won't dare to do it again next time. The servant banged his head on the ground while speaking. The others beside him were not much better. They banged louder and louder, as if they were afraid that the visitor would not hear them if they spoke softly. MO12 looked at these people coldly. These people were picked out from the orphans who looked good. Those with talent were planned to be trained as confidants. Those without talent but good character were kept in the mansion as errand boys, which was better than leaving them outside to starve to death. These children were still very young. The oldest was only about 12 or 13 years old. Some were only 3 or 4 years old. The masters hired special wet nurses to take care of the very young ones, and the older ones ran errands in the mansion in addition to daily training. MO12 was really scared by their looks. And they were still children. So he sighed and said, "You 5 should each open your mouth 10 times. If you don't want to be criticized, keep your mouth shut in the future. Remember this. The general's affairs are not for you to discuss." The servants were so scared that they knelt on the ground and cowed out harder. They said in unison with pale faces, "Yes. Pa pa pa." Then the room was filled with the sound of servants hitting themselves in the face, each of them crying in pain. But they did not dare to stop. MO12 looked at their pitiful appearance, and after seeing them slap 10 times, he said again, "Manager Mo did this for your own good. You are used to making trouble and talking nonsense in private. Won't you dare to say anything when you go out in the future? I don't care what people say outside. But as generals, we must not talk about our master. Do you understand? They are really a group of lawless little guys. They don't even look at the current situation in the general's mansion. If the master hears what they said just now, he will chop them with a knife. They actually said that Miss Xiaoyao is gone. Is this something that can be said casually? In the past few years, the master has been looking for Miss Xiaoyao from north to south, and from south to north. But he always returns disappointed. As time goes by, his temper becomes more and more explosive, and he is sure to explode if he is just a little bit of a fire starter. Now they only hope that after they find Miss Xiaoyao, the master's temper will return to the past. Now they dare not even breathe, for fear of accidentally offending the master again. Otherwise it will only be worse. There is no worst. But when he thought of Lu Yao, who had no news at all, MO12 sighed heavily again, and frowned even more tightly. They have been looking for such a long time. If they continue to look, can they really find her? Not to mention such a small servant. Even they don't have much confidence. Originally, he came here today to find a few new servants to serve the master. But now it seems that these few people are not suitable. So he should start looking again. Thinking of this, MO12 shook his head and turned to walk out, leaving the people kneeling on the ground. Still not understanding why the people around the general and Mo Zongwan appeared in their room. But later, when they learned that Mo Zongwan came to their room, this time to select the servants around the general, and because they and others were not careful with their mouths, they missed this opportunity. And they were so angry that they almost vomited 3 liters of blood. When they saw the arrogant friends standing beside the general, they wanted to slap themselves a few more times. If it weren't for their gossip, they would be the arrogant ones now, and the objects of others' envy. Chapter 207 by Mayu. There is a very large martial arts training ground in the backyard of the general's mansion. At this time, in the martial arts training ground, a young man in purple clothes was practicing with a sword. He was very fast, and the wind of the sword was fierce. A dozen guards stood far away, and did not dare to get close. Even though they were so far away, they still felt a stinging pain as if their skin was cut, so they all wanted to retreat further, for fear that their faces would be disfigured if they were not careful. They haven't married yet, their faces cannot be disfigured, otherwise no one would be willing to marry someone from the general's mansion. What's even more infuriating is that the master can't find a wife for Miss Xiaoyao. And he doesn't even allow them to find one. There is no woman in the mansion, except the wet nurse, who takes care of the little ones. Even the cook, and the big dog guarding the door are male. Every time I go to Vice General Wu's mansion, I see those lovely little maids in their mansion, and I feel jealous. But when I think of the terrible look of my master, I can only bury my hot heart. Moe and his men are wearing black tights, and they all have stern faces, as if they are strangers approaching. But they are very uneasy in their hearts. Oh my God! The master is so scary now, and it's getting scarier day by day. If we can't find Miss Xiaoyao, they are afraid they won't see the sun next year, let alone get married. This is what Moe and his friends are thinking at this moment. They are looking forward to Mo Air and his friends, who are still running around to find Miss Xiaoyao as soon as possible. Otherwise they are really afraid that they will die in the master's wrath if they are not careful. Just when their hearts were pounding, they suddenly saw someone rushing towards them on the small road in the distance. After a closer look, they found that the person was none other than Prince Wu. Oh! No! Now it is their deputy general, Wu Jianrui. Seeing Wu Jianrui, Moe and the others felt relieved, because the person who took the blame had come, and they no longer had to worry about being disfigured. At least not today. Wu Jianrui walked very fast, and shouted from a distance, arriving before the person. Hearing Wu Jianrui's voice, Yu twitched his lips, and silently put away his knife. With this idiot around, he couldn't think of practicing anymore. Every time he saw him practicing martial arts, he acted as if he didn't see anything and rushed forward regardless. If it weren't for his uncle, he really wanted to kill him with a knife to avoid being an eyesore. Seeing Yu walking down the martial arts training ground, Wu Jianrui was very excited. As soon as he walked in front of him, he couldn't wait to say, Yu, guess what good news I brought you today? Yu turned his head and looked at him. Seeing his excited face, he suddenly guessed in his heart, you are in such a hurry to come. It seems that Chu Xian's precious daughter has woken up. It seems that I can be scolded less in the morning court tomorrow. Don't you really want to marry her? She is known as the most beautiful person in Kyoto. Now you are the public enemy of all men in Kyoto. Do you know that you dared to make the goddess in their minds faint in public? There is only you. Yu. In Kyoto. When he heard Wu Jianrui's words, Yu raised his head and looked at him coldly, as if talking to himself, I don't want to. I only have my little girl in my heart. It doesn't matter to me whether others are beautiful or ugly. You came to me just for this little thing? Wu Jianrui was asked this question, and he retorted with a guilty conscience, how can this be considered a little thing? Tell me. You have offended several people. Don't expect me to clean up your mess when the time comes. And Xiaoyao, do you want to continue looking for her? If she really has an accident, do you really plan to never marry? Hearing Wu Jianrui's words, Yuyu's face quickly darkened, like a cat with its tail stepped on, and said excitedly, no. If she is really gone, then I will never marry. And I'll say it again. The little girl will be fine. If it happens again, don't blame me for turning against you. He will continue to look for her, to see her alive, and to see her body dead. He believes that he will definitely find her. Besides, he is not old. He is still young. He can wait. Bai Mayu thought of this, looked at Wu Junrui coldly, and warned, okay. Don't let me hear the same thing next time. Otherwise I will deal with you. Wu Junrui opened his mouth, looked at Bai Mayu's look, and still didn't dare to refute. In fact, they all knew that in such a big country, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find someone. It is not easy to find someone in such a vast sea of people. In fact, Bai Mayu also thought about this in his heart. But he couldn't give up. He always believed that Lu Yao must still be alive. But he didn't know where she was in the mountains and what happened to her. Otherwise she would definitely come to find him. Chapter 208 Slingshot. On the Daqing mountain, Lu Yao suddenly sneezed. She looked around and touched her head. What happened? Did she catch a cold? Why did she feel like someone was talking about her? Lu Yao shook her head and continued to move forward into the mountains. Today he had already hunted for prey. If he hunted a few more, he could go down the mountain and make delicious food. She hadn't eaten chicken stewed with potatoes for a long time. When she got back, she would ask Dia to make one, not two. One would definitely not be enough for so many people. Fortunately, as the weather got warmer, there were many more small animals than during the Chinese New Year, especially pheasants, rabbits, etc. As long as you walked a little deeper, you wouldn't be afraid of not being able to hunt them. Bai Mayu, who had lost his appetite and had no desire to eat or drink, would have been so angry that he would have vomited blood and died on the spot if he knew that the man who was staying with him because of something was just worrying about how many chickens to eat at night. In the evening, after dinner, Lu Yao was sitting on a chair and drinking the flower tea that Arya had made for her leisurely. Lu Yao took a sip from the water cup, and after making sure that the water temperature was just right, she gulped it all down in one breath. If those tea lovers saw this, they would definitely give her 2 words, drink like a cow. After drinking, Lu Yao poured herself a cup, and then poured a cup for Dia, who was sitting next to her. Dia, try it. The tea that Arya brewed is really good. Let's ask what flower it is later. Next time, we can go up the mountain and pick more. It tastes delicious. Okay. Well, this water is really delicious. And it's a little sweet, Dia said as she gulped down 2 gulps, and wiped her mouth happily. She found that this water was really as the lady said, and it was delicious. In a blink of an eye, the whole pot of flower tea was drunk by the 2 of them. When everyone was lying on the kong, Lu Yao silently calculated in her heart, Xiaoxian has a few moves, but he still can't keep up with the strength. When facing someone taller than him, who has some punches and kicks, he will easily suffer from insufficient strength. The last incident of the Sun family is the best proof. But is there any way to solve it? Lu Yao lay on the kong and thought about it for a long time. Finally, she came up with a solution, which was to make a long-range weapon for self-defense for everyone. After thinking about it, she finally decided to make a slingshot for everyone, because this is the easiest to make, compared with bows and arrows. Crossbows are much more convenient. Moreover, slingshots are small and can be carried anywhere. It is also very convenient for Xiaoxian and his friends. The stones on the ground are their ammunition. It is very convenient to have them everywhere, as long as they have a slingshot. It is very convenient for them to go up the mountain to hunt rabbits and pheasants. With an idea, Lu Yao fell asleep in a short time. The next morning, Lu Yao did what she said. She got up early and went to the back of the house with a knife to cut off more than a dozen branches with forked ends to make the slingshot bracket. Although she had seen it before, she had never actually made it. So Lu Yao cut more at once and started to practice with those branches that were not in good condition. After removing the branches, according to the memory of what she saw on TV, she used a knife to cut off the extra forks and bark, and the bracket of the slingshot was ready. At this time, Xiaoxian and his friends had just gotten up and came to eat breakfast. Seeing their elder sister cutting wood with a knife, they tilted their heads curiously and asked, "Elder sister, what are you doing?" Seeing the curious look of Xiaoxian and his friends, Lu Yao planned to keep them in suspense. So she said, "Guess what?" Xiaoxian and his friends scratched their heads and hummed for a long time, but they couldn't figure out what their elder sister was going to do. Seeing them like this, Lu Yao smiled maliciously. But she didn't tell them what she was going to do. After the bracket was made, she needed the most important thing. The rubber band? But there was no such thing in this world. Lu Yao thought about it, stood up and walked into the room, closed the door, and took out the tendons left over from her space when she went hunting before. Lu Yao didn't know what kind of tendons were the best for making slingshots. Besides, she put all the tendons together, and now she couldn't tell which one was which. So she had to try them one by one in the room, picked a few of the most elastic ones, and then opened the door and walked out again. Then he picked up the slingshot bracket and tied the tendons on it. This way, a small and exquisite hunting tool was ready. When Lu Yao had just finished and was holding it in her hand to embellish it, Wu Shicha, who came in from outside, said casually, "Xiao Yao, your slingshot is well made. Give me one when it's finished." Lu Yao was stunned when she heard Wu Shicha's words, and said in surprise, "Wu Shi, do you know this?" "Well, I saw it in a travelogue. It said that some children in nomadic areas would carry this with them to prevent their sheep from getting lost. If they saw sheep getting lost, they would just shoot them with some mud or something. And if they saw an eagle in the sky attacking their own animals, you can also shoot with stones. It is said to be very useful. I didn't expect you to be able to do this." "Well, I just thought of this when I was chasing pheasants in the mountains yesterday. I seem to have seen this somewhere before. So I tried it early in the morning. I didn't expect it to work. Xiao Xian and others asked me what it was just now, but I couldn't remember what it was called, so I asked them to guess it themselves." Lu Yao heard Wu Shicha's words and laughed, saying that it was a good thing that I didn't tell Xiao Xian and the others what it was just now, so I could just connect it. I was really smart. Chapter 209 First Launch Success. Lu Yao said as she picked up a small stone from the ground and tried it. The accuracy was okay, but the lethality was limited, and the range was also limited. It was not a big problem to use it to shoot sparrows, pheasants and other small animals, but it would be very difficult to encounter slightly larger prey. If you encounter a wild boar or something, then you can only help it itch. But if these stones are replaced with iron beads, it will be different. The lethality will be greatly improved. It seems that we should go to the blacksmith shop in the town or county sometime to see if they can make a batch of iron beads for use in critical moments. Those knives have restrictions, but there should be no problem with iron beads like this. Some scrap iron can make them. However, Xiao Xian and his friends are very interested in this thing called a slingshot. Looking at the slingshot in Lu Yao's hand, they praised, "Sister, you are so good. It's just SOSO." Lu Yao heard their praise and smiled slightly, saying without feeling embarrassed, after all the slingshots were made, Lu Yao gave one to each person, and she also put a few outside to be delivered to Uncle Li's children later, and took the opportunity to store the extra ones in her space. Then Lu Yao took one for herself. She didn't even have time to eat breakfast and headed for the woods with Xiao Xian and the others. Wu Shicha saw that he also wanted to try it on the spur of the moment. Anyway, there was no class this morning, and because Tongchen and the others had something to do today, the house building work had to be suspended for 2 days, so he followed with his own slingshot. Lu Yao was going to take everyone to try it out. If it didn't work, she could modify it. The weather was warm, and there were many small animals. Not long after they walked, they found a noise coming from the treetops, not far away. A fat bird just landed on the branch of a big tree, showing its superb musical talent, chirping. After seeing it, Lu Yao took out a small stone she had prepared in advance from her pocket, put it on the slingshot, and quietly attached her supernatural power to the stone. Then closed one eye and quietly aimed at the fat bird. Xiao Xian and the others followed their elder sister's example and concentrated their minds and breaths, not daring to make a sound. Everyone was quietly waiting for Lu Yao's first performance. Bang! The stone was ejected with great force, like a bullet, and drew a straight line in the air and flew directly to the fat bird on the tree. The bird's body suddenly paused, and then it fell straight from the branch. Success? When the fat bird fell from the tree, everyone was stunned in disbelief. Xiao Xian muttered when he saw this scene, "It's successful. It's too easy." Dia opened her mouth even wider, and said excitedly, "Miss, you hit it." Lu Yao walked over and picked up the fat bird that was twitching on the ground. It was not dead, but it was hit on the wing and fell down and was injured. In addition, her special ability made it twitching and unable to move. So she smiled and said, "We have lunch now, which is good. But one is not enough for our family, so we have to find some other prey. You all saw what I did just now, right?" It's very simple to aim at it. Now everyone disperse, and go find prey on your own, but don't go into the deep mountains, and be careful of people when you shoot. Did you hear me? Got it. Seeing that Lu Yao's first shot was successful, and it was so easy, everyone was full of confidence, and answered very loudly, and then they dispersed after saying that. Hearing their answers, Lu Yao's heart was already laughing. Easy. Just wait to be slapped in the face. The reason why she was able to hit the big fat bird so easily just now, that's because the place she chose was less than 4 meters away from the big bird in a straight line. Another reason is because she has good eyesight, and another reason is that she attached her special ability to the stone, making it more lethal. The range of the slingshot she made, if it exceeds 7 or 8 meters, it will be a bit difficult to hit the prey, and the power of the stone is not enough, so the chance of them hitting the prey today is very small. Lu Yao thought about it, and threw the big bird into her backpack, and continued to walk forward. While walking, she quietly looked for other prey, starting her slingshot hunting journey. Just now she tried to put her superpower on the stone, and found that this trick was more useful than others. Although it only released a little bit just now, the big bird twitched. If she hadn't used the superpower just now, with the degree of injury to the fat bird just now, although it couldn't fly, it would be no problem to get up and run a little, so she wanted to see if this trick would still work if she encountered a larger animal. Chapter 210 Useful Superpowers. Lu Yao took the slingshot and walked forward, carefully listening to the slightest movement around her. After walking for about 10 minutes, she suddenly saw something shaking in the grass in front of her. She looked closely, and saw that it was a white, spherical creature. Its small figure was extremely conspicuous in the green grass, making it easy to see at a glance, and it was hard not to be discovered. Lu Yao knew at a glance that it was a fat snow rabbit. She quietly took out a stone, put it on her slingshot, and then attached a little superpower to it, and shot a bullet without saying a word. Bang! The stone with supernatural power drew a light blue straight line in the air, and hit the rabbit's waist accurately. With a muffled sound, the rabbit, that was eating grass with its head down, fell to the ground. Lu Yao ran over quickly and found that the rabbit was just like the fat bird. It kept twitching after being hit. Seeing this, Lu Yao smiled silently. She found that her supernatural power was getting more and more useful. If she used the iron beads, it would be no problem to kill large animals. Just now she carefully observed that if her special ability was attached to the stone, a little bit of light blue would appear when it was shot out. But it would be difficult to detect if she did not look carefully. So as long as she tried to control the special ability she released each time, there would be no problem. Lu Yao thought about reaching out to catch the rabbit on the ground and throwing it into the backpack. The second prey was in hand. Today, she could have something good to eat, such as braised rabbit and fat bird stew. For Lu Yao, who had excellent eyesight, the distance of 5 or 6 meters was not a problem. So she thought that it would not be very difficult to use this slingshot to shoot these small animals. With her special ability, it was not impossible to shoot bigger prey. However, she had no problem. But Xiaoxian and the others were not sure. The power of this slingshot was too small. Lu Yao thought that the slingshots used by the herdsmen to shoot eagles in the sky that Uncle Wu mentioned just now must be enhanced versions, or the stones were processed, so the range and lethality were enough to shoot eagles in the sky. Lu Yao continued to move forward with her prey on her back. But after a few steps, her stomach started to growl. Hearing the growl of her stomach, Lu Yao remembered that because of the excitement of making the slingshot, she and the others went up the mountain without even having breakfast. But if we go down the mountain now, it's almost time for lunch. Why not just roast a fat bird here to fill our stomachs first? When she thought of the aroma of roasted bird meat, she couldn't help but drool. So Lu Yao stopped without saying anything, and used the water in the space to quickly clean the fat bird. After processing the ingredients, the next step was to roast it, but she thought that one bird might not be enough for her, so she took out half of the rabbit she had processed before from the space. While the ingredients were being marinated, Lu Yao took the time to carve a few wooden sticks with a knife. After she was done, she skewered the fat bird and rabbit, and then roasted them on the fire that had just been lit. She turned them over from time to time so that the flames could evenly roast every part, ensuring that the food could be heated evenly and not burnt. As time went by, the originally bright red bird and rabbit meat turned into an attractive golden color. Some fat seeped out of their bodies, dripping into the fire one by one, and with the fragrance wafting out, Lu Yao's stomach growled even more fiercely. But now is not the best time for them to eat. Lu Yao continued to turn them patiently, turning them from golden brown to burnt yellow. That was when they were most delicious. They were burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Just when Lu Yao was about to finish roasting, Wu Shicha's voice came from a distance. Xiaoya's cooking skills are very good. I smell the fragrance from a long distance. I knew you were making delicious food. So I followed the fragrance and came here. You are in a hurry. Are you hungry after not having breakfast? But I just added some salt and cumin. I don't know if it tastes good. Lu Yao raised her head and looked at Hao Shicha, who was staring at her roasting meat, and said with a smile, "It's okay. I'm starving now too. When I was fleeing from famine, I could still eat delicious food without salt. So it's okay as long as it's edible. Besides, it smells so good when you roast it. It must be good. Well, as long as Uncle Wu doesn't think it's bad, it'll be fine. But we'll have to wait a little while," Lu Yao said as she took a wooden stick and poked the bird meat and rabbit. Finally, she sprinkled some cumin. Then she cut off half of the rabbit meat and gave it to Wu Shicha. "Uncle Wu, would you like to try it? It should be okay," Lu Yao said as she handed the rabbit meat in her hand over. "Okay. Then I'll try it. I haven't had Xiaoya's barbecue for a long time. I'll see if her cooking skills have deteriorated," Wu Shicha said as he took the meat and took a bite. It's true. Xiaoya's cooking skills are really good. She roasted the rabbit meat so that it's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Especially the crispy outer layer is so delicious. How does it taste? Very delicious. Better than the ones I roasted before. Really? Of course. When has your Uncle Wu ever lied to you? If you don't believe me, try it yourself, Wu Shicha said as he took another big bite. One reason was that it was really delicious. And the other was that he was really hungry because he didn't have breakfast. Chapter 211 Venomous Snake. After hearing what Wu Shicha said, Lu Yao took a bite of the meat in her hand. It was really good. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and oil would spurt out from it after a bite. After tasting the barbecued meat, Lu Yao could not help but take another bite. How is it? Uncle Wu didn't lie to you, did he? This meat is really delicious. Seeing Lu Yao's expression, Wu Shicha could not help but tease her. Well, it's really good. I haven't had barbecued meat outside for a long time, so it tastes especially delicious. If it tastes good, eat more. Let's go back quickly after eating. I don't know if Xiaoxian Qinshan and the others have eaten. Besides, he had classes in the afternoon, so he had to go back as soon as possible. Lu Yao also thought of this, so he ate faster. However, they did not go back early as they wished, because the real foodie arrived. Just when Lu Yao and Wu Shicha were enjoying their meal. Sister, Uncle Wu, you are eating barbecue. And you didn't call me. Xishuan's voice was too familiar to Lu Yao. So as soon as he opened his mouth, Lu Yao knew that her little brother was here without looking up. We are hungry. Aren't we? Besides, I also wanted to call you. But how would I know where you are? How is it? Did you catch anything? Lu Yao said with a smile, and handed over the half-eaten barbecue in her hand. Xiaoxian was already starving, so he didn't care about what his elder sister had eaten. Besides, when he didn't eat it before, he often took a bite at a time. So when he saw his family members handing over half of the meat, he immediately started to eat it, and said while eating, "Sister, this rabbit meat is delicious. Do you have any more?" "No. If it tastes good, I will roast it for you when I go downstairs later." Where are Xiaobao Qinshan and the others? Oh, they followed Sister Diet downstairs. I came here because of the smell. I didn't expect there was really delicious food. When she saw Xiaoxian coming, Lu Yao reached into the backpack and took out the other half of the rabbit meat from the space. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain. After a while, a fat bird and half a rabbit were eaten up by the three of them, and even the meat on the bones was eaten up by a few of them. Xiaoxian looked at the bones on the ground and urged Lu Yao, Uncle Wu, and the others to go down the mountain quickly, because he had not eaten enough and wanted to eat more. When his eldest sister asked him if he had caught any, he did not say a word, and patted his belly, saying pitifully, "Sister, I am not full." In fact, Lu Yao was not full either. Uncle Wu was a big man after all, and his appetite was bigger than hers. So most of the meat went into his stomach. Later, with the addition of Xiaoxian, a foodie, she could eat even less. Lu Yao stretched her back, picked up her backpack, and walked down the mountain. When Dia and the others saw that the three of them had not returned yet, they cooked and ate first. Lu Yao, who was walking down the mountain, did not know that a conspiracy against her was quietly going on in a dilapidated temple in Kang Town. Old Sly, Come here. A hunchbacked old man sitting in the corner heard the voice, and walked over here quickly and said, Prince, you are looking for me? Wang Matzi nodded and said in a deep voice, Where are the things I asked you to prepare 2 days ago? The old man heard Wang Matzi's words and said, Prince, the weather is just getting warmer now, and it is really hard to find what you want. These 2 days, I gave the little beggars in the town a small steamed bun every day and asked them to look for it. But so far, they have only found about 10. Hearing the old man's words, Wang Matzi sneered, 10 is fine. Just make sure they are poisonous. Don't worry. I confirmed when I caught them. They are all poisonous. Wang Matzi nodded with satisfaction and said, Tonight, dump all these 10 snakes at the new house of Lu Yao in our village. Do you hear me? All there? Hearing Wang Matzi's words, the old sly man asked in shock. That place is building a house. If they are dumped there will be too many people bitten to death. What should we do if the government investigates? What? You have any objection? Don't forget, your little granddaughter is still waiting for you to redeem her. As long as Lu Yao dies, her family's money will be ours. Wang Matzi saw the old sly man's look, snorted coldly, and his face instantly turned black. The old sly man shook his head quickly, said with a smile, No objection. No objection is fine. Remember to wait until they fall asleep tonight before pouring it out. Wang Matzi said and walked outside, while the old sly man dragged a dozen snakes in the sack towards Qinghe village. Seeing the squirming things in the sack, the old sly man was a little frightened. If it weren't for his poor granddaughter, he really didn't want to do such an immoral thing. So many poisonous snakes were lying there. When the workers arrived there, wouldn't they all be bitten? Thinking of this, the old fox shook his head. He had no other choice. If Wang Matzi hadn't saved him that day, he might have followed the old woman. So he had to repay this favor. Another reason was that Wang Matzi said that this family was very rich, and he was very short of money. Chapter 212. There is a snake. In their family, he and his granddaughter are the only ones who depend on each other. He doesn't know how the 5 taels of silver he borrowed to treat his son's illness turned into 100 taels now. Now his granddaughter has also been captured by those people. They said that if they want her granddaughter, they must give her 100 taels of silver in exchange, or they will let her receive guests after she recovers in a month. So within this month, he must find the 100 taels of silver, or his old Su family will really be extinct. So when Wang Matzi found him, he agreed without hesitation. He didn't care whether others would be bitten to death or not. As long as he was fine, and the Su family didn't die out. That was enough. Thinking of this, the old sly man quickened his pace. When the old sly man sneaked to Qinghe village with a sack of poisonous snakes, it was already dark. From time to time, the cries of unknown small animals could be heard in the distant forest, which sounded very scary, especially in the dark night. The old sly guy was a bit timid, and he was a bit scared when he heard the sound. If it wasn't for the money, he really didn't want to do this kind of thing in the middle of the night. Wang Matzi, who had arrived home a long time ago, was lying on the bed after breakfast. But he was not sleepy at all, and he laughed smugly from time to time. He was already a little impatient to get up early tomorrow to watch the show, as long as the old sly guy put these snakes around their house. He didn't believe that they wouldn't bite them. Even if they couldn't bite the little bitch and her family, it would be okay to bite others. As long as he was in her place, working for her family, and being bitten to death by poisonous snakes, he wanted to see how they could survive in this village. That was why he asked the old sly guy to dump the snakes next to their new house. Because for him, it didn't matter who the poisonous snakes bit, as long as they drove Lu Yao and the others out of the village. As long as there was chaos tomorrow, he would take the opportunity to sneak into their house. To be able to build such a big house, there must be a lot of money, and he would be rich by then. Wang Matzi was lying on the bed, thinking in his mind, and fell asleep unconsciously, but when he fell asleep, something happened that he didn't expect. Although it is already April or May, the temperature difference between morning and night is still very large. Look, these venomous snakes that were dug out of the cave for a steamed bun are curled up and motionless after being poured out. Huh? The old sly guy thought that he had dragged it to death, so he picked up a branch beside him out of curiosity and was about to squat down to see what was going on, but at this moment, the snake suddenly twisted and swam towards the only heat source of the old sly guy. Because the distance was too close, he was frightened by this sudden situation and squatted on the ground. Seeing the snake swimming towards him quickly, The old sly guy was so scared that his face turned pale. He just wanted to get up and run away. But he found that he was so scared that he didn't even have the strength to get up and run away. Seeing this situation, he didn't care whether he would be discovered at this time. He was so scared that he screamed loudly, "Snake! There is a snake! There is a snake! Help! There is a snake!" Lu Yao and others who were closer to the new house had just laid down not long ago. At first, they thought they had heard it wrong. But after listening carefully, they found that the sound really came from their new house. Now they panicked. Who was in their room in the middle of the night? How could there be a snake? Lu Yao, Dai and Arya didn't care so much. The three of them sat up from the Kong nervously, put on their clothes, took torches, opened the door, and rushed out. He ran and shouted, "Where is the snake? Where is the snake?" The old sly man heard the voice, and didn't care who the other party was, or whether he could see it or not, and pointed at the venomous snake that was about to swim to him, and said in panic, "Here, here!" At this time, he was almost crying. Because of excessive fear, he was sitting on the ground and couldn't move, and could only stare at the venomous snake that was getting closer and closer with his triangular eyes, like a wax figure in a wax tube, motionless. Seeing that the snake was about to crawl to his feet, the old man was frightened and screamed loudly, "Help! Help!" Just when the old man thought he was dead today, Lu Yao rushed to his side with a torch. Seeing that the feet of this unfamiliar old man were full of colorful poisonous snakes with triangular heads, she gasped. Seeing that the poisonous snake was about to crawl up the old man's trouser legs, Lu Yao didn't care about anything else. Picked up a branch from the ground, and quickly picked up the snake. When the branch poked the snake immediately turned around and rolled onto the branch. This was the snake's instinct, and it would subconsciously wrap its body around the enemy. When the snake's body was completely wrapped around the branch, Lu Yao moved to the side, and then Daya, who was standing on the side, swung her knife quickly, and the venomous snake was immediately cut into 2 sections. After a while, there was no movement. Lu Yao, Daya, and Arya ignored the old sly guy sitting on the ground. The three of them took their knives and chopped the venomous snakes on the ground desperately. They had killed many snakes in the past few years, so when they saw these snakes, except for a little surprise at the beginning, they were now calm. Each of their strikes was very accurate, and each strike hit the snake's body. It didn't take long for them to deal with more than 10 venomous snakes. When the old sly saw that the 10 or so poisonous snakes he brought were all killed by the 3 teenage girls in front of him, his body softened. He lost his balance and fell backwards. "Miss, where did all these poisonous snakes come from? Why did they suddenly appear?" Looking at the poisonous snakes killed by her on the ground, Daya asked Lu Yao. "I don't know either. But this matter is strange. It stands to reason that the snakes should still be in their holes at this time. Only when the temperature is highest at noon, they will come out to move around. What's more, so many of them suddenly appeared in our new house. That's even more unreasonable. But maybe this person will give us the answer." Lu Yao pointed at the old sly lying on the ground. "These snakes would not appear here for no reason. Besides, the temperature is so low now. It is even more impossible for these poisonous snakes to appear here by themselves. So there is only one explanation. That is, these poisonous snakes were brought by the old man in front of him. Just now she simply counted them, and there were actually 12 of them." Looking at the poisonous snakes that she had killed, Lu Yao was frightened. If the old man hadn't shouted, then when the workers arrived tomorrow, the temperature would rise, and it would not be as easy to deal with as it is now. The old wily man lying on the ground pretending to be dead heard this, and he was frightened. If their conspiracy was discovered, he would be finished. Chapter 213: The Murderer Behind the Scenes. "Tell me, what happened?" Lu Yao dragged the old sly guy who was tied up like a dumpling home, and threw him to the ground, and said coldly. After hearing Lu Yao's words, the old sly guy who was thrown to the ground pretended to be dead without saying a word. Seeing that the old man didn't say anything, Lu Yao hit the acupuncture point on his knee joint with a small wooden stick in her hand. Ouch. The old sly guy only felt a numbness in his knee joint, and then he screamed in pain. The old sly guy didn't expect that this girl who looked younger than his granddaughter was so fierce, and she started to fight after a disagreement, and she was so cruel, and he almost cried in pain. "Tell me, why did you dump these poisonous snakes in the middle of the night at our new house? There must be a reason for doing this. Right? Tell me. If you don't tell the truth, then don't blame me for being ruthless," Lu Yao said coldly while playing with the knife in her hand. The old sly man saw it, and snorted coldly, and kept his mouth shut, and refused to say anything. He didn't believe that this girl could really do anything to him, but it would be a beating. Seeing this scene, Lu Yao shook her head and said, "If you don't accept the toast, you will be punished." As he said that, he swung the dagger in his hand, and it was firmly stuck in the mud at the feet of the old sly man. Ah! Looking at the flying dagger, the old sly guy was so scared that he closed his eyes and screamed. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the dagger stuck in the ground trembled, and his foot was just a little bit away. Wu Shicha and Xiaoxian, who were sleeping in the next room, were also awakened by the scream. They put on their clothes and ran over. Since they were tired from working on the construction site during the day, they went to bed after dinner. When the old sly guy shouted for help just now, they were not awakened. If it weren't for the loud scream, they really couldn't wake up. "Hey, Xiaoyao, what happened?" Wu Shicha asked when he saw the old sly guy sitting on the ground and tied up. "You mean? This old man dumped more than a dozen poisonous snakes over there in our new house." Wu Shicha frowned and asked after hearing Lu Yao's description. When Xiaoxian heard what her elder sister said, she hurried to her side, carefully checked her body, and asked, "Sister, were you bitten?" It was a poisonous snake. Lu Yao knew that he was worried about her, so she stretched out her hand and let him check it all over, so that he would not worry. "Don't worry, I really wasn't bitten. Besides, we have Sister Dia and the others. These snakes can't hurt us." "Really?" Xiaoxian was still a little worried. After all, they were poisonous snakes. There were not just one or two, but more than a dozen. Just hearing about it made one's scalp tingle. "Really, you know our abilities. We have killed snakes bigger than buckets. What's there to be afraid of with these little snakes?" "That's right." Hearing what his elder sister said, Xiaoxian nodded, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiaoyao, you and Dia and Arya go to sleep for a while. I'll watch here. We'll talk tomorrow if there's anything." Seeing that everyone was fine, Wu Shicha said to Lu Yao. After hearing this, Lu Yao shook her head and said, "It's okay, I can't sleep now anyway. We must find out what happened today as soon as possible, see what their purpose is. I'm afraid there are other tricks. But this old man is very stubborn, or miss. Let's get up early tomorrow and report to the police. Let the government handle it, after all. This is a poisonous snake. If it bites someone, it will kill them." "I think Dia is right." Lu Yao, Dia, Wu Shicha. The three of them sang the same tune, but their eyes were always observing the reaction of the old sly guy, seeing his body, after hearing the report to the police. They couldn't help but tense up. The three of them knew something was going to happen. So, well, I think Dia is right. I heard that when the government officials catch someone, they will be taken to the county government office. No matter if he is guilty or not, he will be beaten with 20 boards first. No, sister, if this person is beaten to death, can we find out who is the murderer behind the scenes? Xiaoxian thought that if they really sent this person to the county government office, and if he was really beaten, wouldn't they really be able to find the person who wanted to harm them? So when he heard his sister's words, he objected hastily. "Xiaoxian, you don't know this, right? Anyway, this old man is the murderer. You don't care if he is the mastermind or not. Kill him. I want to see if anyone dares to do bad things to us after he dies." "Yes, Xiaoxian, your sister is right. We have just arrived in Qinghe village not long ago. These people saw us building a house and thought that our family was rich. So they wanted to bully us. We must not be lenient in this matter. We must let those who do bad things see that we are not easy to mess with. So I will tell the village chief at dawn tomorrow morning, and then escort him to the county government to be beaten. In that case, let's take a nap first. Uncle Wu, call me if you have anything." "Well, go ahead," Lu Yao said, and walked towards the room seriously. She didn't even look at the old sly guy sitting on the ground, as if he was really unimportant to her. I said, "Don't take me to see the officials," I said. Seeing this, the old sly man could no longer sit still. Seeing that Lu Yao was really going to leave, he spoke hastily. If he was really taken to see the officials, then he would really be dead. Even if he didn't die, he would be skinned alive. Originally, he thought that he would be done after releasing the snake, but he never expected this to happen. It was all because of his hands that he was too busy. If he didn't move, he didn't move. He had to take a branch to poke it. But now that it has happened, he can only tell the whole story, including that he did this to repay his gratitude and to save his poor granddaughter. He told everything without reservation, just hoping that after hearing his story, these people in front of him would be lenient with him. After listening to the old sly guy's story, Lu Yao walked to his side and looked down at him. Seeing Lu Yao like this, the old sly guy looked up and asked, "Why are you looking at me like this?" Lu Yao didn't say anything. She looked at him with a heavy gaze, as if she wanted to see through his skin and see his heart to see if he was lying. After a long time, she slowly said, "You mean? Wang Matzi asked you to do all these things. Is there any witness?" "Yes. The little beggars in the dilapidated temple outside the town can testify for me. They were all there at the time and heard what Wang Matzi said. I promise." "I just said?" "Uncle Wu, did you write down everything he said just now?" Lu Yao ignored the old sly guy and turned to ask Wu Shicha, who had been recording. After seeing him nod, she asked him to take the old sly guy's fingerprints. After that, she said to Dia and others, "Dia, you will take this old man with me to the town to get witnesses. Uncle Wu, before I come back, you should just pretend that nothing happened and keep everything the same. Okay. Be careful." "Got it." Chapter 214 Confrontation. Lu Yao went out, threw the old sly guy onto the donkey cart. Before dawn, according to his instructions, they saw a dilapidated house in the southwest of the town. In the house, there were more than a dozen dirty children, big and small, lying or sitting. This place is far from the town, and it is a bit remote, and has been abandoned for many years. Except for these homeless people, no one would come to this place normally. If it weren't for the old sly guy leading the way, this place would be really hard to find. Lu Yao didn't waste any more time. After eating some food, she took the witnesses on the donkey cart and drove back to the mansion. When Lu Yao came back and arranged the people outside the village and rushed home, they saw Wang Matzi sneaking around near their home, and Wang Shi and Wang Kaiwa were following behind. Lu Yao's eyes darkened when she saw these two people. She knew that Wang Kaiwa always ran towards her home every day, no matter what. And it must be bad news. Sure enough, they were also involved in this matter. Good, very good, very good. It seems that this family is really haunting. It has only been a short time, and they are not honest again. It seems that I was too gentle last time, otherwise. How could they heal the wound so quickly and forget the pain? And Lu Yao also heard them muttering, "Son, is the old man you found reliable? They have been working for half a day. How come there is no movement at all?" "Yes, brother. The old man is afraid of something happening and ran away." "What are you talking about? I saw him return to our village yesterday, and I went back to rest when I saw him go to the direction of that little bitch's house. Do you think everyone is as brainless as you? But why is there no movement?" "I don't know. Maybe they haven't encountered those poisonous snakes yet. There are so many, and I can't touch any of them. As long as one bites us, our business will be done. Why are you in such a hurry? Also, Mom, you and Kaiwa remembers this. When things get chaotic later, you two don't care about what you find outside. I'm watching you. You can go directly to their house and look for good things, especially silver and gold and silver jewelry. Did you hear me? Don't worry, brother. I haven't been to their house so many times in vain. I know where the good things are." After Wang Kaiwa finished speaking, she said silently in her heart, "Although she has not succeeded in getting it every time, but isn't the sleeping room the place where things can be stored? She will go straight to the room later, get the things and run away. She won't share any of them. Do you really think she is stupid? If the good things really fall into their hands, she will definitely not get any good." Wang Kaiwa thought about it, and touched the household registration certificate placed in her inner clothes secretly. She had taken the most important and best things with her. She would leave after taking the things. Besides, the truth will come out soon. Just look at the fate of the Bai family. They would not run here and wait for death. That's fine. Whether we can live a good life in the future depends on today. Also, Mother, after you take the things, put this package in the water tank they usually use. What is this? Son? Arsenic. Hearing the word arsenic, Wang's hand seemed to be electrocuted. She immediately threw away the small paper bag in her hand and said tremblingly, "Son, we are not going to do this kind of murder. We will be imprisoned for this." Lu Yao and Diamao were in the corner. Hearing Wang Matzi's words, she wanted to chop him with a knife right now, but before they could act, Wang Kaiwa beside them laughed and said, "Mom, you don't think that those snakes that brother asked people to find are just for fun? Even if you don't put this medicine, if people know about it, we will be in jail." Anyway, she was going to leave. She was not afraid of death. She wanted the matter to get out of hand, and finally get them both involved. so she said it without thinking about the big deal. Son, did you really find a poisonous snake? Didn't you say so? So after I recovered, I went to the town to find someone. Wang's face turned pale when she heard this. I was just angry that day. Okay. Mother. Don't say anything more. Anyway, it's done. What's the point of talking about it now? Let's just wait quietly. If someone finds out. What will happen if someone finds out? Lu Yao and the other two moved over and continued her words. Then you're dead. Wang Kaiwa felt something was wrong after she finished speaking. Why did she seem to hear the voice of that little bitch? When she looked up, she screamed and wished she had the ability to turn herself invisible. Hearing Wang Kaiwa's scream, Wang and Wang Matzi were about to turn around to punish her. But when they saw the person coming, their hearts skipped a beat, and they secretly thought it was over. Wang Matzi reacted the fastest. After seeing Lu Yao and the others, he was stunned for a moment, and wanted to get up and run away. But Lu Yao, who had been paying attention to her for a long time, would let him run away? Of course not. After a struggle, Lu Yao led the three people to the square at the entrance of the village. After arriving, she explained the whole process of the incident, and the villagers, and the village chief, who came after hearing the news. After everyone heard it, they sighed. They didn't expect that the Wang mother and son were so vicious, and dared to do such a thing that harmed people's lives. When many people who helped Lu Yao build the house heard this, they wanted to tear them apart right now. When Wang Matzi heard Lu Yao's words, although he was trembling with fear, he still said stubbornly, "This matter has nothing to do with me. This old sly guy targeted your family because of his granddaughter, and saw that your family was building a house. It really has nothing to do with us." After hearing this, Village Chief Lu had a dark face and said angrily, "Shut up. If they hadn't done this, he would never believe it." After being with Lu Yao for so long, he believed that she was not a person who spoke nonsense. But he still wanted to confirm it again. So he said to Lu Yao, "Xiao Yao, what you said is all true. He really put more than a dozen poisonous snakes where we work. Every word is true. This is the confession of the old man." And he pressed his fingerprints. According to his confession, Wang Matzi asked him to do this. And when I went to catch them just now, I heard the three of them hiding not far from my house, and said it with their own mouths. They also wanted to poison our family. This is a bag of arsenic that fell from their hands, Lu Yao said, and handed the bag of arsenic that just fell from Wang's hands to the village chief. No, village chief. These are all things that this little bitch wants to frame us. Our family has never done this. She made them up. She wants to take revenge on us. Yes, she wants revenge on me for stopping her last time. After hearing Lu Yao's words, Wang said in a loud and bitter voice, "Really? Yes, village chief. You have to take care of us orphans and widows. These things are all made up by this little bitch. We really didn't do it. Really. You have to believe me. How could we want to bite everyone with a poisonous snake?" Wang cried loudly. Chapter 215. Beating Wang cried loudly. Seeing her like this, Lu Yao said coldly, "I hope you can still say such words later. Come on. Bring the old sly guy and those little beggars up." Wang Matzi knew he was finished when he saw the old sly guy. He sat there with a sad face, as if he had lost his soul, sitting on the ground motionless. Wang Matzi, what else do you have to say when you see these people? Don't worry. If anything happens to my family, you will all be buried with us. So no one in your family can escape today, Lu Yao said to Wang Matzi, who was sitting on the ground with a sneer. When Wang heard Lu Yao's words, she choked, and then crawled on the ground and cried even harder, with snot and tears all over her face, which made her look even more pitiful. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I didn't teach him well. Please forgive him this time for my sake." As she said this, Wang couldn't help but kowtow to Lu Yao and the others, and her eyes were full of aging. When Lu Yao saw this, she quickly stepped back and said coldly, "Now you know you're wrong, but it's too late. Didn't you just call him a little bitch happily, and you seem to have forgotten that you and he are in the same group? Don't say you don't know about this. So what qualifications do you have to ask for my forgiveness now? And you seem to have forgotten your purpose, actually saying that if you can't bite me, it's okay to bite the people who helped me build the house. What do you think it is? Is it a little bug? Will it be fine after a bite? Look, these are all poisonous snakes." Poisonous snakes. As Lu Yao said this, she picked up the sack beside her, and poured out more than 10 poisonous snakes they had killed last night. Seeing the colorfully cut venomous snakes that Lu Yao poured out, not to mention Wang, even the people around, all felt cold all over, and cold sweats broke out, because many of them were helping Lu Yao's family. If Lu Yao and her friends hadn't discovered it early, then as soon as they came to work, they would have been bitten. What they heard just now was completely different from what they actually saw, and some timid women and girls screamed in fear. Wang, who was sitting on the ground, was also frightened after seeing so many poisonous snakes. She was just angry, and said it casually that day. She didn't expect her son to find so many poisonous snakes. If they really bite people, their family will be finished. The most important thing is that this little bitch heard that they wanted to poison their family to death. So she would not let them go. Wang Kaiwa looked at her mother and elder brother, who were shivering on the ground. She felt distressed and anxious. In a hurry, she knelt down to Lu Yao and begged for her forgiveness. However, she forgot that she was also a part of it. Lu Yao didn't even look at her, and said to Dia, "Slap her face." Hearing Lu Yao's words, Wang Kaiwa was instantly shocked. But before she could react, Dia walked up to her, held her shoulders, and began to slap her. With Dia's strength, Wang Kaiwa's cheeks soon became red and swollen. Although Wang usually disliked her daughter, she felt a little sorry to see her being beaten. So she turned her head and looked away. She was beaten more than 10 times in a row, until her mouth was bleeding, and Dia let her go. At this time, Wang Kaiwa was completely stunned. Her mind was blank. It took her a long time to come back to her senses. She was beaten. However, when she saw the people in front of her who wanted to slap her to death, she wanted to cry but didn't dare to. She could only sit on the ground, her body trembling. Wang Kaiwa knew clearly what role she played in this matter. If she hadn't kept telling her eldest brother how rich Lu Yao's family was, and if she hadn't seen them building a house, her lazy eldest brother would not have made up his mind to do such a thing. And the words she said just now made her dare not make a sound. It was precisely because she knew this that she became even more afraid after Dia and the others beat her. She almost used up all her strength to hold back her tears, and dared not make any sound. For she was afraid that if she made a sound, she would be beaten again. After dealing with the two women, one big and one small, Lu Yao stepped forward and grabbed Wang Matzi, who had never spoken since the old sly guy appeared, and held his shoulders to the ground, punching and kicking him. Wang Matzi screamed like a pig. When Wang saw her beloved son being beaten by Lu Yao, she stood up and rushed over, yelling, "Murder! Murder! You little bitch! You dare to hit my son! I will fight you!" Lu Yao saw her rushing over, and ignored her and continued to beat her, but said to Dia next to her, "Dia, you come and watch her. Don't let her come over. I will definitely beat this black-hearted man to death today." Although Wang worked all year round, and was stronger than those old men and women who stayed in the city, she was no match for Dia, who had amazing strength. So she was easily pinned down by Dia, and could not move. At this time, Wang Matzi's face had been beaten into a pig's head, and blood was dripping on his clothes, which was very miserable. He scratched with his hands, trying to use the force to resist, but he was no match for Lu Yao. Seeing him like this, Lu Yao stepped on his small joints, and with a snap, Wang Matzi screamed and fainted. When the people who came to watch heard this crisp sound, they felt pain for Wang Matzi, and everyone smacked their lips and talked about it. "My goodness, this Xiao Yao is too fierce. She was really cruel. I think Wang Matzi's leg is probably broken. I didn't realize that Xiao Yao is so cruel. How can she not be cruel? You don't even see what they did. If Xiao Yao hadn't found these poisonous snakes in advance and caught people, there would be more than 1 or 2 people lying on the ground today. Yes, this Wang Matzi is really vicious. A person can do such a harmful thing. Who said it's not? Even arsenic was used. They really wanted Xiao Yao and the others to die. This Wang and Kaiwa are not good people. Seeing how ruthless Xiao Yao is just now, these 2 people must be involved. Who said it wasn't true? What kind of parents you have, you will have what kind of children you have. Look at their usual behavior. It's exactly the same as Wang's." Everyone said all kinds of things, but no one stepped forward to help persuade them. After hearing the old man's testimony, everyone wanted Lu Yao to beat them to death. Now Wang Matzi had been beaten by Lu Yao to the point that he was breathing out more than breathing in. Seeing her stop, Wang Matzi lay on the ground and trembled, saying, Little brat, what do you want to do? Let me tell you, killing someone is You will go to jail. Seeing that he still dared to be stubborn at this time, Lu Yao looked at him with contempt and snorted coldly. Really? It's a pity that you have to die first. You don't have to worry about whether I will go to jail or not. As Lu Yao said this, she put the dagger in her hand on his neck. With a little force, the skin on Wang Matzi's neck was cut, and the bright red blood dripped down his collar in an instant. Wang Matzi was frightened by Lu Yao's actions and stiffened his neck, not daring to move. Soon, a smell of urine floated in the village square. Chapter 216 Expelled from the village. Everyone said all kinds of things, but no one stepped forward to help persuade and help. After hearing the old man's testimony, everyone wanted Lu Yao to slap them to death. This mind is too vicious. Usually, they just thought that their family liked to take advantage of a little bit, but they didn't expect that now they dared to do such a thing as killing people. It's really terrible. Now Wang Matzi had been beaten by Lu Yao to the point that he was breathing out more than breathing in. Seeing her stop, Wang Matzi lay on the ground and trembled. Little girl. What do you want to do? Let me tell you. Killing someone means, yes, you will go to jail. If you dare to beat me to death, my mother will go to the county to sue you tomorrow. Seeing that he still dared to be stubborn at this time, Lu Yao looked at him with contempt and snorted coldly. Really? It's a pity that you have to die first. You don't need to worry about whether I will go to jail or not. As Lu Yao said this, she put the dagger in her hand on his neck. With a little force, the skin on Wang Matzi's neck was cut, and the bright red blood dripped down his collar in an instant. Wang Matzi was so frightened by Lu Yao's behavior that he stiffened his neck, not daring to move. Soon, a strong smell of urine wafted through the village square. Seeing this, many people covered their noses and laughed. Village Chief Lu was really afraid that Lu Yao would do something stupid. It was not worth it for such a person. So he stepped forward and said, Xiao Yao, don't do stupid things. It's not worth getting your hands dirty for such a person. Listen to me, and move the knife away. When Wang heard what the village chief said, she shouted as if she had received an imperial decree. Did you hear me? Little girl. Put the knife down quickly? How can a girl like you be wilder than a man? If you really kill my son today, I will go to the county to sue you. When village chief Lu heard Wang's words getting more and more outrageous, he said angrily, Get out of the way. You can't speak. No one thinks you are dumb. If she wasn't a woman, he really wanted to slap her to death. At this time, she still didn't know how to give in. She deserved to be beaten with her whole family. If he were Xiao Yao, he would definitely beat her more severely than this. According to him, this was not a light beating. Village Chief Lu asked someone to pull Wang aside. Then he stepped forward and said, Xiao Yao, let's talk it over. Put down the knife first. I will give you a satisfactory answer to today's matter. What do you think? Lu Yao looked at the village chief and said slowly, I can put down the knife. But this family must be driven out of the village. Otherwise, I will not dare to sleep in the middle of the night. If I keep this family, I may offend him again one day, and he will kill me with a bag of arsenic. When the people around heard what Lu Yao said, they also said yes. The village chief also agreed with Xiuya's words. Keep them. They might kill our whole village. Yes, village chief, look. It's only been a short time since the winter hunting, and he started to behave again. Yes, village chief, this time it was more than 10 poisonous snakes and arsenic. What if they throw arsenic into the well where we usually drink water, or find someone to catch 100 poisonous snakes, then our whole village will be in trouble. Yes, expel them from the village. We can't tolerate such people in our village. But now their family has already aroused public anger, and is even more hated than the Bai family was before. When Lu Yao, who was standing in the crowd, heard what the old man said, her mouth twitched. You think these poisonous snakes are cabbages? There are more than 100 of them. But she still listened to him. It can be said that she likes to listen to anything that is unfavorable to Wang Matzi. Yes, Xiao Yao, listen to Aunt Dahua. Please, let's put down the knife first. This man deserves to die. But it's not worth sacrificing yourself. Yes, Xiao Yao, listen to your uncle and aunt. Put it down. The Li couple were also anxious like ants on a hot pot, afraid that Lu Yao would get excited and do something stupid. Wu Shicha, Xiao Xian, Dia, and the others stood aside, and never said a word of persuasion from beginning to end. It was not that they did not care, but that they believed in Lu Yao, and believed that she knew how to do things. But if anyone dared to bully her, they would not be ashamed. After hearing what Lu Yao and the others said, Wang Shi, Wang Kaiwa and Wang Matzi, who was lying on the ground, turned their eyes to the village chief for help. They could not be driven out of the village. Otherwise they would really have nothing. However, they didn't know that this time they had touched Lu Yao's weak spot. It was too late. No one could plead for them. Besides, no one was willing to plead for such a family. That would be courting death. Seeing that village chief Lu nodded to her, Lu Yao knew what to do. So she put a little more weight on the knife on Wang Matzi's neck, which frightened Wang Matzi so much that he started to scream. He said, "Tell me, do you want to die right now under my knife? Or do you want to leave the village and never step into Qinghe village again?" Wang Matzi was frightened by Lu Yao's actions and screamed. And Wang, who was standing next to him, saw the blood flowing from her precious son's neck, and cried, "Let's leave. Let's leave. Please let my son go. Please, let my son go," she cried loudly as she spoke. Hearing Wang's words, Lu Yao smiled with satisfaction. "Okay, very good, how about this? I'm not such an unkind person. Just limit you to leave Qinghe village before the sun sets today, otherwise. Don't blame me for being rude to you. Also, it's better not to let me run into you next time, otherwise I'll beat you up every time I see you." After saying that, his fists hit Wang Matzi all over again. After a few hits, he was almost silent. Wang Matzi gave up all resistance, lying on the ground like a dead dog motionless. Seeing this, village chief Lu said to Lu Yao, "Okay, Xiao Yao, that's enough. Don't kill anyone. It's not worth it for such a person." "Okay, village chief. I know what I'm doing," Lu Yao said, and kicked Wang Matzi on the ground twice. Wang Matzi, who was about to faint, howled and woke up. Lu Yao knew how to strike and knew the limit. Although Wang Matzi looked miserable, he would not die. At most, he would suffer some physical pain. Oh, and he would probably be disabled for life. But Lu Yao knew how severe her attack was. But the people around her didn't know. So her last kick shocked the whole village. Everyone was dumbfounded. Good man. This kick would probably make him lie down for a year and a half. Lu Yao was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. This was the effect she wanted. It was time to let everyone see her skills. So that when the house was built, and she went out, and something happened, Uncle Wu, Uncle Chen, Uncle Li and others at home would not be bullied. She thought that after what happened today, if anyone had any thoughts that shouldn't be there, they would always be cautious. Otherwise Wang Matzi's fate would be their best fate. Lu Yao put away the knife, and walked to Wang Kaiwa's side, sneering. Just when Wang Kaiwa thought she was going to be beaten again, and was begging for mercy with her head wrapped, she suddenly heard Lu Yao's voice. And only then did she truly regret provoking someone she shouldn't have provoked. "Oh, I'm in a good mood now. And I'm telling you for free that the mother and son, who didn't even know they were sold, actually don't need to go back to clean up. Because your daughter and sister have already packed up the valuables. Right?" Wang Kaiwa. Chapter 217 Shopping. Lu Yao put away the knife, walked to Wang Kaiwa's side, sneered. Just when Wang Kaiwa thought she was going to be beaten again, wrapped her head and begged for mercy. Suddenly, she heard Lu Yao's voice in her ears, and then she really regretted provoking someone she shouldn't have provoked. "Oh, I'm in a good mood now. I'm telling you for free that you mother and son, who didn't even know they were sold, actually you don't need to go back to clean up. Because your daughter and sister have already packed up the valuables, right?" Wang Kaiwa. You. When Wang Kaiwa heard Lu Yao's words, she felt like she was in an ice cellar, shivering all over, and after a long time of talking to you, she still couldn't figure out what was going on. Seeing him like this, Lu Yao smiled and said, "Do you want to ask? How do I know that you want to take my things and run away alone? Or do you want to ask if you plan to kill two birds with one stone by letting your mother and brother die with me?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this. It turned out that the most terrifying people were not Wang Matzi and Wang Shi, but Wang Kaiwa, who always looked timid in front of others. When Lu Yao said this, Wang Kaiwa's eyes stared at her, as if they were filled with poison. At this time, she wanted to eat her alive. This time, she was really finished. Finished, as expected. When he turned around, he saw his mother staring at him, as if she didn't recognize him. If she could move at this moment, she would definitely come and tear her to pieces. His brother was even more ferocious and gnashed his teeth at her, wishing to cut her into pieces. After Lu Yao finished speaking, she laughed twice, said hello to the village chief, and left with her family. She was a girl. In public. How could she do such a thing as killing someone? However, this did not prevent her from borrowing a knife to kill someone and killing each other. Isn't this what they want? If they dare to plot against her, she will have to bear the consequences. Besides, she would still be living in Qinghe village for a long time, and she couldn't let herself be labeled as a female devil. However, Lu Yao, who was walking away, didn't know that she had now become the person that everyone in the village recognized as someone who should not be provoked. If she knew, she might not have been so cruel just now, especially the last kick. After watching Lu Yao and the others leave, Village Chief Lu waved to the people in the square and said, "Go back. There's nothing to do. Go do what you need to do." After saying that, he looked at the mother and her 2 children on the ground, and finally sighed and left. However, when he was carrying people on his back, he grinned silently. With this, from now on, the village will finally be quiet. Good. Very good. I have to invite Xiao Wu and Xiao Li to my house to have a couple of drinks to celebrate in the evening. After Lu Yao returned home, she called Li De and asked him to send these poor little beggars back, and gave each of them 2 taels of silver. As for the old sly guy, Lu Yao asked Dai to beat him up, and then threw him out of the village and ignored him. Such a person who disregarded the lives of others for his own interests was not worthy of her sympathy. As for Wang Matsu's family, she believed that they would not dare to stay in the village anymore. Now, not to mention her, even the people in the village would not allow such a vicious person to continue to stay in the village, because everyone knows that this family is a time bomb. If they stay in the village, they might attack someone again. So it is safer to drive them out of the village, and it is best not to see them again. Big sister, you are really amazing. After returning home, Xiaobao looked at Lu Yao with his big eyes shining brightly, and his face was full of admiration. Yeah. Even Qinchin, who usually doesn't talk, stood beside her and nodded his head wildly, humming twice, agreeing with Xiaobao's words. He felt that Sister Xiaoyao was more powerful than his father. When he grows up, he wants to be as powerful as her and beat up bad guys in the same way. Although Wu Shicha didn't say anything, his eyes were still looking at Lu Yao. The emotions flashing in his eyes seemed a little complicated. He felt that some things were better handled by a grown man like him. But Lu Yao didn't agree. She didn't want to get involved in some things. Maybe she also felt that she was not suitable for such fighting. Lu Yao was stared at by so many people at once, and she felt a little uncomfortable. After a light cough, she said, "Dia, and I will definitely protect you and make you happy every day. We believe in the elder sister. We believe in the young lady," the little guys said in unison. The next day, early in the morning, as soon as Lu Yao finished breakfast, she said to Dia, "Come with me to the county today." Before she could finish her words, Xiaoxian, who had just run away, suddenly appeared and said to Lu Yao's sister, "I want to go too." Lu Yao looked at Xiaoxian, thought about it and nodded. Indeed, she hadn't taken him out to play for a long time. Anyway, she just wanted to buy some food today, so she took one more. When Lu Yao, Dai and Xiaoxian were about to set off in the donkey cart, Xiaobao, Qinchin and Arya came back from playing outside. When they saw Lu Yao taking Dia and Xiaoxian out, they clung to the donkey cart and refused to let go, saying pitifully, "We want to go too." Lu Yao looked at the few people. In the end, she had no choice but to take them all with her. She also went back to the house and wrote a note for Uncle Wu, who was out for a walk, so that he wouldn't worry when he came back and couldn't find anyone. When Wu Shicha came back from his walk, he found that he was the only one left at home. He saw the note on the table and realized that they had left him and went to the county to play. He had no choice but to go back to his home and read his books. Qinghe village is a little farther from the county than the town. It takes more than 2 hours to get there by donkey cart. He met a few villagers who wanted to hitchhike on the way, but when he saw that their car was full, he didn't dare to ask. Arriving at the county, Lu Yao saw that it was much more lively than the town, so she spent 5 cents to have someone watch the donkey cart, and then took the kids for a walk. After 2 hours of traveling, Lu Yao felt a little hungry, so she planned to find a small stall to eat something. Xiaoxian and Xiaobao, "What do you want to eat?" "We want wontons," several people said in unison. Lu Yao had no choice but to take them to a stall that looked relatively clean, and each person ordered a large bowl of wontons. The wontons were served very quickly. 6 bowls of hot wontons were served soon. They were sprinkled with sesame oil and chopped green onions, which made people very hungry. After the 6 people finished eating and paid, they went straight to the food store. Since they planned to leave for Kyoto after the house was built, then she had to prepare food and drink for Uncle Wu, Jinchen and Xiaobao as soon as possible. She must take Xiaoxian with her, and Dia with her. As for Arya, it was up to her. If she wanted to go with her, it was fine. This time she wanted to find a doctor with good medical skills for her. This girl was very talented in this area, and she didn't want to bury her. When she got to the store, she bought 100 jin of rice, white flour, and mixed flour, and asked them to deliver them to the store where she had parked her donkey cart. After buying these, Lu Yao went to buy some oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. Not only food, but also these things had to be prepared for them. Sometimes, Lu Yao felt like she was an old woman, taking care of the food, drink, defecation, urination, and clothing of the whole family. Seeing the white pig fat, Lu Yao waved her hand generously and took it all. The boss of Lu gave her a pig bone. This was a worthless thing in their eyes, but it was a good thing in the eyes of Lu Yao and others. It was the most delicious thing for stewing soup. So they shamelessly asked the boss for 2 more. The boss saw that it was something no one wanted, so he gave it away. This made Lu Yao and the others squinted their eyes in joy, and they praised the boss for being honest. It didn't matter how valuable the gift was, the key was that it was a gift, so it was worth being happy. And they felt that they had earned something. After buying the things, the group went home happily. Chapter 218 Pig Lard. The group returned home. After Dia helped unload the things from the car, she went into the kitchen to wash her hands, and took a knife to cut the big piece of white pig lard that she had just bought. After the iron pot was heated, she put the cut pig lard into the pot. Such a big piece just filled up a big pot. Then she followed her mistress's advice, and cut a big piece of ginger into it. It is said that the lard boiled in this way is easy to store, and not easy to spoil, and it has no pig hair smell, and is very fragrant. Arya continued to help out, lighting the fire. Dia prepared the ingredients for dinner, stirring them from time to time to prevent the bottom from getting burnt. Otherwise the oil would not taste good. When all the lard turned golden, Dia took a colander to scoop out the oil residue, and put it in the big basin prepared by her mistress. She scooped the oil into 3 earthenware jars, which would last for a long time. Lu Yao, who had been waiting for a long time, saw the oil residue coming out of the pot, and immediately sprinkled some white sugar on it and waited, trying to make every piece of oil residue covered with white sugar, and finally sprinkled some chopped green onions, which was so fragrant that it was enough to kill people. Isn't it that the little greedy cat was attracted by the fragrance? Xiaoxian just came in and couldn't move his feet when he smelled the fragrance. When he came in and saw it, he knew that everyone in his family was making delicious food again. So he stood by and watched eagerly, and didn't go out to play with Xiaobao and the others, and swallowed his saliva from time to time. Seeing his greedy look, Lu Yao laughed a lot. Her brother was a real foodie. Seeing that his saliva was about to drip, she picked up a piece for him. But they both forgot how hot the oil residue was just out of the pot. As soon as Xiaoxian took it, he screamed in pain, but he was reluctant to throw it away. Seeing him come to his senses, Lu Yao laughed out loud. Dia and Arya beside him also laughed a lot. Xiao Bao and the others also smelled the fragrance, and went into the kitchen one by one. However, seeing Xiaoxuan's miserable appearance, they were very tactful, and didn't say anything. They should wait until it cools down before eating. But it was too fragrant, making them swallow their saliva constantly. When it was almost cool, Lu Yao served a small bowl for them to eat outside. Then, she threw a piece into her mouth. It was so crunchy when she took a bite. Lu Yao squinted her eyes instantly. This taste was the same as what she had eaten in the restaurant when she worked in her previous life. It was so nostalgic. Dia and Arya, come and eat the oil residue. Lu Yao called to the 2 sisters, who were busy in the kitchen. She couldn't help eating a few more pieces, and then stopped. It wasn't that she didn't want to eat it, but it was too irritating. Eating too much would easily cause blisters in the mouth. Dia was doing her work, and she came out and said, "Miss, you guys eat first, and we'll eat together after we finish cooking. Otherwise the food in the pot will get burnt." Lu Yao heard Dia's words, and walked inside to see that Dia had already started cooking in the same pot that she had used to boil oil. She really knows how to live. If anyone marries Dia in the future, He will probably be secretly happy every day. Lu Yao thought to herself. And praised generously, Duh. You are so good at living. If a guy marries you, it would be like picking up a treasure. You can handle both the living room and the kitchen. Hunt in the mountains. And fish in the river. Hearing the praise from her young lady, Duh blushed and said embarrassedly, Young lady. I am not as good as you say. Yes. 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 Absolutely. Right. Arya. Yes. The young lady and the eldest sister are both very capable. Our Arya is also very capable. The three of them laughed after praising each other, because they suddenly felt like Wangpo was bragging about herself. But Lu Yao was really happy for them in her heart. For girls like them, if they really had a skill in ancient times, it would be a big advantage. They were beautiful, could earn money and do housework, and could cook well. They would be confident when they got married and would not be bullied. But when Lu Yao and Dia and Arya brought the dishes out of the kitchen, they saw that only half of the large basin of oil residue was left. Even Uncle Wu, who came over at some point, joined in. They were really a group of foodies. They came just by smelling the food. Wu Shicha saw Lu Yao coming out and smiled embarrassedly. It smells so good. I ate a bite before you came out. Lu Yao looked at the half of the oil residue left in the basin and muttered to herself, You can really hold it in one bite. You've already eaten half of it. Thinking, she went forward and took the big basin into the kitchen. It's not that she felt sorry for the oil residue, but, alas, Lu Yao sighed. I don't know how they will feel tomorrow morning when they know that they will get bubbles after being greedy and can't eat anything. How Shicha and Xiaoxian looked at the empty table. In their eyes, she just felt sorry for the oil residue. Lu Yao turned around and saw their expressions, and didn't explain much. Anyway, she was not the one who felt uncomfortable. Humph, one by one. I told you that I was stingy. I wanted to ask Arya to make you a bowl of heat-reducing tea, but now there is no more. You just wait to be uncomfortable. Lu Yao snorted, leaving them with a proud back. Let them experience it themselves. Only little Qinshan felt that he and his friends seemed to have upset Sister Xiaoyao. He pulled the corner of his father's clothes anxiously. Wu Shicha patted his little head calmly, telling him that it was okay. He knew that Xiaoyao was joking with him. Also, he felt that he was too greedy just now. These were just taken out of the pot, and they were very hot. Thinking of this, he hurried into the kitchen and asked Arya to make a bowl of heat-reducing tea for each of them. After dinner, Lu Yao took the bath water that Dia prepared for her, and went to the room to wash. Although she didn't do any work, she always felt uncomfortable if she didn't wash. Speaking of this, Lu Yao didn't know how many times she had complained about her hypocrisy in her heart. In the end times, although she had space and plenty of water, in order not to be discovered, she didn't have the opportunity to take a bath every day. Isn't she still living well? When she was just reborn, she didn't have the conditions to take a bath every day. On the contrary, now she feels uncomfortable if she doesn't take a bath for a day. But maybe people are like this. When there are no conditions, they can still endure it, but once the conditions are met, they can't stand it anymore. But then again, if you can still endure not taking a bath every day when you have the conditions, then you are sloppy, unhygienic, and it is a disease, and it needs to be treated. For Lu Yao, when you can enjoy, of course you should enjoy it. She has suffered all kinds of hardships in her previous life, so she can live as comfortably as she wants in this life, so that she will not live in vain. If she still lives like in her previous life, and wants to split $1 into 2 to spend, then she will live too aggrievedly, and what is the meaning of life like this? Chapter 219 New Home. The next morning, when Lu Yao woke up, she found that she was the only one left at home with the least time. Uncle Wu must have gone to teach the children. Xiaoxian, Xiaobao, Chunshan and Arya didn't need to think about it, and they must have gone to class with him. As for Dia, there was no need to think too much, because she was either helping in the new house, or in the vegetable garden. Anyway, this girl was never idle, and was busy like a top every day. By the way, I don't know how Wang Matzi and his family are doing. Although she is curious, she won't be so nosy as to ask about this. Thinking of what she heard that day, Lu Yao didn't know whether she should secretly say thank you. Thank you, they found out early. Fortunately, they killed their family before they poisoned them. Otherwise, it would be hard to say what would happen to him and Xiaoxian. After all, the poison was put in the water, which made it hard to guard against. But fortunately, they were driven out of Qinghe village now. Otherwise, As Rang said that day, they would not even dare to sleep peacefully. After all, there are no thieves who only steal every day, and there are no people who guard against thieves every day. While Luya was lost in thought, Dia came back from outside. Seeing her young lady like this, she thought she was thinking about going out. So she asked, "Young lady, are you planning to go out after the house is built?" Among this group of people, she and Dia had the most exchanges, and she did not deliberately hide some things from her. So when she saw her asking this, she was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes, I have this plan." "But how did you know?" Seeing her young lady answer like this, Dia said proudly, "What's the big deal? We still have a lot of food stored in the warehouse. And there is even more with yours. There are also those seasonings, which are obviously still a lot. But you still have to buy so many back. And you have been absent-minded recently, muttering about not being bullied at home. So I was wondering, young lady, are you planning to go out for a walk?" Lu Yao nodded when she heard it. "Miss, can I ask you where you are going? And you can't leave me behind? Otherwise who will cook and wash for you?" "Right." Lu Yao saw her say that, and said with a smile, "No, I won't forget to bring you if I forget anyone else." "Okay, you are my right-hand man. What if I can't beat others without you?" "Really? Miss, don't lie to me. If you don't take me with you, I will find it myself." "Really? My dear Dia, go and make me something to eat. Your lady is almost starving to death." "Well, I'll go right away. It will be quick. You just sit here and wait for me for a while." When Dia heard Lu Yao said she was hungry, she didn't bother to say more, and hurried to the kitchen to make her food. No one can let their lady go hungry. If Dia had lived on Earth, she would know that there is a name that is particularly suitable for her, Die-Hard Fan. Time passed by in this way of eating and drinking for another 2 months. It is now mid-July. The weather is extremely hot, but fortunately, it rains from time to time to relieve the heat. But compared with the south, the rain in the north is really pitiful. It is good to have 1 or 2 rains a month. But fortunately, there is a big river here with good water storage, otherwise, she is really afraid that it will be difficult to get drinking water. When she chose to settle here, it was precisely because of this that she saw it. But the amount of rain is really too little. She now feels that the house is dusty every day, which makes her want to pave the floor with stones even more. Whenever she has time, she takes the little ones in the family to the river to pick up small stones. A little bit adds up to a lot. Now there is a pile of small stones at their door. These days, the little ones are very happy, because their house is finally built. When they saw the new beds, kangs and cabinets in the house, Xiaoxian and the others were very happy, and even asked with expectation, "Sister, when can we move in? Are you anxious? After the house is built, we need to ventilate it. However, you can move some of your things here. When it is ready to move in, you can move in directly. From now on, we can each have a room, and we won't be afraid of being crowded on such a big Kong." Lu Yao originally wanted to say, "Let them ventilate to get rid of the formaldehyde." But when she thought about how there was no such thing in ancient times, she changed her mind. "Well, and now we have toilets in our rooms, so we don't have to go outside when we want to use the toilet." In addition to the Kong and the small room in each room, Lu Yao also asked the carpenter to make a long desk, a wardrobe, and a dressing table for girls to put on makeup. In short, she tried to imitate the modern style of this house as much as possible, so that it is not only simple and generous, but also practical. Since the house was completed, people from the village head's family and the Li family often came to see their new home, and they all said that the house was too beautiful. 10 days passed unknowingly. Early in the morning, the sound of bamboo shoots could be heard in Lu Yao's yard. Xiaoxian, the only boy in the family, was walking in front with a fire basin in his hand, and Lu Yao and Dia followed behind him with newly bought bowls and chopsticks in their hands. In Qinghe village, it represents the fire, inviting the kitchen god to move to the new home, continue to bless the family with prosperity, so that there will be no worries about food and drink from now on. When the villagers heard the sound of firecrackers, many of them sighed, "Alas, Xiuya's family is really rich." "Who says it's not? I heard from the village chief that her house is very beautiful, like a painting." "Really?" "Of course. When Li Dejia was washing clothes by the river, I asked her in person, 'Is it true?' Then why didn't they invite the villagers to dinner when they moved into a new house today?" After hearing what the woman said, everyone looked at her like a fool. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Why? now who has extra food and invites guests. I heard from the village chief that they invited a few families that she was familiar with to have a good time, and thought that they would have a good dinner after the grain was harvested next year. Yes, yes, I heard about it too. Who has food now? My family doesn't have any. But the weather is normal now, so there is hope. Yes, now the 2 shops in the town have reopened, but there is not much food. And it is very expensive. As they talked, it was almost time for dinner, so they all went home to cook. If Lu Yao heard what they said, she would definitely say, "It's not that I don't have food, I'm just afraid of being conspicuous." It's her family's business to have money, but if they have food now, it would be too unreasonable, and anyone who sees it would be jealous, so they are planning to wait and see. Chapter 220 Preparation for the New House Banquet. After finishing these ceremonies, it was almost time to cook. It would take a while to cook for so many people. And Aunt Dahua, Aunt Meihua, Aunt Village Chief, and her 2 daughters-in-law had already started to help and busy themselves. Of course, the vegetables they grew themselves were not spared. Arya and Dia, with a few older children, were rolling up their sleeves and walking around in the vegetable garden. They had already picked several baskets of green vegetables. There are all kinds of vegetables in this season, such as summer cabbage, tomatoes, eggplant, peppers, celery, beans, yellow radish, amaranth, wood ear vegetable, chicken feather vegetable, oil-selling vegetable, sweet potato leaves, pumpkin vines, etc. So many that Lu Yao sometimes can't count them. Although the family members are all children, they are all hard-working people. Even Uncle Wu is taking care of his 1/3 acre of land in his spare time. Anyway, they planted a little bit of everything that the farm has, and they are willing to fertilize. So these vegetables grow well, lush and green, and look particularly pleasing. Although they only invited a few families with good relationships this time. There were 2 or 3 tables of people, big and small, so they had to eat as much as possible. Lu Yao was really afraid that there would not be enough food. For this day, Lu Yao and others started preparing 2 days ago. In order for everyone to eat the freshest meat on this day, Lu Yao took Dia, Uncle Xinglin, Lita, and Uncle Li Er to the mountain early in the morning, because the weather was getting hotter and hotter. Although the prey left overnight would not spoil so quickly, the taste would definitely not be as good as the one on the day. However, they did not have the time on the day of moving into the new house. So today Lu Yao gave everyone a slingshot that she had improved before leaving, and each person was equipped with 30 iron beads. After 2 months of practice, although they still could not hit the target with every bullet, they could at least hit 7 or 8 out of 10 bullets, which was no problem at all. As for how to hunt, Lu Yao had already planned it. Yesterday, she and Dia went up the mountain and first found a few fresh footprints of wild boars based on their experience. Then, the 2 of them dug a few traps on the road they had to pass. If nothing unexpected happened, they should have some gains today. However, they planned to check after they came back from hunting. Now she wanted to hunt something else. She couldn't make any dishes with just this kind of meat. In fact, Lu Yao still had a lot of fresh meat in her space. Not to mention other things. She had a lot of snow rabbits that she and Dia raised, and they were all cleaned. These were all for when they were going to move into the new house. But 2 days ago, Uncle Xinglin and the others insisted on helping them hunt, so they could only keep the meat for themselves and eat it slowly later, because there were so many people. It was really difficult for her to cheat by taking it out. Although Li Er doesn't talk much, he is a practical man. He followed Lu Yao all the way up and humbly asked Lu Yao for some hunting skills. After all, he lives on his own now, and can't rely on his brother for everything. So he must learn some things so that the children at home can live better. Lu Yao didn't hide anything, and showed him the traces of various wild animals. Some of them were learned from watching TV in her previous life, and some were learned from Gao Daniu. But in the end, every time she started, Li Er could draw inferences from her. Seeing this, Lu Yao could only say that although God has closed a door for you, he will definitely leave a window for you. Although Li Er is not as eloquent as his brother Li De, and he looks a little dull and doesn't like to joke, it must be said that in terms of hunting, he can be said to be a genius and can learn it as soon as he learns. In the end, she really had nothing to teach him. So she taught him some things about how to identify directions and find water sources faster in the mountains and forests. Generally, there will be wild animals drinking water near water sources. As long as the operation is proper and the ambush is good. It is easy to hunt prey that is usually rare. For example, today, she planned to try her luck near the water source. As she spoke, Lu Yao led a group of people straight to a stream they had discovered some time ago, because she found many wild deer footprints by the stream last time she went there. But maybe it was not the right time that day. She and Dia waited there for more than an hour, but did not see any trace of them. So, she wanted to go and see again today. Maybe it was good luck today. As soon as they arrived near the stream, they saw a group of deer drinking water from a distance. Lu Yao made a gesture to keep quiet, and then whispered, "You will do your best in a while. Try to choose the one that is close to you. The size does not matter. Do you hear me?" Everyone was afraid that the sound of talking would disturb the deer. These wild deer are very vigilant, and they will run away in a moment if there is any disturbance. So several people nodded to Lu Yao, indicating that they understood. Seeing this, Lu Yao waved her hand and told everyone to disperse. This way, even if she missed, she could still capture the deer, and it would be convenient for her to act later. After they left, Lu Yao took out the iron beads, added a little bit of her own supernatural power to them, aimed at the fattest male deer, found the best shooting position, pulled the slingshot tight, and shot the leg of the male deer she had set her eyes on. As soon as this shot was fired, Lu Yao took the opportunity to fire another shot, this time hitting its other leg. Is this considered an accident? Of course not, because this is exactly what Lu Yao wanted. If you want to eat fresh food, you must keep it alive. Otherwise it will not be delicious tomorrow. By the time the male deer reacted, it had been electrocuted and fell to the ground, motionless. Encountering this sudden change, the herd of deer immediately fled in all directions. When Lu Yao saw the male deer fall down, she didn't care about it anymore, but pulled the slingshot again, shooting iron beads from her hand one after another. With such a good opportunity, of course she would shoot more deer. As for not being able to eat more after shooting too many, that was not a problem for her. Lu Yao shot at the running deer while running towards the place where the wild deer fell. She wanted to collect more deer into her space before everyone reacted. It was not easy to encounter a herd of deer, so how could she miss such a good opportunity? So when Lu Xinglin, Li De and Li Er surrounded them, there were already 4 deer lying quietly in her space. As for the outside, in order not to shock the world, she only kept the male deer that was shot at the beginning. As a result, Dia shot one, and the 3 of them rounded up another. Looking at the scarred deer, Lu Yao felt sorry for it. But after counting it all, they had harvested 3 deer, enough for everyone to eat happily tomorrow. After shooting the deer, Lu Yao led them to the place where she and Dia had dug the trap before. Before they got close, they heard a series of pig calls, which showed that there would be no shortage of meat for tomorrow. Chapter 221 Housewarming Party. When they arrived at the trap, some of them cut a stick to knock the wild boar unconscious, then they lifted it out of the trap and tied it up with ropes and carried it down the mountain. Fortunately, the wild boar was not very big, probably only about 200 pounds at most. Otherwise, with only 5 of them, 3 deer and a wild boar, it would be really difficult to carry down the mountain. In this way, their mission this time was completed. As for pheasants, rabbits, etc., they did not hunt them. There were still a lot of dried ones at home, so they could use those. On the way back, they also found a small piece of straw mushrooms, which would be good for stir-frying or stewing chicken. But they really couldn't take more at this time, so they had to mark it and come back to pick it later. When the 5 of them carried the prey down the mountain panting, it was already past lunchtime. Fortunately, the weather was hot, and Arya knew they might come back later, so she left some for them in the pot, which was enough for the 5 of them to eat. After a quick meal, they set off up the mountain again with their backpacks on their backs. They couldn't miss such delicious straw mushrooms, since they had just eaten and were strong. They soon reached the place they had just marked. Seeing such a large area, they happily picked them. This is a good thing, whether it is freshly fried and made into soup, or dried and stewed with chicken and duck. It is a very good dish. Farmers and children love to eat it, especially those who have just been picked. It is so fresh. Because there were so many, it took them half an hour to finish picking them all. At first, they thought that they only saw so many at the beginning, but they didn't expect that when they finished picking this area, they looked around and found a lot more. Fortunately, they all carried backpacks. In the end, They were afraid that they would be crushed. So Lu Yao secretly smuggled a lot of them into her own space. After seeing that such a large area was swept away by them, they returned home with a full load. Feeling very satisfied, Lu Yao saw that they were all busy, and she was afraid that there would not be enough food for so many people. Now everyone's stomach was empty, and their appetite was not comparable to that of modern people. So she rummaged through the boxes and took out some dried vegetables that had been dried in the sun, soaked them in water, and fried them with some meat. This was a good dish, especially delicious. Today, Lu Yao planned to use all her skills to prepare a good wedding banquet. This was her first house in her 2 lifetimes, and she couldn't be careless when inviting people to dinner. The main dishes were, of course, venison and wild boar meat, as well as dried pheasants and rabbits. Oh, and the fish and shrimp they had just caught from the river yesterday, which made it one of the best banquets in Qinghe village. When Uncle Xinglin and his friends saw this, they rolled up their sleeves and began to process the wild deer and wild boars they had hunted yesterday. The first step was of course to bleed them, which was a good thing, and it could not be wasted. And pig blood was also a good dish, which could not be wasted either. They carefully took each raw material that the 2 chefs Lu Yao and Dian needed from the prey one by one. Wu Shicha didn't know how to do this, so he could only help Lu Xinglin and Li did to get things. At this time, he was like a hard-working little bee, running back and forth between the kitchen and the yard. Hu Zi and the others helped to light the fire in the kitchen. Anyway, no one was idle, big or small. Even the village chief was there with his grandson to arrange the dishes and chopsticks. When Lu Yao saw Aunt Dahua coming to the kitchen to help, she started to deal with the bucket of fish they brought home yesterday. Lu Yao saw that the most common fish in the bucket were grass carps, which were large in size. So she planned to make some fish balls. In addition to grass carps, there were also some small shrimps. Lu Yao planned to fry them in oil and stir-fry them with chili peppers. This would be the best way to eat with rice, and it is also very high in calcium. Lu Yao saw so many fish that she couldn't handle them all by herself. So she asked Li Er to help kill 3 large grass carps. Remove the bones and heads, and only the fish meat was left. Chop the fish meat into fish paste. Add water, a small amount of refined salt, and green onion and ginger juice. Stir in one direction, and when it becomes sticky, squeeze a fish ball with your hand and put it in cold water. If it floats, add egg white, sweet potato flour, and cooked lard that have been beaten into foam and stir in one direction to make the fish ball material. Then, squeeze the ingredients into fish balls the size of yuan shao, and put them into a cold water pot to remove the foam. Use a colander to scoop out the fish balls. Lu Yao used the remaining fish bones and a fish head, added ginger, cooking wine, and boiled a thick fish soup. At noon, this fish soup, added the prepared fish balls, and some chopped green onions to make a bowl of fragrant and refreshing fish ball noodles. The noodles were rolled by the village head, so they were very chewy. Lu Yao also used the fish heads to make a dish of chopped pepper fish head. Everyone was very satisfied after eating it. In the end, Lu Xinglin and Hu Zi almost fought for the last piece of fish meat. They didn't expect that the fish head that everyone usually disliked without meat could be cooked so deliciously. There were also boiled fish fillets, which were spicy and numb, and too addictive. In addition to these, there were also dry-fried fish balls, stewed pork tendons, stir-fried cabbage with meat, stewed ham with fish maw, braised pork, braised spare ribs, etc. Everyone said that every dish was delicious, and almost all of them were gone as soon as they were served. Especially the children's table, which was almost fighting over the food. Everyone ate the delicious food in front of them with big mouthfuls. At this time, they wished that their parents would give them another mouth, another pair of hands, because they always felt a little too busy. After eating today's meal, they felt that the meals they had eaten in the past few decades were wasted, and they didn't cook at all. To be more precise, they boiled the vegetables with plain water, because who would be willing to use so much oil to stir-fry a dish? Not to mention others. The village head and who lives a decent life in Pingyi village saw Dia Luyu's cooking, and the oil was like free. When she saw them putting spoonfuls of oil into the pot just now, she almost had a heart attack. It was so heartbreaking. In the end, everyone ate the meal with satisfaction, helped to clean up, and went back to rest. After all, cooking is a very tiring job, and it is so hot. Now everyone is sweating, sticky, and uncomfortable. so everyone wants to go back and wash after finishing cleaning. Lu Yao asked Uncle Wu to send some of the remaining wild deer and wild boar meat to each of their families. Since their family came to Qinghe village, they have never lacked meat. But it is not necessarily the case for their families. So Lu Yao did not keep any, and took it all out to share with them. After all, they have been busy all day and are exhausted. So they should show some appreciation. Otherwise it would be unreasonable. Chapter 222 Farewell. When they finally finished, Lu Yao looked at the brand new house, and felt quite proud. After 2 lifetimes, she could be considered a person with a house and a car. It was beautiful to think about it. When she returned to her room, Lu Yao could not wait to take a bath in the bathroom. After working all day, her body was already sticky and smelled of sweat. But now she finally had her own room, which made it much more convenient to wash. Although she drank spiritual spring water every day before, and her body was almost in good condition, but now it is gone, so if she wants to be strong, she can only practice martial arts every day. She doesn't want to be like Lin Daiyu, who is sick all day long. In ancient times, even a small cold can kill people. Now the weather is finally normal. Her good life has just begun. So she must exercise well to keep her body strong. People who have died once will cherish their bodies more. And the rest are secondary. Because I was a little busy today, I didn't do morning exercises when I got up in the morning. Lu Yao also suddenly remembered it after taking a shower. But even though she had taken a shower, she still wanted to exercise. So she practiced yoga in bed. After doing yoga, he instantly felt that his body was particularly relaxed, as if even his soul had been cleansed. And he felt particularly comfortable. After sitting for a while and sweating, Lu Yao resisted the sleepiness, went to the bathroom again to wash, and climbed onto the Kong and fell asleep. Lu Yao felt very comfortable sleeping this time. All the fatigue disappeared, and she was full of energy again. She patted her hungry stomach and went to the kitchen. She found that Dia and Arya had just prepared breakfast and were going to bring it to the living room. Seeing the golden pancakes, Lu Yao did not use chopsticks. She just grabbed one with her hands and finished it in 3 or 2 bites. She really swallowed it. It was like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. She did not taste anything and the pancake was gone. Dia saw her like this and knew that her young lady must have been exhausted and did not eat much yesterday. She was so hungry that she was like this. So she served a bowl of porridge and asked her to sit down and eat slowly, with a piece of pancake to fill her stomach. Lu Yao was not so hungry anymore. So she listened to Dia and sat down to taste it slowly. To be honest, the pancakes were really good. She ate 5 or 6 palm-sized pancakes and a large bowl of porridge in a row. She was finally full. It really fits the old saying, a full stomach keeps the heart at ease. After eating a full meal, I felt much better. At any time, the capital of a country is the most prosperous and the best in culture. And the best are usually in Kyoto. So if possible, she wants them to receive the best education and have the greatest knowledge. Kyoto must be full of talents. And there are more opportunities to make a name for themselves. Just like in the previous life. No matter if they were rich or poor, educated or not, everyone wanted to go to Beijing. But she was only going to test the waters this time. So it was not convenient to bring so many people. But Xiaoxian had to be brought along. This kid had been gone for so many years. And he would often mention Wu Juanrui in front of her. If she didn't bring him along, she might be very sad. If they set off now, it would be winter in Kyoto. So Lu Yao brought almost all her clothes from home. The medical conditions in this era were too poor. And a fever could kill people. She was really a little scared. But they practiced martial arts all year round. And their foundation was better than that of ordinary people. This gave her some confidence. Otherwise it would be unsuitable to travel far in the winter. Are we really going to Kyoto? Xiaoxian asked his elder sister excitedly. This was the 108th time he had asked since he knew about it. Lu Yao's ears were almost irritated by his questions. Seeing that Lu Yao ignored him, he excitedly talked to himself again. I heard from Brother Rui that Kyoto is very big. There are a lot of people. And there are delicious food and fun things everywhere. Is it more crowded and fun than in the county? Of course. I heard that Kyoto is the most fun and largest place in our great Xia kingdom. Xiaobao Qinshan heard Xiexuan's words from the side, and looked at him with envy. It was a pity that they couldn't go this time. But Sister Xiaoyao said that when they come back next time, she will take them to play. Wu Shicha quietly watched the conversation between Xiaoxian and his son. He was not a talkative person. Although he was only in his 20s. His family was relatively wealthy at that time. He had read a lot of books. So he had been to many places and gained a lot of knowledge. He knew that Xiaoyao was different from others. Although she was just a little girl of only 12 years old. She knew a lot and could read. She knew some things that he didn't understand. It could be said that she had much more knowledge than he did. So when he learned that she decided to go to Kyoto, he did not step forward to stop her. He said, listening to Xiao Xian and the others' conversation, there are people they know in Kyoto, and Xiaoyao and the others are all good at fighting, so there is nothing to worry about. And Xiaoyao told him that they will go to Kyoto sooner or later, but she went ahead to find out the truth. Listening to their conversation, Lu Yao nodded, indicating her agreement. In fact, at the beginning, she just wanted Xiao Xian to grow up safely and healthily, and she would just be a lazy landlord. But now she has this idea. In this ancient time without human rights, there is no higher status than others, even if you have a lot of money. What's the use, not to mention that she only has a little money, with this little capital, not to mention being bullied, maybe even her life is in danger. So now Lu Yao plans to train these little ones to be her backers. As for living by men, she has not thought about it now, and will not think about it in the future. Unless the man can give up 3 wives and 4 beauties for her. Otherwise she is willing to stay single for the rest of her life. As for Bai Mayu, so many years have passed. Maybe he has already married and had children. So there is nothing to think about. Happy times are always short. On this day, after breakfast, it was time for Lu Yao and others to say goodbye to Uncle Wu and the others. Dia loaded everyone's luggage onto the donkey cart. Parting is always sad. After all, they have been together for so long. They are no different from a family now. And now Xiao Bao and Qinshan have cried so hard that Lu Yao, Dia, Uncle Wu, and Dahua and others all have red eyes. Lu Yao hugged them and promised them again and again that she would take them there next time. Only then did the 2 little guys let them go. Although Lu Yao and the others were reluctant to part, separation was inevitable. In order to stop everyone from crying, Lu Yao took Dia and resolutely set off for Kyoto. Wu Shicha and the others did not continue to send them off. But everyone stretched their necks to look at their receding backs, until they could no longer see them. Lu Yao and the others had straight backs. But after turning the corner, they looked like deflated balls. And they looked listless. She tried hard to hold back the tears that were about to fall. Because it was not a life and death separation. And there was no point in crying. It seemed that she was being hypocritical again. Chapter 223 First Visit to Kyoto. When Lu Yao and her friends arrived in Kyoto, it had been more than 2 months. Although it was only November, it was already snowing heavily. The snow fell to the ground in large flakes. And the sky and the earth were covered in white. This was the first real snow she had seen since she came to this world. At this moment, she felt as if she had come to a fairy tale world. It was so beautiful. If Shuzai had a camera or a mobile phone, she would definitely take a picture of this beautiful scene. However, due to the cold weather, it seemed that not many people were entering and leaving the city gate. When Lu Yao took out the pass and was about to enter the city, she saw a carriage about to leave the city. From the quality of the carriage, she knew that the owner was either rich or noble. Moreover, there was a large group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals following behind. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Lu Yao climbed into the donkey cart after seeing it from a distance and waited for them to pass. Lu Yao looked at the carriage going away. She didn't know who was sitting in it, whether it was a man or a woman, old or young. But it did look very impressive. The carriage quickly disappeared in the vast snow, because of the heavy snow in the distance. Lu Yao did not see the appearance of those people clearly. If she had seen clearly, she would no longer envy them. Because those shrimp soldiers and crab generals were none other than Moe and his friends whom she knew. And the people in the carriage were none other than Bai Mayu, who was desperately looking for her. But because of this heavy snow, they passed each other again. After Lu Yao saw them go far away, she walked out of the donkey cart and said, "It's okay, Dia. Let's go. Let's go into the city." After the soldiers checked their pass, they did not look down on people like in TV dramas, but let them go in a very easygoing manner. Seeing that the soldier was easy to talk to, Lu Yao thought of the group of people who had just left. So he stepped forward and said, "Excuse me, sir, who is that person who just left?" He looked very powerful. Hearing Lu Yao's words, the soldier smiled and said, I can tell at a glance that you have never seen the world. How dare we, a group of gatekeepers, call you sir? You just came here, and don't know that he is the youngest and most powerful general in our great Xia country. You must be careful in the future. He is not someone we can afford to offend. The soldier may have heard Lu Yao call him sir just now, and he was happy. Or he may have seen that they were a group of children who had never seen the world. So he kindly spoke up to remind them. This general is a man who kills without blinking an eye. Moreover, he said that he could kill even the daughter of the prime minister's mansion, the most talented woman in Kyoto. So when he saw these children, he couldn't help but remind them. Thank you for your reminder. This is just a small token of our appreciation. Please take it to have a drink with your brothers to cool off, Lu Yao said, and took out a piece of silver worth about 5 taels from the space under the cover of a cloth bag and gave it to the soldier who spoke. She didn't intend to give it at first, but seeing that these people didn't make things difficult for them, she reminded herself that it was indeed not easy. And in this unfamiliar place, more friends mean more ways. The soldier didn't expect that a little girl like Lu Yao would be so generous, but he accepted it without hesitation. They divided it among themselves, and it was almost half a month's salary. Only a fool would not take it. However, he was even more polite to Lu Yao and the others. The tribute silver that soldiers like them could receive was not much. After thanking them, Lu Yao drove the donkey cart with Dia and the others to find an inn, planning to stay there first. Finding a house should be done slowly, and there is no rush. But it's true. The foot of the imperial city is different. Even the inn looks more magnificent than other places, and they are all 2- or 3-story wooden houses, which are very special. They are exactly the same as those seen on TV. People come and go, so lively, and the eyes of several people are dazzled. Their current appearance makes people feel that they have never seen the world since they came from the mountains. They are just like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. Seeing their inexperienced appearance, Lu Yao immediately took them to the second floor and entered the rooms they had reserved. They were 3 girls in one room, and Xiaoxian was in one room. Perhaps because they were tired from the journey, after entering the room, they were obviously not as energetic as before, and they were no longer tense. Once people relax, they tend to fall asleep easily, and naturally feel tired. Dia, go and ask the waiter to bring some hot water and food. We'll take a shower, eat something and rest first. I see everyone is very tired. We'll talk tomorrow if there's anything. Okay, miss, I'll go right away. Dia immediately agreed when she heard her mistress' words. Before the waiter came, Lu Yao took out their own clothes from the space. Although each of them brought a bag to cover it up, most of the things were in her space. Soon, Dia came in with the waiter, and followed by several people carrying water and dishes. The service attitude was much more considerate than in a small county town. Just put this bucket here. Please help us carry that bucket to the next room. We will ask you to clean up after we finish eating, Lu Yao said, asked Arya to give them some tips, and the waiter was very happy to accept it when he saw that there was money to be made. Okay, Xiaoxian. Go to the next room to wash up, and then come to eat, Dia and Arya. We will also wash up. After watching the waiter go out, Lu Yao said to the few people, and asked everyone to hurry up, otherwise, in such a cold day, the food will easily get cold, but fortunately, there is a brazier in the house, otherwise, it will become a frozen camel in no time. Maybe they were really hungry. After a while, everyone had washed, and they were surprisingly fast. There were 4 of them. Dia ordered 3 dishes and 1 soup, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup, which was quite big. For the staple food, Dia ordered a large bowl of rice. After finishing the meal, Lu Yao said while everyone was digesting their food, Xiaoxian, Dia, and Arya, we are going to stay in Kyoto for some time. During this time, we must protect and remind each other, and take care of each other. If I do something wrong, you must remind me in time. Although I have the final say here. Sometimes I can't think of things, or I do something wrong. There are all kinds of people here. We must be careful. Especially Xiaoxian. If my business is not done yet. If we meet your brother Rui, we must avoid them in time, and try not to let them find us. Do you understand? Why? Xiaoxian heard what everyone said, and said incomprehensibly. He wanted to come to Kyoto just to see them. But now his eldest sister said that he couldn't be found by them. No reason. Just do as I say. If you want to see him, you have to do it secretly. Understand? Yes. Miss. Yes. Big sister. Hearing Lu Yao say that they can see him secretly. The little guy is finally satisfied. As long as they can see him. It's fine. Although Dia and Arya don't know the brother Rui that their young lady is talking about. They know that they can't go wrong if they follow orders. Chapter 224 Reminder. The first meal in Kyoto ended with a quick bite, but everyone seemed in a good mood. And thinking that their wonderful life would begin from now on, or should we say it started from the moment the house was built. So Lu Yao couldn't help but laugh out loud while sitting there alone. But this laughter made Xiaoxian, Dia, and the other two sitting beside them feel creepy. This young lady, eldest sister, couldn't have gone stupid as soon as she came to Kyoto? Why was she sitting there and laughing foolishly? Unconsciously, the three of them quietly moved to the side. Miss, 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 Dia called out several times in a row with courage. Seeing that her young lady was still laughing, she didn't respond even when she called out so loudly. This made the three of them even more scared. Is she really stupid? This was what they thought at the moment. But no one dared to ask. Because they were afraid of being beaten to death. Well, Dia, call me. Just as the three of them were struggling whether to go up and slap her to wake her up. Lu Yao came back to her senses with a confused face. Big sister, did you think of something delicious just now? You are smiling so happily. Dia glanced at Xiaoxian. She is indeed a recognized foodie. She can associate everything with eating. Moreover, she can change her expression very quickly. She was almost crying just now. But in the blink of an eye, her expression changed from cloudy to sunny. Awesome. No. Lu Yao was puzzled. Didn't she just eat? Could she be hungry again? Really? Then what were you smiling at? You must have thought of something delicious. You didn't tell me that you wanted to eat it all by yourself. Right? Really? Okay. Okay. Let's all go to rest. We still have to go shopping tomorrow. Lu Yao yawned and said. As soon as Lu Yao finished speaking, Xiaoxian stopped worrying about this problem. He was going to go out for a walk tomorrow. He had heard from Brother Rui that there were many snacks in Kyoto, so he could eat them all tomorrow. That would be great. Big sister, please take me with you tomorrow. I haven't been to Kyoto yet. Xiaoxian stretched out his little hand and pulled his big sister's sleeve and shook it. He didn't want to be called a little kid again. He was left in the end by his big sister. He didn't know how many times he had been left behind. Along the way, he and Arya were always left behind. So this time, he had to take the initiative and not give his big sister a chance to say no. Okay. Okay. Stop shaking me. I'm almost dizzy from you. And besides, did I say I wouldn't let you go? Lu Yao reached out her hand and touched Xirshuan's forehead affectionately. Smiling. Really? I won't leave Arya in the inn anymore. We can go out together. Yes. Really. Let's go together. Oh. Great. Did you hear that? Arya? We can go out and play together too. Arya laughed happily when she heard what Lu Yao said. Lu Yao knew from their reactions that she had been keeping them in the inn for so many days that they were bored. The next morning. Xiaoxian, get up quickly, we are going out shopping. Dia came out after getting dressed early in the morning, knocking on Xirshuan's door, and whispered. Xiaoxian, who was sleeping drowsily, opened his eyes immediately when he heard the word shopping, jumped up, and began to dress in a hurry. Xiaoxian, if you are sleepy, I will take you out to play tomorrow, okay? As soon as Xiaoxian came in, Lu Yao saw that he looked like he was still sleepy, which made her feel a little distressed. In the past 2 months, it was indeed a bit tiring to travel, and they would have to stay here for a long time, so there was no time to stop shopping in Kyoto, so she said to him, No, I'm not sleepy at all. Xiaoxian heard what his elder sister said, and waved his hands anxiously, fearing that he would be left in the inn again and miss this opportunity. Seeing him like this, Lu Yao smiled and nodded, and took his hand and walked downstairs. Are you going out? The waiter asked when he saw them going out at the door. Well, is there anything wrong? Brother shower? No. I saw you were going out, and thought that maybe you just came to Kyoto and didn't know much. So I wanted to remind you to come back early at night. There is a curfew here at night. It would be bad if you were caught too late. Well, thank you for the reminder, Brother Xiao. We will come back early. Uncle Wu told them this before they set off. But no matter what, they still have to thank him. After all, he is kind. Although the waiter was a bit greedy, he was a nice guy. So Lu Yao thanked him with a big smile. and then took Xiaoxian to continue their journey. They hadn't eaten breakfast yet, and were almost starving. Area. Xiaoxian must follow us later. Don't run around. Kyoto is such a big city. If you get lost, we can't find you. And I heard from the waiter that there are many people taking pictures of beggars here. So we all have to be careful. Understand? Area and Xiaoxian nodded slyly after hearing this, and followed closely behind. When they got to the street, they all seemed a little excited. Especially Lu Yao. She had seen this ancient capital on TV. But she didn't expect that after traveling through time, she would have the opportunity to come to this real ancient capital to play. The heavy snow stopped this morning, although there was still a thick layer of snow on the ground. It was obvious that there were many more people on the street today than yesterday. Kyoto was very prosperous. The pedestrians, jugglers, vendors, small commodities from various countries, and shops of all sizes on the street dazzled the people, because they were going to stay here for a long time. And they were holding food in their hands. Lu Yao and the others were not in a hurry, and just took them around. Suddenly, Area stopped at the door of a medical office. Lu Yao looked up and saw 3 big words written on it, Gym and Hall. Looking inside from the door, the hall, which was about 100 or 200 square meters, looked very neat. There were doctors sitting in the hall, as well as assistants busy preparing medicine, and the shopkeeper who was using an abacus. Although they were all very busy, they were all in order. This showed the strength of this medical office. Seeing Area's eyes full of envy, Lu Yao raised her foot and was about to walk in, but was stopped by Area. Lu Yao looked back doubtfully, and saw Area shaking her head at her, and said in a low voice with some uneasiness, "Miss, this is not the place for us to enter. I just want to take a look." "Really? It's okay. We just want to go in and take a look." Area had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow her mistress into Gym and Hall. As soon as she entered the door, the waiter came over enthusiastically. "Are you here to see a doctor or to get medicine? If you are here to see a doctor, please sit over there, and it will be your turn after the people in front of you have finished seeing the doctor. If you are here to get medicine, please give me the prescription." Lu Yao was shocked by the enthusiastic waiter. How could this ancient medicine boy be so enthusiastic? This is completely different from the modern hospitals that act like idiots. Chapter 225 Elder Yang. I'm not here to see a doctor, nor to get medicine. I just came in to take a look. Dia and Xiaoxian thought that their young lady, eldest sister, would be kicked out on the spot for saying this. Even Lu Yao herself had come in to give it a try. And if it didn't work, forget it. But what they never expected was that after listening to her, the waiter didn't show any impatience on his face, but smiled and nodded and said, "Okay. Then everyone, take a look first. If you need any help, please tell me. I'll go and get busy first." After saying that, the waiter turned around and left to do other things. After all, it was just the beginning of winter, and the weather was extremely cold. There were many people with headaches and fevers. In recent days, he has been so busy in the pharmacy that he didn't even have time to drink a sip of water. Wait a minute. I still have something to do." Lu Yao hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. Since she wanted to help Area find a good doctor, she had to find out the other party's background first. Otherwise, if she found a doctor with bad intentions, it would not be good for Area, but would hurt her and push her into the fire pit. "I want to sell a ginseng, which we dug in the mountains. I wonder if you will accept it." Lu Yao saw the clerk stop. She pretended to look around carefully, and found that no one was paying attention to them. Then she walked up to him and whispered to him. When Lu Yao said she had ginseng to sell, the clerk looked at them in surprise, thinking, "These guys look like they are only a little over 10 years old. But they said they have ginseng to sell. Do you want to buy it? If not, I will go somewhere else to look." Lu Yao saw that the clerk was just looking at them, so she asked again. After hearing Lu Yao's words, the clerk came back to his senses and smiled and said, "I will buy it. But buying ginseng is such a precious thing that I can't decide. If the girl really wants to sell it, I can take you to see Mr. Yang. Only after he has reviewed it. Our boss will buy it." "Well, okay then." Seeing that she agreed, the clerk turned and walked into the inner hall, motioning them to follow. After following the waiter to the backyard, Lu Yao found that the area inside was much larger than the hall outside, and everyone was wearing lighter blue clothes than the waiter who brought them in, and was busy. She also found that there were many girls busy there. It would be good to recruit girls. so that area would have a greater chance. Seeing that the large yard was occupied by various medicinal herbs, Lu Yao took a look. She had a lot of these things in her space, all of which were collected by Arya and Dia, and she brought them all with her this time. Seeing their cautious look, it seemed like it was very valuable, which made Lu Yao a little excited, as if countless silver was waving to her. While Lu Yao and the others were looking at it with great interest, the young man appeared behind them with a gray-haired old man. However, they were all fascinated by the scenery in front of them, and did not notice it. The girl seems to be very interested in these medicinal herbs? The sudden voice scared Lu Yao. She knew that her behavior just now was a little inappropriate. No matter where she was, if she looked around so recklessly, she would be seen as ignorant of the rules in the eyes of others. And seeing the old man with a serious face, as if she owed him money and didn't pay it back, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. So Lu Yao was not able to speak clearly and said embarrassedly, Old man, I just took a look. I heard from Qinxiang that the young lady has a ginseng to sell. The old man Yang ignored Lu Yao's discomfort and asked directly. Yes, I want to sell a ginseng, which we dug in the deep mountains. We also heard that Jimintang's prices are fair, so we thought of coming here to ask, hoping to sell it at a good price. Lu Yao saw old Yang asking this, and said it very directly. In that case, let's go inside and take a look at the goods first, old Yang said. Without waiting for Lu Yao to answer, he turned around and walked into a room. Lu Yao did not hesitate, called Xiaoxian and the others who were stunned, and quickly followed him. He was just an old man. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, even if all the people in the yard were added together, they might not be their opponents. Old Yang listened to Lu Yao following him, and his mouth corners slightly raised. The little guys were brave enough to follow him, which was quite interesting. After entering the house, Lu Yao, under the guise of boasting, picked out a medium-sized ginseng from her space. The root of this ginseng was thick and spindle-shaped, somewhat similar to a human head, hands, feet and limbs. From the quality, it can be seen at a glance that it is a top-grade ginseng. Lu Yao did not understand this. Anyway, that is what Arya said when she dug it up. However, compared with the several particularly large ones in her space, it was a little less impressive. When Yang Lao saw the ginseng that Lu Yao took out, he opened his mouth in surprise and said excitedly, "This is actually a century-old ginseng." He sighed softly in his heart. It is true that you cannot judge a person by his appearance, and you cannot measure the depth of the sea. With this ginseng, they can live a rich life in Kyoto. Old Yang sighed, quickly concealing the shock on his face, and said, "How much do you want to pay for this ginseng?" "Young lady?" "Old Yang, I don't understand this either. But the common people all say that Jimintang is kind and honest, and is honest to everyone, and is most concerned about them. We came here because of this, and it is extremely dangerous in the deep mountains and old forests. It took us kids a lot of effort to dig up such a ginseng. Besides, this thing is hard to come by." In fact, Lu Yao didn't know how much to pay for this ginseng, but judging from the look on old Yang's face just now, it should be worth a lot of money. Although he quickly covered it up, it could not escape her sharp eyes. She said so much, just to make the other party pay more money. But she was embarrassed, so she could only flatter them. Old Yang saw Lu Yao talking a lot, although she still had a tense face, but there was a little smile in her eyes. He said that this little girl was interesting. The people behind him were obviously scared by him, but she was the only one who could say so much calmly. People who are familiar with old Yang know that he is in a good mood at the moment. He didn't expect that even his own granddaughter would be as scared as a mouse seeing a cat when she saw him. But this little girl was not afraid of him at all. Don't look at this little girl as if she has never seen the world, but from his perspective of having seen countless people, it seems that she is just pretending to be so. It seems that this little girl is not simple. Chapter 226. In that case, we at Jimin Hall want this ginseng, 3,000 taels. What do you think? Little girl? 3,000 taels? Lu Yao stretched out her fingers and compared them. She felt that she couldn't speak clearly at this moment. She knew that ginseng had been valuable since ancient times, but she didn't expect it to be so valuable. She seemed to remember that there were more than a dozen ginsengs like this in her space, and there were many better ones than this one, so according to this calculation, she would be rich. Lu Yao thought with shining eyes. If there were no strangers around, She would really like to take it out and count it. Well, 3,000 taels. If you are afraid that I will cheat you, you can ask any other medicine hall. I can guarantee that no one can offer a higher price than me. If it were normal, he would definitely offer at most 2,500 taels for this ginseng. But recently his old friend urgently needed it, so he asked for a higher price. Anyway, their family was so poor that they only had money left. And if he didn't spend more, he might not be happy in his heart. Besides, the little girl in front of him was very much to his taste. Compared with those shy young ladies, this girl was much purer, and didn't have so many tricks. Although he had only known her for a short while, he could tell from the way she looked satisfied, and her eyes lit up when she heard about the 3,000 taels of silver. If she liked him, she liked him. There was no need to hide it. And she didn't feel ashamed. If Liu Yan knew what he was thinking, she would have to say that this was a beautiful misunderstanding. Because what she was thinking about at this moment was not the mere 3,000 taels, but 30,000 taels or even more. And her eldest and second daughters could still find her money continuously. How could she not be happy? It seems that I should go to those deep mountains and old forests more often in the future. Not only can I exercise, but I can also make money. It's a two-pronged approach. It's much more free than doing those businesses. Liu Yao, who was having a good time, suddenly heard what old Yang said, and her mind quickly changed. If this ginseng can be sold for 2 million in modern times, how much silver can it be exchanged for in ancient times? Is 3,000 taels worth it? Oh, it's so worrying. She was not good at math, physics and chemistry when she was in school. How can she calculate this? Her head is really a mess now. She didn't have enough brain cells to begin with. And now she doesn't know how many of them have been killed. But it sounds like a lot. And when Dia and the others heard 3,000 taels, they were all shocked. When they realized that their young lady was still thinking, they frantically sent signals to her and blinked their eyes, for fear that their young lady would say no. When Liu Yao saw Dia's actions, she almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Your signal was too obvious. Even Qinxiang next to her was almost ruined by her actions. Forget it, we'll just take a loss. 3,000 taels is 3,000 taels. Liu Yao nodded generously. Who told me that I'm not good at math and don't have enough brain capacity? Qinxiang, go and ask Manager Sun to bring 3,000 taels of silver to this girl. When old Yang heard what Liu Yao said, he almost fainted with anger. He had already killed that old man Ouyang for 500 taels of silver for her, and the little girl actually said that she would suffer a loss. Is this still human? In Kyoto, it is already the best price. Of course, except for some urgent needs, that is another matter. He glared at Liu Yao unhappily, turned around and told Qinxiang beside him. Yes. Qinxiang was the clerk who brought them in just now. He responded and turned to go out to find Manager Sun, but was stopped by Liu Yao in time. Wait a minute. Qinxiang was stopped by Liu Yao, and turned around to look at Liu Yao in confusion. Well, can you change all of it into silver for us? We are all children, and there are no adults at home. It may be a bit troublesome to take the silver bills to exchange. So, when Liu Yao saw that everyone was looking at her in confusion, she spoke embarrassedly, and stared at the old man who had just glared at her without blinking. She knew that as long as the old man didn't nod, Qinxiang would definitely not be able to make this decision. And the old man just dared to glare at her. Is she wrong? She was at a disadvantage for the 3,000 taels. The old man was rude. Sure enough, Qinxiang glanced at old Yang, and after seeing him nod, she responded, turned around and continued to walk outside to find Manager Sun. Don't worry, little girl. Sit down and have some snacks first. Manager Sun will be here later. But the 3,000 taels of silver is not a small amount. And if it's all converted into silver, the weight is not light at all. Are you sure you can take it back? Not to mention these little guys. Even for 2 grown men, it's not an easy task to carry these 200 pounds. So thinking of this, he couldn't help but remind her. Don't worry, Mr. Yang. We are all very strong. We can still carry this little stuff. When Mr. Yang heard Liu Yao's words, he thought she didn't know how heavy 3,000 taels of silver was. But when he was about to open his mouth to explain it to her, he saw Manager Sun and Qinxiang came in, with 4 assistants carrying 2 large wooden boxes. This is 3,000 taels of silver. Please check it. Young lady. On the way here, Qinxiang explained it to him. So as soon as he came in, he opened the 2 large wooden boxes and said to Liu Yao. Oh, shopkeeper's son. Don't call me girl. My last name is Lu, and my given name is Yao. Just call me Lu Yao. Or Xiao Yao. He is Xiao Xian. She is Dia. And this is Area. When Lu Yao saw so much silver, she excitedly said a lot of useful and useless things. She almost told them where she lived and how many people were in her family. Although she had much more silver in her space. This was earned by them. Or more accurately, by Area. And that was something she got by accident. How could the two be compared? When Mr. Yang heard what Lu Yao said, his eyes almost popped out. He had been talking to her for so long. And he didn't even know her last name. But when this little girl saw the silver, her eyes lit up. And she almost told him about her family background. She was really greedy for money. He even gave her such a good price. She was really ungrateful. He was so angry. Thank you, Mr. Yang and Manager Sunday. If there is ginseng next time, I will definitely sell it to you. Lu Yao asked them to give her 4 pieces of cloth. While counting, she put the silver in the 2 large wooden boxes into the packages, tied a knot, and carried them neatly on her back. Xiao Xian and the others saw it and followed her example and carried the silver on their backs easily. When Yang Lao and his friends saw the 4 of them carrying the 200 kilograms of silver so easily, even the 2 smaller ones did not look tired at all. Their mouths twitched slightly. With such strength, no wonder the smaller ones dared to go deep into the cave. It seemed that they were all quite capable. Not everyone could have such strength. Chapter 227 Dead End. However, after hearing Lu Yao's words, they did not really take her words seriously, thinking that she was just talking, and they could not help but mutter in their hearts, "What a childish mind." She thought the ginseng was cabbage, which could be picked anywhere, especially the century-old mountain ginseng, which was something that could not be found easily. In the past 20 years, before the old emperor died, he collected high-quality medicinal materials everywhere, but the easily accessible mountains were all swept clean, so there was no trace of this precious medicine. In addition, there have been disasters every year in recent years. Some died of drought. Some died of floods. It was fortunate that the old man was lucky to receive such a century-old ginseng so soon. But Lu Yao didn't know what he was thinking. If she knew, she would definitely tell him loudly that there are more here. And there are better ones. This is nothing. It's strange. Lu Yao stayed for a while and waved to the people in the yard. She carried the package and walked out of Jimin Hall with Xiao Xian. Miss Xiao Yao, take care. Well, thank you for today. As she said this, when she could no longer see old Yang and the shopkeeper, she secretly took out a piece of silver worth about 10 taels from her space and secretly stuffed it into Qinqiang's pocket. If it hadn't been for his introduction today, she wouldn't have earned so much silver, let alone know that ginseng is so valuable. After Qinqiang sent them away, she returned to her post, secretly counting the silver in her sleeve pocket and unconsciously smiling with joy. So much silver, it was equivalent to her 3 or 4 months' salary. But this little girl Yao is not only generous, but also really a freak. She is not afraid of old Yang at all, and can answer fluently. You should know that there is really no one in Jimintang who is not afraid of him. Even in Kyoto, there are few people who are not afraid of him. First, his medical skills are really amazing. And second, his temper is really hot. When he gets angry, it is not an exaggeration to say that he does not recognize his relatives. Even though he has worked here for so many years, occasionally when he gets along with him, he still doesn't dare to talk much. And even if he does, he will be unconscious and stutter. He didn't expect that he is not as good as a little girl. He is really too cowardly. Although Lu Yao and the others who walked out of Jimin Hall were extremely excited, they did not show it on their faces. They kept saying to themselves in their hearts, "Be calm. Be calm. Don't let others know that you have so much money." However, sometimes what you fear will come true. They had just walked out of Jimin Hall for about 10 meters when Lu Yao found that there were several big tails behind her. She knew they were not here for good, but she did not show it on her face and continued to walk forward. When Lu Yao and the others came out of Jimin Hall, they soon found that there were several people following them. Daya, Arya, and Xiao Xian also found that there were people following them. "Miss?" Behind? Daya hadn't finished her words when Lu Yao made a silent gesture to her, telling her not to make a sound. As she was startled, Xiao Xian pulled at the corner of her elder sister's clothes anxiously. After all, it was the first time for her to hold so much silver in her hands, so it was normal for her to feel uneasy. Lu Yao actually found that these people had been following her the moment they came out of Jimin Hall. She patted Xiuxuan's head and told him not to worry. She did not take it lightly either. She told Dia and the others to carry the silver and keep moving forward. She wanted to see what these people could do to her. She knew they were repeat offenders. The Ken family had been watching the drug dealers and farmers. Today, she was going to get rid of the evil for the people. It was her first time here. So she wanted to do something good for the people of Kyoto. The people behind them were obviously planning to wait until there were fewer people before taking action. After all, there were many people here. If someone reported to the police, they would be dead. And this place was under the feet of the emperor. No matter how brave they were, they had to see if they were strong enough. But this is what Liu Yao wanted. When they were far away from Jimin Hall, Liu Yao asked Dia to speed up and walked along the street to a small alley. When she saw that there were high walls on both sides of the road, Liu Yao smiled. It would be fine if there were no people. The people who followed behind, seeing that Liu Yao and the others had sped up, they thought that these little brats had discovered that they wanted to run away, so they couldn't help but speed up. When Liu Yao saw the people behind speed up, she immediately took Dia, Xiaoxian and Arya to try to walk to those dead ends. She didn't like the feeling of being spared in the middle of a fight. When the tall and strong men who were following them saw Liu Yao and the others enter the alley, they chased after them without hesitation. In their eyes, robbing a few little brats was nothing easy. They had done this many times before. Not to mention a few little brats. They had even robbed caravans before. And they still managed to capture them easily. So when they saw Liu Yao and the others walking to a place with fewer people, they did not think they would be killed. Seeing that it was almost time, Dia slowed down. So soon, they were surrounded by the followers. You followed us all the way. What do you want to do? Seeing this, Liu Yao took off the silver on her body and put it aside. And Dia and the others also took off their silver and stood beside her, watching them vigilantly, ready to take action at any time. What for? The little girl asked a good question. At the beginning, we just wanted to borrow some money to spend. But now, seeing that you are good looking, how about I take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks? And make sure you are happy. The leading man said with a knife in his hand, looking at them with ill intentions, and laughed. How many of you are sure? We are all kids. How can we have any money? We are too young to go to eat and drink, but I think your mothers and brothers and sisters will be happy. Hearing her young lady's words, Dia, who was standing next to her, almost laughed, but fortunately she held it back in time. Bullshit, you have no money. I saw you coming out of Jimin Hall with my own eyes. The bags are full of silver. Don't think I can't see. You have no money. Who are you kidding? And whether my mother is happy or not is none of your business. Don't talk nonsense. Hand over the silver quickly, or don't blame us for being rude. The boss pointed at Baogua behind Liu Yao and said loudly, it's obvious that this person doesn't have enough IQ. He doesn't even know that he was scolded. Oh, you want my money? But what do you think you can do to me? And if I don't pay you, what can you do to me? Liu Yao sneered when she heard his words. We are stronger than you. Come on. The boss waved his hand. And the 6 people behind him came forward, wanting to subdue Liu Yao and the others. But Liu Yao would never let these little shrimps get close to her. Even the 3 people of Dia next to her could not get past this level. The little shrimps just stretched out their hands halfway. And before they could touch Liu Yao, they were grabbed by Dia standing beside them. The one caught by Dia wanted to pull his hand out, but he couldn't pull it out no matter how hard he tried. Chapter 228, Take Down the Stalker. Dia saw this, smiled sinisterly. You can just talk, but don't do it in front of me. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I'll break your bones. Don't blame me then. Dia said, and exerted a little force. The man whose hand was caught screamed, and was even more shocked by Dia's strength. He didn't expect a little girl to be so strong, and now his hand is almost broken in pain. But when he thought of the many people behind him, his confidence returned to its highest point. He turned around and angrily said to the people behind him, Stutter, monkey, what are you still standing there for? Come and help me. My hands are almost broken. Oh, okay, second brother, the stutterer said, and walked forward quickly to try to open Dia's hand holding the man. The other hugged the man and pulled him back. When Dia saw that they were trying to get rid of her together, she suddenly let go. The 3 of them slowly stepped back several steps and finally fell to the ground together. Several people screamed in pain. Just when they saw that they could not beat the other party and wanted to turn around and run away, a gust of cold wind blew from somewhere, blowing a corner of the cloth wrapped on the ground slightly. the monkey saw the white silver inside with sharp eyes. Greed flashed in his eyes, walked to the man who claimed to be the eldest brother, and whispered a few words. After hearing what he said, the eldest brother looked in that direction. There was indeed the silver that the monkey said. His eyes showed greed. When they first said that these children had silver in their bags, it was just a guess by several people. They didn't expect that there was really silver inside. It seems that they are going to make a fortune today. Seeing the silver now, they were completely blinded, and several of them indirectly forgot that they could not beat the kid at all. At this moment, there was only one thing in their eyes and minds: silver, silver, and more silver. That was 4 big bags, enough for them to live comfortably for 2 years. So several people rushed to the package behind Liu Yao like crazy, reaching out to take it. But at that moment, a small figure flashed in front of them, and the men running in front made pig-like noises, and then fell to the ground holding their hands and crying. If you look closely, you will find that streams of bright red blood are constantly flowing out of their arms. "Ah, my hand, my hand." The men who fell to the ground held their hands, and cried out in pain, and their foreheads were covered with cold sweat. After Liu Yao finished all this, she took out a piece of cloth from her bag, wiped the dagger she had just used, and then threw the palm-sized cloth aside. The 4 people who were slower behind, when they saw their boss falling to the ground and crying out in pain, and blood was flowing from their arms, all of them stayed where they were, and did not dare to move forward even a step. The boss who fell to the ground, although the wound on his hand made him hurt terribly, was also furious, just like the blood that was bleeding out at the moment. He was a boss, but he was beaten by a little girl. If other people knew about this incident today, where would he put his face in the future? Thinking of this, he became even more angry. He stood up while enduring the pain and angrily scolded several younger brothers. "Why are you standing there like idiots? Come on, all of you." He took out another dagger from his waist and wanted to attack Liu Yao and Dia again. But before they could come out, they were beaten away by Dia and others. The people who were knocked to the ground got up from the ground in a miserable state. This time, everyone hesitated a little, really didn't dare to move forward. If they couldn't beat him once, it could be said to be a coincidence, but if they couldn't beat him twice or 3 times, it could only mean that they really couldn't beat him. But when they thought of the silver, some of them were a little unwilling. When Liu Yao saw their expressions, he knew that if he didn't give them a hard time today, there would be troubles in the future. After all, they would have to stay in Kyoto for a long time. It would be too easy for local tyrants like them to find him. Thinking of this, Liu Yao had a gloomy face, exuding a cold aura, and walked towards them step by step. The few people who had just had a little spark in their hearts were all stunned by the aura emitted by Liu Yao. Seeing Liu Yao constantly walking towards them, they couldn't help but feel scared. What do you want to do?" the big brother said with courage. "I don't want to do anything. I just feel a little itchy, and I want to loosen your bones." After Liu Yao finished speaking, she jumped up, stretched out her hand, and slapped the boss. With a snap, half of the boss's face became a pig's head. You dare to hit me?" The boss touched his beaten face in disbelief, and said angrily, "You want to steal my money? Why can't I hit you? It's so funny." Liu Yao hit him on the other side of the face again. She kept hitting him on various parts of his body, and said to Xiaoxian, "Arya and Dia, beat them all to death. You dare to steal our things." Suddenly, in this small alley, there was a pig-killing scream, one lower than the other, until a few people were breathing out more than breathing in, and kept kneeling on the ground and begging for help. Liu Yao asked everyone to stop. After stopping, Liu Yao clapped her hands and said coldly, "You'd better not appear in front of me in the future, or I will cut off one of your hands and feet every time I see you. Okay, you can go now." Hearing Liu Yao's words, the people kneeling on the ground trembled in their hearts, and a chill rose from the soles of their feet and went straight to their hearts, which made them more afraid of the cold than the current ice and snow. So when they heard that they could leave, they stood up one by one, although they were crooked, but they ran faster than rabbits, and they didn't look like they were about to die just now. Seeing this, even Liu Yao couldn't help but wonder in her heart whether she and the others were too gentle. Otherwise, why could they run so fast? "Dia and Arya, you go and have a look." "Yes, miss," Dia and Arya said, and walked towards the entrance of the alley. After a while, when Liu Yao saw them nodding at her, she waved her hand and put all 4 packages of 3,000 taels of silver into her space. It was too unsafe to carry them on her back, and they were heavy, so it was better to put them in her space. which was not only safe, but also labor-saving. And it seemed that she had to be more careful in the future, and she would never do such a stupid thing as today, carrying silver everywhere, again. She had originally thought of finding a place where no one was around as soon as she went out, and putting them all in her space, but she didn't expect to be spotted as soon as she went out. Dia and the others were still beating their hearts. So much money, luckily they could put it with the young lady, otherwise they were really afraid that it would be snatched away by others. Seeing how useless they were, Lu Yao was not suitable to go shopping today. Besides, it was really cold today, so it was not suitable for shopping. So she bought some food and walked towards the inn where they were staying, planning to stay there today. Besides, she felt her feet were cold now, and she was afraid that they had been soaked by the snow water. This was just made by Dia, and she was wearing it for the first time. If she had known this, she would have changed it before going out. Now she felt so distressed. I think Xiaoxian and the others are in the same situation as her. Thinking of this, Lu Yao has no intention to go shopping anymore. It would be bad if she caught a cold. So she quickened her pace, so that she could return to the inn and change her shoes as soon as possible. Walking on the road, Lu Yao heard the joyful voices of children coming from an open space not far from the roadside. Looking at it, it turned out that the children were playing with snowmen in snowball fights. Yes, I am afraid that only they like this snowy day so much now. Lu Yao saw a child running around on the roadside and rolling a big snowball. I think he should want to build a giant snowman. Chapter 229. Have you ever seen such a beautiful pig? Back in the inn, the four of them stayed in the room and didn't want to go out anymore. Even Xiaoxian, who liked to run outside very much, went out and lay down, and then sat by the stove, and didn't want to move. Sure enough, what the old people said was true. They were right. It was much colder on a snowy day than on a snowy day. Anyway, they had plenty of time. They should wait until the snow melted before going out. Besides, they made a lot of money today, and beat those local tyrants, so they should stay at home for a few days before going out. First of all, it's not that they are afraid, but they just don't want to cause trouble. It's better to have less trouble than more. After all, she still has something important to do. Sitting by the stove, Arya asked, "Sister, have you prepared all the silk threads I asked you to prepare that day?" "Of course. I have prepared them a long time ago. I will give them to you right away," Dia said as she stood up and took out the colored silk threads she had prepared for Arya from her package and handed them to her. Lu Yao sat next to Arya. Seeing that she was busy, she took the thread from Dia. She looked at it and said, "Arya, your thread is too thin. It will be very tiring for your eyes to embroider something with it. But the patterns embroidered in this way are more beautiful. Besides, I only embroider when I am free during the day. It should be fine." Arya took the thread from her young lady and saw that everything was ready. It was very beautiful. She planned to use it to embroider some beautiful patterns on her young lady's clothes. In the past 2 months, they have been to many places and saw that the clothes of those girls were embroidered very beautifully. So she also planned to embroider some for her young lady. My young lady is so pretty. If she wears such pretty clothes, she will definitely look much prettier than them. When Lu Yao saw the dense silk threads, she suddenly felt overwhelmed and dizzy. So she shook her head and said, "It seems that I am really not destined to be with this thing. And I don't have the ability to learn such complicated things. You guys go ahead, and I'll go to rest for a while." Xiaoxian was holding a book. When he saw his elder sister going to bed again, he muttered, "Eldest sister, you are going to sleep again after just eating. Aren't you afraid of feeling uncomfortable? If you continue like this, you will soon become a pig. You sleep after eating and eat after sleeping." Xiaoxian was forced by his elder sister to read books here, which was extremely unsatisfactory. So when he saw her going to rest, he felt even more unbalanced. Dia smiled and said, "Xiaoxian, according to the lady's usual appetite, she has eaten little these 2 days. So how can she feel uncomfortable? Besides, the lady is not fat at all. How can she look like a pig?" Just after climbing onto the bed, Lu Yao turned around and said, "Yes, I love you in vain. Have you ever seen a pig as beautiful as me? Have you seen it?" After saying that, she ignored everyone, covered herself with the quilt, closed her eyes and rested. Just when Lu Yao was sleeping, she heard the sound of running in the corridor, followed by the voices of several men. "Everyone, go and have a look. There is a fight down there." Lu Yao sat up from the bed. She found that this gossiping heart is not exclusive to women. This man is also very gossipy. It seems that he is no less gossipy than those aunts and uncles. Moreover, it has nothing to do with the era and time and space. It is the same everywhere. When Lu Yao, Dia, and the other four rushed downstairs, the entrance of the inn was already full of people. And as soon as they came out, they saw. Please be kind. My grandfather is seriously ill. Please give me 20 taels of silver. I will work like a slave for you in the future, and will repay you well. At the entrance of the inn, a pretty girl knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. At this time, she was begging for help to several rich-looking people with tears in her eyes. But if you look closely, you will find that this girl does not care too much about the old man lying on the cold ground, whose breathing is almost inaudible. The fight she heard in the room, just now, was actually a quarrel between two men over the girl. Not a real fight. You are a poor man who can't even take out 20 taels of silver. And you dare to snatch Miss Shaoling from me. You are dreaming. One of the men, who looked very rich but was fat and big-eared, pushed the younger man who looked like a scholar. And the man lost his balance and fell to the ground. When the girl named Shaoling saw the man fall, she looked very anxious. She knelt on the ground, grabbed the rich man's clothes and kept crying, "Please stop beating me. My grandfather is my only relative. I will go with whoever can give me 20 taels of silver, as long as my grandfather can live. I beg you." After that, Xiaoling's forehead hit the ground again and again, making a thumping sound. After a few hits, her smooth forehead became obviously red and swollen. If she hit it again, she would definitely be disfigured. Her pitiful appearance was so tearful and sad. Not to mention those grown men. Even many women showed sympathetic eyes when they saw her look like an actor. There was one person next to her. "Miss, why don't we help her? She is so pitiful." Dia walked to Lu Yao and whispered. She thought that she had just earned 3,000 taels, so it should be no problem to give 20 taels to help this poor girl. However, she did not expect her mistress to say to her, "Don't worry. Wait and see. Maybe she will not appreciate the 20 taels of silver we give her." When Dia and Arya saw their mistress say this, they both showed puzzled expressions. Didn't she just want to show the 20 taels to her grandfather? Why would she not appreciate it? Seeing their puzzled expressions, Lu Yao was about to explain. But the shopkeeper standing next to her smiled and said, "Little girl, you still need to learn more from your young lady. You will understand if you read on. Not everyone can help. If you give out 20 taels like this, maybe it's just like what the little girl said. People will not look down on you. The most important thing is that you may ruin their good deeds by doing this, and they will hate you for the rest of their lives." Dia was even more confused when she heard the shopkeeper's words. It was just about helping. Why did it have to do with hatred? When Arya heard what the shopkeeper said, she looked down at the girl kneeling on the ground, and nodded as if she understood something. Seeing Dia's confused look, the shopkeeper just smiled and said nothing more. He just looked at Lu Yao twice more. He didn't expect that this little girl was so clear-sighted. Much smarter than those who were obsessed with sex. She deserved to be deceived. It was obvious that this girl was deceiving people. Have you ever seen a girl from a poor family with such delicate skin and tender flesh? Although she was wearing clothes full of patches, as long as you pay attention, you will find that her hands have never worked. It's understandable that her skin is good, but no matter how spoiled the girl is, she should do some housework. But maybe one is willing to fight, and the other is willing to suffer. Lu Yao patted Dia and told her not to make any more noise. If there is anything, go back and talk about it. If you watch a play, you should act like you are watching a play. It's not good to disturb others. Chapter 230. The scholar is useless. But things are far from that simple. Just when the rich man and the poor scholar refused to give in to each other, no, it should be said that the poor scholar unilaterally refused to let go. And Shaoling, who was kneeling on the ground, wanted to knock this wooden lump unconscious with a wooden stick. She had hinted that it was so clear that she could not be with such a poor man like him. Just when everyone was guessing who this girl Shaoling would go with, an accident occurred. From a distance, everyone saw a man who looked like a young man who indulged in excessive sexual activities coming with several followers. After seeing who it was, the people standing on the periphery took the initiative to make way. As they approached, a lackey beside him, no, an attendant, rolled his eyes maliciously, and then said flatteringly, "Sir, although this girl is dressed in rags, she is fair-skinned. Why don't you take her in as your mistress?" "Sir, I think it's okay too. Look at this delicate girl. Take her back and train her. She's much better than the girl in Zui Xianglu." You two are still reliable. I think it's okay. After the three of them finished speaking, they laughed as if they had thought of something. Many people on the side also followed suit. Lu Yao saw this posture. This young man should have some background, otherwise people would not react like this. And when the rich man saw this young man coming, he also quietly stepped back a few steps and distanced himself from Xiaoling. Some people are smart and can judge the situation, and of course, there are those who are not smart, commonly known as stubborn. When the poor scholar saw that this young man was not a good person, and wanted to tarnish the white moonlight in his heart, he tried hard to get up from the ground. She will not go back with you. When Xiaoling heard the poor scholar's words, she wanted to eat him alive. This is Mr. Lu, whose family is rich, and has a big backer in the palace. If she doesn't go with him, is it possible that she will really go back with you to starve to death? Thinking of this, Miss Xiaoling started to cry again, trying to attract the young man's attention. When the young man saw that someone was not afraid of death and dared to block his way, his face darkened, and he kicked the poor scholar with a foot, sneering, "Who do you think you are? How dare you ruin my good deeds? Let me tell you, from now on, she is my 13th concubine. If you dare to have improper thoughts about my people, beat her to death. If I don't beat you today, I will take your surname." The kick was very heavy, and the poor scholar was kicked to the ground. He struggled for a long time, but couldn't get up. But fortunately, there was some snow on the ground, so the fall was not serious. When Lu Yao saw his look, she couldn't help thinking, no wonder books always say that a scholar is good for nothing. Now she finally understands. Look at him like a chicken. Not to mention others. She feels a little angry when she sees him. You have no money, no strength. Where do you get the courage to act like a hero seeking beauty? You are just a weakling. Good looking but useless. If she were Xiaoling, she would never go back with such a person. It has nothing to do with money. She just doesn't like such people. Uncle Wu Jiu and Rui, by Ma, you are more learned than him. But they are not like him, falling down at the first touch, like Lin Dayu. However, judging from what happened today, Kyoto is good, but the watershed between the rich and the poor is also big. It is not easy for poor people to survive here. There must be many rich and powerful young men like this. You may run into one someday. Moreover, in this place where power and nobility are clearly divided, you cannot be too good-looking. If you are not ambitious, it will only bring you bad things, not good things. The servant listened to the young master's words and beat and kicked the poor scholar who was lying on the ground. After a few hits, the scholar screamed and knelt down to beg for mercy. Many onlookers watched helplessly, but no one dared to say a word or help. When the young master saw that the poor scholar was breathing more than breathing, he didn't want to cause a death for such a small matter. So he waved to the servants, and then signaled them to take 20 taels of silver and throw it to the old man lying on the ground, and then took the girl named Xiaoling away. If this had happened in the past, he would have beaten this ungrateful guy to death, but now that the new emperor has taken office, he doesn't have the courage. Even his father is cowering now, let alone him. And Xiaoling only left when she was leaving, telling her grandfather to go see a doctor, and that she would go home to see her when she was free, and then nothing happened. Seeing this, there was nothing that those smart people didn't understand. They glanced at Xiaoling's receding back, snorted coldly, and everyone turned around and left. Finally, only the people who lived in the inn were left. They looked at the old man lying on the ground, but no one dared to go forward to take a look, for fear of getting into trouble. Lu Yao also stood by and watched. She didn't need to worry about this matter. The shopkeeper would handle it, unless he didn't want to do business anymore. Who would dare to come to the door with a dead person lying at the door? Sure enough, the shopkeeper waited for a long time, but no kind-hearted people came to help. He could only solemnly order the waiter in the store to carry the old man to the nearest clinic. What else could he do? Let's go back to the house. Seeing that there was nothing to watch, Lu Yao took Dia and Xiao Xian upstairs to their room and closed the door. Miss? Still don't understand. Arya, come and tell you what's going on with this silly girl. Seeing that she was still confused, Lu Yao had no choice but to let Arya, who was very clear-minded, tell her. Otherwise, she was really afraid that this stupid girl would make her have a heart attack. Even Xiao Xian and Arya finally saw that this old lady was still confused and didn't know why. It seems that if God gives you a bite to eat, he will definitely cut off your drink. This Dia can learn martial arts in no time. And cooking is also a piece of cake. But her brain is always unable to turn around. Compared with Aria's clarity, she can only be regarded as a piece of rotten wood. However, being with such a person can make people feel inexplicably at ease. After Aria explained the whole thing, Dia stood there in a daze. And it took a long time to utter a sentence. Miss Xiaoxian. Aria. Am I stupid? After hearing it, the three of them raised their heads, shook their heads against their conscience, and said in unison, no. Hearing the answer they wanted, Dia smiled, and her bright smile made Lu Yao and others stunned. In fact, when their Dia smiled, she was really beautiful. Time passed, and 3 days passed quickly in a blink of an eye. During these 3 days, except for going out to buy some food, the other 4 of them, Lu Yao, Xiaoxian, and others, stayed in the room around the stove, doing their own work. Xiaoxian read a book, Aria embroidered, and Lu Yao and Dia did nothing except occasionally exercising. Chapter 231 Chapter 229 Buying a House. Brother shower. The next day, after the waiter came up to serve hot water, Lu Yao called him. Miss, is there anything? The waiter heard Lu Yao's call and stopped in time to ask. I want to ask, in this Kyoto, are there any houses for rent or sale? From what you said, you want to stay in Kyoto. Yeah, about right. Our Kyoto is large and has many people, and it is in the imperial city. It would be good if you could stay, but the areas in Kyoto are also divided into good and bad. The people living in the north are all common people, all kinds of people, so it is more chaotic. The people living in the east are all rich families, and there are more rich people in the south. Most of them are businessmen. The west is where we are now. Mostly shops. Not suitable for living. If you have enough money, I advise you to look for it in the east and south. It is more suitable for you kids and safer there. The waiter saw that Lu Yao usually gave more silver, so he kindly said a few more words. Is that so? Thank you for your reminder. Brother, this is a small gift. It's cold. Take it, and have a drink. Lu Yao said, as she took out a silver of about 1 tael from her sleeve, and handed it to the waiter. The waiter didn't expect that he would gain so much by saying a few more words out of kindness. He was so happy that his mouth almost swelled up to his ears. He thanked Lu Yao repeatedly. This amount was almost equal to his monthly salary. 3 days later, with the help of the waiter, Lu Yao found a local dental shop with a good reputation and found a house on the south side. The location was very good. The people living around were all relatively wealthy. However, because no one had lived there for a long time, it was a bit idle and broke. However, despite this, the price was still high. For such a small courtyard, it was actually priced at 800 taels of silver. Lu Yao looked around the place. There were only 4 main rooms and 3 servant rooms. Everything inside and outside the house was very shabby. It looked like no one had lived there for a long time. Maybe it was just too small and too shabby. Rich people generally didn't like it. Plus, the price was high, so poor people couldn't afford it either. So it stayed empty. But Lu Yao wasn't sure. She had looked at a lot of houses in the past 2 days. Those in the civilian area had several entrances, and at least 20 rooms of all sizes. They only offered 500 taels. But the security there was not as good as here. Lu Yao thought, the 4 of them were all children, it was too unsafe to live there, there were all kinds of people living there, which meant there would be a lot of gossip. So she gritted her teeth and bought this place. She had no shortage of money anyway, but it was a bit painful to spend so much money at once. The house looked shabby, but it looked pretty good overall, and the important thing was that there was a very large yard here. After it was done, she would ask someone to cut the wall higher, so that they would have a place to practice martial arts every morning. And the most rare thing is that there is a well in the backyard. She took a look and found that although no one had lived there for a long time, the water in the well was almost full. Although there were some fallen leaves on the water, it was still clear, because of the well and the large yard in front. Lu Yao and the other 3 were very satisfied with this yard. They did not plan to look for other houses, and agreed with the people in the brokerage office to go through the transfer procedures tomorrow. The next day, they went to the government office to handle the transfer procedures. After Lu Yao paid the remaining balance to the middle price, she drove her donkey cart to officially move into her own yard. Looking at the weeds in the yard that were taller than her, Lu Yao and the others were a little at a loss as to where to start. However, in order to live more comfortably at night, everyone had to bite the bullet and do it. It was just some grass. If everyone worked hard, it wouldn't be a big problem. Besides, she didn't necessarily have to clean it up today. The four of them cleaned up for a whole day, and finally cleaned up a room, and roughly cleared the weeds in the yard. As for the rest, they could only talk about it tomorrow, because now the four of them were too tired to move anymore. But everyone didn't know that they had been working like this for several days. When they finally cleaned up the house, everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, but now was not the time for them to rest. Because they still had to cut the stove, cut the Kong, sleep on the cold bed for a few days. Several people were a little bit tired, but no one here knew how to do this in order to make some money in the future. And for the person who traveled through time as guest, Luya waved her hand, bought 2 large carts of blue bricks, planned to do it herself. It was just to build a Kong. It really stumped her. God will not let down those who work hard. After the four of them worked tirelessly, they finally built the Kong they had dreamed of. This was the result after 3 attempts. If it smoked again, Luya would really want to quit. It was just a little cold, and it would pass. Fortunately, she succeeded in the end. But what she didn't know was that this Kong had already spread among the upper class in Kyoto. It was just at the beginning, and not many people knew about it. Fortunately, she didn't know. If Luya knew about it, she wouldn't be very angry. She had been working on it for a long time, but others already had it. After all the work, she finally found out that the clown was herself. It would be strange if she didn't get sick from being angry. On her own intimate stove, Dia heated up some water, and asked her young lady and everyone to wash up. Everyone was really tired these days. Then she asked Arya to heat up the Kong. When the four of them took off their clothes and climbed onto the warm Kong, they happily started to chat about this and that. Sister, the Kong is still comfortable and warm. He didn't sleep well before, but since they arrived in Qinghe village and slept on the Kong, he felt that everything was wrong when he slept on the big wooden bed. Well, in the winter in the north, it's all about the Kong. It's so comfortable like now. You don't have to wear so many clothes at home. But it's a waste of materials. I have to buy some more tomorrow morning. I think it's still Big Sister who is awesome. If Big Sister hadn't come up with this idea, we wouldn't be so comfortable. Little flatterer, but so what? Big Sister? Lu Yao looked at Xiaoxuan's expression and said with a smile, so I say, you still have to read more. Starting tomorrow, you and Arya will continue to recite and learn words. No. I know. Miss. Ah? Arya and Xiaoxian gave 2 completely different answers. Lu Yao seemed quite satisfied with the former answer, but the latter was not satisfactory. So she said, ah? What? Go to your own room and sleep. Dia and Arya, you should go back to sleep too. Hearing what his family member said, Xiaoxian really wanted to slap himself twice. Why did he talk so much? It's hard to say anything else. But he had to talk about that. Alas, now it's good. He has to write and recite again. He hasn't had a good time since he came to Kyoto. Seeing him like this, Lu Yao also knew that children need to be fed with both a stick and a sweet date. So she said to the dejected Xiaoxian, okay, I know you are exhausted these days. So when the weather gets better, I will take you to have a good tour of Kyoto. How about it? Last time, because of those blind robbers, the tour ended before it even started. And then it was delayed by buying and repairing a house. Really? Of course. But the premise is that you study hard. Okay. It's a deal. It's a deal. But it won't work these days. You can see that it's snowing so heavily outside. So the snow has to stop. This is the second snow since they came to Kyoto. And they don't know when it will stop. Okay. I know. Big Sister. After getting the answer he wanted, the little guy happily went back to his room. Chapter 232 Pickled Fish. Sitting on the Kong, Lu Yao had nothing to do. Suddenly, she thought of the pickled fish that she hadn't eaten for a long time. This fish is easy to find. She has a lot of clean ones in her space: grass carp, big head carp, black carp, crucian carp. She has a little of each. She even caught a lot of shrimps before she left. But this pickled cabbage is really a bit difficult for her. Why not buy a big jar tomorrow and pickle it herself? Anyway, she has plenty of green vegetables in her space. Before she left, she picked all the ones she could pick in the peach blossom spring, leaving some for Uncle Wu and the others, and the rest are all here with her. Sauerkraut is a good thing. It is rich in natural vitamin C, not to mention amino acids. This food is very good for people. But you can't eat too much of it. It should be said that pickled things are not suitable for excessive consumption. For farmers, sauerkraut tastes salty and sour, feels crisp and tender, has a bright golden color, has a fragrant aroma, is appetizing and refreshing, can increase appetite, help digestion, and is an indispensable good ingredient on the table. At first, it was just an ordinary side dish on the table of ordinary people. Now, some rich people in big cities are also fond of it. In some breakfast shops, this is a must-have side dish. Sauerkraut is made from fresh mustard greens or cabbage and radish leaves that are available in large quantities in autumn. First, cut the whole mustard greens in half. Then dry them in the sun until they are 70% dry. Add salt. Rub them inside and outside to extract the juice. Then put them one by one in a vegetable jar. Pour some clean water. And finally press them with a big stone. In this way, they can be eaten for a year or two without going bad. In some places, each half of the mustard greens will be wrapped with a few fresh peppers, ginger slices, and peppercorns, tightly tied into small bunches, and put them one by one into a jar with a water edge and neatly arranged. Then pour in the sour water left over from pickling sauerkraut in previous years. Throw in some rock sugar, and add some cold boiled water or mountain spring water for pickling. There are many varieties of pickled cabbage. It can only be said that each place has its own characteristics. This pickle jar is also very unique. It has a rim. Usually, water is added to the rim to ensure that the water level always covers the lid, to isolate the air and play a good sealing role. The pickled cabbage jar is best to use those ceramic jars that are more than 1 meter high and can hold dozens of kilograms of pickled cabbage at a time. It was done as soon as it was said. Early the next morning, Liu Yao took Dia to the grocery store to buy several large jars of different sizes. Although she bought a lot of them in Qinghe village, she kept all those that had seen the light at home, for Uncle Wu and the others to use. Besides, they would have to go back later, so they didn't take them. As for those that had not seen the light, before leaving, she put them all in Taoyuan. Soon, 7 or 8 bamboo baskets were lined up in the yard, each of which was filled with green vegetables, including mustard greens and Chinese cabbage. Miss, do you want to wash them all now? Dia pointed at the Chinese cabbage in the bamboo basket and asked Liu Yao. Yes, let's wash them together and pickle them today. Xiaoxian, Area, you can help too. For a while, everyone in the yard was full of energy. Zhongwu simply ate a little, without taking a break. The 4 of them were engaged in the task of washing vegetables and cold dishes. Everyone wanted to eat pickled fish as soon as possible. They were busy until about 4 o'clock in the morning, and finally finished processing all the 7 or 8 boxes of vegetables. Fortunately, the snow had stopped, and there was a little sunshine. Working under the sun was not as cold as imagined. Xiaoxian and Area helped. Otherwise she and Dia would not have finished processing today. Although there was a little sunshine, it was not as cold as imagined. But it was enough for the 4 of them to drink a pot of wine, as you can see from their red hands. However, looking at the washed vegetables covering the yard, everyone felt a sense of accomplishment. Now is the time when the snow melts. And it is winter. The sun is not strong enough. It seems that we can't pickle it today. However, we can't leave it outside at night. Otherwise, it will turn into ice as soon as the sun sets. It seems that they have to be a little luckier and move these vegetables home. The next day, the 4 of them worked hard for another day and finally pickled all the vegetables. Time flies, and half a month has passed. When Liu Yao opened the jar, a sour and fragrant smell rushed towards her. She immediately felt that her saliva was about to flow out, just like seeing the bayberries on the bayberry tree. And her saliva kept flowing out. Liu Yao smacked her lips, scooped out a handful of golden pickled cabbage, and quickly closed the lid again. She returned to the kitchen and handed the dishes to Dia, who also smacked her lips when she saw the pickled cabbage was so well pickled. She then rinsed the cabbage in clean water, squeezed out the excess water, and chopped it up with a kitchen knife for later use. After she finished with the cabbage, she started to deal with the fish. They had already cleaned the fish when they were in Qinghe village, and now they just had to cut them into slices. When Dia finished processing these, Area had already heated up the pan, because she had just finished stir-frying garlic and sweet potato tips, and was taking the pan off the stove. She said to her mistress, "Miss, please help me marinate the fish first. I can't do it right now." Liu Yao heard it and said, "Okay." After that, she sprinkled salt on the fish meat and fish bones, poured some cooking wine, pepper, grabbed a handful of minced ginger and threw it in, and beat 2 eggs, only using the egg whites, and put the egg yolks aside, planning to ask Dia to make tomato scrambled eggs later, and then began to turn the fish meat and coat them with starch. After finishing all this, Lu Yao asked Arya to do something else. She sat at the stove door and watched the fire, throwing a handful of firewood in from time to time, and also grabbed a handful of dried chili peppers and roasted them on the stove. Only in this way can the chili peppers be fragrant. Dia made a few more side dishes, and then started to cook the fish. The 4 of them were not enough for 1 dish of pickled fish. She scooped a large piece of lard into the pot to melt, then added ginger slices, garlic slices, green onions, and peppercorns to stir-fry. After the aroma came out, she poured the pickled cabbage in and stir-fried it, then added water, covered the pot, and cooked it over high heat. After a few minutes, the lid was opened, and the aroma of pickled cabbage soup filled the kitchen. Then the fish head was added first, and the fish bones were added after it was half cooked. After boiling for a few minutes, the fish slices were removed from the pot, leaving only the soup in the pot. After the soup boiled, the fish slices were slid in and cut open. After the fish soup boiled again, the fish was removed from the pot, sprinkled with chopped green onions, and a few green peppercorns, and some small cabbage for garnish. Finally, a small ladle of boiling oil was poured on it, and a strong aroma burst out. A large pot of pickled cabbage fish was ready. Dia carried the large pot of pickled cabbage fish to the main room, and called her mistress, Arya and Xiao Xian, to turn off the fire, wash their hands, and go to eat. After hearing this, Lu Yao covered the stove with ash, closed the stove door, and added a few scoops of cold water to the pot to heat it up so that Dia and the others could use it to wash dishes. Arya obediently picked up the dried chili peppers beside the stove. The chili peppers had been roasted half dry and half mushy. She crushed them directly with her hands and put them in a small bowl, added chopped green onions, salt, and chicken essence, and carried the small bowl into the main room. She placed the small bowl on the dining table and scooped a spoonful of pickled fish soup into it. This is the unique pickled fish paste spicy seasoning. Chapter 233 Shopping. It's a nice day today. Let's go out for a walk. It was almost lunchtime, Lu Yao said to Xiao Xian and the other 2. Really? Really, go and put on your clothes. We won't wait for you when we leave, don't cry. Seeing his happy look, Lu Yao joked. Oh, okay, big sister, wait for me, I'll be quick, Xiao Xian said, and ran back to his room to change clothes like the wind, as if he was afraid that Lu Yao really wouldn't wait for him. When the 4 of them came to the street, Lu Yao was pulled directly to a shop by Xiao Xian. Seeing the food inside, Lu Yao couldn't help thinking, it seems that this kid has found out where the delicious food is in the past half-month. Wobe is similar to fried dumplings, but this one uses leavened dough, not kneaded, and fried directly in a frying pan, covered with a big pot lid made of straw, and burning with a big firewood. When the wobe is cooked, the 2 pieces of dough are puffed up, and the meat filling inside can be seen at a glance, and the fragrance is overflowing. It is white and tender, just like a white doll. The bottom is fried until golden brown and crispy. It is not big, so people with big mouths can finish one in one bite. Once the lid is opened, everyone will be full of appetite. Wow, it looks so appetizing, and it smells so good. Boss, how much is 1 piece? 8 cents for 1, 15 cents for 2. The boss replied without raising his head. It's really not cheap. Such a big meat bun only costs 5 cents. It's really not cheap. Although it's a little expensive. Many people eat it. Xiao Xian drooled and shouted that it was delicious. His saliva almost fell on the buns. Give me 20. As soon as Lu Yao finished speaking, Xiao Xian pinched one and put it in his mouth. It was hot and delicious. He blew on it and praised it. It's delicious. The boss made it. The boss smiled a little embarrassedly, scooped the buns quickly, and wrapped the 20 buns in a big bag with oil paper. In the end, maybe because Xiao Xian was sweet, he gave him 2 more. It's delicious. I'm so greedy. Duh, Arya. Come and eat. After paying, Lu Yao immediately put one into her mouth, not afraid of getting burned. Yeah, it's delicious. The 4 of them ate, smiled, talked, walked around with their wood buns, so comfortable. Sister, that's fried stinky tofu. It tastes pretty good. Would you like to go and have a look? What else is there to say? Let's go. Lu Yao came out before dinner, originally planning to take the three of them to eat enough today, so when she heard Xiao Xian's words, she spoke directly. Ha ha, I think the anchor did a good thing. Dia also loves to eat this, so when she heard her mistress' words, she immediately laughed and came to the side stall. How much is a portion of stinky tofu? 10 cents a portion. Huh? Lu Yao looked at it and saw that it was at least 10 yuan. When she was in high school, a portion of stinky tofu was only 4 or 5 yuan, but it costs 15 yuan, which is too cheap, and the quantity is large. Although it was a bit cold to sit outside that day, but the fried stinky tofu, wow, the 3 tables were full. Lu Yao had no choice but to buy 4 portions, 1 for each person, and eat them in her hands. Miss, why do you buy so much? Can you finish it? Dia looked at the food hanging on her hands. This is too much. It's okay, Dia, you know we have big appetites. Let's eat quickly, eat while walking, we'll digest it later. In the mutton soup restaurant, everyone drinks mutton head, soaked steamed buns, or just soup. You can have more soup in the morning. Lu Yao has already drunk 2 or 3 bowls in a row. Xiao Xian even took out the wowo buns he had just bought, but had not finished eating, and paired them with a bowl of mutton soup. After drinking the mutton soup, his stomach felt warm. At noon, this mutton soup restaurant became even more lively. Having a bowl of mutton soup whenever he wanted may be the most proud thing for people on the street. Xiao Xian, let's go back. Wait a minute. Sister, I still have 1 mouthful. Okay, after drinking this, let's go back. Look at the time, it's getting late, and we're in Kyoto. If I want to eat, I may not have time to come here. There's no need to eat too much at once. I went to the street to buy pork, some mutton, and vegetables for free, as they were all available at home. Besides, it was winter, so even if I wanted to buy some, there was no place to buy them. Back home, Dia smiled and took out the mutton. A piece of mutton weighing more than 10 pounds, with the bone still attached. Without saying a word, she took out a boning knife from the cabinet, flipped it over and chopped it, and removed the bones, throwing them into a basket on the side. After using the boning knife, she stuck it to the side, took out the kitchen knife, and quickly chopped the mutton into cubes. It took only a blink of an eye. While everyone was still stunned, the large piece of mutton had become a pile of mutton cubes. Dia wielded the kitchen knife and chopped it back on the dark board. Oh my god, Dia. You are getting better and better at using a knife. Not bad, Dia said as she picked up the knife and used it again. Lu Yao was speechless when she saw this. You are really out of breath after being told that you are fat. The lamb and yam were stewed on the small stove next to them, bubbling and gurgling. And it made me drool. It must be delicious, as Xiao Xian, who had been hiding in the kitchen, knew. Dia was not idle, and started to process the pork. She cut the pork into slices and marinated them, then quickly stir-fried them in a frying pan, and immediately served them. Before Xiao Xian could even blink, the pork slices were served. Oh my god! Sister Dia, you are cooking too fast. Are they cooked? Dia said with a smile, pointing at the chili and garlic. There is one more step. We have to put them in the pan and stir-fry them later. This is the first time I saw you cook pork slices like this. I thought it was ready to eat. It scared me. But this is amazing. The following vegetables. There is not much magic. The knife's skills and the pan are fancy. And finally Dia took a large ceramic bowl, poured in flour and mung bean powder, added a handful of salt, and kneaded the dough. The dough was ready in a short while. Sister Dia, what are you doing now? Seeing Dia fiddling with the dough, Xiao Xian was like a curious baby, wondering what was going on. Making noodles. Oh, but aren't the noodles white? Dia was making ramen noodles. She tossed and pulled the noodles, and the noodles appeared in her hands. She shook them into the big pot. Lu Yao taught her to add some mung bean powder, pumpkin, etc. to the flour. It was not only delicious, but also beautiful. Seeing her busy helping to fish it out, and handing it to Xiao Xian next to her, Lu Yao was really speechless. This kid had been talking non-stop since Dia started cooking. So when the noodles were ready, she quickly fished them out for him first, so that his little mouth would not have time to say a word of nonsense. Thank you, big sister. As soon as the food was served, he said thank you and ran to the main room, where there were more delicious foods. He saw Arya just brought it out, and it smelled delicious. Chapter 234. The Man Behind the Scenes. In the middle of the night, Bai Mayu sat alone by the bed, dazed for half an hour. He didn't know that Liu Yao was very close to him at this moment, and in his Kyoto, but he knew nothing about it, and was like a headless fly, looking around. Although he and Liu Yao were forced to separate before they had time to say anything in the flood, and they didn't talk about their future destinations, but I don't think the girl would come to Kyoto to find him so soon. They would probably go sightseeing everywhere. As long as they have a place to go, they won't have to worry about not finding people. But he frowned, looking at the dark night outside. The key point is that he has no idea where they are going. Coming back to his senses, and looking at the information they just received. He frowned again. Someone is investigating him behind the scenes. Who is this person? What is his purpose? He still knows nothing about love. How should this matter be handled? Don't think that he and Wu Junrui said it so easily. In fact, it is still a little difficult to do. If they don't take action, he will definitely be in trouble. Even if he can solve this trouble in the end, he still hates him. It seems that his father, who has nothing to do with him, still can't stand him being well. Sometimes he doesn't understand whether this person has a black heart. Just thinking about it, he heard a slight sound outside the door. And then, there was a knock on the door. Bai Mayu raised his voice after hearing this. Come in. The door was pushed open from the outside, and two men in black tights walked into the room from outside. Knelt on one knee and said, Master, are you okay? Please forgive me for my poor performance. Bai Mayu leaned back in his chair, and said in a faint voice, 2 days have passed, and you still can't find out who is behind this. If the other party really wants to harm me, I think I would be a cold corpse now. It seems that I should send you to Imosher, and let them train you again. His voice sounded calm, and it was even hard to tell whether he was angry or not, but neither of the two people kneeling on the ground thought that it would be okay. The two lowered their heads, and stole a glance at their master who was sitting there. They were very surprised. How did their master receive the intelligence earlier than their own intelligence system? The two lowered their heads, and felt deeply annoyed. Could it be that without their knowledge, the master had another intelligence network that they didn't know about? It seems that they have to work harder in the future, or they won't know when they will be replaced by others. As the intelligence chiefs of the general's mansion, their duty is to collect intelligence, but after so long, they don't even know who is investigating their master behind their backs, and because of this, their master is in danger. It's really damn it. But they really didn't want to be sent to Imosher. So they both counted and said, Master, please give us another chance. Let it go this time. But if it happens again, both crimes will be punished together. Bai Mayu waved his hand, and said lightly, Thank you. Master. Go down. Yes, after the two agreed, they turned around and left the room. After seeing them leave, Bai Mayu said again, Moe, go find 2 ordinary carriages. I will leave here for a while. Master, do you want to call Mo-san and the others? Moe asked when he went out to find a carriage. It's too dangerous outside now. Since the beginning of winter, he has encountered several waves of assassins. If the master goes out now, wouldn't it be a trap for himself? Wouldn't it give those behind the scenes a chance to kill him? No need, you just need to find someone to follow me secretly, and you stay in the mansion too. I stay in the mansion too? Moe was stunned when he heard this. If he didn't follow, what would he do if he really encountered danger? Who would protect him? But master this. Before he could finish, Bai Mayu's face darkened. Now the enemy is in the dark and I am in the light. If you don't stay in the mansion, do I have to stay? Yes, I obey your command. Not long after, Moe found a carriage, which was used by the servants in their mansion to go out and do things, and he also found the best martial artist among their Mo generation to be the driver. After helping his master onto the carriage, Moe was worried, and he called a careful person to follow behind for protection. Bai Mayu saw that they were all unfamiliar faces, so he didn't say much when he saw him make such arrangements. Before leaving, after I leave, go and tell Deputy General Wu not to worry, and not to reveal my whereabouts to anyone. I will tell you when I come back if there is anything. Yes, I obey your command. Also, tell Moer and others not to be idle, and to search carefully in the nearby prefectures for me. Make sure to find the girls, and see them alive or dead. Yes, I will definitely order them to find them in the shortest time possible. Please rest assured. Master. After everything was arranged, Bai Mayu asked Donnie to set off. He had heard from the little girl before that she particularly liked the time when it snowed in the north. So he wanted to go to some nearby villages to look for him himself. And he also wanted to go out for a walk. He was a little uneasy because he hadn't found the person behind the scenes. He wanted to take this opportunity to go out and see if he could lead the person out. But several days passed, and Bai Mayu and his team searched the area around Kyoto. But they still found nothing. They had no choice but to expand the scope. But there was still no trace. The weather in the north was cold after the snow, and it was only about a month away from the new year. It was the coldest time of the year. After walking for a day, the shoes on his feet were soaked in snow, and even the horses were frozen and unwilling to move forward. At this time, Liu Yao was sitting on the kong, watching Dia and Arya sewing new cotton-padded clothes and trousers with the cotton and cloth they bought to keep warm. Liu Yao did nothing but sit against the wall and watch them work, watching her cutting the cloth, adding cotton wool layer by layer, so horizontally and vertically. And so with flying needles, she couldn't help but sigh, "Dia, you guys have really skillful hands." Dia wiped the needle on her head, smiled shyly. "Not really, I have been learning to do work with my mother since I was a child, when we have nothing to do. We do the needlework at home, and occasionally we can do some for others, or take some work at the cloth shop in town to earn a few copper coins." She lowered her head and sewed, while continuing, "In fact, many girls learn to do needlework from a young age. Otherwise it will be difficult to get married when they grow up." "Is that so? My cousins also learned it early. But my irresponsible parents asked Xiaoxian and me to get up to work before dawn every day, but never asked me to learn needlework." Liu Yao didn't care. Maybe the background of the time she lived in was different. At that time, women had no way out, and could only rely on getting married to make a living. It's not that she didn't want to learn, but the original owner was forced to do all kinds of housework when she was a child. And she didn't learn this at all. She was a person who didn't even have food to eat, and it was impossible for her to have free time to fiddle with needlework. Chapter 235 found. Thinking about it now, it was better in the modern times before the end of the world came. For women, there were not so many rules and restrictions. As long as you were willing to go out to work, you could live as freely and comfortably as men. Although it is said that there are still some prejudices against our female compatriots. For example, if a woman cheats and divorces, she is not a good wife and is fickle. But if a man cheats and divorces, he will divorce 8 or 10 times before getting married again. Then people around him will only praise him for his ability, etc. In short, women suffer losses everywhere. It's just not as serious as in this world in ancient times. It took nearly an hour. Dia and Arya finally finished, and put the finished product in front of Liu Yao, and said with expectation in her eyes, "Miss, what do you think?" This was the first time that Arya embroidered those beautiful flowers on clothes, so she was a little nervous, worried that the embroidery was not good, and her young lady would not like it. Liu Yao looked at it for a while, and nodded with satisfaction. "Well, not bad, you have a really good craftsmanship, and it's no different from those bought in those ready-made clothing shops, especially Arya's embroidered flowers that look like the real thing. You guys are so skillful. Aren't you?" The more Liu Yao looked at it, the more she liked it. If it were in modern times, it would definitely be custom-made, right? In 2 lifetimes combined, she didn't expect to enjoy such good treatment. Looking at the finely crafted cotton coat, she had an idea. If she added cute cartoon patterns on it, the effect would be perfect. But she didn't know if it could be realized. It was definitely not possible now. The next day, they wore the new cotton coat and pants and felt much warmer. However, she still had no clues about the time traveler after so long. She didn't know the situation at all, and was not familiar with Kyoto, so it was very difficult to find clues. But she had no better way. Besides trying her luck with finding people bit by bit, she didn't know how to start. After all, there was no internet in this world, no mobile phones or computers, and no surveillance for her to check, so it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find someone. These days, taking the opportunity to go out, Liu Yao also bought a lot of food and put it in the space for backup. And the weather was getting colder and colder. Luckily, they had already bought a lot of firewood for backup. Dia licked some firewood from time to time, making the whole room very warm. Here, Bai Mayu asked Dongyi to try to go to some counties and towns. After all, those places are small, so it is easier to find out. He has been walking for many days without any clues. It has been more than a month. If he can't find it, he will go back first to see what's going on at home. Besides, the mastermind has never appeared again. This is really hard to figure out. What are they trying to do? This is too worrying. Could it be related to the charcoal he burned? It seems that he has to go back early. If it is really related to the charcoal, it will be more dangerous for Wu Junrui to stay in Kyoto alone. After searching Heian County, if he can't find it, He will go back no matter what. On this day, they just arrived at a town and were hungry. Bai Mayu saw a steamed bun shop on the roadside. Walked in and bought a basket of steamed buns. When he was settling the bill, he took out a portrait and asked the waiter, "Brother Xiao, you have seen many people here. Have you seen a girl in her teens with a boy younger than her? Very thin. About this tall." Bai Mayu was also anxious. Every time she arrived at a place, she would take the portraits of Lu Yao and Xiaoxian she drew and ask some shop owners and waiters. So when she arrived in Kang Town, she took out the portraits and asked without caring about being hungry. He gestured. After all, they have been apart for so long. They must have grown taller. The waiter scratched his head. "Sir, I have met so many people. How can I remember them all? Many children come to my place to buy buns every day." Bai Mayu also felt that he was a little too anxious. "Yes. I'm sorry. Please help me think about it. I am in a hurry to find someone. They must be different from others. They are not originally from here. They are just two orphans. I am her cousin. It's just that when I took them back to Kyoto, I accidentally got separated. So please think about it." Bai Mayu is now trying his best to find someone. The second brother doesn't know him and doesn't think it's a big deal. But Dongyi next to him can't stand it anymore. If Bai Mayu's eyes hadn't stopped him, he would have rushed up to beat him up. When did his master need to speak so humbly? Well, the waiter held his chin and thought for a while. If that's the case, I seem to have seen them. But not two people, but 4 or 5. I looked carefully and found 2 children who looked like the ones in your painting. But they only ate buns in my shop 2 or 3 times. And sometimes they brought big and small buns. Really? Do you remember? When did it happen? Bai Mayu's heart brightened when he heard this. And he felt hopeful. Whether it was 2 or 4 or 5. As long as they looked alike, there was still some hope. The waiter looked embarrassed. "Oh, it's been a while. It should have happened in the summer. To be honest, I'm a busy person. How can I remember it so clearly? Actually, there is something behind it. So I have an impression. Tell me about it." Bai Mayu was anxious. After he finished speaking, he found something wrong, and added, "If you are busy, you can do it first. I can wait." The 2 waiters were very nice. They looked around the store. There were only a few tables of customers. It was not mealtime, so not many people were eating buns. And the most important thing was that this young man was generous. He dared to spend 5 taels of silver, as if he had been preparing for several months. "Okay, please tell me about it." "It's nothing. It's just those kids. Every time they go out to eat, they seem to have no shortage of money. In this town, except for the sons and daughters of a few wealthy families I know, there are really few who buy dozens of them every time. You say, if your family is not rich, she wouldn't be so wasteful, right?" When he heard the waiter say that she bought so many every time, he thought that this girl should buy more and store them in her magical place, and eat them slowly. This thought made him even more excited. So he hurriedly said, "Brother Xiao, please help me think about it. Where did they go? Where might they go?" The waiter stood up and scratched his head. "It's hard to say. I see they come to this town every 3 or 5 days. Maybe they live in the surrounding villages." Bai Mayu didn't ask any more questions, because he had already thought of this possibility. It seems that this little girl and her friends are likely to live around this town. Chapter 236. A Ghost from Another World. Kyoto, in the Imperial Palace. Chu Junyan, who had just ascended the throne, frowned and said to the visitor, "Don't make this matter known to anyone. You should serve the wise king well. No matter what happens, you must tell me as soon as possible. Go out." "Yes, I will take my leave." After the man left, Chu Junyan couldn't help but frown again. He couldn't understand why his 7th brother Chu Juhan wanted to study Buddhist scriptures. But no matter why he had such an idea, it was absolutely impossible for the royal family to have a prince who became a monk. If outsiders knew this, they would probably laugh their heads off. How could this save the royal family's reputation? Chu Juhan had indeed been studying Buddhist scriptures recently, but his purpose was not to become a monk. It was really because his dream was too magical. To be more precise, he was a lonely soul from another world, and he came to this world by chance. He was originally a soldier in the 21st century. He had an accident during a mission, and when he woke up, he became a 25-year-old prince of the great building kingdom, a full 10 years younger than his previous life. Moreover, after waking up, He found that he inexplicably understood the contents of this world that he had not learned in books. This matter was too fantastic. He wanted to try to find the answer in Buddhist scriptures or Taoist books. However, because he looked for Buddhist scriptures first, the misunderstanding arose. This can only be said that he was too out of date, or that he had stayed in the military camp for too long, and had lost touch with the bright and colorful world outside, and could not connect with the signal. If he had read even one of those novels about time travel, he would know that this was a soul travel, and it was a soul travel that took over all the memories of the original owner with memories, so he would not think it was a big deal. Chu Junyan found a time, and called Chu Junhan over alone. "Your humble servant greets His Majesty. You are here. Sit down and talk." Looking at this brother, who was 10 years younger than him, he really felt sorry for him. He had been weak and sick since childhood, and didn't like to interact with outsiders. He was hoping to get better. And then he encountered this incident with his father, who blocked a poisonous arrow for him. His life was saved, but his health was getting worse. "Thank you, Your Majesty." So Chu Junyan looked at this brother, who was the closest to him, and was also his brother, and suddenly he didn't know how to speak. After a while, Chu Junhan saw that his new eldest brother, the Emperor, didn't speak, so he had to speak. "I don't know if the Emperor wants me to come here because he has something to tell you, cough cough." After speaking, he coughed lightly, looking as fragile as he could be. Chu Junyan shook his head, and then made clear his purpose. "I heard that you have recently fallen in love with Buddhist scriptures?" Chu Junhan was not surprised that the Emperor knew about his behavior, but he was quite surprised that the Emperor would come to him for this matter. After all, in Chu Junhan's current view, it was not a big deal for him to ask someone to search for Buddhist scriptures. And don't those TV dramas show that these emperors are busy with all kinds of affairs? Could it be that the emperors in this world are too idle? Although Chu Junhan thought so in his heart, he nodded without showing it on his face, and said with a puzzled look, "Your Majesty, I am indeed interested in Buddhist scriptures recently, so I ordered my subordinates to find some for me." After hearing this, Chu Junyan frowned and said, "You can read any book. You can read Buddhist scriptures, but you can't be too addicted to them. Do you understand what you mean, brother?" Chu Junyan was really afraid that he would become a monk because of his impatience. So since his brother had come out, he planned to play the emotional card to make him give up this terrible idea. When Chu Junhan heard this, he suddenly realized that his elder brother, the Emperor, was actually afraid that he would become a monk. After Chu Junhan understood, he looked at Chu Junyan, who was worried, and assured him, "I understand. Your Majesty, please rest assured. I just want to take a look and kill time. I have no intention of indulging in it." He lived for more than 30 years in his previous life, and stayed in the military camp for almost 20 years. He is not married in his 2 lives combined. How could he become a monk? Moreover, the person he wanted to protect in his dream has not appeared yet. How could he do such a stupid thing? Although his health is not good now, as long as he finds the person in his dream, he will be safe. It's good that you don't have this plan. Although Buddhist scriptures can solve doubts, you should read them in moderation. Don't read them all the time. I haven't seen you for a few days. You look bad again. I understand. It's good that you understand. Have a good rest when you go back. Don't read too many books. It will hurt your eyes and your mind. Yes. I'll take note of it. After saying goodbye to Chu Junyan, he left the palace. In the following period of time, Chu Junyan sent people to secretly observe his younger brother's behavior, and confirmed again and again that he had not seen through the world. And then he put his heart back to the original place. Since Chu Junhan woke up from his coma, although he could not say that he had become a different person, he had indeed changed a little. He was much more cheerful. And he, as the eldest brother, felt this the most deeply. At first, he thought he was in a good mood, and he was willing to contact people. But later he found that he had indeed changed. If he hadn't remembered everything they had given him before, he would have suspected that he had been swapped, although he didn't know the reason. It was good for him that he didn't have to watch him depressed anymore. Who cares why? As long as he was happy, it was fine. Before his mother died, he promised her to take good care of his only brother. Another person who felt deeply was the butler Wang, who had been with him since childhood. After all, Chu Junhan didn't want to contact outsiders on weekdays, so he got closer to him. Butler Wang noticed that his prince's behavior had become more appropriate and easygoing, and he was willing to contact outsiders recently. But at the same time, he also found that his prince seemed to have grown up overnight, and became a little unpredictable to him. Although he was still as good to him, he just had an indescribable feeling, and felt weird. If they had read time travel novels, they would know that his brother, his prince, had indeed been replaced by someone else. No, to be more precise, his core had been replaced. If they knew, they would have burned him to death. After all, it was too fantastical for them, because they didn't know. Some of Chu Junhan's changes did not cause much waves. Chu Junhan himself gradually got used to his current life, and no longer worried about why he suddenly appeared in this world after his death. He was now concentrating on finding the person he needed to protect in his dream. To be more precise, they were just taking what they needed, because the person in the dream told him that only by finding that person could he have a chance to survive. But he didn't tell him how to find the person he wanted to find. Chapter 237 Conversation. Kyoto, Prince's Mansion. Butler Wang, we have already found out what you ordered before, please take a look. A man in black handed over an envelope. Butler Wang took out the letter, which contained the complete investigation results of Bai Maoyu's family, including Wu Jianrui. When he saw Bai Maoyu's experience of fleeing famine, his eyes flashed, and finally stopped at the words his martial arts improved by leaps and bounds. He stood up, with the letter, and hurried to a room similar to a study in the deepest part of the house, knocked on the door, looked around and saw that no one was following, and then slipped into the room. Your Highness, please forgive me for disturbing you so late at night. Butler Wang knelt on his knees, and bowed his head to apologize. You have been with me for so many years. If there is no emergency, you will not be so reckless. Get up. The person who spoke was none other than the wise king who had just come out of the palace. Chu Junhan, the younger brother of the current emperor. Thank you, Your Highness. Speaking of this, Butler Wang stood up, took out the letter, and handed it to the virtuous king. After the virtuous king finished reading it, he continued, Your Highness, I think that General Bai must have some magical medicine, or he may have received some guidance from some master, otherwise his martial arts could not have been improved so quickly, so you are not. Butler Wang did not finish his words, but both of them understood what he meant. The virtuous king's health was not good to begin with, and now, because he helped the emperor to ascend the throne, he was plotted against by a villain, and now he is on the verge of death. If he cannot find a way, he may not survive. The prince is only in his 30s, if he dies like this, sigh. Chu Junhan was not too worried about his own body, but Chu Junhan did not speak for a long time after hearing what Wang Huanjia said. His brain was working fast. He had been in this world for a year or two, but he had no clues. For some reason, he just felt that Bai Maoyu might not be the person he had been looking for. Otherwise his body would not have given any clues. However, how did he burn this charcoal? If this was really Bai Maoyu's idea, why didn't he burn it before? But he had investigated him for so long, and tried several times. Except for charcoal, he knew nothing about every classic thing in his world. Bring him to see me tomorrow, Chu Junhan ordered. What is your identity? No need to hide it. Yes, I will take my leave. The next day, before Moe arrived, he welcomed an unexpected guest. Knock, knock, knock. When the door was opened, the person said to Moe, Butler Mo, my prince asked your general to come to the prince's mansion today to have a chat. I wonder if it is convenient. Moe looked at the person who came and said, I'm sorry, Butler Wang, our general has been out for a long time. When he comes back, I will tell my general as soon as possible. Okay, then I will go back and tell my prince now. He is still waiting at home. If General Bai comes back, please tell him. Yes, I will. Okay, then I will take my leave first. Have a good time. Butler Wang. Butler Wang nodded and left first. General Bai was not at home. He also had to go to Deputy General Wu to check. After all, the prince had considered this issue before he came out. So he said that if he couldn't find General Bai, Deputy General Wu would also be fine. In another courtyard of the Xianwang mansion, Chief Steward Wang bowed slightly outside the main door and said, Your Highness, according to Chief Steward Mo, General Bai has been out for a long time and has not returned yet, but I brought Deputy General Wu here. Chu Junhan in the room heard what Chief Steward Wang said, and was silent for a moment. Then he said softly, Let him in. Yes. After receiving the order, Chief Steward Wang opened the curtain and led Wu Jianrui into the room. After Wu Jianrui entered, he put away his usual playful face in front of others, and bowed his head and saluted properly. Then stood there motionless. Chu Juhan sat at the top and waved his hand casually. Deputy General Wu. Don't be so reserved. Sit down. I called you here today to ask about the charcoal you burned. I heard that your General Bai did it unintentionally when he was inspecting the disaster for his father. I am quite interested in this. So I ordered the chief steward to call you to talk about it. But this thing is indeed much better than what we burned before. Wu Junrui sat at the bottom. He was obviously stunned when he heard Chu Juhan's words. He looked up at him in surprise. He just sat down and stood up again and replied. To answer your question, the charcoal was indeed found by chance when we went back to the cave where we lived before to avoid the rain and remove the unburned firewood covering it. We were afraid that the dead leaves everywhere would cause a fire. So our general ordered us to cover it with a layer of soil to prevent accidents. But we didn't expect to be pleasantly surprised when we returned there again. When Wu Junrui saw Chu Juhan say this, he knew that he must have sent someone to check on them. But he probably didn't know the details. So he wanted to take advantage of his MOU's absence to get some information from him. But he was such a brainless person. So he said the half-truthful and half-false words they had thought of before. If Wu Junrui knew that Chu Juhan had found Bai Mayu first, he probably wouldn't think so. Oh, that's really a pleasant surprise. Now in Kyoto, the most profitable business is probably your charcoal business. Of course. But, hearing about making money, Wu Junrui answered without thinking. But as soon as he said it, he knew that he was almost fooled. And he stopped the car in time. Look at him like this, Chu Juhan smiled slightly. Vice General Wu wanted to say, but there are many people who remember, isn't it? After listening to Chu Juhan's words, Wu Junrui was shocked, but then nodded clearly. Don't look at this wise king. It is only a little older than himself, don't love contact with others, but I have been on the battlefield since I was a child, after 2 accidents. There were 2 accidents. It was forbidden by the former Xiaofei mother. So his experience is still very spicy, his judgment Wu Junrui still believed. Soon after the charcoal was put on the market, he and Bai Mayu found that someone was secretly investigating. But they had not found the person behind it. Wu Junrui stood up unconsciously and turned around twice, looking at Chu Juhan, who was sitting steadily at the top, and said cautiously, Your Majesty, we are just playing around there. After all, I hope you can show us a clear way. Chu Juhan rolled his eyes and said coldly, What do you mean? Am I the unreasonable, plundering person? Would I rob you of your little stuff? Wu Junrui lowered his head and said, I said the wrong thing. I hope your Majesty will not blame me. Chu Juhan snorted coldly, then showed a fox-like smile and said, It's not a robbery. But there is still hope for our cooperation. Okay, you can get off. I believe that when your General Bai comes back and hears my proposal, he will be very happy. Chapter 238 Bai Mayu finds Qinghe village. Chu Juhan waved his hand and ordered him to leave. You have worked hard on this trip. But I hope that our conversation, except for your General Bai, cannot be disclosed to anyone else. Otherwise you know the consequences. I understand. Wu Junrui responded and retreated. At this moment, he was really frightened by Chu Juhan's words. He didn't even know how he got home. He didn't understand why this wise king suddenly wanted to cooperate with him. Chu Juhan, who watched Wu Junrui leave, played with a jade ring in his hand. Since he couldn't find the answer he wanted, he would blend in with them. He didn't believe that they didn't let the cat out of the bag one day. There are not so many coincidences in this world. For Chu Juhan, who has been fighting those criminals for more than 10 years, he understands one thing, that is, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. So Bai Mayu and his men must have something that his people haven't found out. Here, Bai Mayu, who was far away in Kang Town, finally came to Qinghe village after asking around. When he arrived in front of Liu Yao's house at the foot of Daqing Mountain, his originally tired body seemed to have strength. He walked a few steps to the door, held a wall to catch his breath, and waited until his mood calmed down a little, tidied his clothes, and knocked on the gate. Knock. Knock. The door rang. It must be said that Bai Mayu was very well-mannered. His every move was impeccable, and he gave people an extremely comfortable feeling. Even though he was about to see the person he missed day and night, he tried his best to control his words and actions, and did not let people see any anxiety. But only he knew how nervous he was now, and he was afraid that he would be disappointed again. Creaky. With a sound, the confined door was opened from the inside. Bai Mayu tried his best to control the expression on his face. He was afraid that he would scare his girl if he was too excited. So he controlled his emotions. and tried his best to make people feel very friendly at first glance. And the scale was just right. Who are you? What's up? The person who opened the door was a child of about 10 years old. Although he was small, he was very polite and well educated. When he saw that it was not Liu Yao or Xiao Xian who opened the door, Bai Moyu's smile almost collapsed. Hello, little brother. Excuse me. Does Miss Liu Yao live here? Miss Liu Yao once did me a favor. I promised to repay her once the matter was settled. So I followed Miss Liu Yao's trail and found this place. I wonder if this is Miss Liu Yao's home. Bai Moyu sorted out his emotions and politely answered the young boy in front of him. He did not despise or neglect the other person because of his young age. Instead, he treated him like an adult. This made Xiaobao feel a little good about the person in front of him at first sight. That's right. The person who opened the door was not someone else, but Xiaobao, who was left to look after the house. Yes, this is Miss Liu Yao's home. But my elder sister has already gone out. Big brother, can you wait here for a while? I'll call Uncle Wu and let him talk to you. Although he had some good feelings, Xiaobao did not give him all his trust. He had fled all the way here and met all kinds of people outside. It was impossible for Xiaobao to easily believe whether Bai Moyu was telling the truth. Okay, then I'll trouble you, little brother. Bai Moyu got the answer he wanted, and replied gently, as long as he was sure it was here. He didn't care whether he went out or not. He thought Xiaoxian was just going out to do some business, and he would come back naturally in the evening. When Xiaobao heard what Bai Moyu said, he led him into the yard, and then ran to the back to find Wu Shicha. Bai Moyu looked at the little person running away, polite and considerate. Although he was young, his words and deeds were enough to glimpse his demeanor, and he didn't feel awkward at all when meeting a stranger. He sighed. His girl is really unfathomable. She doesn't say it herself. Today a little kid is so extraordinary. She is worthy of being the one I chose. Bai Moyu was even more proud of thinking about it, until he walked into the yard and found that he was in a daze. When Wu Shicha and Xiaobao Qinshan came to the front yard together, I'm so sorry. I bother you. Bai Moyu saw the adults in the family, and he came to his senses and apologized sincerely. Mr. Bai is too polite. I can't bear it. Wu Shicha saw that the other party's clothes were not simple, so he said politely. While speaking, he took Bai Moyu to the main room in the front yard. He called out to Xiaobao Qinshan, who was following him. Xiaobao, take Qinshan to pour a cup of tea for Mr. Bai. Hey. Okay. Uncle Wu. We'll go right away. Xiaobao responded and took Qinshan to the inner room. Big brother. Excuse me. When will Miss Liu Yao come back? Bai Moyu breathed a sigh of relief, although he kept telling himself in his heart, don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. You've waited for so many years. Why rush now? But as soon as he opened his mouth, he exposed his thoughts. Mr. Bai, you are welcome. However, Xiao Yao and Xiao Xian will not be back until the new year or after the new year. If you have nothing to do, you can stay here for a while and visit the yard. This yard is drawn by Xiao Yao. There are some things that I have never seen before. After confirming Bai Moyu's identity, Wu Shicha also had some good feelings for Bai Moyu, who was always talking about Xiao Xian. So he suggested, can I ask Xiao Yao where she went? Hearing Wu Shicha's words, Bai Moyu said anxiously, Kyoto. What, Kyoto? Yes, that's what she said before she left. Hearing Wu Shicha's words, Bai Moyu was both disappointed and happy. Disappointed that he didn't see his girl the first time, happy that his girl didn't forget the promise with him. She really went to Kyoto to find him, although it took a while. Thank you so much, Mr. Wu. After hearing this, Bai Moyu wanted to go back to Kyoto as soon as possible to meet Liu Yao, but he was also very curious about what the house she designed was like, so he didn't even say politely, and agreed. The two of them had sex again, and Wu Shicha was much more relaxed and not so reserved. After a while, he took Bai Moyu into the room where he lived, pointed to the design of the bathtub in the small room, and said, Mr. Bai, this is the bathtub we usually use for bathing. It is different from the previous ones in that there is a bamboo pipe to lead in the mountain spring, and the dirty water is let out through the bamboo pipe from the bottom of the bathtub, which saves manpower. Wu Shicha pointed to the bathtub that surprised him at first, and talked to Bai Moyu. In his opinion, Xiao Yao is extraordinary. Mr. Wu, you are right. If this method is used, it can solve many problems. You are indeed worthy of Miss Liu Yao. Walking along the way, although the courtyard is simple, It is elegant everywhere. Wow. What a good place. If there is nothing to do in Kyoto in the future, he can also move to this place. The closer you are to the water, the better. Bai Mayu was a little emotional and couldn't hide his admiration. But his smile was a little meaningful. Wu Shi looked at Bai Mayu's praise for Xiao Yao, and he couldn't help being happy. He took him around the courtyard again, which attracted waves of admiration. Chapter 239 MOE. Lu Yao and Dia were sitting in front of a snack bar, eating snacks happily, when they suddenly heard a voice behind them. She turned around and saw MOE standing behind her. He bowed to her and said excitedly, "Miss Xiao Yao, you made us look for you so hard." After receiving the pigeon message from his master, MOE immediately came out to look for her. For her safety, they didn't want to make a big fuss about it. He didn't even tell Deputy General Wu. But they looked in many places and couldn't find her. Just when they thought that Miss Xiao Yao might have left long ago, they unexpectedly found her in front of the snack bar. Thank God, finally. We found Miss Xiao Yao otherwise. He was really afraid that his master would be furious. Lu Yao was stunned at first. She was also very happy to see MOE, but then she asked in confusion, "MOE, what do you want to see me for? And how did you know I was in Kyoto?" MOU smiled and said, "Our master went to Kang Town to look for Miss Xiao Yao, but when we went to the village where you stayed, they said you had come to Kyoto earlier, so my master sent a pigeon back to ask us to look for you first, and he had already set out on his way back." Lu Yao frowned after hearing this. "I haven't found any clues about what I want to investigate yet. But now Bai Mayu has found me." She didn't know what to do for a moment. So Lu Yao thought for a while, and said to Dia on the side, "Dia, I'm going to go out for a while, and I don't know how long it will take. I will go home by myself later, and you don't have to wait for me. Also, when you go back, don't tell Xiao Xian that someone is looking for me." "Got it, miss." Dia had never seen MOE and the others, but she knew that this was one of the people Xiao Xian often talked about, and he should not be a bad person. She hesitated, turned around and went back. After Lu Yao dragged MOE to an empty alley, the two talked about the past few years. Lu Yao looked at the time and wanted to say goodbye to MOE. "Miss Xiao Yao, are you going back?" He still wanted to take her back to the general's mansion and wait for their master to come back before making plans. What if Miss Xiao Yao goes back and disappears again? Well, it's getting late, and there are people waiting at home. If you go back late, Xiao Xian and Dia will be worried. If there is anything, send someone to inform them. Just let me know. You know my home address now. Also, if I come to Kyoto this time, I still have some things to do, so I don't want too many people to know that I'm here. Do you understand? Okay, then Miss Yao. Be careful on the road." MOE reluctantly watched Lu Yao leave the alley. Although he is a martial artist, he is actually a very thoughtful person. Since Lu Yao said so, it means that she must have something very important. It seems that we have to ask the general to come back quickly. When Lu Yao came back after buying some things, it was already dark. "Miss, are you back?" After coming back and eating something, Dia had been listening to the noise outside by the gate. She heard the footsteps of her own lady, so she spoke out to confirm. "It's me. Dia, open the door." "Miss that." Before Dia finished speaking, looking at Xiao Xian and Arya walking from a distance, Lu Yao shook her head at Dia. She didn't want to tell Xiao Xian about meeting MOE yet. Dia saw her young lady's action and nodded. "Big sister, what delicious food did you buy again? The sugar balls are delicious. Take them and share them with Arya. But remember, you can only eat 3 pieces a day, or you will never be able to eat delicious food again after your teeth fall out." After Lu Yao handed the sugar balls to Xiao Xian, she couldn't help but remind him. "I know. Young lady. I know. Big sister." When the two saw the delicious food, they agreed crisply. When Lu Yao woke up the next morning, it was already bright. As soon as she got up and washed up, Dia brought breakfast and put it on her Kong. Today, Dia made a very light breakfast. A bowl of rice cake, a pot of flour rolls, a pot of radish cake, a pot of pickled radish and pickled cucumber. Oh! And a plate of spicy dried meat that Lu Yao loved the most, which was the best to eat with rice. When Lu Yao was still sitting on the Kong and enjoying her breakfast, she heard Arya's voice in the yard. "Wait a moment. I'll go and call our young lady for you." "Sisters, why are you so unfamiliar? I can go find her myself." This was the voice of Bao Yuanshuang, a servant from the Bao mansion next door. Lu Yao really couldn't like this familiar and self-righteous girl. "Hey, Miss Bao. Miss Bao." As she spoke, Bao Yuanchuang had already walked into the house, followed by Arya, who looked anxious. Lu Yao glanced at Bao Yuanchuang calmly, and said to Arya, "Arya, you go down first." "Yes, Mississippi," Arya responded, and then retreated. She must ask her elder sister to open an eye at the gate later. If it was Bao Yuanchuang, she would never open the door. She really thought this was her home. It was like this every time. Miss Bao got up really early. Lu Yao wiped the corner of her mouth with a silk scarf, and said with a faint smile, "It's you, Sister Yao, who got up too late. The sun is shining on your butt," Bao Yuanchuang said, gnashing her teeth secretly. This damn girl eats much better than herself. Unlike herself, who only has time to sneak out in the morning when her mistress goes to study. But Lu Yao can sleep until she wakes up naturally every day. And someone will serve her when she eats and drinks. Not only does she not have an adult to take care of her at home, but she also eats and drinks well. It really makes her angry. I don't know where they got the money from. Could Lu Yao be the illegitimate daughter of some rich man? But they don't look like that. She came here every day during her free time, hoping to find something to hold against her, so that she could blackmail her into giving her some benefits. But after so long, there was no clue at all. Bao Yuanchuang's expression was all in Lu Yao's eyes. This Bao Yuanchuang was really interesting. She was destined to be a servant, but she was always acting like a lady to show her presence in front of her. "I got up a little late today, but I don't need to get up so early every day like Miss Bao." Bao Yuanchuang was so angry when she heard what Lu Yao said that she almost couldn't breathe. The implication was that she was destined to work. She was really angry. "You?" Bao Yuanchuang's eyes widened, and she was about to scold Lu Yao. But she seemed to have thought of something, and swallowed back what she was about to say. So Bao Yuanchuang was embarrassed, annoyed, and unwilling at the moment. So she didn't say much for a while. "It seems that Miss Bao has something to say." "Oh, I remember. Miss Bao, is it because it's getting late, and you have to go back to serve your lady with some attention?" Lu Yao's mouth curved, and she deliberately emphasized the word serve. You. Chapter 240 Rumors. Bao Yuanchuang thought that Lu Yao would be as easy to talk to as those small families before, and would treat her, a maid in the Bao mansion, as a distinguished guest, and cater to her in every way. So she wanted to control this family like she did to those people, but Bao Yuanchuang didn't know that today she would hit a wall. This Lu Yao family is completely different from others, and is very stubborn. She was trembling with anger at Lu Yao's words. She came here today, originally wanting to use the excuse of coming to play as before, to coax them to give her some delicious food, but she didn't know that, as soon as she started, she was so angry that she was fuming. "Lu Yao, don't forget that I am the head maid of the Bao family. If you offend our Bao family, you will have a hard time in the future. You should know that the Bao family is on this street. Although it is not the best, their master is still an official. Much better than these peasants." Bao Yuanchuang was angry. "Is that so?" Lu Yao smiled as if she had just remembered something, saying, "Oh, is that so? I almost forgot. Miss Bao, you are a maid in the Bao family, and I recently heard that Lian's name was given by your young lady. I'm so sorry." "Then, Dia, go ask Miss Bao in person when they change the maid to be the head of the family." "Yes." Mississippi Dia tried to hold back her laughter and answered, wanting to walk out. "Wait!" Bao Yuanchuang shouted angrily, and then took a deep breath. His expression changed like turning the pages of a book. It was cloudy just now, but in the blink of an eye, the sky cleared up. He was really trained since childhood. Lu Yao was really shocked. Bao Yuanchuang smiled and said, "Miss Xiao Yao, you are magnanimous. I said something wrong just now. Please don't hold it against me. I won't bother you again in the future. I hope you don't tell our young lady about what happened today." In the eyes of outsiders and the little maids in the mansion, she seemed to be very powerful. But only the big maids knew that it was not only men who messed with the king, but also the maids. As long as they did something wrong, they would end up with only one outcome, either being beaten or scolded. If you are unlucky sometimes, you may die, especially for slaves like them. Even if 100 of them die, no one will come back to meddle in other people's business. Lu Yao glanced at Bao Yuanchuang's pale face, and said after a pause, "Okay? Today's matter is over. But I hope Miss Bao will remember what I said today. Otherwise, I will have to ask your young lady to come and make the decision for the poor people in my small courtyard." "Thank you, Miss Lu. Bao Yunshuang almost broke her teeth when she heard Lu Yao's words. But for her own future in life, she still smiled and suppressed her anger. Okay. I'm a little tired. I won't delay Miss Bao from going back to work. Lu Yao curled her lips, looking at Bao Yunshuang, who was about to make her explode, and suddenly felt that this was much more interesting than those plays on the stage. Then I won't call Miss Lu to rest. Bao Yunshuang emphasized the word rest. She was almost angry to death today. Not only did she not achieve her goal, but she couldn't come to her house from today. Goodbye. I won't see you off. Looking at Bao Yunshuang's departing back, Lu Yao narrowed her eyes. It's true that there are always top-notch people everywhere. However, looking at her angry look, she felt very happy. But looking at the cold breakfast on the table, she felt a little unhappy again. She hadn't eaten yet. Dia, who was standing by, saw that her young lady was not full. So she said, "Young lady, I'll make you another portion. In winter, their stove is on all day long, so it's very convenient to cook something. No need. It's sunny outside now. Let's go out and get some sun." Lu Yao shook her head when she heard Dia's words. It was almost time for lunch, so she should eat more later. Okay. Then, young lady, who did you meet yesterday? Hearing Dia's words, Lu Yao was stunned for a moment. And then she realized that she was asking about Mo Yi's matter yesterday. Now she didn't know what to do. According to what Mo Yi said yesterday, Bai Mayu and the others had never given up looking for her for so many years. Although she was a little touched, her matter had not been investigated yet, so it was not the best time for them to meet. Oh, forget it. In a few days, as long as Bai Mayu came back, it was impossible for him not to come to see her. But she didn't want them to come here. Otherwise it would become a topic of conversation. Tomorrow when she met Mo Yi, she would tell him that they would have to meet outside in a deserted place. Miss? Dia saw that her young lady was in a daze again, so she called her softly again. Oh, it's okay. They are all people I knew before. You will get to know them slowly in the future, Lu Yao said as she threw a candied ball into her mouth. She had just told Xiaoxian and Arya not to eat too much every day, but Dia had seen that her young lady had eaten 3 or 4 pieces in such a short time. So she smiled and said, "Miss, this candy ball is delicious, but eating too much will cause toothache. You just told Xiaoxian and the others yesterday, but you forgot it." "I know. Dia, the housekeeper." Lu Yao ate the candy ball, basking in the sun, and said with a smile, somehow, she felt that she was in a particularly good mood today. At this time, Xiaoxian, who had gone out to play, came back angrily. "Xiaoxian, what happened?" Lu Yao asked with a smile when she saw Xiaoxuan's angry look. "Sister, I am really mad today." Xiaoxuan's face turned red with anger, and even his eyes were red. "What happened? What made you so angry?" Lu Yao asked curiously. "Yes, what happened to Xiaoxian? Tell me." Dia was also very curious, so she urged from the side. "Sister, you don't know? I was fine when I went out to play today. But when I came back, you don't know what those women said about us. Saying that we are illegitimate children that no one wants. Saying that we are. Yes, bastards, yes. Anyway, they said all kinds of things, and pointed fingers at me. Then what?" Lu Yao looked at Xiaoxian and asked. Xiaoxian was about to cry, but when he heard his elder sister's words, he opened his eyes wide and said, "My elder sister. What else? This is already infuriating enough. They are ruining our reputation. This is really too much." "Yes. Miss, we have to think of a way. If we go out in the future, we will be pointed at by others. We dare not go out." Dia heard Xiaoxuan's words and said anxiously, "It doesn't matter to her. But Miss will get married in the future. Isn't this person trying to ruin Miss's reputation?" "No hurry." Lu Yao smiled. She could figure out with her toes where this rumor came from. It seemed that some people had not learned their lesson. "Isn't it urgent?" "No hurry. They have their mouths. Let them say whatever they want. If a dog bites you, you can't bite it back." Lu Yao saw how anxious they were and said with a smile. Chapter 241 Gossip. "I don't know who is so shameless to spread such gossip. If I know about it, I will see how I will deal with her," Dia said, and she waved her fist in anger. "I'm afraid you can't beat that person now?" Dia heard this, raised her head and looked at her young lady, and asked in surprise, Young lady, do you know who is the person who said bad things about us? It's almost right. But she is just a little clever. I will see how I will deal with her later. Is it not possible now? I'm afraid she doesn't dare to come out now. Hearing Lu Yao's words, Dia and Xiaoxian were as nervous as cats. They were almost dying of curiosity. But their young lady, eldest sister, was very bad and just wouldn't say who that person was. Okay. Let's not talk about these spoilers. Are these snacks to your liking? When talking about food, Xiaoxuan's eyes lit up. Delicious. Really delicious. Big sister. These snacks are all made by you. How can I have such skills? I said that it was Big Sister and Arya who did it. Lu Yao heard what Xiaoxian said and smiled. Now she is almost a useless person. Big Sister and Arya do everything. And she just moves her mouth. She is almost at the same level as Xiaoxian. She eats and sleeps. And then drinks. That eldest sister is also amazing. Little flatterer. Dia said without any distinction. It was obviously her fault. Sister Dia and Arya are also amazing. Seeing that Dia was angry, Xiaoxian said very spinelessly, he couldn't beat her now. Thinking about the last time she chased and beat him, Xiaoxian felt miserable. When this woman gets angry, it's really scary. In the servant's room of Bao's house, Bao Yuanshuang was holding a hairpin that the young lady had just awarded her. She saw a low-ranking maid walking towards her and asked, "What happened?" The maid heard Bao Yuanshuang's words, grinned, and came close to her and whispered, "I did everything you said." In less than half an hour, people are now saying bad things about Lu Yao's family. The two little ones dare not go out to play. Humph! You dare to go against me. Now I want to see how that little bitch can live here. Bao Yuanshuang sneered when she heard the maid's words. That's right, Sister Yuanshuang went to her place, because she looked up to them, a bunch of country girls, who had never seen the world. Who do they really think they are? You're right, I just want to let them know the consequences of offending me. Now let's wait and see the show. Bao Yuanshuang smiled proudly, and put the hairpin in her hand on her head. The little maid came forward with Indy to help her tidy it up, which made Bao Yuanshuang even more proud. Little bitch. You dare not give me face. Now I will teach you a lesson. Sister Yuanshuang. Do you think Lu Yao and the others will know that we did it? Bao Yuanshuang's heart skipped a beat. And then she said angrily, what can she know? However, even if she knows, what can she do to me? Even if she has two guts, she will not dare to break into our Bao mansion. Unless she doesn't want to live anymore. That's right. Our master is now a 6th rank official. And they are not the kind of peasants who can compare with him. It's good to know. Okay. Let's go. If the young lady can't find anyone later, she will lose her temper again. Dia turned back to the house. And she looked for the cotton handkerchief she had embroidered when she had free time. A cute kitten pattern was embroidered in a corner of the handkerchief. This was the pattern that the young lady had drawn when she was in Qinghe village. She thought it was very beautiful. So she embroidered it on the handkerchief. Dai returned to the yard and handed the handkerchief to her new friend Xiaohe. Xiaohe. This is a cotton handkerchief that I embroider for fun. Don't be disgusted. Just use it to wipe your hands. Xiaohe didn't want to accept it at first. She knew that it was not easy for Dia and the others to earn money to support their families. However, although the handkerchief and embroidery method were common and not worth much, the pattern on the handkerchief really touched her heart. Unable to resist the temptation, Xiaohe refused twice, but finally accepted it. But waited until Dia became more and more affectionate. Dia, you look really pretty, so I will accept it shamelessly. Don't be polite. Xiaohe, we will visit each other often in the future. And I will trouble Sister Ting and you for more. What's the trouble? Dia, don't send me off. I have to go back. When I'm free, I'll come to find you and play. Then I'll treat you to sweet-scented osmanthus cake. I tell you, it's delicious. Xiaohe took Dia's arm, said goodbye affectionately, and then was reluctant to go back. Dia and Lu Yao stood outside the yard, watching Xiaohe leave. She just didn't understand why the gap between people was so big. From the corner of her eye, Lu Yao had already noticed that the wives and mothers-in-law of the surrounding families kept looking at their house, under the cover of going out to get water or stroll. Their house was the closest to the innermost part of the street, because she considered safety and the small number of people at the time. She chose a house that was a little off the beaten track. There were not many neighbors around, and there were only a few families scattered in front of the yard. There was a distance between them. The nearest Bao family was about 100 to 200 meters away. Their family was small in number. She considered that she and Dia would often go out. So there were only 2 little kids, Xiaoxian and Arya, at home. Moreover, if they were close, there would be more disputes. Moreover, they had been busy getting familiar with their new home and doing housework these days. She could stand the silence, so no one would meet her or talk to her. At this time, they saw the mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law from the surrounding families. Their eyes were full of disputes, and they looked at Lu Yao, wanting to speak but stopping. They were really unfamiliar with the girls, and they had no reason to ask. They were very curious. They all wanted to know the origins of these girls. If it was really as the rumor said, then there would be a good show to watch. In this deep courtyard, they liked to watch the real girls, which was much better than those storytellers. Lu Yao pretended not to know what they were thinking. After retracting her gaze to see Xiao Yi off, she smiled and nodded politely to them, then took Dia back to the courtyard and closed the gate. Seeing that the gate of the Lu family courtyard was closed again, the mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law who had watched the excitement gathered in groups of 2 or 3 to share what they saw and heard. This was not only the case in the countryside, but also in the big city. If there was any news, the whole alley would know it immediately. It was not even night yet, but as soon as the women from each family walked around, they all knew that the newly moved Lu family was the seductress of some powerful person. Unlike those families outside who gossiped about other people's affairs, Lu Yao's family was as usual and had a warm dinner. In the quiet courtyard, the candlelight flickered. Xiaoxian and Arya sat on the warm con, took the rice paper they had practiced calligraphy on during the day, and continued to copy the calligraphy on the remaining blank space. Lu Yao also said that they should use new paper, but probably because they were used to being frugal. Although they agreed, they still did not delay him from using up the old paper completely first. Chapter 242 Yoga. The next morning, Lu Yao got up early and made a lot of snacks that they had recently developed with Dia and Arya. To be more precise, they were snacks that she had eaten in her previous life, and they were easy to make. She didn't know how to make those difficult ones that required good tools. Finally, she kept some for home, and wrapped the rest with oil paper, and she wanted to bring them all to Moe and the others when the foreskin came out. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a long time, so she had to prepare some gifts for everyone. After making snacks, Lu Yao went back to her room to practice yoga. When Dia came in and was about to clean up the room for her young lady, she saw her doing a strange movement on the con, and she was sweating profusely. So she hurried forward and exclaimed, "Young lady, what are you doing? If you have anything that makes you unhappy, tell me. Don't be hard on yourself." Lu Yao was practicing yoga, and when she turned around, she saw Dia staring at her, as if she felt sorry for her. She couldn't help but roll her eyes in her heart. Why is she so sad? I was just practicing yoga, but she acted like she was going to commit suicide. At the same time, she thought that next time she practices yoga, she must not let this girl see it again, and she must close the door tightly. She usually looks very brave, but now she is too timid, and she is so silly. Silly girl, I am practicing dancing. After Lu Yao finished the last move, she reached out and tapped her forehead. Dia covered her forehead with her hands, thinking that you must not let anyone see your dance. Not only do you wear so little clothes, but your arms and legs are almost exposed. But she turned around and said in surprise, "Miss, didn't we practice this martial arts together just this morning? And you didn't teach me this move." And, before she finished speaking, Lu Yao rushed to say, "Don't worry. I'll just dance in the house. And this dance is not the martial arts we usually practice. How many kinds of martial arts are there? Of course, I'm doing this to keep in shape," Lu Yao said, looking at Dia with a mischievous smile in her sparkling eyes. She was indeed a peerless beauty. Everyone was stunned. Has this young lady become prettier recently? Those blind people, what's wrong with their mistress? And no wonder so many people outside say that the young lady is a foxy woman. I didn't pay attention to her before, but now I just think that pair of eyes is amazingly charming. The loose white pajamas on her seemed unusually beautiful, but also made her look thin. The young lady seemed to eat more than me, so why didn't she gain weight? I am fatter than before. Could it be that practicing this martial art is really useful? Tomorrow when the young lady practices, she will definitely come to learn. Thinking of this, Dia directly took a thin blanket to cover her, and quietly touched the flesh on her body, which seemed to have grown a little more than the previous few days. When Lu Yao saw the blanket that Dia put on her, she was speechless. She had just finished practicing yoga, and was still sweating. And there was a Kong in the room. Why was she covered with it? My dear Dia, look at how sweaty I am. Can you help me get some water, so that I can wash myself? After lunch, she still had to meet Moe and the others. If she didn't wash herself, what if she was stank by her sweat and ran away? When Dia heard what her mistress said, she ignored the blanket that she had pulled down, responded, and ran out. After a while, when Lydia was soaking in the big bathtub, she sighed, yeah, it's really comfortable. Then she soaked her whole body in it, leaving only her head outside. Looking at her increasingly fair skin, Lydia was in a good mood. It was finally no longer as sallow as when she first came here. After soaking in the hot water for a while, she was reluctant to come out. If she hadn't been afraid of catching a cold after soaking for too long in the winter, she really wanted to soak for a while. After coming out, she took some facial oil from the space and rubbed her whole body carefully. This is a good thing. Now that the spiritual spring is gone, the good skin on my body depends on it. Moreover, this thing has a fragrance when applied on the body, and it is not too greasy. Finally, she only wore an undershirt and came out of the bathroom. If those people saw her, she would have to add another one, which would be immoral and indecent. After a yoga session, Lu Yao felt hungry again, because everyone had some snacks for breakfast. Daya and Arya cooked lunch a little early. Although Lu Yao said that it was so cold, it would be fine to cook something simple. But what Daya and Arya cooked was not simple at all. Braised tofu, braised spare ribs, 4 joy meatballs, a green vegetable, and finally a chicken soup, and all of them were very generous, after all. The 4 of them were big eaters. If there were less, they really wouldn't be full. While Lu Yao was eating, she didn't forget to pick some for Xiaoxian and the others. Sister, it's so delicious. Xiaoxian sat on the Kong, eating the braised spare ribs that his elder sister had picked up. He felt particularly happy. In the end, the 4 of them were full, especially Xiaoxian, whose belly was round from eating so much. After the meal, Lu Yao secretly ran out to meet Moe while Xiaoxian was resting, and gave them the snacks that she had made in the morning. Miss Xiao Yao, did you make all of this? It's so delicious. He hadn't eaten anything made by Lu Yao for a long time. So when he saw that it was for him, he immediately opened it and tasted it, exclaiming, well, and the girl you saw last time, we made it together, take it back and try it. If it tastes good, I'll make it for you next time. Oh, and remember to bring some to Wu Jianrui, but don't tell him I made it. Got it, our master is on his way back. If he's fast, maybe he can come back for the new year. He also said, let us listen to you in everything. If you have any inconvenience, just ask us to check it out. When Lu Yao heard Mo's words, it would be a lie to say she wasn't touched. Although by Mo, he was not in Kyoto, he considered everything for her. I don't have much to help you with. Last time you said someone was investigating your charcoal burning. Have you found out who it is? Hearing Lu Yao's words, Moe said a little embarrassedly. There is still no clue. Our master is also investigating this matter now. But I have noticed that Deputy General Wu is acting strange recently. He also told us not to investigate anymore. I thought, maybe he found out something. But when I asked him, he just said that we would know the answer after our master comes back. Miss Yao, do you want me to bring him here so that you can ask him in person? Maybe he will tell you for your sake. After hearing Mo's words, Lu Yao thought about it, shook her head and said no need. Since Wu Jianrui said so, he must have a reason not to say it. Let's not force him. Wait until your master comes back. It won't be too late for us to know. But you must remember, before the matter is investigated, you can't let anyone know that the charcoal matter has anything to do with me. Understand? Yes. Our master said so too. Well, it's getting late. I have to go back first. If you have anything, you can wait until the night when no one is there to find me there. Okay. I know. Miss Yao, be careful. Chapter 243 by Ma Yu returns to Beijing. Time flies by, Chinese New Year is coming soon, and Bai Ma Yu returns to Kyoto in the shortest possible time, traveling day and night. Young master, how did you become like this? Butler Lu was strolling on the street with Bai Ma Xuan, the current heir of the Bai family. Suddenly, he saw Bai Ma Yu, who had just returned to Beijing from outside. At first, he didn't recognize him, but after being in the Bai mansion for so long, he was too familiar with the young master's eyes. Seeing Bai Ma Yu's dusty face, and a few frostbite on his face, he didn't know why this young master became like this. He had become a general. And what else did he need to do personally? He made himself look like this. Looking at him like this, he really couldn't compare with the prince. Young master? When Bai Mayu heard Lu's call, his face turned black. He had nothing to do with them. Since he became a general, the people in the Bai family were thicker than each other. They all wanted to play the emotional card, calling him young master warmly. But they didn't think about it. If it weren't for his high martial arts skills, he would have escaped one after another. And if it weren't for the help of the little girl, he might have turned into a pile of bones. Brother, where have you been these days? Every time I went to your house, they said you went out for something. At first, I thought you still hated me and my father and didn't want to see us. Now it seems that we misunderstood you. And how did you end up like this? Brother, where have you been these days? How did you come back like this? Look at what you were wearing. Bai Machuan saw Bai Moyu from a distance. If he hadn't seen the housekeeper next to him, he would have thought he was a beggar. However, since he broke off relations with his family, his identity has changed again and again. He thought he was superior to him from now on. But he didn't expect that after a circle, he was still suppressed by him. Now his father is sighing and regretting at home. And he also ordered himself to have a good relationship with him. Bai Mayu didn't even look at them straight in the eye. He suspected that they were the ones who did it to him again this time. But unfortunately, he had no evidence. Bai Machuan was 1 year younger than him. And he loved to compete with him since he was a child. He wanted to have what he had and what he didn't have. For the position of the heir, they tried every means to get rid of him and make Bai Machuan the heir. But in the end, he was still not as good as himself. He liked to see him being unhappy, but unable to get rid of him. Mind your own business. Bai Mayu had never been kind to Bai Machuan since he was a child. This time was no different. If he had evidence, he would have killed the annoying mother and son long ago. Bai Mayu ignored Bai Machuan and butler Lu, treated him like heir, and hurried away. What are you so proud of? You're like a beggar. It's just being a general. What's so great about that? Bai Machuan saw that Bai Mayu ignored him and walked away on his own. He said disdainfully. He just couldn't stand Bai Mayu's superior look. It was all because of him. If he hadn't blocked his way and suppressed him everywhere, when he took back what belonged to him, he would have become a general praised by everyone. Damn it! Bai Machuan clenched his fists and went to the bookstore with a dark face. Didn't he say he would never come back? Bai Mo Yuxing hurried back to the mansion, thinking about washing up and going to see his girl as soon as possible. But he didn't expect that when he returned to the mansion, he heard that he couldn't go to see her openly, but had to go secretly when it was cloudy. Just like Moe and the others. Suddenly, he had a strange feeling. And he always felt that something was wrong. In the suburbs of Kyoto, Lu Yao and Dia were visiting the temple fair and discussing what to eat for the new year. They didn't notice Bai Mayu standing behind a bush not far away. He heard everything clearly from beginning to end. He couldn't help but be surprised. Looking at the little girl with a beaming face, Bai Mayu found that she had grown a lot taller after not seeing her for a few years. Especially her pair of bright eyes, clear and clear, sparkling like stars, with a look that made him dream, and at the same time made people marvel at her elegant and graceful light. Lu Yao clapped her hands and said with a smile, Dia, what you said is easy to say, and it should work if implemented, but the key problem is that our place is too small. You know, I can't let too many people know about my relationship with them now, so I'm afraid it won't work if I want everyone to get together for the New Year's Eve dinner this time. After more than a month of getting along, Dia gradually became familiar with Moe and the others, so she thought of getting together during the new year when everyone was free. Dia smiled and said, Miss, we don't have a place to go, but we can ask someone to come and find us. Oh. Who? Miss. Use your brain. Who among us has the ability and can help us? Lu Yao knew Dia's thoughts. She just wanted to learn from Moe and his friends. That's why she did so many things. But in order to cooperate with Dia, who was so smart, she said excitedly. Moe. Miss, you are so smart. But Lu Yao shook her head and sighed. No. No. He is so busy. As a friend, I don't have the nerve to bother him again. Moe, who was standing behind Bai Mayu, was confused. When did I say I was busy? Why didn't he know it? Dia shook her head helplessly. Miss, we are inviting them to dinner. By the way, let him teach you martial arts. Yeah. Miss, you knew it a long time ago. You still. What else can I do? What can I do, miss? Just tell me if it's okay, and if you can help me. Daya's thoughts were seen through, and she said desperately, well, let me think about it. Before Lu Yao finished speaking, they suddenly heard a warm voice in their ears. This is a good idea. How about I help you find this place? When Lu Yao's eyes met that person, she couldn't help but shudder all over. She was a little confused to see Bai Mayu here. After not seeing him for so long, the change was too big. Lu Yao looked up. Bai Mayu was tall at this time, about 1.8 meters tall, and was wearing a purple uniform that made people dare not look directly at him. His facial features were as sharp as if they were carefully carved, his eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like deep pools that seemed to be able to suck people in. His high nose bridge, and lips of moderate thickness, at one glance, Lu Yao could no longer look away. Wow! This is too handsome. As a face control, she saw Bai Mayu's eyes glowing green. With this appearance, he could probably make his debut in modern times. TSK, such a handsome face, with such a warm smile, is absolutely amazing. For a moment, Lu Yao was so busy looking at the handsome guy, that she completely forgot to react. Until her arm was twisted by Daya, she finally reacted. Hee, Bai Mayu, when did you come back? Now she had already thrown away the idea of not letting others know about their relationship. Lu Yao despised herself for indulging in male beauty, and now she felt a little embarrassed, and she was hesitating and didn't know what to say. Chapter 244 Meeting 1. A smile flashed in Bai Mayu's eyes. After not seeing each other for a few years, he thought his girl was becoming more and more interesting. Girl. This magnetic voice made Lu Yao's ears almost pregnant. This voice was too beautiful. It is said that girls change a lot when they grow up. This man has changed a lot. Not only has he become more and more handsome, even his voice has passed the voice change period, and it is so beautiful. She was waiting for him to continue, but after waiting for a long time, he only heard 2 words. This is too frugal with words. It would be a waste if he didn't say more about such a beautiful voice. So she couldn't help but look up at Bai Mayu again, but saw that he was looking straight at her, and even blinking at her. Lu Yao was very amused. After a little thought, she immediately understood what he meant. She laughed secretly in her heart and said hurriedly, it's getting late. Why don't we find a place to sit down and rest? Lu Yao seemed calm, but she was very panicked in her heart. It's not that she had never seen him before, but now compared with the past, he was so handsome, and he was so cute just now. Lu Yao thought, could it be that he has grown older, but has become less courageous? He remembered that he didn't feel anything when he saw him before, but after not seeing him for so many years, he is a little shy. Bai Mayu's eyes lit up when he heard this. I know a good place. He then led the way forward. Lu Yao had no choice but to follow him. The 4 of them walked for about half an hour, and arrived at a house that looked very nice. Looking at Daya, who was taken away by Moe on the grounds of cutting out her martial arts skills, Lu Yao felt panic for no reason. Lu Yao turned around and pushed the door. She felt that it was too cramped to stay in the room. Besides, there was a stove burning inside, which made it stuffy and uncomfortable. However, she never expected that the door would be closed by Moe, who was walking behind her. Lu Yao was really at a loss. Bai Mayu, what do you want to do? Lu Yao said, while mobilizing her special powers to deal with any bad situation that might occur. When Bai Mayu heard Lu Yao's words, he narrowed his eyes and said, Girl, I haven't seen you for so long. Tell me, what do I want to do? When Lu Yao heard Bai Mayu's words, she panicked, but she still said stubbornly, Bai Mayu, I don't have any money, and the money and gold beans you left with me are gone. I'm still so young, and I'm not a pervert. Don't mess around. I tell you I'm really powerful now. Lu Yao stretched out his little hand that was obviously electrified. Anyway, he knew her background, so there was no need to hide it. Bai Mayu saw Lu Yao's reaction, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Lu Yao thought she was dazzled. She looked at him carefully, and he still had a serious face. There was no smile on his face when they first met. Come here. What are you doing? Come here, or I can go over there. But I can't guarantee the consequences. You? Lu Yao looked at him, and finally mustered up the courage to walk to Bai Mayu's side. Bai Mayu saw Lu Yao coming towards him, not that far away from him, and then a smile appeared on his face again. He stared into Lu Yao's eyes, and asked, You seem a little afraid of me now. Why? Lu Yao also wanted to know why she was a little afraid of him when she saw him again. It was not that she was a little afraid of him, but she was nervous. And it was because he was too handsome. She was afraid to look at him any further, and could not resist the temptation of beauty. So she lowered her head and said, "Because you are too beautiful." Bai Mayu was stunned. He didn't expect this girl to say that. Is this still the girl he knows? But compared to the girl he knew before, who always kept a distance from him, he liked her more like this. Lu Yao thought that if she said he was good-looking, he would be angry, because most boys would not like to hear these two words. But if she said he was handsome, she was afraid that he would not understand what she meant. After not hearing a response for a long time, Lu Yao secretly looked up at him, but he was looking at her with interest. Lu Yao's scalp tingled. How come after not seeing him for a few years, this boy seemed to have learned bad things? He seemed to be like this before. Seeing that he still didn't say anything, Lu Yao asked, "Bai Mayu, what do you want to do by bringing me to the room? Is there anything that can't be said outside? Let's eat first, and I'll tell you after we finish eating," Bai Mayu said, stretching out his hand and pulling her to the side hall. It was then that Lu Yao noticed that there were all kinds of delicious food on the table in the room, including smoked chicken, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce pork elbow, various dim sum, etc. She was too nervous to notice it just now, but now she could only feel waves of tempting aroma drifting towards her. Facing the delicious food, Lu Yao no longer had any fear or shyness, and even Dia, who came with her, was forgotten. The two sat down silently, and no one spoke. The life of the rich was luxurious. A meal would have more than a dozen dishes, but the portion was a little small, and it was eaten up in 2 chopsticks. But these dishes are so delicious. Much better than those made by Dia and Arya, Lu Yao thought, while putting them into her mouth one bite after another. Not like a lady at all. Xiao Xian is a foodie, but she didn't realize that she was eating not much better than Xiao Xian, until Lu Yao snored and put down her chopsticks. Bai Mayu ordered people to take the food away, and then he said, "As soon as I came back yesterday, Wu Jiurui came to tell me in detail that the person who was investigating our charcoal burning behind the scenes was most likely the current emperor's younger brother, the Xian Wang. What's more surprising is that he also proposed to Jiurui to cooperate with us, and is now waiting for my reply. What do you think about this?" As soon as he returned home yesterday, Wu Jiurui rushed to his house after hearing the news and told him about this. He was also confused when he heard it. There were many suspects in his mind, but he didn't suspect this taciturn, wise king who didn't like to be approached. Apart from these, did he ask any other strange questions? As soon as he talked about business, Lu Yao immediately got into the state. This was a matter related to her life safety, so she couldn't be careless. "Yes, before I set out to find you, he asked me if I knew about chicken and coke. Oh, and airplanes. At that time, I just thought he was weird. How could this chicken fly? Now think about it. He should have been testing me at that time. But I still don't understand what he asked. What he meant." Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yao heard Bai Mayu's words, and was choked by saliva and started coughing. She thought, this plane is not that chicken. If you can understand, then the problem is big. What's wrong? Did you catch a cold? Bai Mayu said, and immediately got up and poured a glass of warm water for Lu Yao. Lu Yao shook her head, indicating that she was fine, and asked him to continue. Chapter 245 Meeting 2. MOU. I'm here. You said you came here as soon as you came back. I don't know what you are busy with. If I hadn't asked Mo Sure and others in your house, it would be really difficult to see you. As soon as the voice fell, the door was pushed open from the outside, and a tall man stood at the door in surprise. Lu Yao was embarrassed and pulled her little hand out of Bai Mou's hand. Her face was red. She lowered her head and turned around, not daring to look at who was coming. She didn't expect that in her 2 lives. The first time she was held by a boy's hand, she was caught on the spot. This was too embarrassing. The man standing at the door had a look of surprise in his eyes, and then he laughed and said, Bai Mou, you have a beautiful girl in your house in broad daylight. It's like the sun is rising from the west. It's all my fault that I came at the wrong time and disturbed your good fortune. But didn't you swear all day that you would marry Xiao Yao? And you even rejected the most beautiful woman in Kyoto? How come you changed your mind so quickly? If Xiao Yao knew that you were so fickle, I wonder if he would be heartbroken. TSK. I really can't tell that you are such a Bai Mou. Bai Mou stared at him, as if nothing had happened, and said in a flat tone, Wu Junrui, have you said enough? And why did you come to my place for no reason? Bai Mayu said this, and secretly glanced in the direction of Lu Yao. There were many things he hadn't explained yet. If it was a girl, he would see how he would deal with this chattering boy. Bai Mayu thought so, and glared at Wu Junrui. When Lu Yao, who was lowering her head, heard the name Wu Junrui, she felt even more embarrassed to turn around and raise her head. She just lowered her head, and she wanted to bury her head in her clothes. It would be bad enough if she was caught, but she was caught by an acquaintance, which was even worse. Wu Junrui didn't notice Lu Yao's reaction at all. He just sat down on the chair and said, "Don't mention it. I've been angry for the whole morning. You said that we just came back from suppressing bandits and quelling riots outside. Those old guys proposed to the emperor that we should set out to besiege Xiliang Kingdom, which is thousands of miles away from us, after the new year. What do you think they are thinking? I heard that the place is surrounded by mountains, and there are many poisonous insects and beasts, although it produces jade and is rich in resources. Can you go there casually? Since my grandfather's generation, I don't know how many people have been sent there, but how many people have you seen come back?" "No, not even one," Wu Junrui said, and angrily grabbed a cup of tea on the table and drank it all. "Oh, then the emperor agreed to this? How could he not agree? Everyone knelt on the ground, and your irrelevant father was the most enthusiastic. The emperor had no choice but to agree." Bai Mayu frowned when he heard this, and looked at the girl who was bowing her head beside him. They had just met, and she had just reluctantly agreed to him. She agreed to give it a try, and they hadn't had time to nurture the relationship. So he said, "Then can't we take it slow?" Who said it wasn't? It's good to take it slow, but as soon as I opened my mouth, they refuted me with various reasons. Why don't you go to the emperor tomorrow to try? I really don't dare to go there. At this time, when Lu Yao heard that the jade was rich, her eyes lit up. I was in need of this thing right now, and this pillow came at the right time. She sorted out her emotions, and thought to herself, it's just holding hands. Laugh if you want to. And it's getting dark soon. She can't just keep her head down and not go home. And she has to go to Xiliang. So she can't let them say it's a failure. After Wu Junrui finished speaking, he accidentally glanced at where Lu Yao was standing, and saw her turn around and raise her head. So he asked in surprise, "Are you Lu Yao?" Lu Yao took a step forward and said, "It's me. Long time no see." Wu Junrui. Wu Junrui glanced at Lu Yao, and then looked up at Bai Mayu who was standing there, looking at Lu Yao with a smile in his eyes, and asked with a strange look on his face, "Are you really Lu Yao? It can't be fake, right?" Hearing Wu Junrui's words, Lu Yao smiled slightly and said, "Why not me? Some time ago, didn't you tell Moe and others that the snacks I made were delicious? How come you forgot so quickly?" Wu Junrui suddenly realized, those snacks were all made by you. So you came to Kyoto a long time ago? Moe and others also knew about it a long time ago? Including Bai Mayu, who was far away from home? Yes. Lu Yao nodded heavily. Then you just hide it from me alone. What about Xiaoxian? Is he here too? You don't want me. Does he not want me too? Wu Junrui said, covering his chest with his hands exaggeratedly, making a very sad expression. He still doesn't know that I have met Hei and the others, and he doesn't know that those snacks are made for you. Otherwise, considering that he talks about you every other sentence, if he knew, would he not come to find you? Lu Yao didn't care about his coquettish look, and continued, just now I heard you say that you received the order to go to fight against Xiliang Kingdom? Wu Junrui's eyes lit up when he heard this. He knew Lu Yao's abilities. If she could go with him, it would be great. And they were almost. There would be no need to worry about food and drink. So he said yes. Why? Do you want to go with us? I think so. Take this opportunity to travel around. And I heard there are a lot of delicious food there. Lu Yao also heard of Xiliang Kingdom for the first time after coming to Kyoto. Later, he asked around and found that the location of Xiliang Kingdom is similar to Yunnan on Earth. It is like spring all year round. And the products are rich. However, there are many poisonous insects and beasts. Generally, outsiders dare not go to that small country. That's great. When Wu Junrui heard Lu Yao's words, he jumped up happily, and when Bai Mayu heard Lu Yao's words, his eyebrows and eyes relaxed. This way, they can be together again, and they don't have to separate. Wu Junrui saw the two of them flirting with each other, walked to Bai Mayu's side, and whispered, now it's finally as you wished. You've caught up with the girl. Bai Mayu's eyes flashed with a smile after hearing this. Okay. You don't have to worry about my affairs. You should still find a way to get through your own hurdle. If uncle and others see the girl, what do you think they will do? Fuck. Mayu. You. Lu Yao was listening to the two people whispering, and rolled her eyes in her heart. Can you please not whisper so loudly? She was embarrassed to hear it. She didn't know how she was just confused, and was held by Mayu's hand. It is said that beautiful women can cause trouble. In her opinion, handsome men can also cause trouble. She accidentally fell into the trap of the handsome man, and sold herself out. Chapter 246. The first kiss is gone. A few days later, Lu Yao looked at Bai Mayu's handsome face and said blankly, Bai Mayu, where are you taking me? It's getting dark. I have to go back early, otherwise Dia and the others will be worried. Bai Mayu heard Lu Yao's words, smiled and said, Don't worry, I have asked someone to tell them. You have too many people here, so I found a farm for you. I happen to be free today, so I thought of taking you to see if you like it. Of course, if you don't want this farm, I can send you back right now. Bai Mayu said with a smile. He finally took some time out today, seeing that the new year is coming. Now is his busiest time, busy preparing food and grass, and selecting personnel, and he has not been at home for so long. There are a lot of things piled up in the mansion and the military camp. Besides, the virtuous king was still waiting for his letter, so he had to go there in the next 2 days. He said that he was taking Lu Yao to see the manor, but in fact, he just wanted to spend more time with her. They met briefly yesterday, and then separated. But he started to miss her as soon as they separated. They were too busy these days, and they were apart more often. If she wasn't too young, he would have wanted to marry her home right now, so that he could see her every day. When Lu Yao heard this, she hurriedly said, Yes, I want. Now she regretted spending 800 taels of silver to buy that house. It was safe there, but there were many people who had nothing to do. If there was any disturbance in someone's house, it wouldn't take long for everyone on the street to know about it. And Shuangzi. That was what she had always dreamed of. How could she not want it? Besides, this was the first gift he gave her as a boyfriend. How could she not want it? But since they had decided to be together, some things had to be said in advance. Otherwise she couldn't have my Shuangzi even if she was jealous. Lu Yao paused, then thought for a while and said, Bai Mayu, I am different from the women here. I cannot accept the practice of a man having 3 wives and 4 concubines. Do you understand what I mean? So, in fact, Shuangzi is not in a hurry to see it. You have to think about it carefully. If you can't make the decision on this marriage at that time, what if you are granted a marriage by the emperor? Let me tell you, if you want to be with me, I have to make some things clear in advance. First, since you have chosen me, from now on, you can't have any woman other than me, even if it is given to you by the emperor. Second, I don't care if you seduced her first, or if she seduced you. As long as I find out that you have physical contact with other women, I will leave and go to a place where you can't find me. So before you think it through. This manner. Bai Muyu's face changed suddenly when he heard Lu Yao's words. He gritted his teeth and said, What did you say? If you dare to leave me, I will find you even if you run to the ends of the earth. So all the things you think of will not happen. Also, I love cleanliness and can't accept those rouge and powder. I will never touch any other woman except you in my life. Even if Lu Yao didn't say these words, he wouldn't marry so many women at home like those men. Whether it was his father who had nothing to do with him, or in the deep palace, those women's crazy looks for power and status made him terrified. Whether it was his mother or himself, weren't they all victims in the deep mansion? So he didn't want his backyard to become so smoky. And he didn't want his children to live in fear like him every day. I hope you can do what you say. I don't care. I still have Shaoxian, Dia and Area. I can live well wherever I go. And Lu Yao was talking, and Bai Mayu was sitting beside her, looking at her moist red lips, like a ripe cherry, which made people want to taste it. When Bai Mayu thought about it, his body reacted faster than his brain, and he finally couldn't resist the temptation. He lowered his head and kissed her gently. This kiss didn't matter. Bai Mayu only felt that Lu Yao's mouth was sweet, as if it was covered with honey. He sucked twice, but he didn't expect that Lu Yao's tongue would be entangled with his. Lu Yao didn't notice Bai Mayu's intention at first, until he kissed her. But at this time, she had completely fallen for his beauty. The two of them kissed for a long time in the carriage. When they separated, Bai Mayu found that Lu Yao's lips were swollen from his kisses. He stretched out his fingers and gently touched her lips. He said in a low voice, "Girl?" At this time, Lu Yao's mind was completely blank. Oh my god! How could she do such a thing? Now she really wanted to find a way to get in. She was only 13. And in modern times, she would still be a middle school student. This was Tutu's premature love. While she abandoned herself in her heart, she also scolded someone, saying that he was a beast and could even bite a child. So when she saw his hand extended, Lu Yao opened it immediately. And Bai Mayu was like a cat that had tasted something fishy. He was looking at the ostrich-like Lu Yao with his deep eyes. Seeing that, Bai Mayu burst out laughing. Lu Yao was even more embarrassed and angry when she heard this laugh. She was so angry that she took out an apple from the space and put it directly into his mouth. She said angrily, "Bai Mayu, you are too much. How can you do this to me? I am not an adult yet. I will be 13 in a few days." Bai Mayu heard Lu Yao's words, sat up straight, took the apple out of his mouth. He knew that if he really did something to the little girl, he would suffer. Maybe even the most basic welfare would be exploited. So, he sat up straight and said seriously, "Girl, I'm sorry. I can't help myself. And what's wrong with being 13 years old? Some people have already started to talk about people at the age of 13. But don't worry. I will wait until you are 15 years old before marrying you. I will definitely carry you to the big red flower bridge when the time comes. Who wants to marry you?" Humph. Liar. He used to look gentle and polite, but he turned out to be a double-faced and smooth-talking person. It turns out that men are all pigs. Which is absolutely true. Bai Mayu also knew that he had been having a little trouble today. So he quickly took out a piece of paper from his bosom and handed it to her, saying, "Of course you have to marry me. I will not marry anyone but you. Do you want me to be single for the rest of my life? Here. This is for you. I sent someone to draw the mountains, rivers and streams around the manor. I wanted to show it to you yesterday, but I forgot about it when I got busy. This manor has 500 hectares of land, which should be enough for us. I heard you say earlier that you wanted to have your own manor, and you wanted to decorate it yourself. So except for the original house, I didn't let anyone touch it. Take this map, and tell me when you have decided how to build it, and I will send someone to do it. Also, the 500 hectares on this side belong to Wu Juanrui. He saw that our house was going to be built there, so he bought the land next to it, saying that he would be our neighbor when he got married in the future." Bai Mayu pointed to an area on the edge of the map and said, Chapter 247 Shy. Lu Yao sat in the carriage. Although she was very sleepy, the carriage was too bumpy. She was also afraid that this big pig's hoof would touch her again after she fell asleep. So she dared not sleep anymore. So she opened the curtains and looked out through the window. The north wind was howling, and the cold temperature outside just contrasted with her red lips. Lu Yao was blown by the cold wind, and she shuddered instantly and quickly shrank her head back. Bai Mayu found her actions very funny. He thought this girl was too cute, but he didn't really dare to laugh out loud. Otherwise he would really piss her off. He wanted to say something to her several times, but swallowed his words. He knew that his girl was shy about what happened just now, so he had to give her some time. Otherwise, if he pushed her too hard, it would be counterproductive. He couldn't help himself just now, and his heart was still beating fast. In terms of nervousness, he was no less nervous than the girl. It was the first time for him to do this. But that feeling was really fascinating. As they were about to leave Kyoto, Lu Yao accidentally saw a large coal factory on the side of the road. She was very surprised. She had been in Kyoto for so long, and she had heard of coal lumps, but she had never seen one. So she asked quickly, "Bai Mayu, what kind of people use these coal lumps?" She was really curious, because the people living on her street were not particularly rich, but they were still rich compared to most people. Otherwise, they could not afford to buy a house there. However, such people basically burn charcoal, and only a few people could afford these coal lumps. She had heard those people say sourly many times that someone bought a truckload of coal lumps. Bai Mayu smiled and said, "Of course, only the wealthy and powerful families, and those big businessmen, are willing to burn coal. Ordinary people use charcoal basins to keep warm in their houses. In Kyoto, except for the Imperial Palace, there are only a few families who can afford to burn coal in winter." "Oh, are these coals expensive?" Of course they are expensive. They are several times more expensive than the charcoal we burn. Think about it. They have to use horse-drawn carriages to transport them from other places. The freight is not small. In addition, the coal is broken after all this trouble. The coal is not valuable. Why is the coal not valuable? Bai Mayu found Lu Yao's words funny. But then he thought, this girl has never burned anything in the countryside. How would she know? So he smiled and said, girl, the coal is not good at lighting. Who would buy it? And when the wind blows, it will be black everywhere. Who would use this? But now the charcoal we burn is much more popular than this coal, so some people are getting angry. Just as Lu Yao was about to ask further, she heard the sound of horse hooves from behind. There were at least 20 or 30 people riding tall horses chasing from behind. The driver saw that it was a group of soldiers, and quickly stopped the carriage by the roadside. Lu Yao curiously leaned forward to look, and then shouted in surprise, Bai Mayu. Look, the man riding on the horse and running in the front. Why does he look like Wu Jianrui? So majestic. Bai Mayu turned around and followed Lu Yao's gaze, and saw a group of people riding on horses, all in military uniforms, silver helmets and silver armor, and the one with a sword on his waist, who was the most eye-catching, but who else but Wu Jianrui? He subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Yesterday, he was busy all day, and today he finally arranged to take the girl with him to see the farm, and Wu Jianrui knew about it. If he was fine, he would not come out to look for him dressed like this. Lu Yao looked at Bai Mayu with doubts, and obviously remembered something. They exchanged information with their eyes silently. It seemed that they couldn't visit the manor today. When Wu Jianrui came over, he saw the two people staring at each other. He became nervous immediately. He could see that Xiaoyao was the favorite of the boy, and they just met after a long time. But he couldn't be blamed for this. He didn't want to disturb them. So he glanced up and down at Lu Yao's face, and said with a smile, so Xiaoyao is here too. Where are you going? Lu Yao smiled slightly. Wu Jianrui, you look so heroic in your military uniform. I wonder where you are going. Bai Mayu saw the two of them asking Tai Chi knowingly, and raised his head, and glared at Wu Jianrui, which meant that he should fart quickly. When Wu Jianrui saw Bai Mayu's look, his heart sank. He laughed and said, isn't this the one who came to see you? Then Wu Jianrui explained his purpose. After hearing what Wu Jianrui said, Bai Mayu's face turned black. He didn't expect these people to take action so quickly. What he didn't expect was that his proposal at the last minute actually saved his life. If they knew that so many secret guards and assassins came to assassinate him, but didn't let him die. No, they didn't even see him. I don't know how they would feel. However, let them be proud and happy for a while. When they are fully grown, they will definitely remove all of their followers. These people are simply the boars of the great Xia kingdom. When something happens, they run faster than anyone else. They are always making excuses. Once it comes to their own interests, they all want to have more hands and feet, so that they can run faster than others. Thinking of this, his cold eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with dangerous light. But now Lu Yao has no time to care about the two of them. She didn't expect that after he became a general, there would be more and more people who wanted to kill him. And these people will find out about her sooner or later. In this case, it would be too unsafe to leave Shaoxian and die at home. So Lu Yao walked around to him, stood there, did not speak, just looked at him seriously without blinking. Bai Mayu asked Lu Yao puzzledly, girl, why are you looking at me like this? Seeing Bai Mayu's face turn from gloomy to bright, Lu Yao said, come here. I have something to tell you. You say. Bai Mayu stood there, looking at Lu Yao with a smile. He was very good. What she wanted to say to him was not worth Bai Mayu's curiosity. Even Wu Jianrui beside him was very curious. Let's go back and pack our things now. We'll leave in a few days. Leaving in a few days? When Bai Mayu heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he had some guesses in his mind. He didn't care anyway. It didn't matter where he spent the new year. As long as he was with him, he would be fine. But he still asked, where are we going? Lu Yao wanted to pat Bai Mayu's shoulder, but she was not tall enough, so she could only pat his hand and said, Western Liang Kingdom. Chapter 248. The next day, Chu Junyan had just returned to his palace after the court session when he heard someone outside report, Your Majesty, General Bai outside wants to see you. Let him in. Chu Junyan was very angry now. He had just finished the court session and wanted to have a good rest, and this guy came to cause trouble again. he said to Eunuch Su beside him with a dark face. Eunuch Su had served the emperor when Chu Junyan was young, so he knew about the relationship between the two of them in private, but those young eunuchs didn't know, so when they saw the emperor's expression, they thought that General Bai had just walked into the trap, and they themselves couldn't even breathe, for fear that if they were not careful, the fire would burn them. Yes, Your Majesty. Soon, Eunuch Su Jingli led by Ma Yu into the palace. Chu Junyan saw them coming in, and waved to the eunuchs below, saying, Eunuch Su, stay, and you all go down. Yes, Your Majesty. Although the eunuchs were delighted to hear the emperor's words, they did not show it on the surface, and they retreated in an orderly manner. When Bai Ma Yu saw that everyone had left, he did not need Eunuch Su to say anything, and he walked in by himself, found a seat and sat down. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Bai Ma Yu asked knowingly as soon as he came in. Eunuch Su was no longer surprised by this. When did General Bai not walk in by himself? Oh, forget it. Even the emperor didn't say anything. Why should he, a eunuch, say anything? Chu Junwei glanced at him and said, You have become more capable. You have been back for so long. And you only come to see me now? Bai Ma Yu and he have been friends for more than 10 years. If it weren't for him, perhaps he would have turned into a pile of bones. It can be said that they have helped each other over the years, and they have achieved what they have today. So even though he is now the emperor, the way they get along has not changed. What? I thought something happened. I was scared to death. Besides, I'm busy all day. And it seems that we have seen each other in the court these days. Don't talk like a grudge. People who don't know will think that I did something to you. Bai Ma Yu said a lot at this time. If Wu Junrui and Lu Yao saw him, they would definitely suspect that he was replaced by someone else. Is this still the Bai Ma Yu they know? Yes. You are very busy. You are busy dating. That's right. It's not like you are looking for someone. You are alone. Bai Ma Yu said proudly, and looked at Chu Junyan, who was sitting on the dragon chair. That's enough. If you have nothing to do, you can go back. I want to rest. Chu Junyan said this casually, and his tone didn't sound very good. If it was someone else, they might have been scared a long time ago. But that was someone else. Not Bai Ma Yu. Bai Ma Yu ignored him, and smiled and said, Jun Yan, you are too fierce. With this face that owes you 8 million taels of silver, no girl will like you in the future. Chu Junyan's mouth twitched when he heard Bai Ma Yu's words. Isn't it just the girl he has been thinking about recently? Is it necessary to show off like this in front of him? Women. If he wants. There are many. But he really doesn't like those pretentious women. And he doesn't want to fill the harem like his father. He just wants to be liked by Ma Yu, and find someone who loves him in his life. Although he knows it is difficult, he still wants to try. I didn't know that our brave General Bai is a capable man. He is concerned about my lifelong affairs. I don't know what the consequences will be if those ministers know about it. No. I don't want more people to know about our relationship. Now that I am a general, those MO family members, who eat people without leaving any bones, are almost annoying me to death. If this relationship is added, you might as well kill me. Am I so shameless? No. It's because you are too shameless. Okay. I won't say more to you. I'm almost exhausted after being busy all morning. If you have something to do, please stop. I'm going to rest. Chu Junyan had a blank expression on his face. If he remembered correctly, this kid never came to visit him for no reason. After being brothers for so many years, he still didn't know his character. Could Bai Ma Yu say that he had more abilities? Chu Junyan's eyes just stared at Bai Ma Yu, and it was unknown how long it had been, but the emperor and his minister suddenly burst into laughter. Since Chu Junyan became the emperor, the great things he had done, the decisions he made not only made the whole country ignore his age, but also made Bai Ma Yu feel proud, making him feel that his original decision was right. Bai Ma Yu let out a long breath, and suddenly, he was full of expectations for his future life. He believed that the man in front of him would be a good emperor praised by everyone, and he was willing to be his gun in the dark. Have you really decided to set off today? Well, since they want me to go, then I will go, and use their tricks against them. Otherwise, how can I lure out the big snakes in the caves? But this time I plan to take my MO family guards to investigate first. After all, we know very little about the situation in Xiliang. If we send troops rashly, the consequences will not be ideal. As for the other soldiers, wait for my news in Kyoto. Okay, it's up to you to decide, but be careful about everything outside. Those people haven't given up yet, and the poisonous insects in Xiliang are fierce. There are so many beasts, I'm afraid they will use this little thing to deal with you, so you should be more careful about your daily eating habits. I know, just take care of yourself, don't be fussy. Let's go. Oh, and your brother seems to be quite interested in the charcoal issue. What do you think about it? I'm just a bystander, you can do whatever you want, I won't get involved in this mess, and as far as I know, he's not interested in the charcoal issue, don't use this to fool me. Go. Let's go. Seeing that he was not fooled, Bai Mayu waved and left. Your Majesty. Okay. Eunuch Su, I know what you are going to say, but I don't want to be like my father, and end up being a lonely man, without a close friend until death. After seeing Bai Mayu leave, Eunuch Su wanted to talk to the emperor about the etiquette between the monarch and his subjects, but before he could open his mouth, he was interrupted by Chu Junyan. After struggling in this deep palace for so many years, he knew who was right and who was wrong. He believed that no matter whether it was Bai Mayu or Jun Han, anyone in this world would betray him, but these two people would never do so. Because only they knew, if it wasn't for no other way, if it wasn't for the common people of this world to live a prosperous life, he wouldn't want to sit in this position that everyone loves. Chapter 249 Contract. In the Xianwang Palace, Bai Mayu and Wu Jianrui stood in front of Chu Junhan, especially Bai Mayu, who looked like two different people from when he met the current emperor Chu Junyan in the palace just now. The two stood there, respectfully saying in unison, Your subordinate Bai Mayu, I greet the Xianwang, long live the Xianwang. Your subordinate Wu Jianrui, I greet the Xianwang, long live the Xianwang. General Bai and Deputy General Wu. There is no need to be polite. We are all family members. Come, please take a seat. Chu Junhan's tone was calm, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Thank you, Your Highness, the two said in unison. But Wu Jianrui was almost scared to death. The cold breath released by the virtuous king made him tremble with fear. He stood up and kept backing away, until he sat down at the farthest position from Chu Junhan. He relaxed and secretly exhaled, as if he didn't find him so scary last time. General Bai came this time to what the virtuous king was thinking. The brief tone really made it difficult to figure out the clues. Even Chu Junhan was stunned by Bai Mayu's directness. He thought that as a soldier, he was direct enough in speaking and doing things. He didn't expect that someone who was more direct than him came. He liked this kind of person. No wonder he could be so close to his elder brother and wear the same pants. Yes, Chu Junhan was one of the few people who knew their relationship. Outsiders only thought that the new emperor treated Bai Mayu differently because he had just taken office and had no one to use. So he chose Bai Mayu, a young boy, to serve as a general, and used him to challenge the old ministers. However, no one of them would think deeply that two people who had almost no communication in front of others would be friends of life and death. When he accidentally found out about it, he was also very surprised. After hearing what Bai Mayu said, Chu Junhan waved his hand and asked all the servants to retreat. Then he said slowly, I heard from Deputy General Wu that this charcoal was accidentally obtained by General Bai when he was out. I wonder if General Bai can explain it to me. When Wu Jianrui heard what Chu Junhan said to Bai Mayu, he opened his mouth in surprise, his eyes full of disbelief. When did he tell him this? No, he did, but he didn't find out and ask him. At most, he just repeated the technique once. How could it be said that he said it in his prince's mouth? What the wise king said is very true. This is indeed what I got unexpectedly when I was out. However, the reason behind it must have been known to the prince. I will not say more here. Since General Bai is so direct, I will just say it directly. I believe General Bai came here today to agree with what I mentioned before. I am not the kind of greedy person. I only want 30% to ensure that you will be safe. If General Bai agrees, we will sign the contract. Chu Junhan did this on purpose. He wanted to see how Bai Mayu, or the people behind him, would react to the contract. As long as they react and reveal their tale, he will not worry about not being able to find the person who is most likely to be of the same kind. Bai Mayu did not waste time talking to him. He just waved his hand, signed it, and left. The neat and tidy look made Wu Jianrui, the follower, stunned. The matter was over. He thought it would take a long battle of words to settle it. After Chu Junhan saw them leave, he looked at the contract that he had written based on the future and smiled silently. Then he flipped his hand, and the contract that was in his hand just now was quietly put into his personal space. Good, the same as those who wear thousands of wear, he also has more than 100 flat portable space. It's just that his space is the same as Liu Yao's current space, in addition to being able to put things, there is no other function. But this is for Chu Junhan, who has no knowledge of crossing. This is already a good thing. He often thinks, if he had this space at the beginning, and put a variety of weapons in it, will it not hang up so early? And by Ma Yu, who came out of the palace, as soon as he returned to the house. He gathered all his emojiwe, remake up. A group of people ride a high-headed Malaysia's drum towards the direction of Shiliang Kingdom. The four of Lu Yao were in front of Bai Ma Yu into the palace. Pack up things on the road, of there must be outside the city. As for Bai Ma Yu's going out this time, it was like a gust of wind, blowing through the city, quietly without leaving any trace. On the surface, the huge Kyoto has regained its peace, and everything seems to be so orderly. However, we don't know what those who want to kill Bai Ma Yu are doing secretly. As a bait, Bai Ma Yu is now even less interested in these things, because he just wants to meet up with his girl as soon as possible. It's as if there is a rare treasure waiting for him ahead, which makes him excited. Girl. Brother Yu? Brother Moe? When Xiao Xian saw Bai Mo Yu, who had arrived a step ahead, his jaw dropped in shock. When did his sister find Brother Yu and the others? How come he didn't know? The carriage is here. Let's all get in. We'll talk later. She almost froze to death after standing outside for so long. Compared to the shocked Xiao Xian, Lu Yao calmly directed everyone to get in the carriage. After everyone squeezed into the carriage, Moe whipped the whip, and the carriage slowly drove away. Hey, come back to your senses. Lu Yao stretched out her cold hand and pinched Xiehuan's face with a smile. Xiao Xian grimaced in pain. Hee. It seems you are not stupid yet. You still feel pain. As soon as Lu Yao said this, she immediately attracted the angry glares of the other people, especially Xiao Xian. The eldest sister had something to hide from him, and now she was pinching his face in such a cold weather. Hee. Bai Ma Yu and Dia laughed like pigs at the actions of Lu Yao and Xiao Xian. What are you laughing at? If you keep laughing, I'll drive you out of here and walk. Chu Yu bared his teeth and glared at them. Xiao Xian snorted heavily. From now on, he decided to ignore his elder sister. Seeing that they didn't laugh anymore, Lu Yao turned her head and smiled like a fox and said, Xiao Xian really ignores elder sister. Then let's go back to Kyoto. I originally wanted to ask your brother Rui to come up to the carriage to warm up in such a cold day. Since Xiao Xian is unhappy, forget it. Brother Rui is here too. Why didn't I see him? Upon hearing Wu Ju and Rui, Xiao Xian immediately turned around and asked excitedly, Look behind you. Lu Yao said sourly. Xiao Xian lifted the car window curtain with some disbelief and shouted, Brother Rui. Brother Rui. Xiao Xian here. Here. Wu Ju and Rui waved his hands excitedly. He was also very happy to see Xiao Xian. He was much nicer to him than those two people. Chapter 250, The Border. After more than a month of traveling day and night, they finally arrived at the border between Daxia and Shiliang. Walking on the country road, listening to the chirping of insects and frogs in the fields, Bai Ma Yu looked at Lu Yao beside him and felt peaceful. The sunset had already set, but the afterglow still fell on the distant mountaintops, as if the mountaintops were coated with golden light, and the trees were also coated with a layer of gold powder. The clouds in the sky were like burning charcoal, like gold nuggets, and some were half white, half gold or half red, painting a colorful oil painting on the blue sky of early summer, so gorgeous that it made people intoxicated. Compared to the coldness in the north, it seems to be more comfortable here, and people's mood is also inexplicably better. If possible, Lu Yao doesn't want to go back to the north. She used to dream of living on a big bed in the north. But after she really lived there, she felt that living in the north was so inconvenient. Not to mention the cold. If she didn't have space, she couldn't even eat fresh vegetables. For several years, since I came to this world, I have never had such a peaceful moment. Looking at the mountains and the sunset, I feel comfortable, as if I have jumped out of the secular world and converted to nature and merged with it. Lu Yao looked into the distance and whispered in a deep tone. Looking at the sunset in front of me, my thoughts seemed to go back to the time when I was still in high school. At that time, looking at the scenery I could see all day, I always wanted to grow up quickly and go to another big city. But when I really lived in the city, I was haunted by my childhood life in the orphanage. And I couldn't sleep at night because of it. Although I was always hungry and cold at that time, I was truly happy only then. And I didn't have to worry about tomorrow's life or not being able to pay tuition. Look at the two terraces below the road. The rice seedlings have grown tall. The fish ditch is not visible because it is covered by the rice seedlings. Occasionally, You can hear a splashing sound. This is caused by fish jumping out of the water to catch food. Hee hee. What are you thinking? Girl? You are not old yet. But you have learned to be sad. I have heard you sigh several times in just a short while. I am so old. But I am not as sentimental as you. Bai Mayu said jokingly when he saw that no one took Liu Yao's hand. Bai Mayu, you are still a young man. Why do you say you are old? And who said that children can't sigh? This kind of beautiful sunset, it is indeed easy to make people feel this way. This is not unique to the elderly, nor is it unique to those who are educated. I just haven't seen such a view for a long time, so I was dazed, but after seeing it too much, I will find it boring. After hearing Bai Moyu's words, Liu Yao replied, he is only in his early 20s, however. He can't be called old, but compared to herself, he is indeed a little old. Hee hee. This person doesn't think that I will dislike him because he is too old, so he deliberately said that. But you are right, you are so old, and holding the hand of a little girl like me, it is really despicable, so you should let me walk by myself. So Liu Yao said to Bai Mayu jokingly, and pulled her hand out of his hand, you little guy, I told you to be hypocritical. Bai Mayu was about to take it back, but after crossing the stream, he saw Xiao Xian and Wu Junrui waiting for them there. And when they saw Liu Yao, they ran over quickly. Little brother is also romantic and unrestrained. Haha. He is half as charming as I was back then. I didn't realize that you have even held hands. Which is great. But you can't make people sad. Look. You made them angry. Wu Junrui deliberately walked behind and laughed softly. He saw it clearly just now. He wanted to hold someone's hand, but was rejected. It seems that he will have to suffer in the future. You are nosy. You should just take care of yourself. You are already in your 20s. And you don't even have a girl you like. My uncle is still waiting to hold his grandson. Why don't I talk to my uncle and others when I go back this time? You are so cruel. Wu Junrui was so angry when he heard Bai Mayu's words that he wanted to hit him. But he couldn't do it. So he could only leave angrily. Looking at Wu Junrui walking away angrily, Bai Mayu thought to himself, you little brat. You still want to fight me. Everyone take a break. We have to go into the mountains later. Wu Junrui, you will be busy with your work next. If you really want to be lazy, find a helper for yourself. Don't do those things that are just for show. Otherwise I will never let you go. Bai Mayu said seriously. This kid is sometimes unreliable. Now they are at the border between Xiliang and Daxia, so they have to be careful about everything. Am I that kind of person? Don't worry. Seeing his uncool look, Bai Mayu pretended to hit him. Wu Junrui ran away quickly. Xiao Xian, Liu Yao, Dai and Arya all wanted to laugh when they saw him. Liu Yao and the others were also very happy when they learned that they were going to enter the mountain. This time, Liu Yao had more than just one thing to do. She had to solve the problem of space. Now, just the food and clothing for the 20 or 30 people filled her space. Not long after, Bai Mayu asked them to get up and gather. Everyone stood on a small hill, watching the mist floating, rising from the foot of the mountain. The mist on the distant hills was even thicker, and the white mist occasionally dotted the green trees, making it look like a fairyland. There was also white mist from the distant mountains at the foot of the mountain, and the stream spread along the top of the mountain. When it reached the middle of the mountain, only the upper half of the mountain was visible from afar. The lower half was already white, and the upper half seemed to grow in the air, like a dream, making people feel that the fairy palace was just like this. Bai Mayu said to Liu Yao, girl, look at those mountains in the distance. The lower part is in the white mist, which is hazy. The upper part is like a fairy mountain in the sky. In addition, the mountain shape is unique. It really makes me feel like there is a fairy cave in the mountain. It is beautiful, strange, and full of fairy spirit. I can't wait to go up and take a look. It seems that I will gain a lot from this trip. After saying this, he praised again and again. Anyway, we have plenty of time to take it slow this time. Liu Yao said softly. Let's go. Everyone. Let's start our outdoor life. Wu Junrui waved his hand, and everyone hurriedly followed him forward. Deya, you also go ahead, he has too little experience in the wild. Yes, miss. I want to go with Brother Rui. 2. Xiao Xian was about to follow, but was pulled back by Liu Yao, who said sternly, you stay with Arya obediently, the mountains here are not like before, there are poisonous insects and beasts everywhere, if you get bitten, no one can save you. When Xiao Xian saw that everyone in his family really didn't seem to be joking, he agreed obediently, and then walked obediently with Arya in the middle. When they arrived at the reservoir, Fatty was already waiting. Suyu and Su Ling followed to join in the fun. And everyone was even more excited to see two beautiful girls going together. Yu, who had already left Kyoto, might have just thawed. But the wild flowers on the roadside here were already blooming beautifully, with butterflies flying over the flowers from time to time. The people without luggage were quite leisurely, and Xiaoxian and Arya were even more happy to chase butterflies while picking some flowers. Suddenly, Bai Mayu rushed over and grabbed the two of them. The two of them were about to chase butterflies, and were about to step into a flower. When Bai Mayu grabbed them, they were startled. So they turned around and looked at Bai Mayu in confusion. They didn't understand why he suddenly came to grab them. Chapter 251, Venomous Snake. Bai Mayu said nothing, and took a simplified version of the snake clamp from Lu Yao, which was the kind of crutches in Belle's Adventure, with a switch on one end and a round snake clamp that could be retracted freely on the other end. This was what Lu Yao had asked them to make after she knew she was coming to Xiliang country. Although the appearance was a little unsatisfactory, she tried it at first, and it worked well. This kind of thing is relatively safer than a machete or dagger to catch snakes, and it is not easy to hurt herself. For this trip to Xiliang, she has made full preparations. Bai Mayu walked over and gently reached into the flowers, and picked out a tiger snake from the roots of the colorful flowers. This snake is one of the famous poisonous snakes in Xiliang state, along with the black and white krite, king cobra, viper, Mongshan small green dragon, wetland water snake, and the king of poisonous snakes, black-scaled snake. For safety reasons, before going forward, they spent money to inquire about these things with the local people, and also bought a lot of drugs to repel poisonous insects from them, so they were prepared for everything they could think of. Seeing Bai Mayu pick out a 1-meter-long snake from the flower, not only Xiaoxian and Arya were terrified, but also the faces of others changed color. Especially Lu Yao. She couldn't imagine what the consequences would be if the two of them were bitten. This thing could really take people's lives, because they were also present during the popular science lecture. So when they saw the snake, everyone was terrified. If you get bit by this poisonous snake, you will fall unconscious in a short while, if you don't get medical treatment within 1 stick of incense. I'm sorry. Goodbye, Wu Juanrui yelled. But everyone knew he was right, because everyone knew in their hearts that it was just that poisonous. Juanrui is right. Don't think that going up the mountain is fun. It's more dangerous than this. We still have a road here, and people often walk by. Others who make their own way must be more careful. This snake is one of the poisonous snakes here, but not the most poisonous. Everyone knows that the Mongshan Xiaoqinglong is one of the most poisonous snakes. So everyone has to be extremely careful next time. Xiaoxian, don't run around anymore. Bai Mayu paused after he finished speaking. He didn't expect that there were as many poisonous snakes here as the outside world said. They ran into one not long after they went up the mountain. I'm sorry. After Xiaoxian and Arya saw the snake, they realized that they had done something wrong. So they admitted their mistakes. It's okay. Just be careful next time. Besides, we have medicine bags on us, so it should be fine as long as we pay more attention. Bai Mayu said in time when he saw Lu Yao's dark face, and winked at her. Lu Yao ignored the two troublemakers and said with a dark face, forget it this time. If there is a next time, I will see how I deal with you too. Bai Mayu picked up the snake in his hand and weighed it. It was quite heavy, almost 3 pounds. It is not easy for a venomous snake to grow so big. However, they have many natural enemies, such as the king cobra, which specializes in eating poisonous snakes. Of course, big snakes eat small snakes, and small king cobras are eaten by poisonous snakes. After Bai Mayu put the snake on the ground and killed it, he was about to throw it away. But Dai ran over and said embarrassedly, General Bai, don't throw it away. Can you give me this snake? After seeing Lu Yao nod, Bai Mayu handed the snake to Daya. Daya didn't care about that now. She just picked up the poisonous snake and shook it to get rid of its bones. She was planning to use this snake to give her young lady a snack at night. Daya, you are amazing. You are not even afraid of this poisonous snake. When Wu Juanrui saw Daya hand the snake to Lu Yao and put it away, he realized it and praised her directly. Everyone laughed when they understood. It seemed that they would have a good meal again tonight. After such a long time of getting along, everyone was conquered by Daya's cooking skills. When they heard that there was something delicious, their eyes lit up. However, after such an incident, everyone walked carefully for fear of being tricked. especially Wu Jianrui. If he continued to walk with him, the ants on the road would probably be faster than them. Lu Yao found it funny and walked to the front to lead the way. This snake is a little special. The reason why it came out in the cold morning is that some birds like to collect nectar from these flowers in the morning, just like hummingbirds in foreign countries. This tiger snake likes to eat these birds, so it may have hidden somewhere early. Don't panic. It's rare to encounter it once a year. This time is also a good luck, Lu Yao explained. And after speaking, she wanted to kick the grass next to her, as if to startle the snake, to prove that what she said was not true. But Bai Mayu saw her action and hurriedly called out, "Girl, be careful." When Lu Yao heard this, her face turned pale. She wouldn't be so unlucky, would she? If that's what the old man said at the time, could it be that she got it mixed up? Whether she got it mixed up or not, she should leave the bush with flowers as soon as possible. When others heard this, they also left the place far away. Is this another lottery? This was everyone's thoughts at the moment. Seeing that everyone was scared, Bai Mayu quickly explained, "There is a wasp nest inside. It will be troublesome if you kick it." Moe walked over to take a look. Sure enough, some fine soil was turned out at the bottom of the grass, and there were quite a few small holes. Although I couldn't see what was inside, I thought my master wouldn't be wrong. Yes, don't move around. Be safe. Everyone walked carefully for a while, and when they were close to the end of the reservoir, they saw a forest growing in the water. Lu Yao had lived in the south since she was a child. She knew that metasequoia and mangroves were common in the water. Although there were some here, there were many others that she had never seen before. "What kind of tree is this?" Arya asked. This girl rarely spoke. "A type of metasequoia, white-barked metasequoia," Lu Yao said. "If it were now, it would definitely be a first-class rare plant in the country, and there are not many left. There are only a few in the world, but here, there are whole patches of them. You'd better not think about going down. There are water snakes here that are as poisonous as the tiger-skinned snake we just caught. This is also a specialty here, gray-skinned water snakes, which are neurotoxins, so if you get bit in the water, it's like being stung by a leech. You won't feel anything, but if you don't find it in time, I'm sorry, there's no hope." Lu Yao saw that everyone was eager to try the big fish in the water, so she continued to threaten everyone. Even the locals didn't dare to go down to such a large reservoir. These people really didn't care about their lives. "Don't be scared by this girl. There are snakes, but they are not everywhere. But it is true that you should not go into the water and woods. If you get bit, it will be troublesome." After all, the old man really said what the girl said. Although it is rare. Bai Mayu glared at Lu Yao with a smile, and quickly comforted everyone. If he hadn't said it, everyone would have been scared by this girl. That's right, the old man said that when he and his brother came here to play, they saw a 3-meter-long gray-skinned water snake. Wu Jianrui also remembered what the old man said, and he quickly stepped back a few steps in fear. Chapter 252 Fight between Fish and Snake. Everyone was walking carefully to the middle of the forest in the water. Suddenly, the water not far away was rolling. It seemed that something was struggling violently in the water, making the water about 1 meter deep turbid, and even the small trees in the water were swaying from side to side. The more Lu Yao walked, the more she felt that this was a tropical rainforest, which was sometimes mountainous and sometimes watery, and there were dangers everywhere. If it weren't for the fact that everyone had done a full week or two of homework at the homes of local people before entering the mountain, there might have been casualties by now, and they would have returned the same way. Lu Yao used her weak mental power to explore the situation in the water. But because the distance was too far, she could not find anything. She had no choice but to wait here with everyone. The underwater rolling became more and more intense, and the water became more and more turbid. A small tree was knocked over by the roots. The muddy water also made it impossible for them on the shore to see what was under the water. So Lu Yao asked everyone to wait in place, and she and Bai Mayu went forward to check it out. Otherwise, they would not dare to go forward rashly. But this path was the only way for them. When the two of them hid behind a big tree, Lu Yao, who had sharp eyes, seemed to see something. Then she whispered to Bai Mayu beside her, "Bai Mayu, I saw it. I saw it. There was a big fish and a huge snake. The snake was entangled with the fish. Oh my God! What kind of fish is this? The teeth in its mouth were as sharp as saw teeth, and the snake looked like a gray-skinned water snake. But why was it so big?" Lu Yao was really scared at this time. The first thing that came to her mind was the piranhas and genetically mutated pythons that only appeared in movies. She suddenly felt that the world was more dangerous than she had imagined. If such a big snake targeted her, she would be dead or skinned. Bai Mayu had very good eyesight. He saw Lu Yao's voice at the same time, and was extremely shocked. This water snake was too big. It was almost as big as the bathtub he usually used. He had never seen that fish before. It had a mouth full of serrated teeth. He just took a quick look and saw that it was biting the waist of the water snake. The fish was tightly wrapped by the water snake, and the snake's head was biting the fish's tail. At this moment, Bai Mayu was extremely glad that he had come here first to investigate the situation, and was glad that he had not brought all the people here. He now finally understood why those ancestors had all disappeared one by one. If someone without some skills encountered such a behemoth, it would be impossible to escape. As the water snake and the big fish appeared more and more, the people who followed them also saw them clearly. Their mouths opened wide, and they were amazed. They felt that such a thing would be hard to encounter in this lifetime. But they actually saw it today. Not only Bai Mayu and Lu Yao had never seen this fish, but Wu Junrui had never seen it either. The python and the piranha continued to fight desperately in the water. This was a life and death moment. Whoever gave up first would be in the other's mouth. Will fish eat snakes? If it was before, they would definitely say no, but now they would not doubt it at all, because now the big fish with sawtooth was about to bite the python in two, and the blood dyed the lake red. The struggle of the fish and the snake was getting closer and closer to the shore. It was probably that the snake wanted to drag the fish to the shore, because there was less water there, which was good for the snake. And the direction they moved to was exactly where Lu Yao and the others were hiding. As the water became shallower, more and more parts of the snake were exposed. The tail of the fish had been swallowed by the snake, and its body was tightly wrapped around the fish. Some of the scales on the fish fell off, and blood was oozing out. The snake was even more miserable. The middle of the snake wrapped around the fish was bitten by the fish, and it looked like it was about to bite off the half-fleshed waist. Lu Yao and the others were also stunned. This was a rhythm of both sides being hurt. It seemed that the snake was not doing well. The fish would not die for a while, but as it moved into the shallow water, the fish probably could not stand it. What to do? What to do now? Wu Junrui said, and looked in the direction he came from. At this moment, he wanted to turn back, because it was too dangerous here. If he continued to move forward, he might lose his life. Be careful, this snake is very poisonous, and we have never seen this fish before. Lu Yao was also confused. How could there be such a fish in this lake? She had never heard of it from the local people. If there was, they would definitely not give up the opportunity to make money. I haven't seen it either. We should take advantage of the fact that they are killing each other now, and quickly pass through this metasequoia forest. Otherwise, the bloody smell will attract other animals, and it will be troublesome. Bai Mayu frowned as he looked at the increasingly red water surface. Yeah, I think so too. The others nodded after hearing this. Although they were all quite skilled, they all felt nervous when they saw such a terrifying creature. Just when Lu Yao and the others were about to reach the edge of the forest, they suddenly heard a noise in the sky, and then at the same time, they heard a noise on the ground. Xiaoxian area, get on the tree quickly, choose a big tree. Lu Yao shouted to Xiaoxian in front of her, because she felt the danger. When Xiaoxian and the others heard Lu Yao's words, they immediately chose a nearby tree and climbed up. They didn't ask any questions. Since their elder sister, young lady, called them, they did as they were told. This was their habit of absolutely obeying Lu Yao, since they had been fleeing from the famine. At the same time, Moe and the others also climbed up the nearest tree. Finally, Lu Yao clenched her machete, and quickly ran towards the tree where Xiaoxian was. Bai Mayu followed closely, and climbed up the tree where Xiaoxian was. He had to ensure Lu Yao's safety. Just as they hid in the big tree, a huge black shadow passed over the top of the forest, and the leaves rustled in the wind. Then, they saw 4 big birds swooping down to the place where the fish and snake had just fought. The sharp claws of those big birds instantly grabbed the flesh of the big snake that was bitten by the piranha. The attack python wanted to fight back hard to let the big bird go, but unfortunately, it was already injured, and there were also big fish biting it hard. It was the first time that Lu Yao, Bai Mayu and others saw big birds hunting, and their backs were instantly soaked. This thing is so violent. At first, Lu Yao wanted to kill one just to see, but after seeing these big guys, she didn't dare to do it for a while. Because these things are too ferocious, not so easy to deal with, Just looking at the sharp claws makes people terrified. Lu Yao stayed on the tree motionless. Suddenly she felt that these big birds, their heads were somewhat similar to those of pterosaurs, and they were also covered with sharp teeth. The meat of the python was torn apart casually. The attack power of these big birds seems to be greater than that of pythons. Bai Mayu. Here. Lu Yao handed the crossbow she had seized from the bandits' den to Bai Mayu from the space. She was worried that the big birds would find them, and the swords in their hands would not be enough. It seems that these birds are here to share the food. Fortunately, we are lucky. The big birds appeared before we walked out of the forest. Otherwise, we would become food in the open. Chapter 253 Nettle Grass. Bai Mayu stared blankly at the thing in his hand. It doesn't look like an arrow at all. It's not. But there is an arrow on it. For a moment, he couldn't understand what it was. Girl? This? He didn't understand how a girl who had always lived in the countryside could recognize this thing that even he didn't know. But he didn't plan to find out, because he knew that if the girl wanted him to know, she would definitely tell him. Just like that magical place. If she didn't want you to know, she wouldn't lie to you either. Sure enough. This is a crossbow. We seized it from a bandit's nest on the way to escape from the famine. As for why I recognize this, I'm sorry, I can't tell you now, but you will understand when the time comes. Lu Yao looked at Bai Mayu, who was confused, and said, while loading a new crossbow arrow on the short crossbow, and then handed it to Bai Mayu, and taught him how to use it. If the big bird finds us, shoot it. Use the laser to aim. Don't panic. Yes. Bai Mayu nodded in understanding. He was already satisfied with this answer. After Lu Yao gave a simple explanation, she took out a few crossbows and distributed them to Xiaoxian, Dia, and Arya, who looked incredulous. She also gave each of them 20 crossbows. She also planned to distribute the extra ones to Wu Jun, Rui Moi and others. At the beginning, 30 crossbows were seized. Now there are 26 people here. 1 crossbow per person is enough. She can keep the extra ones for herself, because she found that the Xiliang kingdom was full of dangers, and the weapons they had were far from enough. So she gritted her teeth and took out the crossbow. Several people sat on the tree and studied the crossbows in their hands. Lu Yao sat alone on the tree branch with nothing to do. She poked Bai Mayu, who was also studying the crossbow seriously, in the waist and said playfully, "Hey, Bai Mayu, why don't we go and have a look?" Bai Mayu turned his head and smiled like a blooming flower. His thin lips slightly opened and he uttered 2 words, "No." Lu Yao's expected expression cracked instantly. Bai Mayu looked at the expression on her face and couldn't help laughing. Okay. Girl. You want to go? You can. But you have to stand behind me and don't act rashly. Lu Yao nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice after hearing this. Duh. You stay here. We'll go take a look. And we'll be back soon. Take good care of Xiaoxian and Arya, Lu Yao said to Dia before leaving, and then signaled Bai Mayu to go down. Miss, be careful. Dia knew that besides staying here, she couldn't help her young lady in any way. So she just said be careful. Reassured, Bai Mayu smiled and tapped her forehead. Then he put his arm around her waist and jumped lightly, using his qigong to fly deep into the forest. Although her current martial arts skills were not as good as his, she was probably 1/3 of his. But she really couldn't learn this qigong, so she could only let him hold her and jump down from the treetop. During the jump, Bai Mayu felt soft and fragrant, and his heart was beating wildly. Her waist was really slender and soft. He had never hugged a woman before, and he didn't know that a woman's waist could be so slender. It seemed that he had to let her eat more and gain some weight. Otherwise it would be uncomfortable to hold her. Duh. Stay here. We'll go take a look and come back soon. Take good care of Xiaoxian and Arya. In addition to their long swords, Lu Yao and the others also brought crossbows. They moved quickly and carefully in the direction they had just gone. The big bird had already flown away, and the huge fish that day had also disappeared. So Lu Yao gently patted the hand on her waist and said softly, "Bai Mayu, let me go." Bai Mayu said a little uncertainly, "Girl, are you sure you want to go down?" "Yes, I'm sure, hurry up." Bai Mayu helplessly held her waist and gently jumped down from the tree. He didn't expect this girl to be so bold. Isn't she afraid of danger? If Lu Yao knew what he was thinking, she would definitely say that it was not that she was bold, but that she had already released her spiritual sense to check if there was any danger, so she thought of going down to have a look. However, her spiritual sense could only be used 2 or 3 times a day, and the time was very short, so it was useless. The two of them checked the surroundings and saw that there was nothing in the water except the dead python body, so they thought of going back and asking everyone to set off quickly, otherwise it would be dark, which would be even more dangerous. Just when Lu Yao turned around, she was tripped by something. She subconsciously used her hand to support herself against the object beside her. But suddenly she was pricked by something. She gasped in pain. Looking down, she saw a cluster of nettles. The edge of her palm was scratched by the sharp thorns on the epidermis of the nettles. The skin was broken, and a few drops of blood oozed out. It was painful, numb and itchy, just like being bitten by an ant. There were also some tiny thorns stuck in the skin. Lu Yao buried her head and pulled out the tiny barbs that had pierced her skin one by one. Over there. Bai Mayu came over after checking. Seeing this, he said anxiously, I didn't expect that there would be so many biting grasses in this forest. However, it's better for us to have seeds now. But it's spring and summer here. Look, there are clusters of them everywhere. Don't touch them anymore. Look, the skin is broken and bleeding. He took out ointment from his body and bandaged Lu Yao. Lu Yao listened carefully, and her mind was working. Bai Mayu and the others probably don't know the benefits of nettle grass yet. Right? Even Arya had never heard her talk about it. Although this grass pricks people, like the cactus, the nettle grass tastes bad in spring and summer, even pigs, cattle, and sheep are too lazy to pay attention to it. However, after entering autumn, the nettle grass begins to produce seeds, and the sour and numb taste fades away. Pick it, chop it up, mix it with wheat bran and rice husks to feed pigs, girls, sheep and horses, which is the most nutritious feed. I guarantee that within 2 months, the hair will be shiny and they will be fat and strong. Thinking of this, Lu Yao suddenly had an idea, and stood up and said to Bai Mayu, who was chattering, Bai Mayu, when autumn and winter come, you ask the soldiers in the army to pick some leaves of the chewing grass in the forest. The more the better. Bai Mayu was helping her treat her wound seriously. Hearing Lu Yao say this, he thought he had heard wrongly, and said in confusion, this thing is not eaten by cattle and sheep, let alone humans. What are you going to do? Girl? I won't tell you for now. You will know it naturally in the future. Lu Yao deliberately kept it a secret. She knew that even if she explained it now, Bai Mayu and the others might not believe it. Okay. I will send a pigeon back when the time comes, and tell them to be prepared. Bai Mayu agreed, and regarded Lu Yao's move as her playful nature, which was a whim, and he didn't pay much attention to it. As for those soldiers, they should just treat it as training in the wild. Anyway, it's just cutting some grass, and it doesn't take much effort. Chapter 254 Testing. In a tea house in Kyoto that looks very impressive. This is the second time that Mo Ba and his friends have heard about Lu Yao. However, the difference between the 2 times is that the Xian Wan was just testing at the beginning, so Lu Yao's information was not revealed too much, and this time in the Pingwang mansion, it seems that she has been directly attributed to the general's person, but it seems that they only know that there is such a Miss Lu, otherwise they would not be sitting here today. It's really ridiculous, General Manager Li, what you said is unreasonable. We and Marquis were just trading with each other. How come it becomes mutual help between relatives when it comes to you, and the Marquis has only one nephew? Our general, so it's understandable to help him. These rumors, our general doesn't care, but this Miss Lu, I really don't understand. Mo Ba's expression was calm, and his tone was also unhurried. Still stubborn. I know that the key clue to your burning of charcoal was provided by Miss Lu. How do you explain this? General Manager Li shook his head disdainfully, seemingly a little annoyed by Mo Ba's stubborn denial. Mo Ba understood a little, and his vigilance deepened again. Since General Manager Li got this news, it seems that his network of connections is very wide, and there seems to be a traitor in his own group, otherwise they would not know such a confidential matter. It seems that he has to inform the general quickly, and ask them to be more careful. Li, it's not that I'm being stubborn. Your speculation is completely groundless. There is no one who is right or wrong in this world. Besides, we don't know the Miss Lu that Li is talking about. Li, who was sitting opposite Mo Ba, looked at him with a gloomy face. He didn't believe anything Mo Ba said. His information was very reliable, and his memory would not be wrong. So there was only one possibility. That is, Mo Ba was lying. Okay. Mo Xian, I won't bother you about Miss Lu. Li Yingjie. Li laughed in anger. He immediately put aside the question about Miss Lu and said, "We hope to cooperate with you." "You guys?" Mo Ba asked in confusion. "Isn't it just King Ping? Or is there someone who has already made some secret with them in private to threaten their general to agree to their conditions?" "Oh yes, my prince is not the only one who really wants to cooperate with you." Li Yingjie did not intend to explain in detail. His role was only to implement the cooperation with General by Ma Yu. Other matters would naturally be taken over by others. Cooperation on what? Mo Ba did not rush to refuse. And cooperation was not something he could decide. Now he just wanted to figure out the other party's purpose. "I don't know how to cooperate specifically, or what to cooperate on. If you agree to cooperate, then I will pass the news back. And someone will naturally contact you at that time." Li Yingjie shook his head. He really didn't know much. Mo Ba was speechless immediately. He thought, "You don't know anything. Why did you insist on asking him about Miss Lu at the beginning? And you came to negotiate with him with an attitude that you can decide everything. Are all the people in the Prince Ping's mansion so self-righteous? I'm sorry, but without knowing the details of the cooperation, we will not agree to the matter. It is well known that our general is out for something." Mo Ba refused decisively, implying that their general was not at home, and they could talk about it after he came back. "Mo Ba, don't refuse a toast. Do you know who is going to cooperate with you?" said Li Zongwan angrily. Today he seemed to be possessed by bad luck. As if nothing was going well. He was the chief steward of King Ping. But Mo Ba didn't give him any face. Since he became the chief steward, he had always given him some face. When had he ever been so angry? Today really pissed him off. "Li Zongwan, it's late. I'm going to go back and rest. As for who wants to cooperate with me, I don't really want to know. It's not something that a small steward like me can know. If someone really wants to cooperate with our general, let's wait for him to come back to discuss it." Mo Ba stood up immediately after he finished speaking. She also saw that Li Zongwan didn't know much, and there would be no result if he continued to talk. Before Li Zongwan could react, Mo Ba had already turned around and left. And the Li Zongwan, who was still there, was shocked. He couldn't believe that Mo Ba dared to be so arrogant and didn't even give him this little face. You know, he is the steward of Prince Ping's mansion. But the facts gave Li Yingjie a big slap in the face. Now, there was no one else in the tea room except him. The hand holding the cup kept tightening, and the blue veins on the back of his hand were clearly visible. Mo Ba returned to the general's mansion, washed up and lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to analyze Li Bin's identity. She had heard Chung Tianwei mention Li Bin before, but after this brief conversation tonight, he suspected that the people behind Li Yingjie must have participated in the assassination of the master several times. Maybe he asked her out today to test the truth. The next morning, the last time I came to see Wang Zongwan, it was because the general had given a heads up in advance. As someone from the wise king's side, he came to connect with me, so the way was smooth. This time, Mo Ba came uninvited and took the initiative to find me. So it was very troublesome to report layer by layer. After receiving the letter to enter the palace, Mo Ba breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that in the future, if it is not necessary, it is better to come to these places less. It is too troublesome to meet someone. It is better to meet outside if there is something in the future. Xiao Ba. Wang Zongwan just walked out of the backyard and saw Mo Ba standing upright in the hall. He took a few quick steps to meet him. Butler Wang. Mo Ba had just arrived at the hall. He had originally wanted to find someone to ask Butler Wang when he arrived, but he did not expect that this person would come to him. Xiao Ba, why did you come here to find me? Is there something urgent? Butler Wang asked curiously. Given the character of the people in General Bai's mansion, they would not take the initiative to find someone if there was no urgent matter. I want to ask you about something. Mo Ba nodded, looked around cautiously, and gave Butler Wang a look, indicating that they should talk about it somewhere else. Let's go. Sit inside. There was no change on Wang's face, but his eyes showed obvious fluctuations. Seemingly it was a big deal. The two went to Wang's office in the palace. After all, he was a general manager, and the emperor's favorite brother. The residence of a general manager was more magnificent than that of ordinary people. No one usually comes here, and these two are our own people. Speak with your personality. You won't come here for nothing. While Wang called his confidant to pour tea for Mo Ba, he said bluntly. Mo Ba complained in his heart. This person said it as if he knew him well. Since the cooperation till now, They have only met 3 times in total, including this time. 4 times. But it was only a moment, and then he said his purpose with a serious face. Chapter 255 Chapter 253 Elixir of Life. In principle, I can't disclose these things to others at will. Although you helped us a lot before, but the rules are like this. I can't tell you much. And our Prince and Prince Ping are brothers after all. General Manager Wang couldn't guess why the other parties suddenly cared about Prince Ping's mansion, so he had to tell the truth. I understand. This time, I mainly want to ask, what is the connection between Prince Ping's mansion and the several accidents in the charcoal factory? Before coming, Mo Ba was prepared for the possibility of not finding out anything. Did you find anything? Manager Wang said in a serious tone. Although the assassins had been arrested, the murderers committed suicide by taking poison during the arrest. They did not have time to interrogate the organization behind the murderers. These people were obviously assassins, and no information about them could be found on them. Mo Ba shook his head. All this was just speculation. There was no solid evidence. He did not intend to speak out casually. If his guess was right, it would be fine. If he was just overthinking, wouldn't it cause trouble for others? After all, as Wang Zhongwan said just now, Ping Wang and Xian Wang are brothers, and some things are not convenient for them to do. It is true that something happened, but nothing has been verified. It's just that Li Zhongwan of Ping Wang's mansion asked me to meet him today, and threatened that if our general didn't agree to cooperate with him, then they would take action. Mo Ba thought about it and added, after all, he met with Li Zhongwan today, and he didn't avoid people. If he had any intention, he would know it as soon as he asked, so there was no need to deliberately conceal this matter. Chief Steward Wang lowered his head and thought, considering how much information he could reveal. Their prince said that if the general's mansion needed help, he would try his best. So after a moment, he said, in fact, we have already captured some assassins. Mo Ba frowned. The ones we captured last time? Yes, but these assassins should have received training. And they are all deadly warriors. Just a few minutes after he was captured, these people found an opportunity, bit the poison hidden in their mouths, and committed suicide. Chief Steward Wang nodded. Speaking of the assassins committing suicide under his nose, he gritted his teeth. For this matter, they were all punished by their prince for a whole month and received inhuman training. He didn't know how his prince came up with those training methods. Everyone had to carry 20 to 30 kilograms of weight every day during training, and they had to tie sandbags on their legs. Those days, he shuddered when he thought about them, but the effect was still very obvious. Then can you tell me more details? Mo Ba wanted to know the details even more. Even if he knew some secrets that the other party couldn't tell, but excluding these secrets, the information he could tell shouldn't be too little. The elixir of immortality, you should have heard of it. It's not unfamiliar. Right? Manager Wang didn't rush to answer Mo Ba's words, but first asked a question. Elixir of life? This medicine does not exist at all. And since the new emperor ascended the throne, it has been clearly stipulated that our great Xia kingdom cannot make this kind of medicine anymore. Mo Ba thought that the former emperor had made the people live in misery because of this, so he spoke up immediately. According to what we know, someone is still secretly making this pill. Manager Wang explained that they did not have much information to investigate, so they could not tell Mo Ba much. So they need a lot of charcoal? You mean? Mo Ba found the key point sharply, but he did not say it out loud, but looked at Wang Zhongguan with understanding. Smart. Wang Zhongguan saw Mo Ba's expression, and knew that he understood, so he praised him. When leaving the palace, Missouri Ba still had a lot of questions in his mind. He had too many questions that could not be answered accurately. Wang Zhongguan had limited authority, and could tell him too little information. Mo Ba could not analyze the whole picture of all the things just by connecting the known information. Perhaps the king of Ping was not just after the elixir of immortality. The chief steward Wang might have concealed something. But Mo Ba had no desire to explore further. He just wanted to pass the news to his general as soon as possible. If it was really as he thought, then his general was the one in the most dangerous situation now. After all, the emperor had given him most of the military power. So, if King Ping really wanted to take that position, the first thing he would do was to seize the military power, and his master would naturally be the first target he would eliminate. After thinking about all sorts of things all the way back to the general's mansion, a morning passed. Back in the study, Mo Ba immediately wrote a pigeon letter to his master, and Lu Yao, who was far away in Xiliang, didn't know that she had been targeted. At this time, they had already reached the inner circle, and there was no one else. Occasionally, 1 or 2 wolf howls could be heard in her ears. The distance was not close, and the sound was also faint. However, Lu Yao didn't like wolf meat very much. She still had a lot of it in her space, so they didn't plan to follow the wolf howls. Now her target was the deer in the deep mountains and the local water sheep. According to the local people, these two were herbivores, especially the water sheep, which was tender and could nourish the body. It was the first choice for stockpiling meat. Roar. Suddenly, a tiger roar suddenly reached their ears. The movement of moving forward, no need to think too much, just from the roar just now, everyone can judge that the tiger is in a violent state at this time. I don't know what has provoked the overlord of the mountain. If it were an ordinary citizen, they would definitely think that the situation there must be very dangerous at this time, and then turn around and leave. But are Lu Yao, Bai Mayu and others ordinary people? Of course not, so several people looked at each other, and quickly rushed towards the direction of the tiger roar. In less than a cup of tea, Lu Yao and his team arrived at the scene. They saw 2 men of the same age as Bai Mayu, covered in blood, fighting a tiger. One of the men had a twisted right hand, which was obviously broken. Without time to think, Lu Yao and his team pulled the crossbow and shot arrows. The 3 arrows fired at the same time scared the tiger away immediately. The beast's nature was sharp and incomparable to humans. Lu Yao and his team gave it a very dangerous feeling. It gave the 2 men a fierce look and ran away without hesitation. Lu Yao and the others had no intention of shooting the tiger. They didn't know the whole story. What if the 2 men were courting death and provoking the tiger? Wouldn't she be helping the evil? However, Wu Jianrui, who was standing next to him, seemed eager to shoot the big tiger. However, after being glared at by Bai Mayu, he obediently pulled Xiaoxian aside and drew small circles to curse the 2 of them. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, there were 2 loud noises of falling to the ground. The 2 men who survived the disaster fell to the ground gasping for breath. After about a minute or 2, the man with a broken right hand got up first and bowed deeply to Bai Mayu 3 times. Thank you. Thank you. He thought Bai Mayu was the leader of this group of people, so he thanked him repeatedly. Chapter 256 Rescue. At this time, his tone was already tearful. Just a second ago, they all thought they were going to die, but it turned out to be a close call. He couldn't even imagine, if he died, who would pay for his mother's medical expenses in the future? Who would support his younger sister? Su He, who was a step behind Su Shan, had tears in his eyes. He was not a person who would cry easily, but now he was in a real disaster. He even suspected that he was still dreaming. Brother, my name is Su Shan, and this is my younger brother Su He. Thank you today, thank you so much, our lives will belong to you from now on. Su Shan looked only 20 years old. In Lu Yao's opinion, he was still a little bit of a middle school student. This time, Bai Mayu, who saved him from danger, was naturally the benefactor who gave him a second life. Bai Mayu stood there, accepting the 2's thanks generously. In fact, if they hadn't rushed over in time to scare the tiger away, the 2 would have died in the tiger's mouth in just 3 minutes. Why did you go to the mountains? And how did you provoke the tiger? Bai Mayu asked coldly. She took a rough look at the 2's injuries and found that they were not fatal. At most, they would suffer a little. The brothers Su Shan and Su He looked at each other, feeling a little embarrassed, but afraid of being misunderstood. So they had to tell the whole story. It turned out that Yu Shushan and Su He lived in the small mountain village where they settled in Xiliang. Their mother had been in poor health since she was young. After giving birth to the 3 siblings and their father's death, she became seriously ill. The doctor they consulted said that they needed to find 100-year-old ginseng to cure her. Unfortunately, their family had been struggling to make ends meet because of the treatment of their 2 elders. So where would they get the money to buy this 100-year-old ginseng? In the end, they had no choice but to venture into the mountains. However, their experience was limited. They stumbled along the way and finally found the right place. Fortunately, they found a ginseng that was over 100 years old. But such top-quality medicinal materials often have guardian beasts. This tiger is not a guardian beast, but it knows that this medicinal material is good. It has been waiting for an opportunity. However, it met Cheng Yaojin halfway, and the medicinal materials were taken away by Su Shan and his brother. This really pissed off the tiger. This is a real-life version of snatching food from a tiger's mouth. As a mountain overlord, It could not let the two go. It immediately attacked. It was because Lu Yao and the others arrived in time. Otherwise, the two would not have been able to hold on for a while. They would have been at the end of their rope. If it had been any later, they would have really died in the tiger's mouth. You two are really brave. This is deep in the mountains. We are almost in the hinterland. There are not only tigers, but also beasts that can kill people. You are lucky. You only encountered one kind of beast that can kill people. Lu Yao shook her head. The two people's words did not seem to be false. They went into the mountains to fulfill their filial piety. They just overestimated their own abilities. However, these two people were really lucky. They felt that they were in danger after walking for such a long time. However, Lu Yao also knew that the people of Shiliang carried some life-saving things on them. Ordinary poisonous insects could not get close to them. Otherwise, they would not have been able to get here. Hiss. After being safe, the pain in his body began to become more intense. Su Shan hissed and tried to move his right hand but couldn't. Brother, your right hand. Although he didn't have many good spots on his body. His injuries were much lighter than Su Shan's. They were all superficial injuries. And Su Shan's hand was probably dislocated. He had to go to the clinic to find a doctor. However, for those minor injuries, he could ask Arya to take care of them first. So, Lu Yao said to Arya beside her, Arya, go and help them. Yes, Mississippi Arya said as she was about to go forward to check their injuries, but was stopped by Mayu. After seeing this, Lu Yao looked at someone with a puzzled look. Let Mo Yao go. Mo Yao? Yes, this time I left Mo Ba, Mo Air, Mo Air San, Mo Air C, Mo Air Wu and the others at home, and brought Mo Yao, Mo Sher, Mo Feng, Mo Ting with me. They all have special skills, but don't worry, they are all my confidants. Lu Yao nodded in understanding. Yes, master. When Mo Yao heard by Mo Yu's words, he responded and went forward to help Su Shan heal his broken hand. Don't worry. I have inherited this skill from my ancestors. Mo Yao said to the stunned Su Shan, and went straight to the front to start. Lu Yao was surprised. She didn't expect that there was someone with this skill around by Mayu. She wanted to see if he could really fix the broken hand. If he could, she would ask Arya to become his disciple. Crack! There was a barely audible crisp sound, accompanied by Su Shan's scream. Will this guy be able to fix it? Su Shan gritted his teeth and said secretly in his heart. He had broken his arm when he was a child. But the process of setting the bone was definitely not that painful. And the doctor would be prepared to turn it over. Why did this guy start right away? He suspected that his broken hand was more serious. Move your hand yourself. Just when Su Shan was secretly complaining, Mo Yao's voice came to his ears. Su Shan felt a little guilty and tried his right hand carefully again. It turned out that he could move it. Although it still felt a little painful, it was indeed fixed. I looked at Mo Yao in surprise. I didn't expect that this man could really fix bones. But thinking of this process, Su Shan thought it would be better not to go through it again in the future, because it was too painful at that moment. Thank you all benefactors. After saying that, the two brothers were about to kneel down and kowtow to Lu Yao and his group, but they were stopped by Lu Yao. Okay, what are you two going to do next? Go down the mountain directly or? Lu Yao looked at Bai Mayu, who was not going to speak and said, We won't go down the mountain, the medicine hasn't been obtained yet. Su Shan shook his head after hearing Lu Yao's words. It was impossible to go down the mountain now, even if he had just escaped from danger. If he went down the mountain like this, what would happen to his mother? Lu Yao was puzzled. The two men were attacked by the tiger, wasn't it because they found medicinal herbs? Perhaps seeing the confusion of Lu Yao and others, He explained, We just found the medicinal herbs before, and we were attacked by the tiger before we started digging. So the two men were injured by the tiger before they even touched the medicinal herbs. Lu Yao and others were speechless for a moment, but they refrained from complaining. Not to mention how dangerous this place is, the two brothers are lucky to be alive. Let's go. Take us to see. Lu Yao shook her head. The injuries on the two men looked scary, but they did not affect their movements. Seeing their filial piety, she would help them to the end. Benefactor, do you want to go with us? Su Shan asked in a low voice. They didn't even know the name of their lifesaver. Chapter 257 Valley. We are going to the mountains to hunt. And it's on the way. If you are willing, take us with you. Lu Yao did not force them to take her with them, but gave them the opportunity to choose. After all, this century-old ginseng is a precious thing in anyone's eyes. And it's not wrong to be careful. Benefactor. We will take you there. Although we may not be as capable as you, we will definitely not hold you back. He promised hurriedly, and did not forget to use his elbow to nudge his elder brother, who was a little stunned. Yes, benefactor. We will take you there. Shan received his brother's reminder and said repeatedly, if the benefactor likes it, at worst they can find a new one. Their lives were saved by the benefactor. And a ginseng is nothing. Let's go. Liu Yao didn't say anything, and directly asked them to take the lead and continue to go deeper. They heard that the ginseng was in a deep valley not far away. If possible, they would stay there tonight. Along the way, with Wu Junrui, the idiot, the atmosphere was particularly happy. Arya knew some herbs. She was seen following Mo Yao closely. The two of them picked some herbs for treating external injuries along the way. But those herbs with higher value, which they wanted, had never been seen again. Shan, how long will it take us to get there? After walking for half a day, Wu Junrui was a little tired. Almost, just ahead. Shan replied, but this was the third time he answered like that. Well, okay. Wu Junrui sighed with his messy head. Brother Rui, eat something to replenish your energy. Xiao Xian obediently took out some dry food from his bag and handed it over. Xiao Xian, you are still good to your brother, unlike someone who forgets about his brother after getting a wife. Wu Junrui's depression could not last for more than a few seconds, and he became energetic again the moment he took the dry food. As he spoke, he looked back at the person who was taking care of Liu Yao. To be honest, he felt jealous. He had never treated his cousin like this since he was a child. Bai Mayu looked at his expression, shook his head speechlessly, and walked a few steps to catch up with Liu Yao. He really didn't know what to say to Wu Junrui, his cousin who was a few months older than him. Although he was older than him, he was definitely the most childish one. Don't make a sound. Shan, who was walking in front, made a silent gesture to the people behind him. An hour is not a long time. If there is no one around, this distance is really not time-consuming for Liu Yao and the others. As soon as everyone saw their appearance, they knew that they had arrived. They followed Shan and squatted behind a big tree, looking at the flocks of water sheep in the valley with shining eyes. Liu Yao did not expect that there would be such a surprise after following them here. However, she knew that the calmness on the surface of the valley was an illusion. There must be other crises hidden here. Those invisible dangers are the most deadly. Since she said she would help the two brothers, she would naturally be responsible for their safety. At least these two people must not get into trouble under her hands. After waiting for a minute, after asking them about their specific location, Bai Mayu found a safe and suitable place to hide, and took Shan and He there to hide. Brother Bai, shall we go with you to help? Shan suggested. He knew a little about the situation in the valley, and knew that it would definitely not be very safe here, and he didn't want them to get hurt for him. No, you just wait here honestly, Mo Yao. Arya, Xiao Xian, and the others should also stay here and don't move. Bai Mayu decisively refused. Not to mention the danger inside, just because the girl wanted to smuggle some water sheep and deer into the space, she couldn't take Shan and his brother in. Then Brother Bai, I'll trouble you. Seeing that Bai Mayu really didn't want him to go in, Shan said sincerely. Bai Mayu nodded. He knew that ginseng was the herb that Shan wanted to find for his mother. This kind of century-old ginseng could not be found outside the mountains of Xiliang country where everyone knew about herb. It could only be found in the deep mountains. However, Bai Mayu didn't think that the century-old ginseng in this valley was so easy to pick. Otherwise, if the local people knew about this place, they would have brought people to dig it long ago. It was obvious that there was no shortage of treasures here. After entering the valley, Liu Yao, Bai Mayu, and their goal was very clear. They started to harvest the sheep and deer. These animals were naturally timid and vigilant. They would flee at the slightest disturbance. They were all martial artists. They used their internal energy to wrap up their auras. By isolating their auras, they would not disturb the animals. Then, they could start harvesting. The brothers Shan and He at the entrance of the valley could not see the situation in the valley at all. They only felt that after Liu Yao and his friends entered, there was no change in the valley. They were a little worried. But they also remembered Bai Moyu's warning. At the same time, they were accompanied by Mo Yao and others. So they did not act rashly even if they were worried. I don't know if it's dangerous in the valley. Do you think Brother Bai and the others will be okay? Shan asked with some concern. Nothing will happen to them. Brother Bai and the others are obviously capable people. So you don't have to worry about them anymore. He shook his head and rejected his elder brother's guess. Whether it was the superb archery they showed when they first met, or their agility along the way, they were not comparable to him and his elder brother. Two rookies. Those who dared to enter the deep mountains these days, without some skills, could not go far at all. He and his elder brother were completely forced by life. Otherwise, they would not have entered the deep mountains and old forests. However, they were lucky enough to go so deep because of luck. Besides, didn't you see that Imo Yao and the others didn't seem to be worried at all? If there was really any danger, these people would still be able to stay here so calmly. So, his elder brother was just worrying for nothing. Yes, elder brother Bai and the others are so powerful. They will definitely be fine. Su Shan also thought of Bai Mayu and the others' skills. While he envied them in his heart, he also admired them even more. Yes, my elder sister and the others are really powerful. They are not afraid of the two wolf packs. Xiaoxian heard their words and agreed. Brother Su, this is for you. The wound has split open. Arya suddenly saw that the gauze on Sui's wrist was bleeding again, and she knew that this man must have forgotten to move around again. Oh, it's okay, I'm a real man, this little injury is not a big deal, but I still want to thank you. Little sister Arya, Sui said jokingly, but his hands were not slow. He took the homemade external wound medicine from Arya, carefully removed the gauze, changed the medicine, and continued to bandage it. But seeing how clumsy he was, Arya still stepped forward to help him unwrap the bandage again. Chapter 258 Snake Group. Let's talk about Lu Yao. By Ma Yu and others who entered the valley. At this time, they had collected a lot of water, sheep and deer. Seeing the space filled to the brim, Lu Yao felt extremely satisfied at this time. These are enough for her to eat for a long time. When she separates from the Su Shan brothers, they will be divided and processed. There should be enough space in the space. Just when Lu Yao was thinking about it, suddenly, there was a movement in her ears. When Lu Yao turned over, Bai Mayu, who was always paying attention to her, had already drawn his bow and shot an arrow. Swish! A sharp arrow pierced a tree 5 meters away. Lu Yao and Bai Mayu looked at each other, and both walked over lightly, and took a closer look, and it turned out to be a black python. Lu Yao estimated that the black python was about 3 to 5 meters long, and a little thicker than her thigh. She also saw that the arrow shot by Bai Mayu pierced the abdomen of the big black python, but because the arrow was inserted too deep into the tree trunk, the black python could not break free, and kept twisting its body on the tree, and the places where the snake blood from its abdomen touched, all withered instantly as if they were corroded. Seeing this, both of them felt cold in their hearts. Even the blood flowing from this python was so strong. If it had succeeded in attacking them just now, the consequences would be disastrous. Lu Yao patted his chest in fear. Neither of them had seen this kind of python. And the old man had never heard of this kind of large python with a black body. So neither of them could tell what kind it was. However, it was certain that this snake must be extremely poisonous. Bai Mayu shot another arrow into the black python. He waited until the black python died completely before he pulled out the 2 arrows. He heard from the girl that the arrows she brought were good, and each crossbow had 50 arrows. So it would be best if they were not wasted. However, Lu Yao saw Bai Mayu carefully wipe the 2 crossbow arrows on the ground several times, and then stored them separately. Yes, such poisonous blood, if you accidentally touch it, it will be bad. As for the black python, she was not going to put it in the space. If it was put in the modern times, she might be able to take it back to those researchers for research. Such highly poisonous pythons are rare. However, this is ancient times, and it is ancient times in another world. So she should forget it. Just when Bai Mayu had just put away the crossbow arrows, something unexpected happened. Bai Mayu concentrated for a moment, and was suddenly shocked. He did not expect that the dead black python could attract a tide of snakes. There were countless snakes of all sizes. He did not dare to delay. The 2 of them hurriedly took Lu Yao's hand and ran away. Run! Lu Yao, who was being pulled by Bai Mayu, ran while shouting at Moe and the others. Moe and the others heard Lu Yao shout, and saw them desperately running towards the valley entrance, and knew that something must have happened. So they ran as fast as they could, and dared not delay for a moment, and chased after them. They saw them rushing to the place where Mo Yao and Xiao Xian were hiding, and pulled up the 2 little ones. What? What happened? Su Shan was confused by this sudden change. and knew that the thing that made Bai Mayu and the others so shocked was definitely not simple. Lu Yao dragged Xiaoxian away at a high speed, and hurriedly said, "We accidentally poked a poisonous snake's nest." Su Shan almost stumbled. He was indeed his benefactor. His ability to commit suicide was quite amazing. Bai. Did Brother Bai see the black python? Su He, who was standing by, seemed to have thought of something, and asked stutteringly while running. Not only did he see it, but he also killed it. Ah! Unexpectedly, the two brothers Su Shan were shocked when they heard it. Go right, follow closely. Lu Yao didn't care what the two people thought now. He only focused on finding an escape route. Don't these snakes have a sense of territory? Aren't we out of the valley? After running for an unknown period of time, Wu Junrui was already exhausted. It was not just Wu Junrui who was tired. The injured Su Shan and his brother were even worse off, and now they were breathing out more than breathing in. But when they thought of their mother and sister who were waiting for them to return, they gritted their teeth and endured it. He looked at Bai Mayu and Lu Yao, who were concentrating on finding the way ahead, and his eyes were full of determination and trust. They believed that these people would definitely help them escape from these terrible snakes. Jump! Bai Mayu held Lu Yao with one hand, and handed Xiaoxian to Mo Yao with the other hand, then pulled Lu Yao over and held her tightly against his chest, and shouted to the people behind him. When everyone thought of the densely packed snakes following them, they jumped up without hesitation, and directly jumped off a fault cliff. There was a pool below. Lu Yao found that it was the best place to avoid the venomous snakes, so she asked Bai Mayu to escape here. Otherwise they really couldn't escape the pursuit of these snakes for a while. Ah, then a high-pitched scream came from the cliff. The distance from the cliff to the pool is very high. For people with mild acrophobia, there is nothing more terrifying than this. Lu Yao was also scared to death. But now she was tightly held in by Mayu's arms, feeling very secure. So she was not so scared. Puff cough cough. Bai Mayu was the first to emerge from the pool with Lu Yao in his arms. At this time, both of them were choked by the water. When they reached out and touched the water stains on their faces, they realized that the thin clothes they wore because of the heat were now tightly attached to their bodies. Especially Lu Yao herself. She felt that her face was burning. However, in just a moment, they found that all the people who jumped down with them were gone. Enduring the discomfort and shyness of choking on water, he sent Lu Yao to the shore first. Stay here and don't move. I'll go find them. Also, and go inside and get some thick clothes to put on. Bai Mayu said and dived into the water again, struggling to find Xiaoxian and the others. Fortunately, the water was clear, and soon he found that Mo Yao and Xiaoxian also floated to the surface of the water one by one. Mo Yao and Mo Yi were all specially trained and were good swimmers. They choked on the water because it happened suddenly, and they didn't have time to react. Now they have regained their senses and have naturally recovered their swimming skills. Su Shan, how are you? Mo Yi and the others pulled Su Shan to the shore and patted his cheeks hard. Wow! Cough cough cough. Chapter 259 Cliff. Su Shan woke up and vomited large mouthfuls of water. He coughed until tears came out. The feeling of suffocation was too uncomfortable. Brother, are you okay? Seeing his brother wake up, Su He quickly helped him sit up and asked with concern. It's okay. It's okay. Cough cough cough. Su Shan waved his hands. He was fine. He had always been good at swimming since he was a child. It was just that he jumped off the cliff suddenly just now. He was a little scared and choked like this. It's good that you're okay. Let's find a place to warm up by the fire. Otherwise, you'll catch a cold. Lu Yao said when she saw that everyone was okay. She didn't feel anything just now. But now that she stopped, the mountain breeze made her shiver. Cough. 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 You're okay. But I'm okay. I'm choking. Wu Junrui was coughing so hard that his lungs were broken. Hearing Lu Yao's words, he couldn't help but interrupt. He had been coughing here for a long time, but no one came forward to care about him. He was really angry. Brother Rui, how are you? Xiaoxian came back to his senses from his daze. When he thought about jumping from such a high place just now, he couldn't help but feel scared. However, when he heard Wu Junrui's voice, he turned his head from his elder sister's arms to look at him. Seeing that he was coughing all the time, he was probably choked by the water, so he asked with concern. Those who survive a disaster will have good fortune in the future. Luckily, Xiaoxian cares about me. Otherwise, I would cough to death alone, and no one would ask. Wu Junrui was half lying on the ground coughing. He knew his own body. He probably choked on the lungs with water. But it was not serious. Well, those snakes probably won't chase us anymore. The girl is right. Let's rest here and find a way to leave. Bai Mayu rolled his eyes at someone. He had no intention of paying attention to him. He just looked up at the sky above his head. Those snakes probably won't chase us here. They are safe for the time being. So he continued with Lu Yao's words. Everyone agreed with Lu Yao and Bai Mayu's words. It was really uncomfortable to be wet. And it was not convenient to travel. Although there was sunshine in the sky. It was indeed a bit cool in this valley. So soon, 20 or 30 of them built a fire by the pond. The clothes on their bodies were soaked in water. Even if they didn't have time to dry them all, they could at least dry them halfway. Otherwise, if they kept walking with water dripping on them, they would get cold soon. Considering that Lu Yao, Dia and Arya were girls, Bai Mayu and a group of men turned their backs and built 2 more fires. The grown men didn't care. They quickly took off their clothes, leaving only their underwear, and then warmed themselves by the fire. An hour later, Bai Mayu and Lu Yao started to put on their clothes. Let's go over there. Bai Mayu pointed in a direction where the trees were least dense. Moe and the others followed his orders and went wherever he pointed. Lu Yao had no objection. Su Shan and Su He also had no objection. Their current direction had long deviated from their original direction. They had no idea about this place. To be more precise, they could not even tell east, west, south, or north. Brother Bai, do you know where to find the century-old ginseng? After walking for a while, Su Shan was still thinking about the century-old ginseng his mother needed. And he asked after holding it in for a long time. Oh, I forgot about this. Here, this is for you. Lu Yao turned around and said exaggeratedly, then pretended to take out a century-old ginseng from her bag, but actually took it out from the space and handed it to Su Shan. This was dug by Arya in the mountains. Fortunately, she didn't sell it when she was in Kyoto. Otherwise she would have to take them to find it again, which was too inconvenient. She didn't dare to take some food and clothes from the space, for fear that they would find out. Miss Lu, you really dug it. You're still kidding. Su Shan looked at the ginseng in his hand and shouted excitedly. He didn't expect them to really dig it out. Now his mother is finally saved. Thank you. Thank you. The 2 brothers bowed to them and thanked them, choking up their voices. It is said that men don't shed tears easily, but that's because they are not moved. Bai Mayu and the others almost broke down when they saw Lu Yao's exaggerated expression. But seeing the Su Shan brothers who were deeply moved, and Lu Yao's unfriendly eyes, they still lowered their heads obediently and hid the smiles in their eyes. Keep your voice down. Don't attract the beasts. Wu Junrui pulled the Su Shan brothers and reminded them in a low voice. If he didn't change the subject, he really couldn't hold it back. If he really laughed, he would not be beaten to death by Xiao Yao. But he would make her unhappy. It is estimated that his dear cousin would not let him go. So for his own safety, he had to speak out. When Su Shan heard Wu Junrui's words, he immediately made a gesture to cover his mouth, and even looked around vigilantly. The previous group of snakes was still vivid in his mind. If he attracted them again, it would not be so easy to get rid of them. This kind of beast is very vengeful. If you are caught by it, you will still be alive. The lush vegetation in the deep mountains made it difficult to tell the direction. If it were not for the big sun hanging in the sky, Lu Yao and the others would not be sure to leave Su Shan and the others to find the way back. We're here. Let's separate here. And be careful on the way back. After sending them to the path they came from, Lu Yao signaled everyone to stop. Brother Bai. Miss Lu. Thank you so much this time. Without you, we would have died long ago. I won't say much to thank you. If you have any problems in the future, just tell me. I will never say no. Su Shan also knew that it was time for him and them to part ways. So he said sincerely, I know. Be careful on your way back. You can also take this money back to buy some food, Lu Yao said, and took out 2 silver coins of about 10 taels from her bag and handed them to Su Shan. No. We really can't take this. You helped us dig this ginseng, and we really can't accept this money, Su Shan said as he was about to return the silver to Lu Yao. You don't want to eat it. Can your mother and your sister not eat it? Don't forget. What they need most now is to recover as soon as possible. Bai Mayu couldn't stand a grown man nagging there, and said with a dark face, This? Don't say this and that. Just take it if I give it to you. We don't need this little money. Girl. Let's go, Bai Mayu said as he took Lu Yao's hand, led her and left without looking back. Now the sun has set. If you keep nagging, you really can't even find a suitable camp. Looking at their receding backs, Brother Su Shan and Su He really cried out loud. They didn't expect that these people, who they had only met once, would do so much for them. They knew that what Brother Bai said just now was just to make him feel more at ease. They brothers remembered this kindness in their hearts. Chapter 260 Lu Yao thrown on the ground. Bai Mayu, Bai Mayu, Bai Mayu. Lu Yao was in Bai Mayu's arms. Her eyes were confused and puzzled. She put one hand in front of Bai Mayu, shaking it a few times, and shouted again, Bai Mayu, shouldn't you put me down first? After a long while, Bai Mayu was finally called back to his senses by Lu Yao, but when he came to his senses, he did something that surprised everyone. Fuck! Bai Mayu. Lu Yao, who was thrown on the ground, yelled loudly, even swearing. That's right. Lu Yao was thrown to the ground by Bai Mayu. With a bang, she came into close contact with the ground. Wu Junrui and the others who came over after hearing the news were frightened by Bai Mayu's action at first, and then laughed very unkindly. When Bai Mayu realized that there was a soft and fragrant girl in his arms, he immediately threw her to the ground in panic. When Lu Yao got up from the ground, she pointed at Bai Mayu and cursed, Bai Mayu, what are you doing? It's not the first time he held her. Didn't he hold her well on the cliff? Why is he so panicked now? He let her put her down, but he threw her down. If she doesn't give her a reasonable explanation today, she will never let him go. She rolled to the ground without any preparation, and was watched by so many people, which really pissed her off. Bai Mayu looked at the angry girl, and his expression was even more helpless and nervous. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain. He really didn't mean to throw her away, but he had never hugged such a soft person before, and he was afraid that once he hugged her, he would never let her go, and his body seemed to be stirring, and he was afraid that the girl would find out and ignore him. So he panicked and threw her out accidentally. But he really didn't know how to explain this to the girl. Even he himself couldn't imagine before that he would treat such a little girl like this. Even he felt a bit beastly. If they knew, wouldn't he be worse than a beast? Looked at the few people who were laughing so hard that they were almost dying, and glanced over, although they were silent. But this matter must not be said, otherwise his image would be completely ruined. And what would happen if the girl didn't let him hold her in the future? What Bai Mayu was thinking at this moment, Lu Yao had no idea at all. She only knew that she was furious. You said it would be great if she could jump down from the tree by herself. Why did you catch her? You could catch her if you wanted to, and put her down properly after catching her, that would be all. He did catch her, but after catching her, he threw her to the ground. If she hadn't had martial arts skills, she would have rolled down the slope. He was just a pig head and a bastard. Lu Yao said to Bai Mayu angrily, Bai Mayu, you are a grown man, you are tall and fierce. Do you have the nerve to bully a kid who is only as tall as your waist? Ah? If you don't want to see me, just say so. Is it necessary to kill people to silence them? Bai Mayu looked at Lu Yao's accusation, and was actually very annoyed. It can be said that at the moment of throwing her, he wanted to chop off his own hand. Now he was so angry that he wanted to slap himself a few times. You said you could just bear it, be careful not to be discovered, and you can just throw it away, but he threw it away directly. If it were him now, he would be so angry that he would want to hit someone. Bai Mayu opened his mouth, like a child who did something wrong. He lowered his head slightly, looking at her. In a low voice, he said sincerely, Girl, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. When Lu Yao heard Bai Mayu's apology, her voice immediately became softer. She knew he didn't mean it. Seeing his awkward look, as an adult, she knew a little bit why this kid would do this, but she just couldn't swallow this breath. He actually dared to throw her away, and he was so audacious that he had the audacity to think about a minor like her. If she didn't teach him a lesson today, that would be too much. So, she raised her little head, put her hands on her hips, and said in a childish and crisp voice, Okay. You said you didn't mean it. Then explain why you threw me to the ground for no reason. If I wasn't agile, I might have rolled down the mountain now. Do you know how serious the consequences are? When Bai Mayu threw the person, his mind was completely blank. He didn't even think about the consequences of throwing him down. Now that Lu Yao reminded him, he was scared just thinking about it. Even his face turned pale. He didn't dare to think about what he would do if something happened to the girl. Just as the girl said, if she didn't have agile skills, she might really roll down the mountain. in this place full of sharp grass and hard broken stones. Even if she didn't get injured, she would definitely get injured. When he thought of the girl with blood all over her face, staring at him angrily, Bai Maoyu's heart tightened, and he felt so heartbroken that he even had difficulty breathing. So facing Lu Yao's little face, and her bright eyes expecting him to explain, he couldn't say a word. In the end, he only said one sentence, "I'm sorry, girl. I will never throw you away again next time. I swear." After hearing this, Lu Yao exploded again. "You actually want to have another time?" After hearing Lu Yao's words, Bai Maoyu shut up. Seeing him like this, Lu Yao just got even angrier. She took out a cloth bag from the space, handed it to Dia beside her, and said angrily, "Dia, let's go. Make some delicious food. Today, we'll make food for the four of us. Don't worry about others. Let them starve." Dia took the bag of food, smiled unkindly, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and said, "Okay, miss." "Humph. Who told your master to bully my miss? I'll starve you to death." After Dia finished speaking, she didn't forget to glare at Moe and the others. "No, Xiao Yao. We didn't throw you on the ground. Can you ask Dia to do more?" "Yeah." Moe, Mo Yao, and the others nodded frequently when they heard Wu Junrui's words. It was their master's doing, and it had nothing to do with them. But you laughed. Oh. Hearing Lu Yao's words, they all wanted to slap themselves in the face. "We told you to laugh. We told you to laugh. But now you're going to be hungry." Just when Lu Yao and Dia were preparing to find a place to cook with food, Lu Yao in front of them suddenly stopped laughing and her bright eyes became sharp and alert, and her expression became serious and fierce. Dia was slightly puzzled by the change in her young lady's aura. And then her entire aura changed. She took a step forward, pulled Lu Yao behind her, threw away the cloth bag, took out a knife, and looked around vigilantly. Bai Maoyu and others who caught up with her also became alert and sharp in an instant, with bloodthirsty anger, dark eyes with horror, looking around. But the surrounding environment looked normal. The trees were lush and peaceful, and occasionally a slight breeze blew, driving the green leaves on the branches, gently shaking, and the dense iron wolf fern also swayed slightly, as if greeting the arrival of something. Chapter 261. Both sides suffer. Ao Wu. A mighty roar came from the distant forest, making the whole mountain seem to be shaking. Dia said in surprise, "Miss, this is?" Lu Yao nodded and said, "Yes, this is the roar of the king of beasts, the tiger." Just when everyone thought that another big fight was about to take place, unexpectedly, "Dia, let's run quickly." Unexpectedly. After Lu Yao said this to Dia, who was eager to try, she took Xiaoxian away in a hurry without looking back. They were rushing all day long, no, to be more precise, they were running more, so she didn't want to fight at all now. Although Lu Yao and Xiaoxian were small, and their steps were not big, they ran at such a speed that even Bai Maoyu and the others had to jog to keep up. Therefore, this is the picture. Lu Yao ran in front with Xiaoxian holding her hand, while Bai Maoyu and the others jogged to keep up with Lu Yao and the others. Lu Yao and Bai Maoyu and the others, along with about 20 subordinates, continued to rush into the mountains. Halfway through the journey, Wu Junrui asked in a strange way, "Hey, Maoyu, it's almost dark. Where are we going?" Bai Maoyu was now sulking because Lu Yao ignored him, and he ignored Wu Junrui's words and just kept walking forward. Wu Junrui seemed to have gotten used to Bai Maoyu's attitude. Seeing the figure going away, he could only sigh softly, and then continued to walk forward. Lu Yao was also angry, and had no intention of paying attention to someone. So on the first day of entering the mountains, everyone found a place at random under the extremely low air pressure, and spent the night there. The next day, the two people who had reconciled were whispering there again. Wu Junrui held Xiaoxuan's hand, and muttered about the two guys who forgot their loyalty for the sake of beauty. The two people who were abandoned felt a sense of sympathy. But soon, they heard the roar of two tigers again, and the sound was fierce and violent, as if they were fighting fiercely. This made Lu Yao suspect that this was the tiger they heard yesterday. So she pulled Bai Maoyu forward excitedly, and asked him while running, "Bai Maoyu, how is it? How is it? Is it the sound of the tiger yesterday? It sounds like it. Let's go and take a look," Bai Maoyu said, as he stretched out his hand to hold Lu Yao's waist. And a few leaps were just a few meters away. After a while, Lu Yao and Bai Maoyu arrived at the battle scene first. As soon as they saw it, they saw two obviously injured tigers lying on the ground. and they looked like two male tigers. One yellow and white male tiger, and the other was a completely white male tiger. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot support two tigers, unless they are one male and one female. The current situation is very obvious. The two male tigers are fighting for territory, or for a wife. As soon as Lu Yao and the others stepped onto the field, the white tiger, which was originally leaning on the ground, immediately became alert, not caring about its own injuries, and immediately stood up with difficulty, making a defensive posture. The other yellow and white tigers seemed to be motionless, obviously either dead or unconscious. However, Lu Yao had just checked, and this yellow-white tiger should be dead. Looking at the big white tiger that had stood up and was taller than her, Lu Yao couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Then, she raised her head and said to the big white tiger, "Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. We have no ill intentions." Just when Lu Yao and the others thought that the big white tiger was going to attack her, she tightened her hand holding the long knife. But she didn't expect that with a bang. It fell to the ground and stopped breathing in a moment. Lu Yao and Bai Mayu looked at each other. Is it possible to get two big tigers for free without any effort? If you don't take advantage of the opportunity, you are a bastard. Lu Yao stepped forward without saying a word and put the two lifeless tigers into the space. When Wu Junrui and others arrived, except for the traces of fighting, they didn't see anything else. They thought they ran away after seeing people coming. A few days later, Bai Mayu received a pigeon letter from Mo Ba, saying that everything was ready except for the east wind. The eldest prince Chu Juanhao, who was far away in Kyoto, called in his servant and gave him detailed instructions. After all the troops had left, Chu Juanhao suddenly felt that all the depression in his heart had dissipated, and his heroic spirit was surging. He narrowed his eyes and said to his fellow brother, "The fourth prince Chu Junan, we brothers. We will do a big thing from today onwards. I want to let those people know that we are the most suitable people to sit in that position." A few days later, rumors spread outside that the South Country wanted to buy grain from Kyoto. The South Country is rich in gems and is not short of money. So when they heard about this, the grain merchants became restless. In this case, let alone buying grain from Kyoto, even borrowing soldiers, as long as they can get enough benefits. The ministers in Kyoto will probably agree. The key is that no matter how heatedly the court discusses it, there will always be merchants who have taken the lead and stockpiled large amounts of grain in various places. Such an opportunity, those who can get benefits, will naturally not let it go. So for a while, the grain prices in various places soared. There is only a few months of time difference. When the autumn grain enters the market, the price will probably drop rapidly. How many people can resist such a large difference in silver? But only Chu Junyan and others know that this is a big snake coming out of the hole. After receiving the letter and reading it, Bai Mayu couldn't help but curl his lips. This prince and his friends are really impatient. But haven't they heard that you can't eat hot tofu if you are impatient? He wanted to see what method they would come up with to deal with him this time. The next journey was more difficult. But Bai Mayu and his friends were still walking fast. But Arya and Xiaoxian, who were weaker in martial arts, gradually slowed down. Mo Yao and his friends wanted to carry them, but Arya refused with a blushing smile. How could a girl like her let a man carry her? Xiaoxian laughed and didn't hesitate after hearing it. He jumped on Mo Yi's back. Going up further, the road becomes steeper and steeper, and the wormwood grass gradually becomes less and less. There are gradually more red azaleas, yellow wild chrysanthemums, blue jasmine, purple thorn flowers, and other bright flowers in the field of vision. The air is filled with the faint fragrance of flowers and plants, which smells very pleasant. As the number of wild flowers increases, the number of elves also increases. The red and green dragonflies fly back and forth in the low sky. Black, white, colorful butterflies flap their beautiful wings and dance over the flowers. The hard-working bees roam back and forth in the stamens, collecting nectar. Lu Yao and the others were intoxicated for a while, and stayed for a long time. They walked and stopped, and walked and stopped. Before they knew it, they walked into a valley. The valley was more than 10 meters wide, with large and small rocks in the middle, and lush flowers, plants and trees on both sides of the slope. The wide valley went deep into Lishan Mountain, and was 200 or 300 meters long. When the group reached the valley entrance, they heard the sound of water splashing in the valley. Looking around, I saw a white waterfall falling straight down from a steep cliff of several hundred meters, hitting the pool at the bottom of the valley, splashing a piece of crystal water. Just watching the waterfall from the valley mouth, it was quite impressive. The waterfall falls 3,000 feet straight down, and it seems like the Milky Way falls from the sky. Lu Yao was stunned. If this place were put in modern times, it would definitely be a popular check-in spot. Although she had not been to many scenic spots in her previous life, she had never seen such a sharp cliff, such a natural waterfall, and such a magnificent waterfall. Even Bai Mayu was stunned for a moment. It's so beautiful. Chapter 262 Nongfu Spring is a bit sweet. Yes, really, it's so spectacular. After coming to their senses, the group of people sighed that the trip was worthwhile. Living in the north, it is not easy for them to see such beautiful scenery. Everyone was amazed and walked into the valley. But as soon as they stepped into the valley, they felt a cool breath with a hint of moisture coming towards them. Lu Yao was shocked. How can I describe that feeling? It was like walking from the scorching sun into an air-conditioned room with full air conditioning. It made people feel comfortable all over. All of a sudden, the fatigue brought by the journey disappeared in an instant. She was so excited that she almost moaned. She took small steps and rushed forward. But she pushed Bai Mayu aside. The group lined up in a straight line, one after the other, and ran all the way into the valley. Their feet stepped on the rocks. If one of them was not steady, the rocks would roll and hit each other, making a crackling sound. The sudden sound startled the birds resting in the bushes in the valley. The birds chirped loudly, flapped their wings, and flew deep into the forest. The long-lasting echo in the valley made Lu Yao and Dia happy again. They smiled at each other. Suddenly, Lu Yao became playful and shouted louder and louder into the valley. Hey! 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 Suddenly, the valley was filled with Lu Yao's shouts, startling the birds and animals in the forest farther away. For a moment, the valley and the forest were very lively. Wu Junrui and Xiaoxian saw that Lu Yao was having fun, and also joined in the cheering. Bai Mayu looked at the crazy people, and could only shake his head and smile bitterly. The vegetation in the valley was very rich. In addition to the common flowers, plants and trees, there were also many rare plants, such as honeysuckle, Ganoderma lucidum, Gastrodia alata, and other Chinese herbal medicines. Bai Mayu even saw 2 ginsengs under a big tree. Perhaps because no one has come to the valley to collect herbs for many years, the plants seem to be in good condition. Moya and Area, 2 herb lovers, have already waved their small herb hoes and started digging. After playing, Lu Yao and Bai Mayu walked around and looked around. They had no intention of helping. In addition to flowers and plants, there are also several wild vegetables in the valley, such as fern, mustard, and amaranth. They are in clusters, fresh and tender, and very pleasing to the eye. Lu Yao planned to pick some wild vegetables. She hadn't eaten them for a long time since she arrived in Qinghe village. She remembered that when she was fleeing from famine, she and her friends relied on them to survive. Lu Yao hadn't eaten them for a long time. Now that she saw them, she was a little greedy. The cooler they went, the more humid the air became, the cooler they felt. Lu Yao couldn't help but take out a thin coat from the space and put it on. She also gave Bai Mayu one, but he refused, because he felt that this cool feeling was not cold, but refreshing from the bottom of his heart. He enjoyed this feeling very much. The 2 of them walked hand in hand into the depths of the millet. Walking to the end of the valley, a pool of water appeared in front of their eyes. One side of the pool was close to the inner wall of the cliff, in an oval shape, with nearly 1 acre of water. The water in the pool was extremely clear, but the bottom of the pool was dark, as if it was bottomless. Lu Yao and Bai Mayu looked up at the top of the cliff, and saw the silver-white water falling all the way down, falling rapidly into the pool below, and then instantly breaking into crystal-clear water flowers. Looking at such a magnificent scene, the 2 were completely stunned. It took a long time for the 2 to recover from their shock. Lu Yao looked at the waterfall again, and then looked around the pond. She noticed something strange. This cliff is so high. Where does the water come from? And after the water flows into the pond, where does it flow out? Bai Mayu also felt incredible when he heard Lu Yao say this. However, after Lu Yao asked, he realized that there should be a place similar to the Tianqi on the cliff, and the water should flow out from that Tianqi. And the reason why there is only water flowing into the pool but no water flowing out is that it is connected to the Yin River, which is an underground river. These are what she learned in geography class in junior high and high school. But it was too long ago, and she forgot it for a while. However, she did not intend to tell what she knew. She thought it was not bad to be as silly and innocent sometimes. Bai Mayu smiled calmly and said, "There should be plenty of water here, but I don't know where the source is." Lu Yao was very tempted. In her previous life, she heard people say that the Tianqi Lake in Changbai Mountain was very beautiful. But it was a pity that she could not see it. So she said, "Then let's climb up and take a look tomorrow." "Yes, I'll take you up and take a look tomorrow." "Okay. Okay." Lu Yao was very happy to go up and see the real thing. After such a long journey, Lu Yao felt thirsty. She squatted down by the pond, scooped up a handful of water with both hands, and gently took a sip. The water was cool and sweet, which reminded her of a classic slogan, "Nongfu Spring is a little sweet." However, compared with Nongfu Spring, it can only be used to irrigate fields. Lu Yao drank a few mouthfuls of water and felt refreshed. Bai Mayu squatted down like Lu Yao and scooped up a handful of water to drink. He immediately exclaimed, "This water is really delicious." At first, he thought the girl was teasing him, so he was suspicious of the water in the pool, worried that he would get sick from drinking it. Wu Junrui and Xiaoxian, who were having a great time over there, saw that they were enjoying the water so much, and they also scooped up 2 handfuls of water to drink. As soon as they took a sip of water, they immediately smiled. After drinking, Lu Yao hurriedly took out all the bamboo tubes and water bags from the space, and replaced all the water in them with the water here. When Bai Mayu and the others saw it, they also hurried over to help. "Hey, what is that?" Xiaoxian, who was filling the water, suddenly shouted in confusion. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao quickly lay down and looked at the bottom of the pond. She saw several black shadows swimming around a few meters deep in the pond. Although she couldn't see the black shadows clearly, she could tell that they were big fish. Lu Yao felt a little strange. Where did the fish fry in the deep pond in the wild mountains and forests come from? And what kind of fish was this? When she wanted to take a closer look, she didn't know if the noise she made was too loud and startled the black shadows. They turned around and disappeared into the bottom of the pond. Their disappearance left Lu Yao with a big question in her mind. Could it be that the underground river below was really the same as the large reservoir they passed by? Otherwise, where did the fish come from? While Lu Yao and the others were filling water, Dai and Moe had already dug a lot of wild vegetables there. Seeing this, Lu Yao also went to help dig wild vegetables. The group stayed in the valley for an hour. Seeing that it was getting late, the 3 of them said hello and walked out of the valley. This place was nice to play, but it was too humid and not suitable for camping. So they had to find a suitable place again, from entering the valley to leaving it. The group did not notice that in the bushes beside the stream on the cliff, a pair of eyes had been watching the 3 people's every move. But most of the time, the eyes stayed on Lu Yao. After watching the group leave the valley, the owner of the green eyes turned around and left, disappearing in the green. Chapter 263, Wandering in the Rain. The mountains and fields are beautiful under the sunshine, but also full of dangers. Perhaps the danger is right beside you at this moment. The sunshine shines on the green grass and leaves with golden light. From time to time, a few tired birds flying back to their nests fly over the sky. The tired birds, with their screams, dive into the woods, rest and recuperate, and prepare for a big fight later. Lu Yao and his group, covered in golden light, walked carefully in the jungle with relatively low trees, startling many wild rabbits and pheasants along the way. However, the scorching sun was soon covered by dark clouds, and the sky gradually darkened. The earth was soon shrouded in darkness. It is said that the weather in June can change at any time, which is absolutely true. It was sunny just now, but now it is covered with dark clouds. Especially in this jungle, it is pitch dark. With a bang of thunder, a long snake-like silver lightning tore through the sky. Heavy rain poured down, and the world was instantly shrouded in mist. Lu Yao quickly took out a large piece of oilcloth from the space, found an open space without trees, and crawled into the oilcloth. As for the towering trees, although the heavy rain was mostly blocked by their branches, Lu Yao did not dare to hide there. If she was struck by lightning by accident, she would really die unjustly. The rain did not stop until about 4 or 5 o'clock. When they walked out of the stuffy oilcloth, The temperature outside was neither high nor low. The breeze was very cool and comfortable, and the air with a hint of moisture became more and more fresh, smelling the natural breath. Lu Yao showed a mischievous smile on her face, looking at the slightly embarrassed people with a little girlish mischief. Lu Yao suppressed her smile and took out a clean cotton cloth from the space for everyone to wipe, especially by Ma Yu, who now looked nothing like a handsome young man. To be more precise, he looked like a young man in distress. However, the grass, flowers, and trees beside them, washed by the rain, were lush and green as emerald, and full of vitality and energy, which made people happy. Looking up at the blue sky and the white clouds, Lu Yao felt as if she had returned to her innocent childhood. Look! There's a rainbow! Wow! It's really a rainbow! Xiao Xian and Aria's surprised voices brought Lu Yao back to her memories. She followed their directions, and saw that a colorful arch bridge had been erected in the western sky. The red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple colors were natural and beautiful, compared to the rainbows in modern pollution. The colors here looked much brighter and cleaner. If there were camera phones now, she would definitely take more photos. Click, click, to capture this beautiful moment. Because in her previous life, with the destruction of the environment and the pollution of the air, the rainbow had long been a trend of becoming a beautiful noun. Seeing a 7-color rainbow, such a beautiful rainbow, is just like seeing a shooting star. It is the dream of many girls, and it was also her dream before. However, beautiful things are always short-lived. As the sun's rays gradually strengthened, the rainbow became ethereal and soon disappeared. When she looked toward the western sky again, it was empty, making people think that everything that had just happened was just a dream. A beautiful spring dream. Watching the rainbow appear and disappear in a short time, Lu Yao sighed, wanting to express her feelings, but she opened her lips slightly. But she could not say anything. She did not say it. Not because she did not want to say it, but because the ink in her stomach could not describe her mood at this moment. Wow! There are so many animals! Dia sighed happily, as the rain stopped and the sky cleared. The small animals also ran out one after another, breathing the fresh air after the rain. Hee, there are so many! Xiao Xian also said happily. That rabbit is so white. Look at it running around. Is it a fox? Its fur is so beautiful, shiny. Wu Jianrui also shouted happily. Look, that's a deer. Look at the little flowers on its body. It's a sika deer. Lu Yao was also surprised. I had only seen sika deer in the zoo before. I didn't expect to see it here today. It seems that the trip was really worthwhile. Just as everyone was immersed in the shock and joy brought by these many different animals. Suddenly, a sound of a wood completely shattered the rare good atmosphere. And then a gray figure suddenly jumped out and fiercely pounced on the sika deer not far away. Be careful. The sudden change made Lu Yao, who was not prepared, a little confused. When she saw the gray figure that jumped out, its outline and fierce eyes, Lu Yao shouted without thinking, hoping that this shout could save the life of the cute deer. Xiao Xian was also frightened by this sudden change. Oh my god! Isn't this the wolf I haven't seen for a long time? Xiao Xian couldn't help but let his hair stand up, and he hurriedly leaned towards Wu Jianrui beside him. Ah! When the others saw the gray figure and Lu Yao's exclamation, they knew something was wrong and quickly turned their heads to look. After seeing this, they were also frightened. It turned out that these small animals were driven here by wolves. There were probably no less than 50 of them. More than 4 or 5 wolves, each more agile than the other, showed their murderous fangs, stopped 3 meters away from the crowd, and lined up in a circle. But the wolves did not attack everyone immediately. They seemed to be waiting for something. Bai Mayu quietly touched his knife, had already protected Lu Yao behind him. Wu Jianrui also held a stick to block Xiao Xian. Mo Yao also tightly protected his little apprentice area. Seeing the ferocious wolves, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Even Bai Mayu, who had experienced a lot, couldn't help but feel anxious at this moment. Just as everyone was confronting each other nervously, another wolf came out of the bushes. This was a wolf with a bright body. A wolf with pure white hair. This white wolf was half a head taller than all the other wolves, and its body was much stronger. The most important thing was its aura. As soon as it appeared, the other wolves lowered their heads slightly. It can be seen that this is the leader of the wolf pack, the legendary wolf boss. The wolf boss walked forward with a square step, and was extremely majestic. When the wolf subordinates saw it, they all consciously made way. The wolf boss walked straight to the front of the team. It looked around at everyone with a gloomy green gaze, and stayed on Liu Yao for a few seconds. It hesitated for a moment, as if it felt that these people in front of it were not easy to mess with. The wolf boss tilted his head and roared a few times to this side. The wolf formation heard the boss's call, and a gray-black wolf walked out. "Miss, what are these wolves going to do?" Dia asked quietly beside Liu Yao. "They should be trying to test the truth," Liu Yao replied softly. It always felt that these wolves were like those animals with intelligence in the fantasy world, especially smart. "Does that mean they won't attack us for the time being?" Dia replied after hearing what her mistress said. "I don't think so. If they really wanted to attack us, they would attack as soon as they rushed down," Liu Yao said lightly. And at this time, she was also mobilizing her special power in her hand. A finger-thick lightning bolt jumped in her hand, especially conspicuous in the dim woods. Chapter 264 White Wolf. Just as Liu Yao, Bai Mayu and the others were fully prepared to resist, something strange happened. The wolf leader suddenly turned around and howled at the wolf pack, and the wolf pack's attack stopped. "Bai Mayu, is this wolf preparing to attack?" "Not sure, but I guess it shouldn't. Look at its eyes. Although it is still fierce, there is no murderous intent." Bai Mayu was the calmest among the crowd, but he was also a little nervous. This matter was really not a joke. This wolf pack was too big. If they really attacked, both sides would definitely suffer casualties, which was what he least wanted to see. "Well, it seems to be what you said. But damn. Bai Mayu, didn't you say they won't attack us now?" "Why? It's coming again," Liu Yao said, suddenly looking at the leader wolf coming over and said in surprise. After hesitating for a while, the white wolf walked towards the crowd. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Wu Jiurui was not good at talking. This guy kept saying in his heart that it was over. "Xiao Yao, it seems to be targeting you," Wu Jiurui said worriedly. "Yes, Miss Xiao Yao. It seems that its target is really you," Moe said worriedly. "Xiao Yao, why don't you just faint?" Wu Jiurui said with a clever move. "Capture the thief and the leader." "Master, why don't we take it down now? Maybe the wolf pack will scatter without a leader," Moe said eagerly, holding the long knife in his hand. "Yes, Moe is right. Instead of waiting to die, we might as well give it a try," Moe said brazenly, also holding the long knife in his hand, ready to give the white wolf a fatal blow at any time. Liu Yao didn't say anything. She was staring into the white wolf's eyes. It is said that eyes are windows to the soul. This is true for most animals. Liu Yao saw it. Just as Bai Mayu said, the white wolf's eyes were angry and murderous at first because she and others interrupted their hunting. Just now, they were gloomy and fierce. But now, they gradually became indifferent, gentle, and wait, it was still changing. How could it be possible that the white wolf's eyes had a hint of gentleness? Liu Yao saw that hint of gentleness very clearly. There was no mistake. "I have been with the Wolf King for so long, it is like this every time. It acts like a spoiled child. It is quite similar to the white wolf's current appearance. What is going on? Why would the white wolf look at me like this? Do I have any connection with this white wolf? But this thought is too absurd. I don't know it either, and they haven't drunk the spiritual spring water in my space like the Wolf King and the others. Bai Mayu, Moe, put down your weapons and try." Liu Yao watched the white wolf walk for a while, and then stop, looking like it wanted to move forward but didn't dare to, guessing what it wanted to say to me. At this time, Liu Yao suddenly thought of space. If this white wolf has any connection with herself, then the key must be in her space. "No, Xiao Yao, you are too dangerous." "Yes, miss, this is too dangerous?" Dia said very worriedly. "Don't be afraid. If it really wants to hurt someone, it would have attacked long ago, and it will not go forward alone. Besides, didn't you see that its eyes have completely lost their fierce momentum? So you have to believe in it." "Girl." Bai Mayu gave up his position and smiled faintly. However, although he said thank you, he didn't want to put down the crossbow in his hand. Wu Jianrui, Moe, and the others looked at Bai Lang's eyes, and they felt relieved. They looked at each other, nodded slightly, and put away their swords at the same time. However, they also had no intention of putting down the crossbows in their other hands. Bai Lang moved 1 meter closer to Liu Yao, but still hesitated and did not come over. "Bai Mou, you take them back." Liu Yao turned her head and said to Bai Mo and Dia, who were almost next to her, because she found that as long as they were in front of her, Bai Lang would not dare to come forward. But she wanted to know what Bai Lang wanted to do. So she couldn't help but speak out. Girl. You? Bai Mayu was about to refuse. It was too dangerous. He could not agree. But was interrupted by Lu Yao. Don't worry. It's okay. No. I can agree to anything else. But not this. Bai Mayu said seriously. He could not joke about Lu Yao's life. Seeing that it was not working, Lu Yao could only say to Dia beside him, and Wu Junrui and others not far away, then Bai Mayu stays. Dia, Wu Junrui, you take Xiao Xian and retreat 2 meters away. Xiao Yao. This. Miss. Although Lu Yao said it with certainty, they were still worried. All of you listen to the girl and step back. I'll protect her. Bai Mayu glared at Wu Junrui and said he was afraid that if he kept delaying, the White Wolf would lose patience. Although they might not lose if they fought, there would definitely be casualties, so they should try not to fight if possible. Then you should be careful. Wu Junrui curled his lips, thinking to himself. Why didn't you listen to Xiao Yao? But he didn't dare to say it to her face, so he could only helplessly follow Moe and Xiao Xian and the others and step back a few meters. But the White Wolf still didn't come forward to express anything to Lu Yao as she expected. Lu Yao was puzzled on the spot. But when she saw the superpowers in her hand, she smiled and waved her hand to withdraw the superpowers in her body. This time, the White Wolf didn't hesitate anymore and came straight to Lu Yao. Under everyone's anxious eyes, the White Wolf walked to Lu Yao's side and squatted down. It sniffed Lu Yao with its nose. After sniffing a few times, the White Wolf's tail suddenly shook. But it didn't shake so naturally. Just like a person who just learned a move not long ago. A wolf that can wag its tail. Wu Junrui, Moe, and the others were completely shocked. Is this really a wolf? With its ferocious and cunning nature, it can actually show its human side? Not only them, even Bai Mayu and Lu Yao, who were closest to it, found it incredible. Lu Yao looked at the awkward tail-wagging action of the White Wolf, and was very confused. Could it be that the White Wolf knew her? But this was her first time in Xiliang. Thinking of this, Lu Yao carefully reached out her hand, and tried to touch the White Wolf's head. But to everyone's surprise, the White Wolf did not have any intention of dodging, but let Lu Yao caress it lovingly. Wu Junrui and Moe, who were not far away, stared at them with their eyes popped out, and said, This is crazy! This is crazy! This world is really crazy! The White Wolf wagged its tail for a while, and then it stopped wagging because it was tired. It licked Lu Yao's palm with its tongue, sniffed her with its nose, and finally began to retreat slowly. Its eyes were always focused on Lu Yao, step by step, until it retreated to the middle of the road that the wolves had made way for. Suddenly, it looked up to the sky and let out a long, low howl, and suddenly turned around and ran straight into the forest. Awah! Awah! Then the wolves all howled to the sky, and followed the White Wolf away. The wolves came quickly, and left quickly, coming mysteriously, and leaving even more mysteriously. Lu Yao and Bai Mayu looked at each other, and saw confusion and puzzlement in each other's eyes, and didn't understand what these wolves were doing. Were they teasing me? Chapter 265 Bamboo Rice. When everyone came back to their senses from the dreamlike reality, there was no trace of the wolves. Wu Junrui let out a long breath of relief, walked forward and slapped Bai Mayu on the shoulder, and said in confusion, the attitude of the White Wolf toward Xiao Yao just now, if someone didn't know, they would think that it was raised by Xiao Yao since it was a child. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Bai Mayu rolled his eyes at him, but if such a docile wolf could really be raised, it would be quite cool, just like the Wolf King raised by the girl. Could there be any relationship between the White Wolf and the Wolf King? But the two are so far away that it is a bit impossible, and the Wolf King can't appear again. At this time, Lu Yao also thought of this possibility, but she shook her head and denied this idea. If there is a connection, she felt that it was more convincing that it came to her space. After all, this White Wolf looked like it had awakened its intelligence. Xiao Yao. Seriously? What happened to the White Wolf just now? Wu Junrui asked again curiously. I don't understand it myself. You ask me. Who should I ask? Lu Yao smiled bitterly. She didn't want to say anything about the speculation about the White Wolf. Is this strange? Although everyone was very confused, they were very satisfied with the result, and were very happy. After all, They resolved a crisis without moving a single soldier. But everyone found that there were many small animals just now, but now they have all disappeared. And it was getting late. So, everyone started to prepare to build the tent first, and rest here today. Their tent was made of the oilcloth in Lu Yao's space, which they used to use, so everyone was quite skilled when they started. Just now, seeing Moe and his friends were setting up a tent, Xiao Xian also went over to join in the fun. However, what made Moe and his friends speechless was that he was not here to help at all, but was actually making things worse. However, everyone dared not speak out because he was their master's future brother-in-law. If they made him unhappy, they would suffer in the end. Their master now only cared about Miss Xiaoyao, so they dared not rush into the trap. Speaking of setting up a tent in the wild, there are actually some things to pay attention to. Among them, the most important thing is safety precautions, which is mainly reflected in the choice of terrain. First, it is best not to choose places close to the mountain wall, because the rocks are eroded by wind and rain for many years, and are likely to fall loose, causing danger. Second, the place you choose should be open and flat. Otherwise, if it gets blurry, it will roll down the hillside. In addition, it should be leeward and sunny, because the temperature in the mountains at night is relatively low even in summer. So choosing a place leeward and sunny is conducive to keeping warm. Finally, it is necessary to be closer to the water source, so that it is convenient to get water for daily life. However, for Lu Yao and others who have space, this point can be ignored. While Moe and others are setting up the tent, Dia immediately starts to prepare dinner for tonight. It is not easy to cook for 20 or 30 people, but fortunately, there are 11 and 12 people to help. They learn the skills from Lu Yao, which are now very useful. Speaking of which, dinner is still very rich. Barbecue is indispensable. In addition, bamboo tube rice. Dia plans to make bamboo tube rice today. Anyway, there are still a lot of bamboos in her family. Finally, she can make a soup and roast some meat. Speaking of bamboo tube rice, it is very popular in the mountain villages of Xiliang, especially for those who often go into the mountains to hunt. It is a common meal. Since you go into the mountains, it takes at least 1 or 2 days, and at most 4 or 5 days. So it is impossible to have time to go home for meals. If you want to bring food into the mountains, it is not only inconvenient to carry, but also the food will be left for a long time, and it will be easy to go bad when the weather is hot. If it is winter, it will be inedible when it is cold. Therefore, the extremely wise mountain people invented this method of cooking with fresh bamboo tubes. In this way, just like this, they only need to bring a little rice and flour with them to eat a hot meal. Not only is it convenient, then the food made with fresh bamboo tubes, that is even more special. Speaking of bamboo tube rice, it is actually very simple to make. Lu Yao had never made it before. This is after coming here, and she learned it from the local villagers. In addition, the bamboo here is also very diverse, long, short, fat, thin, and all kinds of things. So here, there is no shortage of raw materials for bamboo tube rice. To make bamboo tube rice, you must first cut the bamboo tube. When cutting bamboo tubes, there are still some requirements for the selection of bamboo. First of all, you must choose bamboo that is about 1 year old, because new bamboo has more water, and it is not easy to be burned, and the food made from it tastes more delicious. The selected bamboo should be about 50 cm, and the bamboo section should be about 220 cm long, so that when it is placed on the fire, it is better to be heated evenly, but this is not necessarily the case. If you don't have the conditions, it depends on the situation. Of course, the bamboo tube must be very airtight, and there must be no wormholes. Otherwise it cannot be made. And even if it is made, it cannot be eaten. After choosing the bamboo, cutting the bamboo tube with bamboo nodes, a small hole should be made at one end of the bamboo node. The hole should not be too big, because it will not be easy to seal later. Of course, the hole should not be too small, because it will be inconvenient to put the ingredients in if it is too small. At the other end of the bamboo node, it is best to cut an extra piece of bamboo, like a tail of the bamboo tube, so that it is convenient to flip the bamboo tube when roasting it. After opening the small hole, first use the mountain spring to clean the bamboo tube, then put in the prepared materials, and then pour in an appropriate amount of spring water, and block the hole with clean bamboo leaves or wild grass. At this point, the bamboo tube is completely ready. However, Lu Yao and the others skipped the step of cutting bamboo, because they had already prepared the raw materials, and there were quite a lot in her space at this time. So after starting the fire, next, they can start the step of roasting bamboo tube rice. It is worth noting that, when roasting the bamboo tube, you should pay attention to turning the bamboo tube constantly, so as not to burn it accidentally, which would not be beautiful. Since the bamboo tube is very hot, you must pay attention to safety. And this is also the reason why the tail was left when making the bamboo tube just now. After it is baked, break the bamboo tube, and the delicious bamboo tube rice is done. Today, the bamboo tube rice made by Dia is different. If you really want to say it, it should be called bamboo tube minced meat and mushroom rice, because she added a mixture of rice, minced pheasant meat and mushrooms picked on the road to half of the bamboo tube, and added the water, sheep meat they hunted before to the other half of the bamboo tube. Of course, the premise is that she blanched the meat in water first. Otherwise she was afraid that if she cooked it directly, it would taste fishy. The soup was made with white radish and water goat bones. Today she made a big pot of it. As for the last item, the barbecue, there were hares, pheasants, water goats, and snakes. There were many kinds of barbecue. You could grill whatever you wanted. Ah, it smells so good. It must be delicious. When the 11 and 12 bamboo tubes were broken, a strong fragrance suddenly spread out, impacting everyone's sense of smell. This was a unique fragrance mixed with the aroma of rice, vegetables, meat, and bamboo. Xiaoxian, Wu Juanrui and other foodies could not help but swallow their saliva, and then said happily. As for Lu Yamo and the others, they were not much better. They were staring at the food in front of them, and they could not move their eyes away. Chapter 266 Footprints. Okay, miss, you can start eating now. Dia looked at her miss and Xiaoxian, and said with a smile, breaking open a bamboo tube of rice, and handed it to Lu Yao first, then Xiaoxian and Arya. Oh, and the future son-in-law by Mayu. I may have forgotten this. As for the others, they are not without hands. If they want to eat, they can do it themselves. Lu Yao and Xiaoxian will not be polite now. At this time, they have been attracted by this magical and fragrant food, and their stomachs are rumbling. As soon as they got the chopsticks and bamboo tube rice, they started to eat it. The sweet and delicious rice is paired with the roasted meat that is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It is really a great delicacy in the world. For a while, everyone was eating so fast that they stopped eating. After dinner, Lu Yao and Bai Mayu sat on the grass, looking at the sky in the distance. At this time, the sun had already set, leaving only the red clouds in the sky. A breeze, carrying the fragrance of grass and flowers, blew towards him. Bai Mayu looked down at the girl with her head on his legs, with a doting look on his face. He thought that if there were no troubles in this world, it would be nice for a group of people to live like this. However, when he thought of the letter sent by Amo Ba, his brows slightly frowned. He didn't expect the fourth prince to take action personally. His current martial arts skills were comparable to his own, and he was also famous for his cruelty. As long as he didn't like it, he would do everything he could to destroy it. It seemed that this time it would be another hard battle. At worst, he would just cover it up with earth. He was not that easy to mess with. As long as he could get rid of the other prince, he would not have to be afraid of the remaining prince. Then he could live a carefree life with his girl. So when he saw the girl lying on his legs, he felt much better, because the distance was very close. Bai Mayu could see the girl's delicate face, long eyelashes, and white neck clearly. In addition, the girl rested her head on his legs, so he could not only see the part of her that had just come out of her puberty, which made Bai Mayu feel extremely hot in his heart, but also the intoxicating body fragrance of the girl made him feel uncomfortable. If there were not so many people watching here, he would have kissed her long ago. At this time, he regretted bringing so many people out. It would be so much better if it was just him and the girl. So now Bai Mayu could only take a quick glance, and then immediately turned his head away, silently reciting the Qingxin Ju in his heart. This barely suppressed the heat in his heart, and avoided the embarrassing situation of the pillar that appeared that day. You know, the girl he liked was leaning on his legs at this time, but he remembered the girl's angry look not long ago. So even if he was uncomfortable, he didn't dare to push her away. Otherwise, if she got angry again, it would be difficult to appease her. Actually, Lu Yao really needed a pillow, which made it more comfortable to lean on. And she also wanted to tease Bai Mayu on purpose. This guy always had bad intentions. So he did this. Until now, she still felt bad about Bai Mayu throwing her on the ground. Lu Yao was teasing him on purpose. But she didn't think about whether she would suffer more. When Bai Mayu saw that Lu Yao and the others had fallen asleep and was about to rest, he suddenly heard a rustling sound in the woods, as if there was something going on. Bai Mayu was startled, and he listened with his ears erect. He seemed to hear some rustling sounds, which then disappeared. After a while, the forest was silent again. He wanted to go out and take a look, but he thought that it would be useless to check in such a big forest, and it was pitch black. Besides, he didn't know if he had heard it wrong before. Bai Mayu listened with his ears erect for a while, and found that there was no movement outside the forest. He was relieved, and he told Moe and the others a few words, and went to rest. When he woke up the next day, Bai Mayu got up, and he whispered a few words to Bai Mayu, and without washing, he ran to the place where he heard the sound last night, and started to look. Bai Mayu, what are you looking at? Deya has already prepared the meal, come and eat. Lu Yao was eating breakfast, and when she saw Bai Mayu's action, she put down the bowl in her hand, and came over curiously. Bai Mayu saw Lu Yao coming over, and frowned, and pointed to a trace that had been stepped on and said, "Look here, is there a footprint?" Lu Yao looked and saw. There was indeed a footprint under a big tree. Judging from the size, it should be that of an adult man. Because it had just rained yesterday, the ground was loose, so the footprint was very obvious. And there is another one that is not very conspicuous on the outside of this footprint. I heard a noise last night, and then there was no sound. I thought I heard it wrong, or it was some small animal, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Now it seems that someone did come here last night. Could it be the footprints left by us after we came here to relieve ourselves last night? Bai Mayu shook his head but said, "No. I checked carefully with Moe and others this morning. They didn't come here last night." Then Bai Mayu pointed to the traces on the tree and said, "Look. There is also a footprint on this tree trunk." Lu Yao looked in the direction Bai Mayu pointed, and indeed saw a footprint. Although it was not obvious, it was indeed there. However, no matter how Lu Yao looked at it, she felt that someone had left it deliberately. "Mou. Xiao Yao. What are you two doing?" When the two were whispering, Wu Junrui's voice suddenly came from behind. Bai Mo, you turned around, and saw Wu Junrui coming over. He told him about the noise and footprints last night. Wu Junrui came over just to see what they were doing here. When he heard Bai Mou's words, his expression became serious. As a person who had been fighting on the brink of life and death for many years, Bai Mo, you could see that if the man wanted to do it last night, he would definitely be able to kill him with one blow. But he didn't do it. It was like a lion seeing a rabbit, but not rushing to catch it and eat it. Instead, he played the cat and mouse game and began to tease and torture the other party. This reminded Bai Mayu of the fourth prince, because this was his favorite game. But he had just received a pigeon message from Mo Ba recently, so it was impossible for him to catch up so quickly. He had thought of this possibility at the beginning, so he chose to enter the deep mountains and old forests. On another hill, the young man sitting on the horse was handsome and extraordinary, and his smile was very eye-catching. Since he was born, he was a child of destiny. He was the most outstanding among many princes, so his mother had high hopes for him since he was a child. Because in everyone's mind, including himself at that time, he thought he was the one with the most hope of reaching the top. But even so, his father was still partial to him as always. He ignored all his efforts. Even at the moment when he closed his eyes, he did not get his approval. Moreover, he gave the position to the second son. That useless guy. How could he not be cruel? Therefore, he wanted to get rid of everyone around him. He wanted to see how he could sit in that position after he killed all the wings of that useless guy. As for his self-righteous elder brother, Humph, if he didn't think he was still useful, he would have sent him to reunite with his mother. Chapter 267 Killer. On the distant hilltop, He Feng finally reappeared beside the fourth prince Chu Junan and said respectfully, "Prince." Chu Junan didn't even look at him, as if talking to himself. "What? Are you also fed up with him being the center of attention in Kyoto? Are you ready to take action against them now? It's not like you to attack suddenly." He Feng didn't answer Chu Junan's words, but asked out loud, "Some things, the sooner the better. If you stay too long, you can't wait." He Feng frowned. He felt that the fourth prince's words clearly had a hidden meaning, but he wisely didn't ask more questions, even though he grew up with this man. But he never explored him too much, because only he knew that if he did something wrong or dared to refute him, his end would not be much better than those who were tortured to death by him. But his eyes suddenly stopped below for a moment, and said, however, "The girls with them seem to be a little troublesome. I feel that their martial arts are not much worse than mine." Chu Junan's eyes swept, his eyes fixed, and then he stared at the hill where Bai Mayu and the others were, and a sneer suddenly appeared at the corner of his lips. As he guessed, did she find a helper? Facing He Feng's gaze, she stretched lazily, and suddenly a little bloody light appeared in her gloomy eyes. She raised her lips and said, "Okay, then I must go and meet her properly, to see what kind of girl she is, to be worthy of the eyes of our high and mighty General Bai." A trace of abnormal and inexplicable excitement flashed in Chu Junan's eyes, and he felt that things were getting more and more interesting. Kyoto had long known Bai Mayu's fierce reputation, and I wonder what it would be like to be the sweetheart of such a majestic general. The thought of this made him very interested. A little wild cat, who knew how to resist, might be more interesting than those wooden beauties. Chu Junan licked his lips, and a subtle lust flashed in his eyes. After saying that, he glanced at He Feng. Although it was just a light glance, He Feng suddenly felt cold all over. He didn't understand what his prince meant by the last look he gave him. When he thought of the boys and girls who were tortured to death by him, He Feng suddenly felt unwell. Bai Mayu and Wu Jianrui returned to the tent and sat there alone. Both of them were frightened and sweating. At the same time, they were also worried about Lu Yao. It seemed that they would have to take less things from her in the future. If Chu Junan, the pervert, found out, they couldn't imagine what crazy things he would do. The fourth prince's bad reputation was known to everyone in Kyoto. Now he came to deal with him personally. Anyone with a discerning eye could see what he was up to. He just wanted to kill him. He was just waiting. But if he really found out something, I would definitely protect the girl at all costs. Wu Jianrui endured and endured, and finally couldn't help but said, "MOU. But what should we do about the fourth prince's incident today? Should we write a letter back to Kyoto? If the emperor knows about this, he will definitely send someone to help us." "Yes." Lu Yao came over and said worriedly, "Those people are not good at first glance. I'm afraid we will have a lot of trouble in the future." She sighed. It's clear that someone is jealous of Bai Maoyu's statement, and that's why they are tripping him up openly and secretly. According to Bai Maoyu, given the narrow-mindedness of the fourth prince, they would have become a thorn in his side if they had shown off so much. Other things are fine, but if the emperor is involved, if he has any bad ideas, I'm afraid it would be difficult for them to deal with it. Bai Maoyu said calmly, "What are you afraid of? If he wants to make any plans, it depends on whether he has the ability to do it." He was calm and composed, but his words were full of dignity. Lu Yao and Wu Jianrui looked at each other. Somehow, the panic just now miraculously dissipated a little, and their mood gradually calmed down. Because the incident happened suddenly, Bai Maoyu didn't dare to delay any longer, and hurriedly told Moe and the others to pack up and hit the road. They set out in the morning, and it wasn't until the evening that they finally climbed to the top of the mountainside. The mountains here are high, and the valleys are deep, and it's nice to come here occasionally. However, in this deep forest, I'm afraid no one would have the leisure to do so. Rustle. The sound of leaves rubbing against each other sounded, and Bai Maoyu instinctively protected Lu Yao, staring at the direction where the sound came from. Lu Yao didn't use her weak mental power, because it was used to save her life at the moment. So she whispered, "It might be a wild beast. It is normal to encounter one or two wild beasts occasionally in the deep forest." But at this time they guessed wrong, because the sound was not made by wild beasts. Two men in black came out when they saw that they were discovered. The man in front was in his 30s, with a deep scar from the tip of his eyebrow down to his eye, and he looked very fierce. The man behind was a 1.9-meter tall burly man, with pockmarks all over his face, and his facial features were squeezed together, and very ugly. Bai Maoyu became alert when he saw the two men, realizing that they must be coming for him. When you find a chance later, take Xiaoxian and the others away first, and don't use your special ability and space from now on. Bai Maoyu's voice sounded softly in Lu Yao's ears. Lu Yao's eyelids sank slightly, realizing that the appearance of the two men in front of her must be related to her. Lu Yao thought quickly in her mind, judging the situation in front of her. The people responsible for protecting us will come soon. I advise you to leave. Otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Lu Yao walked out from behind Bai Maoyu and said, after thinking about it, she would definitely fight side by side with Bai Maoyu, even if she didn't use her superpowers. She was not a powerless person. Xiaoxian and the others were also good at fighting, so there was no need to leave first. Maybe splitting the troops into 2 groups would play into the enemy's hands. Lu Yao's cold face didn't look like she was joking. TSK TSK. The scarred man walking in front laughed strangely, put the long knife in his hand to his mouth, and licked the blade with his tongue, and said coldly, "This little girl, do you think that if you bring up the name of reinforcements, we brothers will be scared? Since we brothers have taken on this business, we must complete the mission. Don't worry, when your reinforcements find here from Kyoto, your body will be cold. Maybe it has been eaten by the wild beasts in this mountain without even a residue left, haha." Killer? Bai Mayu judged the other party's identity, and then looked at the 2 men's appearance, which didn't even take the reinforcements seriously, and it was estimated that it would be difficult to deal with. But it is also possible that this is the opponent's plan, and they just want to deliberately interfere with him. However, from the words of the other party, it can be judged that they know his background, and know that there is no so-called reinforcements. So they don't seem to be worried at all. Now he can't judge whether they are the 4th prince's men, or whether they are really another group of people sent to assassinate him. Be careful later. Bai Mayu knew that since the girl said this, it meant that she would not leave him behind. So he took a deep breath helplessly, and said slowly. He took 2 steps forward again, and blocked in front of Lu Yao again, staring at the killer opposite. Chapter 268 Pursuers. Lu Yao said quietly but firmly behind Bai Mayu, "Bai Mayu, I told you, since I promised to be with you, then I will fight side by side with you. Right? If I choose to run away now even for such a small matter, then what qualifications do I have to stand by your side in the future? Besides, I said, my current mission is to protect you. As long as I am here, I will not let anything happen to you." Girl you? Bai Mayu was a little surprised. I didn't expect that a girl of his would have such courage to be with him. It would be a lie to say that he was not moved at this moment. Boy, none of you can leave today. If you know what's good for you, put down your weapons quickly. Maybe we 2 brothers will leave you with an intact body. The scarred man stared at Bai Mayu and the others. Seeing that they ignored him, he said angrily, "Are you deaf or stupid? I've already said that my mission is to protect him. As long as I'm here, I will never let you hurt him. And me. And us." Lu Yao and Dia, Wu Jun's Rui, Moe, and the others held their knives and prepared to fight. If he said that Xiaoxian and Arya were not afraid at all, he would be lying to himself. However, he still chose to stand up, like his elder sister. "You are looking for death." The scarred man spat on the ground and rushed towards Bai Mayu, and the others with a knife. Jianrui. Maya. Take Xiaoxian and the other kids away first. Xiaoxian has no experience in fighting now, and is not their opponent. Take them away first when you find a chance. Bai Mayu saw them rushing over and said to Moyo, "Don't worry, Master. I will find a way to protect them." Maya said after Bai Mayu finished speaking. "Mou. Don't say anything more. We won't abandon you. We will protect Xiaoxian and the others. Don't worry." Wu Jianrui also said. "Go to hell." The scarred man's knife skills were very tricky. He stabbed directly at Bai Mou's heart. "Be careful." Lu Yao screamed. Bai Mou, you did not retreat but advanced in the face of the fatal knife. Dang sound. The scarred man thought that this knife could take Bai Mou's life and easily complete this business. But he didn't expect that the tip of the knife was picked up by Bai Mou's sword. Even if he tried hard, he couldn't pierce Bai Mou's body. Bai Mayu didn't know if there were any potential assassins in the dark. There were 2 people on the other side now, so he had to make a quick decision now. Huh? When Bai Mayu and Scar Eye were staring at each other, Lu Yao rushed over, jumped, and swung her hand, and punched the Scar Eye man on the temple. Bang. The blow was so powerful that the Scar Eye man didn't notice it, and was beaten back several steps. He didn't expect that a little girl would have such strength. At this moment, his head buzzed, his eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground with a thump, foaming at the mouth, and his body twitched constantly. Scar Eye behaved like this because Lu Yao secretly added some supernatural powers to her punch, which resulted in this effect. After knocking down Scar Eye with one blow, Lu Yao and Bai Mayu didn't waste any time. They bent their bodies and shot out like arrows, attacking the pockmarked man a few meters away. The pockmarked man looked ugly, but he was not stupid at all. Seeing that a little girl like Lu Yao could defeat Scar Eye, he knew that he had met a tough opponent today. So when he saw Bai Mayu attacking him, he waved the knife in his hand. Dang, dang. Bai Mayu blocked the knife with his sword, feeling his arm numb from the shock, knowing that the pockmarked man was a power type, and his internal strength was as strong as his own, he would definitely lose if he fought with strength, so he could only use tricks. Dang, dang, dang. The pockmarked man chopped Moe's knife with his backhand. If Moe hadn't blocked the knife, if Bai Mayu had been chopped by this knife, he would have definitely broken his bones. The pockmarked man's attack was wide, and he won completely by strength, while he was struggling with Moe. Bai Mayu kicked the pockmarked man in the chest while his middle was wide open. The pockmarked man gasped. His face became even uglier, and he fell to the ground after being kicked by Bai Mayu. His body leaned back, and after sliding a few meters, his body collapsed on the ground. Puff. With a sound, the pockmarked man spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Mayu took advantage of the victory and flew over, raised his foot, and stepped hard on the pockmarked man's chest. With a force, his ribs were all broken with a crack. In an instant, he was out of breath and lay motionless on the ground. Seeing this, Bai Mayu turned around and came to Lu Yao and whispered, "It's not easy to stay here for long. We have to leave here quickly." Lu Yao never thought that the two killers who were shouting there just now would be knocked down so easily by Bai Mayu. At first, she thought they were very powerful. So when she saw the two killers lying on the ground motionless, she was stunned. She didn't come back to her senses until Bai Mayu called her name. "Ah, Bai Mayu. What did you say?" "I said there might be more than two people. This road is not available. We have to find a way to go around from other places." Bai Mayu pointed to the opposite direction when he went up the mountain. "Let's go that way." "Oh, okay." After what happened just now, Lu Yao had a completely new understanding of Bai Mayu's skills. Compared with him, she was nothing but a piece of trash. So she believed that as long as Bai Mayu was there, she would be fine. And Bai Mayu's guess was correct. There were more than two enemies. Less than an instant's stick of time after they left, several masked men wearing black tights appeared at the scene. But looking at their well-trained appearance, it was clear that they were definitely not in the same group as the two guys lying on the ground. After the black-clothed man checked the scene, he quickly locked onto the direction in which Lu Yao and his group fled, and chased them. Speeding up, Lu Yao and his group were not familiar with the deep mountains and old forests, especially since they had entered an unfamiliar area, so they could only walk by feeling. The terrain in the mountains was complex, and it didn't take long for them to come to a fork in the road. One mountain road looked relatively easy to walk on, while the other was a difficult path. "Why did you stop?" Wu Junrui asked in confusion when he saw Lu Yao and Bai Mayu suddenly stop. Lu Yao pricked up her ears and listened for a while, and said with a heavy face, "They are catching up." As soon as they stopped, the enemies behind them quickly caught up with them. Huh? Just when Lu Yao and the others ran less than 100 meters away, they suddenly heard the sound of a sharp weapon flying around. And then, they felt something flying past them. And there was a snap. There was a sound from the tree trunk just a few steps away from Moe. "Arrow!" Moe was startled and ducked, jumping behind a rock on the side of the road. Swish. Swish. Two more arrows flew over. One flew over Moe's head, and the other hit the rock where Moe was hiding. Damn. It seems that he is an archery expert. He can target Moe who is deliberately exposed from such a long distance. Bai Mayu frowned, holding the sword in his hand. Now the situation has become extremely unfavorable for them, although they also have a crossbow in their hands. He wants to use it as the last life-saving weapon, so he doesn't want to expose it now. Chapter 269 Masters. But bows and arrows are long-range offensive weapons, and the only thing he can take out now is a knife and arrow, and they are all close-range attack weapons, so it is even more impossible for the girl's ability to be exposed. In this case, he can't hurt these killers at all, and the enemy may kill them at any time. So he asked Moe to go out to attract the enemy, and find a way to wait for the enemy to get closer. At this time, Moe kept taking deep breaths to force himself to calm down. As long as he hid behind the rocks, the bow and arrow would not be able to hit him, and the master would have a chance to reverse the situation after the enemy got closer. 1, 2, 5, 6, 11. Moe observed through the gaps between the rocks, and found that there were 11 enemies in total. And judging from the situation, each of them had a bow and arrow in his hand, but it looked much smaller than what everyone usually used. Such a small one is more suitable for use in the woods. After observing, Moe made a gesture to Bai Mayu, who was hiding on the other side, telling him the basic situation he saw. 11 people, how can we get rid of these guys with bows and arrows? Bai Mayu thought quickly about countermeasures in his mind. Although there are more people on his side, if they go out to fight with those with swords, then those guys with arrows will have the opportunity to shoot and kill his people first. Moreover, the enemy was very cunning. Although the 11 of them were all walking towards her, they always kept a certain distance from their companions, so she could not attack directly. As the distance got closer, Lu Yao's breathing became lighter and lighter. She was no longer nervous as before. After calming down, she was like a cheetah ready to fight, ready to kill the enemy at any time. Her hearing was better than everyone else present, so she could hear the sound of the killers walking towards her. And it was very clear now. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. Lu Yao calculated the distance between the enemy and her. Her body seemed to be completely tense, and her feet were ready to go. There is no road in this deep forest. The enemy in front sometimes blocks the sight of the enemy behind. Bai Mayu and Lu Yao can see the enemy now. They are just waiting for the last chance. When that happens, they will do their best to kill them. The enemy in front will become a shield, making it impossible for the enemy behind to shoot them. As long as they can kill the enemy in front with one shot, then they will be only 2 or 3 meters away from the enemy behind. At this distance, the gun in their hands is still very advantageous. And there is Wu Jianrui behind, Mo Yao, and the others will cover the rear, forming a half-half encirclement state. As long as they cooperate well, it is very likely that they can get rid of these people at once. The chance was small, but he had to try. Bai Mayu held the sword in his right hand, and the crossbow arrow given by Lu Yao in his left hand, ready to kill the enemy with one strike when the opportunity came. Just as Bai Mayu was about to take action, he suddenly found a figure behind the enemy. It was Lu Yao, who was supposed to be hiding in the bushes beside him, and Wu Jianrui was with her at this time. Lu Yao and the other two quietly approached the enemy, hid behind a big tree, and aimed at the last enemy with the crossbow arrow taken out of the space in their hands, and then shouted, "Hey!" The assassins instinctively turned their heads after hearing Lu Yao's cry, and at this time Lu Yao and Wu Jianrui pulled the trigger at the same time. Puff! Ah! The guy shot by Lu Yao screamed in pain, and his eyes were pierced by the crossbow arrow, and blood was constantly flowing out of them. It looked very scary, but after a few breaths, the unlucky guy fell to the ground and did not move. How could Moe, who was hiding behind the rocks, and Bai Mayu, who was hiding in the bushes nearby, miss such a good opportunity? Just when Lu Yao and Wu Jianrui spoke, shooting arrows, the moment the enemy turned around, Bai Mayu and the others rushed out with swords. Puff! Puff! The sharp sword pierced the heart of the first enemy accurately. Just like the butterfly effect, before they could react, they fell to the ground one by one. Girl! Bai Mayu looked worriedly, fearing that the enemy's arrows would hurt Lu Yao. Wow! At the same time, a petite figure rushed towards the only two enemies at an astonishing speed. Paw! Then, there was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. The enemy screamed in pain, and the bow and arrow in his hand were taken away. Immediately afterwards, the enemy was thrown out with an over-the-shoulder throw. And after landing, he was kicked again and lost consciousness. The whole process was very short. It took only a few seconds from Bai Mayu and the others seeing Lu Yao rushing out to knocking the opponent down. Everything was over. His girl is really a master. Miss Xuya's skills are too good. Bai Mayu and Moe sighed in their hearts at the same time. Girl, how are you? Are you okay? Bai Mayu, who reacted immediately, rushed over and asked in panic, and circled around Lu Yao twice, asking with concern. It's okay. I'm fine, Lu Yao said, and said to the only survivor, Tell me, who are you? Who sent you to kill us? And what is your purpose? The killer looked at the knife in Lu Yao's hand, sneered and said, What if I don't tell you? Little girl, do you have the courage to kill me? Lu Yao pouted and said, Kill you? If we really want to kill you, do you think you still have the opportunity to speak here now? Moreover, if we kill you, how can we get the answer we want? The killer smiled very satisfied when he heard Lu Yao's words, knowing that he would not be in danger for the time being, so he would have many opportunities to escape, or wait for the next group of companions to rescue him. Since you dare not kill me, then I advise you to let me go obediently. Let you go? Do you think we are so stupid? Lu Yao looked at the killer like an idiot. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Let him go, so that he can go back and report the news. After hearing what Yao said, the killer threatened, You should have guessed that we will never come with just this group of people. My companions are nearby. If I were you, I would not waste time here. But let me go, and leave here before my companions arrive. Bai Mayu. Kill him. Since he said so, let's not waste any more time. When the killer heard that Liu Yao chose to kill him, his heart trembled and he shouted angrily, "Little girl, do you dare?" As soon as the killer finished speaking, he felt a chill on his neck, and then a warm liquid flowed out from there. Until the moment he fell, he couldn't believe it. They were more decisive than killers like him. They started to act as soon as they said they would, without any room for bargaining. If he had known this, he would have told what he knew, and there might be a chance of survival. Chapter 271 after another. The reason why Bai Mayu didn't give the killer another chance was that, because they knew that he could only trust 20% of what these people said, but there were still killers who wanted to kill them, and they knew that this was absolutely true, so they couldn't waste time here anymore. As for the weapons they used, Liu Yao and Bai Mayu didn't ask any more questions, because they knew it was useless to ask. Killers of his level didn't have the qualifications to know so much, and besides, even if they asked, they might not tell the truth. Liu Yao used her mental power to check the surroundings. After finding that there were no outsiders around except them, she called Moe and the others, and decisively put away the weapons used by the killers. These bows and arrows looked very good, which were just suitable for them to use now. They could also protect the crossbows in their hands, killing two birds with one stone. At the same time, Bai Mayu and the others who practiced martial arts for many years had maintained their physical fitness at the top level, and they were all very strong. On the mountain road in the deep mountains and old forests that ordinary people could hardly enter, they were walking on flat ground. Everyone, including Xiaoxian, was running quickly. After an hour, they arrived at the highest point of the mountain. At this time, each of them was so tired that their mouths were dry and their throats felt like they were about to smoke. Ah! At this time, Liu Yao also felt dizzy. She was sighing in her heart that life was not easy no matter where you went. In the past, she had been struggling to make a living in a world full of viruses. Those days were not pleasant at all, because she was worried and afraid all day long. She didn't expect that she would live such a life again in her life. Seeing that everyone was very tired, especially Mo Lu, who was carrying Xiaoxian on his back, who was now panting there, Liu Yao didn't dare to delay any longer, and hurriedly took out water bags from her bag and distributed them to everyone. "Girl, how are you? Are you feeling better?" Seeing that Liu Yao's mouth was dry from thirst, Bai Mayu couldn't help but ask worriedly. "It's okay. My throat is much better now. It's just that I was in a hurry to get on the road just now, and I haven't spoken for a long time, so it's like this. It's okay. I'll be fine after a while. Don't worry." Bai Mayu heard what Liu Yao said, and it sounded better than when she first started talking, so he was relieved. Wu Junrui saw that the two were still being affectionate at this time. They just stopped to drink some water because they were thirsty. Was it necessary to do so? So he coughed lightly and said, "Ahem. I say, you two, shouldn't we consider what to do next? It's not a solution to keep running away like this." Wu Junrui was still a young man after all. In modern times, he was still a college student, so he had some problems that young people should have. Seeing Bai Mayu and Liu Yao talking endlessly, completely ignoring the feelings of a single man like him, he deliberately made a noise to interrupt. When Liu Yao saw that everyone was looking at them, her face turned red, so she couldn't help but glared at someone. Bai Mayu was embarrassed by the glare and coughed lightly. After seeing that everyone was looking at him, he continued to say, "I think Junrui is right. Those people just suffered such a big loss at our hands. I think they will definitely not swallow this breath, so we have to leave here quickly. From now on, Mo Yao, Mo Jiu, you two follow area closely. Mo Lu, Mo Wu, you two follow Xiaoxian. Moe follows Dia. Yada follows me. And the others make their own arrangements. But they must be in groups of 2 or more. Just in case. Girl, do you think this arrangement is okay?" "I think it's okay. Dia, Arya, and Xiaoxian can add 1 more person to each pair. This will be safer. From now on, each of you will come to me to get a day's worth of water and food. Starting tomorrow, I will put the things in a bag, and you can take them by yourself." Seeing Bai Mayu asking her, Liu Yao spoke out her own opinion. "Yes, those people may be watching us somewhere at any time. So try to use the space and supernatural power of the girl as little as possible. Or don't use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Mayu is right. If it is really the 4th Princess people who are tracking us, I believe everyone knows how perverted and crazy that person is. If he finds out that Xiaoyao has such a magical place, God knows what crazy things he will do. So listen to Moyu. Xiaoyao, you'd better not use it. Hearing Bai Moyu's words, Wu Junrui whispered in agreement. I'll be careful in the future. When Liu Yao heard them say this, her mind suddenly changed. What they said was indeed right. This was their life-saving device. From now on, she must be extra careful. By the way, don't forget. Now it seems that not only does the fourth prince want to kill us, but there are 2 or more groups of people chasing us. It seems that things are not as simple as we thought. Now the most important thing for us is to think about the next plan. Big sister, brother Yu, brother Rui, what are you 3 talking about? Xiao Xian was a little confused by his big sister's words at this time. He still didn't understand what they meant. It was so bad. Didn't he kill himself? Why are you saying it's dangerous and bad now? But big sister's space should not be used anymore. He understood this. Dia didn't say anything either. He heard a little bit of meaning from his young lady's attitude and the words of his future son-in-law. He was afraid that someone would covet the things in his young lady's hand. So what was she thinking about now? Suddenly, Liu Yao's ears moved. She had good hearing and could hear sounds from far away. At this moment, she heard the sound of some people talking in the jungle far away, and they were slowly searching towards this side. If nothing unexpected happened, they would find this place in an hour. Someone is catching up. After determining the location, Liu Yao pointed in a direction and said. Everyone knew Liu Yao's ability, so when they heard his words, they all stood up immediately. It seems that this road is blocked. Quickly, go this direction. Bai Mayu took Liu Yao's hand and walked quickly in another direction. Mo Yao, Mo Wu and Xiao Xian walked in the middle, while Wu Junrui and Mo Shi, who were alone, stayed behind and erased the traces of their passage. They, under the cover of tall trees, carefully and quickly disappeared into the jungle, trying not to break any trees or flowers. The killers were able to track them here because of their tracks. So of course, they couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Bai Moyu's previous plan was relatively passive, and his goal was to lure the snake out of its hole, so that their plan could begin. But now, the snake hasn't come out of its hole yet. Or should I say the big snake hasn't made any movement. But they have been passively assassinated one after another. So now they can only get rid of them first, and go to Shiliang to get information first. Otherwise they won't even have time to breathe if they are chased endlessly. Chapter 271 Farewell. Okay. Everyone must be a little tired. Do you see the small hill ahead? Once we get there, we can stop to rest, eat something, and continue tomorrow. Bai Mayu pointed to a small hill that seemed not far from them, and said to the 20 or so subordinates following him. He knew that they had been running all day, and everyone had almost reached their limit, especially Wu Junrui, who had been yelling for a long time. Hearing Bai Moyu's words, everyone felt relieved. Suddenly, they felt that their master was not so unkind, especially since he had established a relationship with Miss Xiaoyao. He had become completely different from Pan Nuo before. Now, he even cared about them. If it were in the past, they would not even dare to think about it. Even if it was a dream. Wu Junrui came forward very servilely, and did not forget to give Bai Mayu in front of him a big thumbs up. It seemed as if he was saying, "Brother, you are really a worm in my stomach. You are so awesome." Bai Moyu's face was full of black lines. I knew this kid was a funny guy. Even though he was so tired, he still didn't forget to show off and make himself felt. I was a little worried before, whether this kid would be so tired that he couldn't get up. But now seeing him like this, it seems that it's nothing serious, and he can be fine after a while. So Bai Mayu raised his handsome little face again, looking at his subordinates, who were obviously still in a daze, and couldn't help but urge them. What are you looking at? Hurry up and get going. If those people find us, you will have to travel in the dark. He really couldn't show a good face. Otherwise these people would not know east, west, south, or north. As soon as Bai Mayu finished speaking, he heard Liu Yao standing beside him laugh. However, when she saw Bai Mayu looking at her, she quickly put away her smile and looked back calmly. However, her face began to twitch, because someone's expression changed too quickly. After being with him for so long, she didn't expect that he had such a lovely side. Liu Yao couldn't help it anymore, and laughed again. Girl. Calm down, stop laughing, and continue. Liu Yao really didn't make any sound, but her shrugged shoulders betrayed her mood at the moment. Looking at Lu Yao like this, Bai Mayu shook his head helplessly, and continued to hold her hand and move forward. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would be angry to death. It is said that if you run too fast, you will die. It was not until more than an hour later that they dragged their tired bodies, and finally arrived at the direction Bai Mayu pointed out before. Lu Yao now finally understood his meaningful smile just now. Alas, she was still too young. Why did she think someone was cute just now? She was careless. Careless. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, Lu Yao took out 2 sets of Xiliang Kingdom clothes that she had bought from the local villagers before they set out and gave them to Moe and the others, and told them to change into them. After Lu Yao distributed the clothes, she took her own clothes and changed into them in a tent. She felt pretty good after putting them on, and looked a bit like a little Miao girl. Xiaoxian, Dai and Arya also dressed up as children from wealthy local families, and they all looked much more energetic. After everyone was dressed, Lu Yao stood aside and motioned Bai Mayu to come forward and say a few words. If that was the case, they could have lunch and set off again. Bai Mayu thought about it, and went forward to redistribute the small clothes that had been distributed before. After that, they would act separately. After all, there were more than 30 of them. If they appeared together in someone else's territory, it would be easy for the other party to see through them or target them. So, you guys remember this. From now on, you are the local mountain people. And you are mountain people who have never seen the world. Your mission this time is to listen more, watch more, and talk less. Another point is to try to write down their troop distribution map for me. You don't need to pay too much attention to the rest. Do you understand? Bai Mayu's words were absolutely correct. Their mission this time was to spy on the enemy. So dressing up as local villagers was the best way. Otherwise, wearing their own clothes, he guaranteed that as soon as they appeared in the market, they would be spotted. Finally, Bai Mayu thought for a while and said, from now on, I will divide the groups again. Moe, Mo Air, Dia, Mo San, and Moc will be in a group of 5. Mo Wu, Mo Lu, Mo Chi, Mo Jiu, Jiunrui and Xiaoxian will be in a group of 6. Mo Sher, Mo 11, Mo 12, Mo 13. Mo Yao and Arya will be in a group of 6. 14, 15, 16, and 17 will be in a group of 4. 18, 19, and 23 will be in a group. The remaining Mo Sher, Mo Feng, and Mo Ting will be in a group of 3. After Bai Mayu finished speaking, he stood together with Lu Yao and watched them stand in pairs. When Wu Junrui saw Bai Mayu and Lu Yao standing there, and their names were not on the group list, he knew what this guy was up to. He rolled his eyes without grace, saying that they were still a little far from the main city of Xiliang, and it would take 3 to 5 days to get there. Why did they separate so early? It seemed that they were getting in the way of the couple's kiss. Bai Mayu saw Wu Junrui's contemptuous look and did not explain much. He just stood there and let them look at him. He divided them into groups for 3 reasons. One was that if they went down the mountain, they would reach the villages and towns on the border of Xiliang state. Since they were in villages and towns, it was normal to run into people. So he divided them into groups so early, because he was afraid of running into people and causing unnecessary trouble. Also, they were in a situation where there were wolves in front and tigers behind, so he separated them for everyone's safety. The last reason was that he wanted to spend more time alone with the girl. Having these guys following them was really annoying. After Wu Junrui and the others found their teammates and stood in line, Bai Mayu continued, Okay, now you each choose a path to start. And 1 month later, meet up in the small mountain village where we stayed before we set off. Sister, Miss, Xiaoxian, Dia, and Arya all cried out when they saw that they were about to separate from Lu Yao. Lu Yao was reluctant to see them like this, as this was the first time they had separated since she came here and got together. Although she was reluctant, Lu Yao still smiled and told them to be careful, then waved her hand and told them to go first. Otherwise she was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and would cry. Looking at their backs as they left, Lu Yao sniffed, and then looked back to see the smile on Bai Mayu's face that could not be hidden, and shook her head slightly. Although she felt a little sweet in her heart, she really couldn't bear to watch. Chapter 272 4 Parties. While Lu Yao and Bai Mayu were busy deploying the next plan, on a hill not far from them, the 4th Prince Chu Junan and his party were also busy recording. Now they have lost the trace of Bai Mayu and his party, but he knew his mission this time, so he was not in a hurry. He only sent a small number of people to continue searching in the deep mountains and forests, while he personally led most of the people to the capital of Shiliang. This time, their destinations were the same, but their purposes were completely different. But what they didn't know was that there were two other teams heading for the same destination. One team was his half-brother, Bai Mashuan. When he learned that they were coming to Shiliang, he gave his all and sent 2/3 of his assassins over. He wanted to put an end to it this time. The other team was of course our wise king. He also went out in person this time, because his life could not allow him to wait any longer. Among the 4 teams, Bai Mayu and Lu Yao, the 2 guys who were in love, were the most free. They were resting in a beautiful place. According to Lu Yao, Wu Jianrui, Moe, and the others have already completed the mission, so they are not needed for the time being. Those people may not be able to find them, and they are heading for the capital of Shiliang. After all, they did not hide before they set out, so Moe and the others will not be in any danger for the time being. It is a rare leisure time, so why not play now? Bai Mashuan, who is far away in Kyoto, has been looking gloomy since he returned home, ever since he heard the news from Shiliang State, and learned that the death warriors he had cultivated with great difficulty had lost 2 more people. He was so angry outside just now that he almost couldn't control his emotions. He was afraid that the image he had worked so hard to build would be ruined. So he had to get up and say goodbye to a few classmates and friends, hurriedly left the restaurant, and then went straight home. He returned to his study and took a few gulps of cold water. But even so, it still failed to calm his anger, and instead made him have a bloodthirsty impulse. Bai Mashuan sat there with a gloomy face, staring at the trembling man kneeling on the ground, and asked, "What's the situation over there now? Have you found the person?" The man kneeling on the ground was his confidant, named Baihu, and was his left hand and right arm. He had followed Bai Mashuan since he was a child. Baihu said without raising his head, when our people arrived there, they found that their bodies had been eaten by wild beasts, and the other party was very careful to wipe out all traces. Our people searched for them on the mountain for a day and a night, but did not find any trace of them. It was as if they disappeared. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Trash. What use are you? Bai Mashuan cursed loudly, and violently threw the cup of water he had just drunk at Baihu, who was kneeling on the ground, and then continued, "You lead the people yourself this time. If you fail again, you don't have to come back. Get out." "Yes, master," Baihu responded, without saying anything more. He turned around and went out, because he knew that no matter what he said now, his master would not listen. The warm liquid kept flowing down his forehead, which made him feel a little chilled. He and Bai Lang had followed the master for so long, but he didn't care about their feelings at all. As long as they were not satisfied, he would beat or scold them. Well, he had had enough of such days. Isn't Bai Lang the best example? What else should he miss? This is the last time. Just think of it as repaying the kindness of taking him in when he was a child. Here, Lu Yao and Bai Mayu also chose a mountain road to set off. But before they walked far, Lu Yao's surprised cry came. "Ah, Bai Mayu, did you see it? It's a big rabbit." "I saw it, but you scared it away again." Bai Mayu heard Lu Yao's words and said with pampering and helplessness, "What? I just had an instinctive reaction when I saw the food." "I see. My girl is right. The rabbit is too timid." Bai Mayu laughed out loud after saying that. "Bai Mo, you. Okay. Stop laughing. Let's go quickly. I don't know if this hill is more suitable for animals to live, or because there is no interference from Wu Jianrui and others. Gradually there are more pheasants and rabbits." Lu Yao also noticed a pangolin passing through a bush not far away, and it quickly ran into the jungle in the blink of an eye. Lu Yao screamed in surprise again. She has never eaten this thing before. She used to hear people say that it is delicious. Today, she saw it. How could she let it escape from her eyes? Bai Mayu looked in the direction of Lu Yao's finger, and he really saw a black shadow passing by in the bushes. A smile gradually appeared in his eyes, and he thought, how obsessed is this girl with food? She can find it even from such a long distance. But it has disappeared. Can we still catch it? Lu Yao may have thought of this possibility. So she changed the subject and said, "Bai Mayu, let's take a break." "Okay. Let's take a break first, and then we will cook and eat. But we have to find a cool place again." The sun is too hot here, Bai Mayu responded, and then said, after walking for such a long time, his stomach is growling with hunger now. The two of them were lucky. After a while, they came to a stream that was not exposed to the sun. As soon as they arrived, Lu Yao felt immediately cooler. Now that Dai was not here, the cooking job fell on her again. Bai Mayu was also very diligent in setting up the stove and making a fire. He was busy there alone. Bai Mayu, what do you want to eat today? Barbecue or hot pot? Lu Yao took out various ingredients from her space and looked up to ask Bai Mayu, who was busy over there. Let's grill meat. Let's use the water sheep meat we caught before. It tasted good before. But with Wu Junrui and other foodies here, I feel like I haven't eaten it before. And it's gone. Lu Yao rolled her eyes in her heart when she heard Bai Mayu's words. She said that others are foodies. But I don't think you are much better than him. If others grill meat outdoors, they don't have so many rules. At most, they just put some salt on it. But for Lu Yao, who has a golden finger, this is a picnic. Now she seems to be performing magic, taking out various seasonings from her space one by one. These are all genuine. Because there were so many people before, she didn't want to take them out. Otherwise, with so many people, there weren't many seasonings to begin with. And they would be used up in one day. She would be heartbroken. But now it's just her and Bai Mayu. And she can finally take them out and have a good meal. Chapter 273 Proud. After waiting for half an hour, Lu Yao took the fragrant roasted water sheep and said proudly, Alas, what a pity Xiaoxian, Dia, Wu Junrui and others can't eat such delicious roasted meat. I will reluctantly try the taste for them. Lu Yao took a big bite. She didn't look guilty at all. She ate it so deliciously. If Xiaoxian and the others knew, they would be pissed to death. What's the big deal? We'll grill more later and leave it at your place. When we see them, we'll give them a small piece. I'll let them taste the rest. Bai Mayu took a bite and said with a shameless smile, imitating Lu Yao's tone. Ouch! Just as Bai Mayu finished speaking, Lu Yao's exclamation came. Bai Mayu quickly dropped the barbecue in his hand, ran over to pick up Lu Yao's hand and checked it. He found that there was a piece of skin on the back of one hand that was burned red, but fortunately it was nothing serious. However, he still took out a bottle of burn medicine from his sleeve pocket and carefully applied it to the red part of Lu Yao's hand. Lu Yao was careless for a moment. She didn't realize that when she added some firewood, the sparks would suddenly fly so high. So she didn't check it for a moment and got burned. Her heart is still beating fast. She was really scared just now. She was worried that she would be disfigured. She was really scared to death. Bai Mayu, come and see. There are so many crabs in this stream. Lu Yao, who had just applied medicine on her hands, couldn't help but wander around. As soon as she came to the stream, she shouted to Bai Mayu, who was cleaning up the mess over there. Bai Mayu was helpless. In fact, he had just seen these small crabs, but as a northerner, he didn't know that these small things were edible at first. So after he came over to take a look, Girl, this thing will bite people, it can't be eaten, Bai Mayu said, and went back. He still had to clean up the ground, otherwise, after they left, it would be a big deal if it caught fire. Girl, you just need to watch from the side, but don't try to catch them. Your hand is still injured, be obedient. Bai Mayu cleaned up the ground. While staring at Lu Yao with his peripheral vision and persuading her, he was afraid that the girl would go into the water again when he wasn't paying attention. However, Lu Yao, who sneaked into the water while Bai Mayu was not checking, did not catch any crabs. But a brightly colored water snake jumped out from the water plants nearby, which frightened Lu Yao to death. She knew that the more beautiful things are, the more dangerous they are. So she retreated in fear, and even forgot that she had supernatural powers at the critical moment. If Bai Mayu had not heard the noise and rushed over, she might have been bitten by this little thing. If she was really bitten, it would not only be troublesome, but her reputation would be ruined. Bai Mayu held Lu Yao's hand and pulled her to his side to prevent the girl from making trouble again. Lu Yao looked at Bai Mayu's dark face and obediently let him do whatever he wanted. She didn't dare to run around anymore, and she was really scared just now. After a while, Bai Mayu cleaned up. Looking at his black hands, he regretted not leaving someone who could cook. After cleaning up the mess, Bai Mayu looked at Lu Yao, who was sitting obediently beside him, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. He suddenly stepped forward and bit someone's mouth as a punishment, who knew that this bite would be out of control. When the two people's lips parted, Lu Yao breathed in the fresh air in big gulps. If Bai Mayu hadn't held her in his arms, she wouldn't have been able to sit still. Bai Mayu, you want to suffocate me to death? Lu Yao said, blushing and rolling her eyes at someone. Bai Mayu, who had succeeded in stealing, just smiled and pulled Lu Yao to continue on his way. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would become beastly and eat her up in one bite. In this primitive ancient forest, none of these trees had been cut down, so they were much taller than those on Earth. The leaves could be said to be blocking out the sun, making it very difficult for sunlight to come in from outside. In addition, the rotten leaves on the ground accumulated over the years formed a thick layer, and people felt like they were stepping on a mattress. Fluffy. Moreover, the bushes, vines, thorns, and rotten branches and leaves made it really difficult to walk. Lu Yao fell behind, looking at Bai Mayu, who was holding her hand tightly from behind, and seeing him clearing all obstacles for her in front. She felt particularly at ease at this moment. The man in front of her was the man who would protect her from the wind and rain in the future. This was the life she wanted. In fact, her pursuit was very simple. She just wanted to have someone who loved her wholeheartedly, a warm home, and her own little world to live happily with her family. But sometimes, even such a small request was something most people dared not imagine. Fortunately, she found the person she wanted to spend the rest of her life with, so everything that followed would be much simpler. Bai Mayu, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around and saw Lu Yao staring at him without blinking. He touched his face and said, "Girl, why are you looking at me? Did I get some wood ash on my face when I was working just now?" Lu Yao, who was peeking, didn't expect Bai Mayu to suddenly turn around, and was caught by him. Her ears turned red all of a sudden, and she mumbled, "No, no." Bai Mayu just smiled when he heard Lu Yao's words. He didn't expect his girl to look at him with such a lustful look. He used to hate his face, but now, he is very satisfied. Not for anything else, just because his girl likes him. But when Lu Yao saw his meaningful smile, she felt a little depressed, which made her feel uncomfortable, and she had no desire to continue talking. But looking at the deep forest in front of her, she couldn't help but remind him, "Don't smile foolishly. Be careful." Bai Mayu now thought that everything Lu Yao said was good and right. "So, I know. I will be careful." After saying that, he laughed loudly, and the laughter made the birds resting on the tree flap their wings and fly away. Looking at the man who was laughing loudly in front of her, Lu Yao's teeth were itching. If she didn't hit him in the right place, she really wanted to punch him twice to make him proud. Bai Mayu stopped laughing when he saw that it was almost done. He was afraid that if he continued to laugh, the girl would get angry and ignore him. However, when Lu Yao couldn't see him, he couldn't help but curl up his lips. Lu Yao walked behind without saying a word. She was thinking about where to hunt some prey, because there were so many people recently. Her inventory in the space was running low. Moreover, it was not so easy to hunt prey outside the deep mountains. He was a carnivore and couldn't do without meat. So, Chapter 274. It's so good to have you. Girl, it's so good to have you. Lu Yao walked behind and said proudly, "I think so too, it's so good to meet you." Bai Mayu laughed again, but maybe he didn't even realize it himself. Since he and Lu Yao confirmed to be together, his laughter seemed to have never stopped, and the laughter in the past few months was much more than the past 20 years. Lu Yao didn't understand what made Bai Mo laugh, but when she heard his laughter, she couldn't help but feel happy, but she still urged from behind, "Don't laugh. If you keep laughing, it will be dark." "Okay, let's go." Bai Mayu responded, pulling Lu Yao's hand and speeding up the pace, but he suddenly stopped, and before Lu Yao could react, he carried her on his back. Lu Yao was shocked by this sudden incident. She hugged Bai Mayu's neck tightly with both hands, and shouted, "Slow down. Slow down. Bai Mayu. Slow down." Bai Mayu didn't say a word, and ran in the jungle with Lu Yao on his back. At this time, Lu Yao was almost vomiting what she had eaten at noon because of his shaking. There was no other way. Lu Yao could only twist his ear angrily, but he didn't slow down at all. When they reached the destination, Lu Yao's face turned pale. She took a long rest before she recovered. She was so angry that she immediately cursed, "Bai Mayu, why did you suddenly carry me on your back? And run so fast? And who asked you to carry me? Do you know that you almost made me vomit?" Bai Mayu sat down and panted, and replied, "I don't know. I was afraid that your feet would hurt, And you said you were afraid that it would be difficult to walk after dark. So I carried you. Then you must know that I twisted your ear. Yes, I know. I thought you asked me to hurry up. So I sped up. By Ma, you said with an innocent expression. Lu Yao held her forehead. She was almost laughing at what this guy said. She really wanted to go up and see what this guy was thinking. He could lie to others, but he couldn't lie to her. He had such good hearing. How could he not hear what she said? She didn't believe it. In fact, Bai Ma Yu did it on purpose just now. This was what Wu Jianrui told him before they separated. He said that girls like this kind of unexpected surprise. But now, he was frightened no matter how he looked at it. He knew that this guy's words were not credible. So now, he couldn't admit that he did it on purpose. Even if he was beaten to death. Otherwise, there was really no way to explain it. Lu Yao took out 2 bamboo tubes of water from the space and drank one for each person. Then she said, I will pretend that I didn't hear you this time. If there is a next time, you will see whether I will still pay attention to you. Okay. Let's go. Yes. My lady. However, Bai Ma Yu didn't dare to play any tricks this time. He just held Lu Yao's hand and walked forward carefully. After walking for 3 days, they finally walked out of the mountain and saw people other than the two of them. During this period, the two of them filled Lu Yao's space again. So in the past 2 days, Lu Yao was in a good mood. Lu Yao said as she walked. Whenever she thought about eating meat every day during this period, she couldn't help but want to laugh. If Xiaoxian and the others knew, they would be so sad. Bai Ma Yu stood beside Lu Yao, looking down at this smiling girl. He was unconsciously immersed in her, and his cold heart slowly melted unconsciously. But their luck today was obviously not good. They just came down the mountain and met a blind person who came to him to seek a sense of existence. Stop. I haven't settled this account with you yet. You are in such a hurry to leave. What do you want to do? Ma San's heart trembled. And he shivered. Settle? Settle what account? I tell you. You can't rely on your numbers to bully others. Hee. Ma San. You seem to have one more person than me. You 2 adults bully a little girl like me. You think you're right. Right? I won't talk about these useless things with you. I don't want to settle accounts with you. I think you know it best in your heart. What you are up to just now. Don't think I don't know. Let me tell you today, what is the right way, what is taking advantage of the situation. If you don't take out 100 taels of silver today, none of you can leave. Ma San and his little brother's pupils shrank when they heard Lu Yao's words. 100 taels? To be honest, he just had it on him. This was the protection fee they had just collected from the villages. This girl must have known it for a long time. So she deliberately blocked them here. Thinking of this, Ma San wanted to die. Lu Yao stood there and looked at their eyes rolling around, and said coldly, Don't think I'm trying to scare you. If I can beat you once, I can beat you a second time. Don't you think so? As Lu Yao said, she deliberately took out a few stones from her bag and played with them in her hand. The meaning was self-evident. If you have the guts, run, see if your legs are faster, or the stones in my hand are faster. When Ma San and the other 2 saw the stone in Lu Yao's hand, they couldn't help shaking again. When they thought of the feeling of the stone hitting them just now, they shivered non-stop. They felt that this girl was sent by God to punish him. Seeing such a lovely and beautiful girl standing there alone, he thought he was lucky today. But what they didn't expect was that this little girl was so cruel. If they hadn't begged for mercy quickly, they might have been beaten to a pulp by her. Ma San and the other 2 unconsciously took a step back. They felt that this girl was much more violent than them. Lu Yao saw that the time was almost up. Otherwise it would be bad if Bai Ma Yu came back and saw it. So she stretched out a hand and waved it in front of Ma San and the other 2. Ma San didn't react at first, thinking that Lu Yao was going to hit him with stones again. So he said nervously, Hey. No. Big sister. What do you want to do? What? Bring the money. Give it to me now. Not a penny less. Otherwise you know what will happen. When Ma San heard Lu Yao's words, he tightly covered his chest with his hands where the silver was placed. He didn't want to hand over the silver. But the hand of the female tyrant in front of him was still waiting there. So he had no choice but to reluctantly take out the silver from his clothes, which he hadn't had time to warm up. After Lu Yao received the silver, her eyes narrowed. She wished there were more idiots like Ma San. If one of them was worth 100, and if there were 8 or 10 of them, she would have 1,000. She shook the silver in her hand and said faintly, Okay, you can go back now. But you'd better not mess with me again. Otherwise this 100 tails won't solve the problem. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. Ma San heard Lu Yao's words, responded, and turned around and ran away with his little brother, as if there were some poisonous insects and beasts behind him. Chapter 275 Big Pig's Hoof. Bye Ma Yu, didn't you go to the bathroom? Why are you back so soon? Hee hee. When Lu Yao saw Bai Ma Yu coming back, she quickly threw the 100 taels of silver she got from Ma San into the space, and asked with an awkward smile. She didn't expect to be caught by Bai Ma Yu, who came back early, but seeing Ma San and the other man walking away, he probably didn't hear anything, Lu Yao thought to herself as she stood there to comfort herself. Bai Ma Yu was so angry at the girl's words that he laughed. So he said, I just went out to relieve myself. And I don't have to go far to relieve myself. Or did you do something I don't know about? And you didn't want me to see it. So you think I came back too early? Lu Yao smiled awkwardly and said, No. No. You think too much. What can I do here alone? I'm just afraid that you will be anxious. Haven't I finished relieving myself yet? Hee hee. Really? Yes. Absolutely. Bai Ma Yu looked at her like that, and decided to tease her again. So he said, Oh. So you are concerned about me. Then I have wronged you. I'm sorry. I won't do it next time. Lu Yao heard Bai Ma Yu's words, and her heart was just put it in her stomach. But what she didn't expect was that, before she could catch her breath, she heard Bai Ma Yu's low voice again. What did those two people do just now? I seem to see them sitting on the ground just now. Did they bully you? No. You must be dazzled. They were just asking for directions. Yes. They were just asking for directions. Really? Am I really dazzled? But I also heard something like 100 taels of silver. Is there something wrong with my ears? Don't you think so? Girl? Bai Ma Yu had just finished speaking when Lu Yao raised her head and glanced at him. Seeing his half-smile expression, combined with what he had just said, she knew that she had been deceived by this guy again. Actually, this is not something shameful, but she just doesn't want him to worry. That's why she didn't want to tell Bai Ma Yu, but he saw it all, so now she has to tell him everything that happened in the short period of time since he left, including the 100 taels of silver that she threw into the space. After hearing this, Bai Ma Yu came over and touched Lu Yao's head, smiling and saying, I didn't expect that my girl is so powerful. Not only did she beat the bad guys away, but she also earned 100 taels of silver. Not bad. Not bad. She has the style of me in the past. That's right. Don't you look at who I am. Ha. Seeing someone laughing so loudly, Lu Yao knew that she was being teased again, so angry that she slapped someone's hand that was still messing with her head. But before she calmed down, she saw Bai Ma Yu took out a stack of silver bills from his belt and put them in her hand. Lu Yao took a look and saw that they were all large denominations of 1,000 taels. This stack was no less than 30,000 taels. He was a rich man. However, she did not intend to accept the money. Not for anything else, but for the money that was lost last time. So Lu Yao shook her head. She could not take it this time. The silver bills and gold beans he put with her last time were all lost by the space. If it happened again, she would be guilty. After all, no one's money was blown by the wind. Besides, she has quite a bit of silver in her space now. If you add them up, there are probably tens of thousands of taels. Except for some money spent on building and buying houses. The rest has been kept in the space without any touches. Bai Ma Yu saw that Lu Yao really didn't want to accept it. And he was also afraid that she would feel burdened. Although he knew that it was just an accident last time. He had no choice if the girl didn't accept it. So he could only take it back helplessly. Bai Ma Yu raised his head and looked around to see that no one was paying attention to this side. He lowered his head, put his mouth close to Lu Yao's ear, and whispered in his magnetic voice, Don't worry. The money here is all yours. If you don't take it now, it will still be yours in the future. Lu Yao blushed when she heard it. This is a big pervert. A big pig's hoof. Every day, he thinks about how to take her home. Why didn't she see that he had this attribute at the beginning? But even though she said that he was a big pig's hoof, her heart was as sweet as honey. Sometimes Lu Yao was a little confused about herself. How could she be almost 40 years old in her two lives combined, and still act like a little girl? Although this place was close to the mountains and not many people passed by, it was not good for the two of them to do anything too much in broad daylight. So they went straight to the nearest town, Shuiyuan town. After arriving there, They found a medium-sized inn and booked 2 rooms. Because she hadn't slept in a bed for a long time. She wanted to have a good sleep today. So Lu Yao called 2 buckets of water, washed herself and rested. Bai Mayu had something to do. So he had to go see if Wu Jun and Sui Rui had arrived at the designated location. So he said hello to Lu Yao and went out. However, when Lu Yao was sleeping soundly, she suddenly heard a noisy sound outside the door. And the sound sounded familiar. She got dressed angrily and opened the door to take a look. Oh! Isn't this an old acquaintance? I just met him yesterday. And he gave me 100 taels of silver. I didn't expect to meet him again today. I just don't know how much silver this idiot has on him today. Lu Yao leaned against the door and said lightly, I wonder why it's so noisy outside today. It turns out that 2 mad dogs came from nowhere. After saying that, Lu Yao raised her eyes and looked at Ma San, who was standing outside her door. He was shouting happily with a group of subordinates. However, when he saw her coming out, he turned around and wanted to run away. Lu Yao didn't even look at him. She flipped her hand and took out a small stone from the space. She moved her hand, and it was ejected. The small stone hit the knee of Ma San, the leader, without any deviation. Ouch! Ma San cried out in pain. His center was unstable, and he came into close contact with the ground. The brothers around him almost couldn't help laughing when they saw it. But for their own safety, they held back. Ma San was really crying without tears. Why did this woman carry stones everywhere? He suffered from this in the morning. But he didn't expect to capsize in the gutter. Today, he suffered from this again in front of so many brothers. He knew that meeting this female devil would not be a good thing. When Xiao Liuzi came back at noon and said that there were 2 big fish in the town, why didn't he ask around before taking action? He really saw it. Lu Yao just stood there, smiling and asked, why? You didn't have enough in the morning. You want to do it again in the afternoon. But we've agreed that if you want to do it again, you will be charged 200 taels of silver per time. Not a penny less. Although Lu Yao said it lightly, Ma San, who was lying on the ground, was scared to death by her words. He said that he had a good life. Why did he come to provoke this tigress? 200 taels. Where could he get 200 taels for her? So he rolled his eyes and pretended to faint. Chapter 276 Bamboo Man. Brother, what's wrong with you, brother? Ma San pretended to faint, but the younger brothers around him didn't know. They thought their boss was really knocked unconscious, so they shook him hard, trying to wake him up. With such force, Lu Yao was nervous, wondering if it would shake out the food he had eaten at noon. Ma San closed his eyes, listening to his brother's words and his hands' movements. At this time he was already dizzy and dazed by their shaking. If he hadn't had good concentration, he would have vomited because of their torture. So now, in his heart, he cursed those people who had no vision. They saw him fainted, but didn't they carry him out to see a doctor? They were just shaking their hair here. They were so stupid. They were really blind to accept such a foolish brother. Lu Yao stood by and felt that she couldn't bear to watch any longer. People who didn't know would think that her family was dead. Isn't she just pretending to faint? Is it necessary to do this? Really? The tourists by the side looked at Lu Yao. They didn't expect that this little girl was really capable. Even the famous local snake Ma San was scared to death when he saw her. So everyone stepped back unconsciously, for fear of accidentally offending this lady. But there are also those who are not afraid of death. Look! There is a man who looks like he is rich in clothes. But a discerning person can see that he is as thin as a bamboo pole, with bulging eyes and a dark spot under his eyes. It is obvious that he is not restrained and indulges in excessive sexual activities. The bamboo pole man, it's too difficult to name it, so let's just call him that, squeezed through the crowd and walked forward, looking at Lu Yao with a squinting face, waving a fan in his hand, smiling and thinking he was very handsome. What a sassy young lady, I like you. It's just 200 taels, I'll pay, but you have to come back with me, and be my 13th concubine. The 200 taels are the betrothal gift from me. How about it? 13th concubine. When Ma San on the ground heard what the bamboo pole man said, he looked at him with horror. He was really fearless because he was ignorant. Thinking of it, he moved his body and shrank back to the corner, for fear that this young lady would start to fight and hurt him. An innocent woman. After the bamboo man finished speaking, he was still not afraid of death. He looked at Lu Yao with his eyes up and down as if he was picking goods, and said with a bit of smugness, very good. Very good. A little small. But she is really pretty. Look at her white and tender skin. She is likable at first glance. But I don't know this. Lu Yao didn't wait for the bamboo man to finish his words, and burst out laughing. I have a little problem since I was a child. I can't stand hearing beasts screaming around me. Otherwise, I will beat them so hard that even their mothers won't recognize them. After Lu Yao finished speaking, she turned around, raised her foot, and kicked the bamboo man who was just there with a dry tongue in his stomach. With a bang, the bamboo man fell down instantly and slid several meters away, and only stopped when he hit the wall of the inn. Ah! The bamboo man covered his kicked stomach and screamed. The pain made the bamboo man's face twisted and hideous, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The people around saw it, and their faces turned pale with fear, especially Ma San and his little brothers, who were hiding in the corner. Now they were all thankful that they didn't really anger this woman. Otherwise, with their small bodies, they really couldn't withstand her kick. Lu Yao looked at the bamboo pole man lying on the ground, slowly stepped forward, bent down, and punched the disgusting face. The dizzy bamboo pole man groaned pain in pain. Open your eyes slowly. A pair of triangle eyes want to stare at the poisonous landing at this time. He couldn't help the girl who dared to do it at him unload 8 pieces, watching the bamboo pole man lying on the ground. The beyond face, Lu Yao sneered. How? In this regard, I dare to mess with the girl. Today I want to see who gives you the courage. Come to say this with the girl. After Lu Yao finished, stretch out one hand to hold the bamboo pole man's neck, slightly use a little force. Then the bamboo pole man felt that he couldn't breathe anymore in an instant. I saw that he wielded his hands and struggled desperately there. Try to break away from Lu Yao's hand that is bound to his neck. Only at this moment did he really start to get scared. And only at this moment did he understand that this delicate little girl really wanted to kill him. In fact, Lu Yao's hand was not big, but it was not easy for the bamboo skin man to break free from the hand of a person who had practiced martial arts for many years. He wanted to beg for mercy, but his neck was being pinched, and he couldn't make a sound at all, so he could only desperately shake his head at Lu Yao, hoping that he would be spared. Lu Yao looked at the bamboo skin man's face, which had gradually turned from white to blue, and cold sweat dripped from his face. What do you think? Do you still want to marry me? Lu Yao saw that it was almost done. She didn't want to kill anyone at this critical moment and ruined by Ma Yu's plan. It would be bad if the soldiers were attracted. Besides, it was not worth it to dirty her hands for such a beast. So she sneered and pinched his neck with a little more force, so that he could feel the feeling of being on the verge of death. When the bamboo man heard Lu Yao's words on his deathbed, he nodded and shook his head at her, and almost knelt down to kowtow to her to show his loyalty. Lu Yao didn't want to waste any more time. She wanted to go back and have a good sleep. So she loosened her grip. With a bang, the thin body of the bamboo man fell heavily back onto the wooden board. Cough, cough, cough. The bamboo man, who had breathed in fresh air, kept coughing. The people around him were really afraid that if he continued to cough like this, he would accidentally vomit out his heart, liver, spleen, stomach, etc. Some wanted to help, but when they saw the smiling girl on the side, they stopped in their tracks, because they really didn't have the courage to challenge this girl who would fight at will. Even the innkeeper wanted to help or report to the authorities, but he didn't dare. Now he couldn't leave, and he couldn't stay. One of them had some money in Shuiyuan town, and was a frequent customer of his. He often brought some girls here to have fun, and the other one was not someone to be trifled with. He was afraid that if he offended this girl, he would end up like the one lying on the ground. He didn't want to offend one, and he didn't dare to offend the other. So the shopkeeper took the waiter, and quietly slipped away when no one was paying attention. If someone asked him about the crime later, he would just pretend that he was busy and didn't hear anything. And those who were watching the fun didn't want to get into trouble. So even after the fight was over, no one was willing to report it to the authorities. Chapter 277 Tale. After seeing the bamboo thin man lying on the ground finally recover, Lu Yao took a handkerchief, wiped the blood off her hands and said, "Oh, also, you two forgot, Ma San 200 taels, you, just 2,000 taels, anyway. You can marry more than a dozen wives, you shouldn't need this little money, I want to see the money when we have dinner later, otherwise. You know, I don't have much patience. And if I hit you hard, you can't blame me if you kill or cripple you." After Lu Yao finished speaking, seeing that the bamboo thin man and Ma San didn't react at all, her brows furrowed. He frowned slightly. Could it be that these two guys wanted to fight again? So, do you two still want to deny the debt? Or Do you want me to fight again? If you don't have the silver, just say it directly. I won't make it difficult for you too. 1 finger is worth 100 taels of silver, Lu Yao said, and actually took out a dagger from the space behind her back, playing with it in her hand. Looking at the shiny dagger, the two people were so scared that they couldn't even speak clearly. But they still spoke loudly, as if they were afraid that Lu Yao couldn't hear them and would fight. No. No. We don't want to deny the debt. We will pay for the silver, we will pay for it. At this critical moment, the two men said surprisingly consistent things. As soon as they finished speaking, Ma San, who was hiding in the corner, couldn't help crying. Now he was no longer afraid of losing face. He lost 300 taels in 1 day. He was so distressed that he almost couldn't breathe. As for wanting to default on the debt, he didn't even dare to think about it. Although he was a famous gangster in this area, he really had never killed anyone with a knife. At most, he had injured people and threatened them. So now there was someone more ruthless than him, and he was instantly scared. And he could find out where he lived with just a little inquiry. It was almost certain that he didn't want to stay here anymore. Otherwise, if he was found by this woman, she would cut him into pieces. Hearing their words, Lu Yao's mouth curled up, and then waved her hand, telling them that they could go back and get the money. As for the fear that they would default on the debt, they didn't dare to do so, unless they didn't want to stay here anymore. Looking at their backs as they hurriedly ran away, Lu Yao secretly felt happy. It was good to meet such a stupid and rich person. Lu Yao couldn't help but feel happy whenever she thought about the upcoming income. With this money, her days of living a life of luxury would not be far away. A little bit of accumulation would add up to a lot. It seemed that she would have to celebrate with Bai Mayu when he came back in the evening. Lu Yao looked at everyone's vague eyes staring at her, and she was too lazy to pay attention. She called the waiter to bring some food up. After working for a while, she felt hungry. Although there were a lot of ready-made food in the space, they were reserved for emergency use. Besides, there was a restaurant on the first floor of the inn, and the food seemed to be very delicious. However, the chef's movements were very quick. 3 dishes and a soup were served in a short while. Moreover, the dishes were very rich. However, seeing the dishes piled high and almost overflowing from the plate, Lu Yao's mouth twitched. She thought, could it be that the shopkeeper knew that she was hungry, so he gave her a larger portion? But she was eating alone, and even if she was a big eater, she couldn't eat so much. Looking at this big bucket of rice, she thought it was feeding pigs. But overall, Lu Yao was quite satisfied with today's meal. It was just that the portion was a bit large. She only ate half of it. As for the other half, of course, she packed it in a bamboo tube and put it in the space. Bai Mayu, who had contacted Wu Junrui, asked Wu Junrui to go out with him after they finished talking about things. Since there is nothing to do now, then go with me outside. Jade is abundant here. I want to choose a few for the girl. Are you known to understand girls' minds the best? Help me pick them out. She won't accept the silver, but she will definitely like the jewelry. Wu Junrui heard Bai Mayu's words, got up and circled around him twice, and laughed. Why don't you ask Xiaoya to go with you, and pick whatever she likes? Bai Mayu rolled his eyes at him unhappily, and said sullenly, she didn't even want the silver note I gave her. If I took her to choose by herself, she would definitely not want it. Besides, I also want to give her a surprise. Didn't you say that little girls like surprises the most? Are you kidding me? Wu Junrui circled around Bai Mayu again. His mouth, Li said in amazement. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect that the cold-faced young man in Kyoto would go to great lengths to please a little girl. If those people knew about it, would they laugh their heads off? Stop talking nonsense. Are you going or not? And do you think everyone is like you, going out without thinking all day, as stupid as a big fool? Wu Junrui was stunned by Bai Mayu's words. Is there anyone who asks for help like this? And how could he be stupid? No. Wasn't he just stupid? There was a two-faced man standing in front of him, and he had been with him for more than 20 years. But he didn't notice it at all. What else could he be but a fool? Go. Go. Can I go? Really? I must have owed you in my last life. And you just want to bully me every day. Wu Junrui said as he led the way out. He originally wanted to take Xiaoxian around and have some delicious food. But now, he could only say sorry to him. Lu Yao, who had eaten and drunk enough, also planned to go out for a walk to digest his food and inquire about the situation. But not long after she went out, she found that someone was following her. As soon as Lu Yao came out, the bamboo man and a dozen servants had not yet arrived at the inn to block her. He saw Lu Yao going out alone from a distance, so he refrained from attacking her and chose to follow her all the way, which made it easier for him to act. The bamboo man followed with his servants, and he couldn't help but sneered in his heart. Now that he had brought so many people out, he wanted to see what kind of waves she, a little girl, could make. When he caught her, he would humiliate her to avenge the beating. When Lu Yao found out that the person following her was her old acquaintance, the sticky man, she knew that this wretched man didn't want to pay the 2,000 taels of silver. And seeing that he brought so many men with him, she knew at a glance that he had bad intentions. So she pretended not to notice and led them to a place with few people, and deliberately walked them into those deserted alleys, giving them a chance to attack. When the sticky man saw Lu Yao walking into those deserted alleys, he was a little hesitant at first, and couldn't help wondering in his heart whether this little girl had discovered him, and that was why she walked to a place with few people, so that it would be easier to beat him up again. But when he looked back at the dozen or so servants he brought with him, he despised himself in his heart, and then his weak self-confidence regained its upper hand. No matter how powerful she was only one person, but he had more than 10 people on his side, so what was there to be afraid of? 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands. He did not believe that a little girl like him could beat so many people. Thinking of this, the bamboo man followed the servants carefully into the alley again, but when he entered, he found that there was no trace of Lu Yao, so he was stunned for a moment. Chapter 278 A Bunch of Cowards. Just when the bamboo man was stunned, Lu Yao jumped down from a wall, appeared behind them, and said coldly, "Are you lost, or are you looking for me?" Lu Yao had a cold face. This bamboo man is really brave, and he dared to follow her with so many soldiers and generals. He must be tired of living. If I don't teach them a lesson today, she won't be named Lu. The bamboo man was startled by the sudden voice, turned around, and saw that it was this girl, and he calmed down. The bamboo pole man looked at Lu Yao standing there, and didn't dare to say a word, nor did he dare to take a step forward to the front. When he thought of the punch she gave him at the inn, and the hand that pinched his neck at that time, he couldn't help but tremble in his legs. Now seeing her staring at him without blinking, he felt scared. As for the bold words he had thought of on the road just now, he had already thrown them out of his mind. He was really afraid that this girl would take advantage of him when he was not paying attention and do something cruel to him. So after thinking about it, he still felt that it was safest to stand at the back. Seeing the bamboo man not saying a word and looking at her with a face full of fear, Lu Yao was speechless instantly. "Didn't you want to follow me? Why are you backing off now?" It turns out that men who only know how to spend their days drinking and partying are all cowards. Lu Yao looked at the bamboo man and saw his 2 bamboo-like legs trembling. She immediately understood that he was scared by her beating and was afraid that she would do something cruel to him again. That's why he didn't dare to go forward and force him. It seems that I have wrongly blamed him. He did not refuse to come forward to communicate, but was frightened. What a pitiful child. This has caused sequelae to me. Although Lu Yao admitted that she had some little thoughts. As long as this bamboo-skinned man dared to come forward, she would beat him to death this time. But she had not taken any action yet. Was it necessary to scare him like this? People who didn't know would think that he was a monster or something, and could scare people like this. The bamboo-skinned man always felt that this girl seemed to see through his little thoughts. So he could not help but straighten his body to prove that he was not afraid of her at all. Lu Yao looked at the silent man, opened her mouth several times, and finally gave up. It was not a good idea to keep wasting time like this. She should go over by herself. This man still owed her 2,000 taels of silver. She would wait until she got the money. If she didn't get the silver, and she beat him up, where would he get the silver? She would never do such a thing that would make her lose both money and people. Lu Yao looked at the people who were retreating, and her mouth twitched slightly. She was not a monster. So was there any need to be so scared? Besides, she didn't intend to kill these people today. She knew her own strength. She couldn't interfere at this critical moment. She could only collect some interest. But you know what others don't know. So now this situation has been created. A little girl is pressing forward step by step, while a group of big men are retreating step by step. They only stopped when they had no more room to retreat. Lu Yao didn't want to delay with them any longer. If she went back too late, Bai Mayu would be worried when he didn't see anyone when he went back. Besides, she also wanted to go around the market and buy some local specialties. Lu Yao stared at the few people who had nowhere to retreat. and said nothing. She just wanted to end the battle quickly. So she curled her lips slightly and showed a smile on her face. However, this smile made the bamboo man and the others feel inexplicably flustered. No matter how they looked at it, they felt that this girl was smiling with ill intentions. I think I told you very clearly just now. It doesn't matter if you don't have money. One finger is worth 100 taels. Since you don't have money, and it seems that you don't want to give it today, then I will let you know what it means to keep your word, Lu Yao said, and took out a dagger from her bag. As she spoke, she slowly approached the bamboo man. You, what do you want to do? I'll tell you. They all have martial arts skills. Perhaps the bamboo man was dominated by the fear from before. He was so scared that he couldn't even speak clearly. He stammered and didn't have the high spirits before. Lu Yao's smile on her face made the bamboo man and others look even more weird. At this moment, they were so scared that they were shaking. The bamboo man covered his aching stomach and continued to say tremblingly, Little girl. I'm telling you, you don't come over here. My sister, brother-in-law, works in the county government. If he finds out you bullied me, he'll definitely make you pay for it. Yes, our Ma family is one of the best in this town. If you dare to hit our young master, our master will never let you go. The bamboo man was so scared that he had no desire to resist. Now he just begged this lady not to stare at him with that kind of eyes, otherwise he would always feel scared. Lu Yao didn't want to listen to their nonsense anymore, and rushed forward with a quick step. She raised her palm, and paw, and she hit the servant who had just spoken violently. The action was so fast that the person involved didn't even have time to react. It was completed in the blink of an eye. The servant only felt his eyes blurred, and then he felt a burning pain on his face. But before he could resist, the other party had already attacked the next target. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned there, and was dumbfounded on the spot. The bamboo pole man saw that Lu Yao was coming for him, and now he didn't care about being afraid anymore. He shouted recklessly from behind, Beat her to death. If anyone dares not to beat me, I will make you pay for it. If anything happens to me, my father will skin you alive. When the servants heard what their young master said, they didn't care about anything else. They were all people who had signed a death contract. If they couldn't protect the young master, they would die. So they rushed towards Lu Yao without caring about their lives. Seeing them rushing towards her desperately, Lu Yao curled her lips, moved her feet lightly, and easily avoided the servants who rushed over. By the time they reacted, she was already standing in front of the pale-faced bamboo man. She kicked him to the ground, stepped forward, and grabbed his neck again. At this time, even if the bamboo man was unwilling to accept it, he had no choice but to let his life be in their hands. The bruises from the previous pinching were still there. Now it happened again, and the pain almost killed him. The servants nearby were so frightened when they saw this, and they said angrily, Let our young master go. Yes, lady, let our young master go. We are here to give you some money. Yes, we are here to give you some money. If you don't believe me, ask our young master. The bamboo man nodded to Lu Yao with difficulty after hearing what the servant said. Lu Yao was in a hurry to go back to the market, and she didn't have the time to fight with them anymore. So when she heard what the bamboo man said, she couldn't help but loosen her grip a little bit. Chapter 279 Zuixinlu. Lu Yao looked at the silver note of 2,500 taels in her hand. A big smile appeared on her face. She laughed with satisfaction. This business was not a loss at all, although she had just put in a little effort. But she got an extra 500 taels of silver. It was worth it. I didn't expect this bamboo thin man to have so much silver on him. It seems he is really rich. I should have said more if I had known. Lu Yao took the silver, and didn't even give an extra glance to the few people still lying on the ground, slapped her hands, turned around and walked out of the alley in a chic manner. At a turn, Lu Yao threw all the banknotes and daggers in her hand into the space. Watching Lu Yao walk away, the bamboo pole man was actually very unconvinced. He was still thinking that when he returned home, he must find a way to call a few more skilled people to give this little girl a good show. However, when he thought of the experience of being beaten twice, and the feeling of being on the verge of death, he was a little scared again. When the servant saw that the female devil walked away, he endured the pain in his body, got up and helped his young master up, and patted him on the dust that had stuck on his body because he had just been lying on the ground. The bamboo pole man looked at them and felt that he had a lot of anger, but nowhere to vent it. Seeing these people, he said angrily with a dark face. A bunch of useless trash. Seeing that this young master was beaten by that little girl. Each of you is like a turtle hiding his head. Are you doing this on purpose? Seeing me being beaten. Do you feel particularly happy? Huh? The bamboo pole man was furious now. And he would yell at anyone he caught. And he kicked those servants several times to vent his anger. When the servants heard what their young master said, they were frightened and knelt on the ground with a thump. They said in panic, "Young master, we really didn't mean that." Really? Young master. The servants who were kneeling on the ground felt very wronged. They also wanted to help. But they were no match for him. Can they be blamed for this? Besides, they were no less injured than him. Although they thought so in their hearts. They didn't dare to say it out loud. Who told him that he was the young master and they were servants? If they really said it out loud, they probably wouldn't survive today. For people like them who signed a death contract, the master could beat and kill them at will. And the officials would not pursue it, because they were also part of the other party's property. The bamboo pole man ignored everyone and continued, "Whether you mean this or not, you all know it clearly in your hearts. When you go back, each of you will be beaten with 20 sticks, and 1 month's salary will be deducted." The bamboo pole man left without looking back after saying this. The servants kneeling on the ground looked at each other, with despair on their faces. Would they still be alive after being beaten with 20 sticks? Even so, they still didn't dare to say a word. Finally, they had no choice but to catch up with their young master without any delay. For fear that if they were not careful, they would be beaten again. When Liao came out of the alley, the sun had already set in the west. But there were still many stalls on both sides of the street. And it was very lively with people coming and going. Liao stood on the street. She had just exercised and felt a little hungry. It was time for dinner anyway. So she just found a place to eat. While thinking about this, Liao found that she had walked to the street unknowingly, and was standing in front of the door of a restaurant, which looked quite impressive. Zuixinlu. Looking up, "Forget it, let's go to this restaurant. I just made some money anyway, so I should treat myself and have a good meal." When they arrived at the restaurant, Liao generously paid a piece of silver, and asked the waiter to serve some local specialties. This big restaurant is different. The service is very thoughtful, and the dishes are served very quickly. After a while, the waiter brought Liao's dishes one after another. The first dish the waiter brought was a kind of tofu made of leaves, called Shinxian tofu, which looked green, and was served with some finely chopped red peppers, which made people's appetites grow at first sight. Liao scooped a spoonful into her mouth, and it melted in her mouth, and it was spicy and smooth, and it also had a special fragrance of grass, which was very delicious, and had a unique flavor. Liao unconsciously scooped another spoonful. The second dish was a sweet and sour fish. When the waiter brought the sweet and sour fish, Liao smelled the sour and fragrant sweet and sour fish, and her eyes narrowed instantly, it was so fragrant. As soon as Liao waited for the fish to be served, she immediately stretched out her chopsticks, picked up a piece of fish wrapped in a layer of sweet and sour, and put it in her mouth. Sure enough, it was just as she thought. As soon as the fish entered her mouth, it was sweet with sourness, sour with sweetness, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. And it was especially delicious. No, it was simply delicious. To be honest, Liao felt that she had lived 2 lives. And it was the first time she had eaten such delicious sweet and sour fish. She must bring by Mayu to try it tomorrow. And Xiaoxian and the others. If possible, it would be great if she could pack a few portions and put them in this space, and keep them for later consumption. Thinking of this, Liao called the waiter and asked, and it turned out that it could be packed. So Liao happily said to the waiter beside her, "Waiter, pack 1 of this sweet and sour fish." "Oh, no, 3. And? Forget it. Just pack 5 first." Liao originally wanted to say that she would pack 5 portions of each dish on the table. But she thought it would be difficult to carry it, and it was impossible to put it in the space in front of others. If that were the case, they would think she was a monster and burn her to death. So I thought about it, and decided to forget it. Anyway, I still have to stay here for a while, so I can just come a few more times. When the waiter next to me heard that the customer wanted to order takeout, and he generously ordered 5 portions at once, he couldn't help but feel happy. The more customers ordered, he could get more monthly salary. Although it wasn't much, it was extra income. Only Zuixinla had this rule, and those restaurants didn't have it. Because of this, the waiters in other restaurants envied him so much. The remaining dishes included fried dried fish, cold cucumber salad, stewed duck with gastrodia alata, and fried eggs with Chinese tune. Lu Yao thought every dish today was particularly delicious. When she was full and came out of the restaurant with 5-pack sweet and sour fish. It was completely dark, and there were fewer pedestrians and vendors on the street. When they were in a deserted place, Lu Yao put the sweet and sour fish into the space, and then quickly walked towards the inn where they were staying. Bai Mayu, who returned to the inn, found that Lu Yao had gone out for some reason and had not returned yet. Although he knew that nothing would happen to her with her skills, he still couldn't help but worry, seeing that it was getting late and Lu Yao had not returned yet. Bai Mayu was about to go out to look for her. But when he came out of the house, he saw Lu Yao, who had just returned from outside. He felt his eyes brighten unconsciously, and his gloomy face immediately showed a smile. Chapter 280 Promise. Since they met again, Lu Yao always knew that her Bai Mayu was very handsome, but now when she saw him standing quietly at the stairs to greet her, her little heart, thump thump, beat like a deer, and it obviously skipped a beat. When Bai Mayu stood on the stairs, seeming that his girl was staring at him, he couldn't hide the smile and doting in his eyes. It seems that his charm is still very great. But with so many people coming and going, if the girl keeps looking at him like this, she will definitely be called a flower maniac in a short time. So, ahem, girl, should we go back to the room and watch again, you see? Bai Mayu said, and signaled with his eyes, those eyes that seemed to be glancing at him. When Lu Yao saw Bai Mayu's teasing expression, and then looked at the eyes of the people around her, she knew that she had been fooled by the handsome man, and now she wished there was a crack in the ground for her to crawl into. After Lu Yao returned to her room with a red face, she found that Bai Mayu had followed her in, and took out a jade bracelet from his inner clothes. When Lu Yao saw it, her eyes were wide open, and more importantly, she found that when her hand touched the bracelet, the space actually had a little reaction. Seeing this, Lu Yao's breathing became a little rapid. Bai Mayu did not doubt it. Seeing Lu Yao's expression, he thought that she liked the gift he gave her very much. So he took Lu Yao's hand and carefully put the bracelet in his hand on Lu Yao's wrist. He also shamelessly put his mouth on Lu Yao's little ear and whispered, "Girl, do you like it?" Lu Yao felt the burning breath on her ear. Her face was as red as a cooked shrimp, and she nodded gently. This bracelet is related to her space. Maybe it can restore her air to its original state. If she said she didn't like it, then she would be a fool. She wanted to ask him to give her 10 or 8 more. Bai Mayu didn't know Lu Yao's little thoughts, but he could see that his girl really liked the jade bracelet he gave her. Fortunately, he didn't listen to Wu Junrui's unreliable advice to buy a hairpin or something. Look how happy his girl is now. But seeing her money grubber look, Bai Mayu couldn't help but laughed out loud. When Lu Yao was looking at the jade bracelet on her hand with shining eyes, she was also thinking whether to tell Bai Mayu about this. But when she was thinking deeply, suddenly she heard Bai Mayu's laughter. She rolled her eyes at him unhappily, then she took a deep breath, and finally she decided to tell Bai Mayu about this, because only in this way could she find more and better jade, and since they had decided to be together, there was no need to hide this matter any more. As for the others, forget it. So Lu Yao threw the jade bracelet into the space in front of Bai Mayu, and attached it to his ear, telling him the reaction of the space. Bai Mayu was shocked when he heard it, and he quickly raised his head and looked around, fearing that there were ears behind the wall. After sensing that no one was eavesdropping, he turned his head to Lu Yao, and when he turned his head, he saw Lu Yao looking at him, and nodded to him. Bai Mayu saw Lu Yao nodding to him, and he knew that he didn't hear hallucinations just now, which means that the girl's magical place is really expected to be restored to its original state. Bai Mayu excitedly hugged Lu Yao tightly in his arms. Lu Yao felt a little difficult to breathe because she was hugged so tightly. So she reached out her hand and patted Bai Mayu and told him to let her go. Otherwise she would really die. When Bai Mayu let go of Lu Yao, he found that Lu Yao's face was red from being strangled. Bai Mayu touched his nose and smiled embarrassedly. Seeing him like this, Lu Yao knew that he was just a little excited for a while. So she didn't blame him anymore. So he said, "Bai Mayu, although my space has a little reaction now, there is only a little jade inside. If we want to expand it, I think it is limited. So we have to find more and better jade. But I hope you don't mention this to anyone." Bai Mayu saw that Lu Yao was serious, and he also thought about the importance of the matter. He had to break it before, but it was good this way. If it can be restored, it will become a secret base for the two of them. So Bai Mayu nodded and agreed without thinking. Girl, don't worry. We will be a family from now on. Mine is yours. And yours is still yours. Moreover, this concerns your life safety. I will never tell anyone about this. Not even my uncle and Wu Jianrui. Lu Yao heard Bai Mayu's words, stretched out her hand and hit him. Blushing and shyly said, Who is your family? I haven't agreed yet. You are at most in the probation period now. You have kissed me and touched me. Do you still want to regret it? Let me tell you. I am yours in life and your ghost in death. I have decided to marry you in this life. I will marry you when you are 15 in 2 years. Lu Yao listened to Bai Muyu's words becoming more and more explicit, and quickly stretched out her hand to cover someone's mouth who was about to continue talking. Why did she find that this person was getting more and more slick? However, she also knew that women in this world all married early. Most of them were ordered to get married when they were 14 or 15 years old. Some even got married at 13 and had children at 15. Since she was living in this land, she had to follow the local customs. So she said him softly. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be able to hear it. However, Bai Mayu had good hearing. When he heard Lu Yao's soft him, he did not react at first. After he reacted, his eyes lit up, and he hugged Lu Yao again excitedly. His girl finally agreed to him. In the Xianwang mansion far away in Kyoto, the chief steward Wang in the room was pacing back and forth anxiously like an ant on a hot pot. Your Highness, you can't go. Shiliang is too far away from here. The journey is long. I'm afraid your body can't stand it. When Chief Steward Wang said this, his whole face was twisted together, even his eyes were red. It would take at least 2 or 3 months to get to Shiliang. With his prince's body, how could he stand the bumps along the way? And Chu Junhan, who was lying on the bed with a pale face, said nothing. How could he not know that his body could not stand this long journey? However, if he delayed any longer, his health would only get worse. Moreover, he had already found out that the person behind General Bai was Miss Lu Yao, and that the charcoal was also her idea. So he had to go there in person. Otherwise, he would never have another chance. He had finally had a chance again. And if he died like this, he would be unwilling to accept it. When Wang Zhongwan saw that his prince did not say a word, he knew that he could not persuade him. Although his prince was a man of few words, and did not contact outsiders since he was a child, he knew that his ideas were right. On the contrary, there was nothing he could not accomplish if he decided to do it. Chapter 281. The next day, they left Shuiyuan town, until there were no traces of people on the road. Lu Yao asked softly, Bai Mayu, but those people are chasing us. What about Xiaoxian, Wu Jianrui, Diya, and the others? Last night, after she told him that the space could be restored, the relationship between the two was silently warming up, but good things didn't last long. At dawn, Bai Mayu knocked on her door in a hurry, then checked out, and took her out of the town directly. As soon as Lu Yao saw his expression, she actually had some guesses in her mind, but she still wanted to confirm it. Besides, she hadn't met Xiaoxian and the others yet, so she felt a little uneasy. After all, she was unfamiliar with the place, and if anything happened to Xiaoxian and the others, she would blame herself for the rest of her life. Bai Mayu heard Lu Yao's words and nodded to her with a dark face. He didn't expect these people to come so quickly, but what was certain was that there were indeed 2 groups of people who wanted to kill him. One group was the 4th prince, and the other was Bai Mashuan. When was it discovered? Seeing Bai Mayu's bad face, Lu Yao knew that this matter must be very difficult. So she asked. Late last night, Jianrui and his team found it. When she heard that it was Wu Jianrui who found it. Without waiting for Bai Mayu to finish, Lu Yao hurriedly said, then Xiaoxian and his team. Bai Mayu looked at Lu Yao's expression and knew that this girl wanted to make trouble. So he reached out and patted her head and said, Don't worry. They are fine. They have already left the city and rushed to the capital. Fortunately, I was scared to death. How about Dia? Area and their teams? Their teams have not been contacted yet. I don't know the details. But Maya met with Jianrui and his team before we came. Nothing happened, and they went to the capital before we came. So they should be fine. Bai Mayu heard Lu Yao's words and knew that she was very worried about her sisters. So he answered, I'm glad you're okay. Well, let's get going quickly. I'm worried that those people will ambush Jianrui and his group on the road. Okay, Lu Yao responded, and her feet unconsciously quickened. Bai Mayu looked calmer, but Lu Yao seemed like an ant on a hot pot, so anxious that she wished she could grow a pair of wings and fly to Xiao Xian and his group immediately. Bai Mayu looked at him, touched her head soothingly, then stepped forward and took Lu Yao's hand, and headed out of the capital of Xiliang. As expected, after Lu Yao and Bai Mayu had traveled for 4 or 5 hours, they finally caught up with Wu Jianrui and his men who were trapped in a small valley. Seeing this, Bai Mayu and Lu Yao picked up their weapons and fought them without thinking. General Bai. We are just following orders. Please spare us. We have elderly and children at home. I can't live without them. They are all innocent. Please, General Bai. Spare us this time. However, these small shrimps were no match for Bai Mayu and his men. They quickly dealt with more than 10 people. The remaining few saw that the situation was not right, and they knelt on the ground and begged for mercy in fear of death. Bai Mayu looked at the people kneeling on the ground, and said with a gloomy face, "Your family members are innocent. But what about them? Don't they have family members? When you followed your master to do such evil things, you should have thought that this day would come. Now tell us who is behind you, and we may spare your life." Lu Yao looked at the people lying on the ground motionless, and she wanted to kill them right now. She didn't care about Bai Mayu, and hurried to find Xiao Xian and Wu Jianrui. When seeing the injured Wu Jianrui holding the obviously frightened Xiao Xian, Lu Yao's anger rose. Xiao Xian, Xiao Xian, Xiao Xian, who had her eyes closed, opened her eyes as soon as she heard Lu Yao's voice. At first, she thought she was going to die and was hallucinating. But when she opened her eyes and saw that it was really her elder sister, she cried out, "Wow! Sister! Sister! Mo Wu is dead. Sister Mo Wu was killed by them." And she shed a lot of blood. When Xiao Xian saw Lu Yao, she seemed to have found an outlet for her tears. She cried breathlessly until she was tired of crying and fell asleep in Lu Yao's arms. Lu Yao looked at Xiao Xian like this and felt extremely distressed. At the same time, she also blamed herself. She should have brought him with her, otherwise this wouldn't have happened, and Mo Wu wouldn't have been killed to protect Xiao Xian. It was all because of her carelessness. When Bai Mayu came back after dealing with those people, he saw Lu Yao with a face full of self-blame, walked forward and hugged her in his arms, and said softly, "This has nothing to do with you, really girl, I don't want this to happen either, but..." Lu Yao also knew that at this time, she couldn't be so stubborn, but looking at the lifeless Mo Wu, she couldn't help but blame herself. Wu Jianrui was not in a good condition at this time. He was covered in wounds, and the wound on his arm was still bleeding. Lu Yao saw this and hurriedly handed the sleeping Xiao Xian to Bai Mayu, then took out the trauma medicine from her space and carefully bandaged Wu Jianrui. "It's okay, Xiao Yao. This minor injury will heal in a few days. Now we should take Mo Wu's body and leave here quickly. I'm afraid they still have hands." Bai Mayu heard Wu Jianrui's words and nodded. "Yes. Girl, this kid is thick-skinned. Just a simple bandage will be fine. Now we should leave here first and find Dia and Arya. I'm afraid they will also be in trouble." Lu Yao heard Bai Mayu's words and accelerated her movements. Yes, Dia and Arya are still waiting for her. After seeing Lu Yao figured it out, Bai Mayu held Xiao Xian, stepped forward, held Lu Yao's hand, and let her walk in front. Lu Yao was reluctant at first, but her finger was held by Bai Mayu, and she couldn't get away no matter how hard she tried. Wu Jianrui was still there. Really. But it was only a matter of a moment, and she wouldn't care about it after a while. Now she was holding back a fire in her heart, vowing to find the mastermind behind the murder of Mo Wu and avenge him. In this way, the few people hurried and finally arrived at the capital of Xiliang after 3 days. But what they didn't expect was that they didn't encounter any of those who were chasing them in the past 3 days. It was as if those people had disappeared. However, Bai Mayu, Lu Yao, and the others knew that all this was just an illusion. There might be countless pairs of malicious eyes staring at them in the dark. And the good news was that Xiao Xian also walked out of the shadows again. However, compared with before, he talked much less and practiced more diligently every day. Lu Yao knew that he was just like her, and was also holding back a fire in his heart. So when seeing Xiao Xian like this, Lu Yao, Bai Mayu, and even Wu Jianrui did not step forward to persuade him, because they knew that it would be best for him to let him vent his unhappiness. "Bai Mayu, what should we do next? Should we go into the city? Let's talk about it after dark. Those people may be lying in ambush at the city gate, waiting for us to fall into their trap." "Well, then wait a little longer. After Wu Junrui finished speaking, he stood up and practiced with Xiaoxian. After this incident, he found that he had fallen behind a lot recently. Chapter 282 Ruin Temple. What Lu Yao wants most now is to avenge the death of Mo Wu and kill those lawless guys. Since you want to play, then I will play with you to the end. As for what will happen in the future, she doesn't think so much now. There is an old saying, when the boat reaches the bridge, it will be straightened. She found that it was useless to think more. Plans can't keep up with changes. In the past, she wanted to be a landlady with fields and houses, but it seems that this has never been realized. Every time she settles down, there will be unexpected situations, as if God is deliberately making things difficult for her. Since no one wants to make life easy for them. Then from today on, none of them will have a good life. If you don't believe me, just try it. She, Lu Yao, doesn't want to cause trouble. But she is not a pushover. Big sister? After coming back from practicing, Xiaoxian came over and looked at the silent big sister, and called out with some worry. He had never seen big sister like this before. It's okay. Big sister is just a little tired. It will be fine after a rest. Are you hungry? Big sister has delicious sweet and sour fish here. It's still hot. Do you want to eat it? Really? When Xiaoxian heard about food, his eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing him like this, Lu Yao shook her head with some amusement. Sure enough, a foodie is a foodie. There is nothing that can't be solved by a meal. When Wu Junrui heard that there was food, he immediately came over. To be honest, they had been away from Lu Yao for the past few days, and they couldn't eat well or sleep well. Whenever he thought of food, he would curse Bai Moyu, the inhuman guy. If he hadn't been selfish, would he and Xiaoxian separate from Xiaoyao? The answer is definitely no. So the source of everything was Bai Moyu. If it weren't for him, would he have suffered this? Wu Junrui thought angrily. And he must turn his grief and anger into appetite, and eat his share as well. This sweet and sour fish was packed back from Zuixinli yesterday. Originally, she wanted to take it out for Bai Moyu to try after she went back yesterday, but he messed around with her, and she forgot about the jade bracelet, and now it's just a good deal for these two foodies. She and Bai Moyu haven't eaten anything since getting up in the morning, so now after Xiaoxian and Wu Junrui's disturbance, she feels a little hungry. She was quite satisfied with the dishes she had in Zuixinli yesterday, but it was a pity that she only packed one. The sweet and sour fish. Lu Yao took out a piece of oilcloth and placed the sweet and sour fish on it. Unfortunately, she only packed 5 portions. If she knew it was the situation today, she would have packed more. Oh, it was a mistake. Otherwise, we could have a good meal again. Bai Moyu, Lu Yao, and the others did not dare to light a fire to cook in order not to alert the enemy, or to avoid being discovered by those people. But fortunately, they had Lu Yao's big warehouse. Otherwise, they would have to eat dry food again tonight. After everyone had a satisfying meal, Lu Yao took out some hot water that she had prepared earlier from the space, and planned to have everyone wash up. Otherwise, Xiaoxian and Wu Junrui were in such a state, covered in blood, that it would be hard not to be discovered. After everyone had washed up, Lu Yao packed up the wooden barrel with hot water, and then planned to take a rest. She didn't sleep well last night, and when she fell asleep after thinking about all sorts of things, it was almost dawn. Anyway, she didn't sleep for many hours in total. When Lu Yao woke up, she found that it was pitch black outside the ruined temple, and she could not see anything at all. Girl, are you awake? Before Lu Yao could get up, Bai Moyu's magnetic voice sounded in her ears. Although the voice was pleasant, Lu Yao, who had just woken up, was still shocked, especially in this ruined temple that had experienced countless storms. So she said unhappily, Bai Moyu, do you know that scaring others can kill them? Bai Moyu rolled his eyes silently in his heart. He had been here all the time, but he didn't notice her after she woke up for a while. So he asked her. He even blamed her for ignoring him. But he didn't expect that this girl would blame him first. But for the sake of a happy life in the future, he still said gently, okay. I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken suddenly and scared my girl. Hearing Bai Moyu's words, Lu Yao snorted and forgave him generously. At a fire not far from them, Wu Junrui woke up as soon as they spoke. He wiped a tear of sympathy for his cousin in his heart. He was being controlled just at the beginning. What would happen after they got married? He couldn't help but think of his old man, who was controlled to death. He found that his cousin had completely inherited all the advantages and disadvantages of the old man. He was afraid of his wife. Suddenly, he felt a lot of pressure. He would not be like this in the future. Ah. Wu Junrui could not help but sighed heavily. Forget it. Anyway, he had not met the girl he liked yet. So it was useless to think too much here now. He might as well think about how to improve his martial arts. If Xiaoyao and Mayu had not arrived in time this time, he might have lost his life. This kind of timely rain does not always come. So he is still like Xiaoxian. And strive to improve himself. If you rely on a mountain, it will fall. If you rely on a person, they will run away. For example, my dear little cousin. He has a beautiful woman by his side. And he has already forgotten his cousin. Alas. Wu Junrui looked down at Xiaoxian, who was curled up beside him and sleeping soundly. At least now, he has a little thing by his side, which makes him feel a little more comforted. Here, as time passed, Lu Yao got up and changed into a set of coarse cloth clothes of the local people. She also tied up her hair like the locals. She originally wanted to rub some wood ash on her face, but was stopped by Mayu. After a while, Lu Yao saw that everyone had gotten up one after another, so she stopped worrying about whether to put dust on her face. After she put on her clothes, she immediately took out food from her space and distributed it to everyone. After they had eaten, they had to sneak into the city in the dark. After eating and drinking, everyone packed up a little and set off quickly. Although it was late at night, it was not as dark as imagined, because today was a good day, with a sky full of stars and a crescent moon hanging in the sky. So although it was not as bright as day, it was still possible to see roughly within 3 or 5 meters. Junrui, tell everyone to hurry up. This dilapidated temple is really far from the capital. If we don't speed up, it might be dawn when we get there. Yes. Wu Junrui also thought of this possibility, so he immediately turned around and told Mo Lu, Mo Qi, Mo Jiu to take turns carrying Xiaoxian and speed up. After hearing what Wu Junrui said, they quickly took action. Mo Lu grabbed Xiaoxian, who hadn't reacted yet, and carried him on his back, then immediately trotted to catch up with the people in front. In this way, Lu Yao and the others took advantage of the night and quickly rushed towards the capital. Chapter 283 Melee. Lu Yao took a deep breath of fresh air, then she tightened her clothes. Bai Mayu saw her movements in the moonlight, so he whispered, "Girl, do you feel cold? Do you want to stop and put on more clothes before going?" But as soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help laughing. The clothes were in the girl's hands, and it seemed a bit redundant for him to ask. "No, it won't be cold if we walk a little faster." "Well, just tell me if it's cold, we're not in a hurry." Wu Junrui, who was following behind, heard Bai Mayu's words, and couldn't help curling his lips. What a two-faced guy, who just told everyone to hurry up, and now there's no hurry. But he could only think about it in his heart. If he really said it out loud, he would have to give up his life. Along the way, Lu Yao and the others only stopped occasionally to drink water. They hurried and finally arrived at the capital of Xiliang before dawn. When they arrived at the city gate and hid in a bush, they suddenly heard a rustling sound in a bush not far from them. Who? The sudden sound scared Lu Yao and the others. They tensed up. Before Lu Yao had time to release her spiritual sense to investigate, Bai Mayu shouted in a low voice. The voice over there heard Bai Mayu's angry shout. And at first it seemed to be frightened, and there was no movement. However, after a while, an excited voice came from there. "Master, is it you? Is it Mo Yi's voice?" As soon as the voice over there fell, Lu Yao recognized that it was Mo Yi's voice. "It's me." Obviously Bai Mayu also heard it, so he responded. As soon as Bai Mayu's voice fell, several black shadows in the forest not far away immediately ran towards him at a high speed. Lu Yao looked around in the moonlight and found that there were only 3 people. Her heart skipped a beat. If she remembered correctly, Mo Yi's team should have 5 people, including Dia. But now there were only 3 people. It was obvious that they had also encountered an ambush. At the same time, Lu Yao's heart became nervous. They were really careless just now. They didn't even realize that there were other people around besides them. They were glad that they were their own people. But if those assassins were hiding there, they would probably have suffered casualties by now. After all, it is difficult to defend against hidden arrows. This is something that no one can predict. When Moe, Moer, and Dia came closer, before Lu Yao could ask Dia how she got so covered in wounds, she saw Bai Moyu's face gloomy and said, Why are there only 3 of you? Where are Mo-san and Moc? Moe and Mo-er heard their master's words, and knelt on the ground with a thump. They lowered their heads, and said in a choked voice, "I'm sorry, Master. Mo-san and Moc have died in order to delay the enemy." Bai Mayu now had a nameless fire burning in his heart. In just one day, he had lost 3 of his confidants in succession. How could he not be angry, now that the real opponent has not even shown up? He has suffered heavy losses. This is to catch me in one fell swoop. Damn it. Bai Mayu narrowed his eyes. But even so, he could still block the chill in his heart. While treating the dozens of wounds on Daya's body, Lu Yao's eyes also flashed coldly. She clenched her fists tightly. And the old grudge was not avenged, and another one came. Very good. Very good. Miss. I'm sorry. Daya, who was standing opposite Lu Yao, saw Lu Yao's dark face, and thought that she had made her young lady unhappy. Silly girl, what are you sorry for? You are not at fault. Take good care of your wounds these days. When you are healed, cut me back one by one. Yes, miss. Daya was happy to see that her young lady was not angry with her. But she didn't feel it when she was nervous before. Now that she was relaxed, Daya felt that the wounds on her body were burning. She felt that it took a long time. The places where the medicine was applied were a little better, and there was a slight cool feeling. Daya endured the pain and looked around. But after looking for a long time, she didn't see Arya. She couldn't help but get anxious. She hurried back to Lu Yao and said in a choked voice, "Miss Arya?" Lu Yao saw her look and knew that she was worried about Arya. But she was also worried. It's just that she didn't know where they were and what the situation was. Although she was also worried, Lu Yao still comforted her. "We didn't meet Arya and the others, but it should be okay. Daya, we have to believe in Arya. She will be fine." Because of the situation learned from Moe and the injuries on the 3 of them, they also needed to recuperate for 2 days. So Bai Mayu immediately decided to rush back to the dilapidated temple before. But what they didn't expect was that someone was already waiting for them there. When Lu Yao and the others arrived at the ruined temple, Moe recognized him at a glance. This was the killer who had chased them. However, there were only 5 of them left. When Moe arrived at the ruined temple, the middle-aged man who led the group also found Moe and the others, and he had already grasped his weapon tightly in his hand. He glanced outside, and when he saw Bai Mayu, his eyes shrank. But it was just a moment, and he soon calmed down and said fiercely to his men, "Don't be afraid, brothers. The master will come to rescue our people soon. Besides, he has children and several injured people. I don't believe that Wan Dali can't deal with these few people." I don't know if he was really not afraid, or if he was cheering himself up. Anyway, this man named Wan Dali spoke very loudly, as if he was afraid that others couldn't hear him. That's what he said. But in fact, even Wan Dali was unsure. He was also scared, because he was the only one who knew that his master would never come to save him. Now they were probably still drinking wine and listening to music in the city. The rest of the people looked at each other. In fact, they knew better than anyone else that if they didn't fight today, no one would be able to get out of this. Everyone in Kyoto knew the reputation of General Bai. They didn't want to die. But what if they didn't want to die? They killed General Bai's men first, and they wanted him to let them go. It was impossible. So they had only one way out. That was to fight. So they gritted their teeth, roared, "Let's do it," and then rushed towards Lu Yao and the other kids with knives. If I can't beat the big one, can I deal with the small one? If I die, I have to take a few people with me. This is what Wan Dali and his friends are thinking at this time. However, what they didn't expect is that Lu Yao is a fake child. How can she compare with ordinary children? So they are sure to kick this iron wall today. Bang Killer number 2 just rushed out. But before he could do anything, he felt a pain in his abdomen. And then he flew out and hit the crumbling door of the ruined temple. Ah! Go! Avenge Mo-san and the others. Revenge. In an instant, a melee broke out in the ruined temple. However, no matter how you look at it, it seems that they are both crushing each other unilaterally at this time. However, who cares about this? Especially Lu Yao. She is now bloodthirsty, and wants to settle new and old grudges together. Although she can't get revenge, she must make them come and go today, and collect some interest first. Chapter 284 found the deep well. Wan Dali saw this situation, knowing that there was no way to end it peacefully today, so he held up his knife and roared, "Brothers, we are all going to die anyway, so let's die together. If we can't survive, they can't have an easy life either. Even if I die, I'll take someone with me." When Lu Yao saw this, she couldn't help but purse her lips. "Haven't you heard that villains die because they talk too much?" Since he thought so, then she would fulfill his wish. So Lu Yao lifted her foot and lightly jumped up, holding the long sword she had taken out of her space tightly in her hand, and attached a little bit of supernatural power to it. She learned from Dia that it was this man who talked too much and was so ugly that he killed Imo-san. So she would kill this beast for Imo-san and the others today. However, everyone was almost deceived by Wan Dali's sloppy appearance. Although he shouted so loudly, his eyes quickly glanced around. This action was so fast that Lu Yao, who was facing him, did not notice it. So when she attacked Wan Dali, he suddenly rushed over from a collapsed corner of the wall, trying to escape through that place. Lu Yao was obviously stunned by his bold move, but Bai Mayu obviously didn't want to give him this opportunity. As he rushed out, Bai Mayu, who was fighting with the other 4 killers, suddenly made a sharp turn, and at the same time, he threw a dagger in his other hand at Wan Dali, who wanted to escape. But it was obvious that Wan Dali was not a pushover. Otherwise, he would not have killed Imo-san and Mo-C so easily, and seriously injured Mo-E and others. Just when Bai Mayu's flying knife was shooting at him, Wan Dali just jumped a few times with his toes, successfully dodged Bai Mayu's flying knife, and flew onto the already shaky beam. Everyone was shocked by his skills. They didn't expect this person to be so skilled. They underestimated him. However, they were only stunned for a few seconds. Bai Mayu, Lu Yao, and Wu Junrui attacked Wan Dali from different directions. They must not let this person escape. Otherwise their positions would be exposed. Bai Mayu and Wu Junrui are indeed good brothers and life and death partners for many years. One of them was working on the upper road, the other was working on the lower road, not giving Wan Dali any time to breathe, and they were also trying their best to find opportunities for Lu Yao to attack. Lu Yao also performed exceptionally well today. After they fought for several rounds, she found an opportunity, and stabbed Wan Dali's abdomen with a sword in her hand. The speed of this sword was so fast that, from the stabbing to Wan Dali's scream, it was only a few seconds. Wan Dali covered his bleeding abdomen with one hand, and tightly grasped his sword with the other hand. His eyes seemed to be poisoned, and he stared at Lu Yao viciously. He never expected that this little girl, who was not even as tall as his waist, actually had some skills. Bai Mayu saw Wan Dali staring at Lu Yao, and his heart skipped a beat. He was afraid that Wan Dali would really be desperate and counterattack before his death, and kill Lu Yao. "Girl, step back." Bai Mayu did not give Wan Dali time and opportunity to fight back. He shouted to Lu Yao beside him, and stabbed the injured Wan Dali with his sword. Wu Junrui saw it, and rushed up with his weapon in hand. He wanted to avenge Mo-san and Mo-C, so he was particularly fierce this time. Lu Yao heard Bai Mayu's words, and knew that this was not the time to be a hero. So she retreated obediently. Her current martial arts skills were not as good as Wan Dali in front of her. If Bai Mayu and Wu Junrui hadn't created an opportunity for her, she knew clearly that she couldn't stab him with that knife. So for her own safety, it would be better for her to be a good child. Moreover, she believed that Bai Mayu alone was enough to deal with him, not to mention 2 people. So she decided to help Dia and the others. Wan Dali waved the sword desperately, but as he moved, the blood from the wound became more and more, and he knew that he could not hold on for much longer. As time went by, he became more and more tired. Wu Junrui saw the opportunity and stabbed fiercely. With a puff, Wan Dali was hit by the sword again, but this time he was obviously not so lucky. He only heard him fall to the ground with a cry of pain, and then he never got up again. Ah! Ah! Bang! Bang! With a few screams, and the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, Lu Yao's side also ended the battle. Looking at the 5 people lying motionless on the ground, everyone finally put their hearts at ease. Xiao Xian ran over and hugged Lu Yao tightly. Although he had experienced several battles, he was still a little scared when he saw so many dead people at once. Bai Mayu frowned at the corpses on the ground, and said to Emoer, Emolu and others who were in better condition, "You guys deal with these corpses. Everyone is tired today. Let's rest early. Junrui should rest early too." "Okay. Xiaoyao, do you have any ready-made food? I just had a fight, and I'm exhausted. I feel so hungry. Yes. Really. Believe it or not. I said I have it. Have you ever heard me lie? This is chaos and meat buns. They are still warm. Consider it a reward for your good performance today. Although Bai Mayu contributed the most, and I stabbed him with the first sword. You are Bai Mayu's cousin. I won't bother with you. Wu Junrui was heartbroken when he heard Lu Yao's words. He didn't expect that he would still drag down his cousin's blessing and take advantage of him. But compared to food, it's better to take advantage of it. It's better than nothing. Thinking of this, Wu Junrui instantly felt full of energy again. And Bai Mayu, who was originally gloomy, heard Lu Yao's words, and instantly felt warm in his heart. His girl is still the best. Just now, because of his blood brother, the depression of thinking about putting himself to death was gone. Yes, why should I worry about those things that are already irrelevant? They are no longer my family. Now he has his own family, people who need to be protected. Girl, Xiaoxian, Junrui, they are all my family. Girl. After Bai Mayu figured it out, he felt completely different. He walked over, ignoring everyone's teasing looks, and hugged Lu Yao tightly in his arms. From this moment on, he knew what he had to do. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. As for Chu Ju and Hao, you all wait for me. Lu Yao knew that even though he said he didn't care, he would definitely feel sad when he knew that his relatives wanted to kill him. Not to mention that his nominal father was also involved. He didn't know how to comfort him, so he could only use the most direct method, reaching out and silently hugging him back, burying his face deeply in his arms, hoping to warm this injured heart with his body temperature. She wanted to tell Bai Mayu with practical actions that even if the whole world abandoned him, she would not leave him. Chapter 285 Jade Mine. Master, Miss Xiaoyao, come and have a look, we found a well here. Just when the two were being affectionate, and Wu Junrui and Xiaoxian were about to roll their eyes at them, Mo Yi's shout suddenly came from the back of the hall, and instantly pulled the two back to the real world. Lu Yao stretched out her hand a little embarrassedly, and twisted the flesh on someone's waist. When Bai Mayu and the others in the hall heard Mo Yi's exclamation, they knew that this must not be an ordinary well, or there must be something wrong with this well, otherwise Mo Yi and the others would not be like this. So when they heard it, they quickly ran to the back. When Lu Yao and the others arrived at the well, Bai Mayu looked inside the well. Everything was normal, and there was no difference from other wells. If there was any difference, it was a dry well. And it was a dry well dug inside the house. The first thing that came to Bai Mayu's mind was that this was most likely a secret room or something. However, looking at the spider webs on the wall of the well, he had no intention of finding out what was going on. However, just as Bai Mayu turned around again and was about to scold Mo Yi and the others with a dark face, Lu Yao, who was standing beside him, suddenly screamed, looked at him excitedly, and even blinked at him imperceptibly. Seeing this action, Bai Mayu understood immediately. There might be something like jade in the well, and it was also important to the girl's space. Otherwise she would not do this little action. It's okay. The girl and I will take a look here first. You can go over and have something to eat, Bai Mayu said, took Lu Yao's hand and squatted down, and motioned Lu Yao to take out the torch. In fact, as soon as Lu Yao arrived at the well and stood still, she felt that her space had a slight movement. Although it was imperceptible, Lu Yao was too eager to have this feeling, so even a slight movement was felt by her. And just now when Bai Mayu was checking, she put her hand on the edge of the well. The longer she stayed, the stronger she felt the movement. But why didn't she notice it last time? Could it be that there were too few jade stones in the well? Or the quality was not very good, so she could only feel it when she was very close. But no matter what, she wanted to go down to the well to take a look. Looking at Mo Yi, Wu Junrui and others who were still standing there, Bai Mayu said directly, Junrui, you take them to guard here, and shout if there is anything. Now the girl and I will go down to the well to take a look. Hearing Bai Mayu's words, Wu Junrui and others, no matter how stupid they were, knew that there was something strange in the well, or that there was something strange about these two people. Although their small movements just now were not obvious, people close to them could see it, especially Xiaoyao. Because of her exclamation, Bai Mayu decided to go down to check. However, looking at the deep well, several people still advised them to think again. What if there is any danger inside? Dai and Xiaoxian also held Lu Yao's hand tightly, not wanting her to go down. Bai Mayu and Lu Yao didn't want to say much now. After comforting Dia and Xiaoxian, they waved to the crowd, signaling them to step back a little bit. Then, they lit the torches in their hands, cleaned up the spider webs around, and then climbed carefully to the bottom of the well. Bai Mayu took the lead, and Lu Yao followed closely. The two of them slowly slid into the well along the wall. However, after going down the well, they found that the wall was only 5 or 6 meters deep, and it was quite spacious underneath. It was no problem to accommodate 20 people. However, there was nothing else on the ground except some gravel and soil. Bai Mayu looked around with a torch in doubt. He found that there was a passage on one side of the well wall that could accommodate 2 people walking side by side. He thought about it, turned around, took Lu Yao's hand, and walked slowly and carefully towards the passage. As they went deeper and deeper, Lu Yao's eyes became brighter and brighter. She seemed a little excited at this time, because she found that the deeper she went, the more obvious the changes in her space became. The two did not encounter any danger along the way, except for a few small insects occasionally. They also saw the bones of several dead people lying on the ground. Judging from these broken skeletons, these people did not die normally. But for the two of them, there was nothing to be afraid of. They had seen many dead people, so why should they be afraid of a few skeletons? Lu Yao kept comforting herself in her heart, but looking at her small movements of constantly turning her head and looking back. You could tell her mood at the moment. Everyone who had walked the night road knew this, so I won't explain it here. Unconsciously, Bai Mayu had already entered the deepest part of the well with Lu Yao, and they felt as if they had been going downhill since they entered the passage. The further they walked, the slower Bai Mayu and his companions walked. Every few steps, they would stop to look or listen to the surroundings, for fear of danger or something. Although they had not encountered any danger along the way, they still did not dare to be careless. They walked for about half an hour. Looking at the jade in front of them, Lu Yao was so excited that she put her hand on the exposed jade. She felt countless small threads swimming into her body. Lu Yao suddenly felt warm all over, and at the same time, her space seemed to be slowly expanding. Looking at Lu Yao's expression, Bai Mayu knew that she must be the same as when she absorbed the jade bracelet he gave her last time. So he did not disturb her, but picked up a small piece of jade on the ground and looked at it. This is the best imperial jade. Bai Mayu looked at the jade in his hand and exclaimed softly, "This is imperial jade. The quality is so good that even an outsider like him can tell that it is a good product. If it were placed in Kyoto, it would be worth all the money. And this one feels much better than the one he bought last time." But even though he knew it was valuable, he didn't have the slightest idea of exchanging it for money, because in his heart, his girl was much more valuable than this. Lu Yao kept her hand on the jade for 2 or 3 hours without moving, and she felt that the jade in the passage should have been absorbed by her. But at this time, Lu Yao was soaked in sweat, as if she had just been fished out of the water. Bai Mayu saw this and hugged her in his arms with heartache. Looking at the weak girl, he blamed himself in his heart, and he shouldn't have listened to her. Unlike Bai Mayu's self-blame, Lu Yao now looked very tired, but she was very excited, because her space had already grown from 100 square meters to almost 500 square meters. If there were a few more jade mines like this, wouldn't her space return to its previous state? Has it really grown so much? Bai Mayu was stunned when he heard Lu Yao's words. After he reacted, he asked uncertainly, 500 square meters? After seeing Lu Yao nod, Bai Mayu also laughed like Lu Yao. After the two laughed, Bai Mayu quickly let go of Lu Yao, then turned his back and told her to change her clothes. Otherwise she would catch a cold. After Lu Yao changed her clothes, she took out a big watermelon from her space, and she must celebrate such a beautiful moment. Chapter 286 Chu Juhan. Bai Mayu. Come and eat some watermelon. I tell you, this watermelon is very sweet, Lu Yao said as she handed a piece of cut watermelon to Bai Mayu. Bai Mayu smiled slightly, and did not follow Lu Yao's instructions to take it with his hands. Instead, he leaned over and took a big bite from Lu Yao's hand. He also shamelessly showed Lu Yao an ambiguous smile. For some reason, he felt that this watermelon was particularly sweet today. It's delicious. You should eat it quickly. But where did you buy this melon? Why haven't I seen you eat it before? I bought it when we first arrived in Xiliang. There were only 3 in total. I couldn't bear to eat them. Don't spit out the watermelon seeds. If you want to spit them on the oil paper. Whether I can eat it next year depends entirely on these seeds. As Lu Yao said this, she took a big bite. It was tender and juicy, After taking a bite, Lu Yao suddenly felt that her whole body was full of blood, and she felt much better. It was so delicious that Lu Yao narrowed her eyes. The watermelons grown in this unpolluted environment were sweet, and they were the crunchy kind she liked the most. At this moment, she felt particularly satisfied and happy. Eat slowly, no one will snatch it from you. Bai Mayu looked at Lu Yao, whose mouth was full of watermelon juice, and shook his head helplessly. He knew that this girl loved to eat, so he could only tell her to eat slowly. What else could he do? If he told her not to eat, she might get angry immediately. So he could only spoil his own girl. Let her eat if she wanted to. At most, he could give her his share. Bai Mayu looked at Lu Yao with a doting look on his face, and occasionally took out a handkerchief to wipe the watermelon juice flowing out of her mouth. Chu Juhan, who had just arrived at the border of Xiliang Kingdom, started coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Juhan covered his mouth, his face turned red from coughing, and he felt that his lungs were about to be coughed out. Wang, master, someone, bring the medicine over quickly. Butler Wang heard the cough of his own prince and rushed in. When he saw him coughing like that, he hurriedly ordered someone to bring in the medicine that had just been boiled for his own prince to take. And he quickly went to the inner room to take out a thin blanket for him to cover, for fear that he would catch a cold and his condition would worsen. He didn't agree with his own prince taking this risk from the beginning. But, alas, the master's decision was not something a servant like him could influence. Uncle Wang, I don't know if it's because I'm too tired from traveling recently, or because my illness has worsened, but I always feel that the medicine I took recently doesn't seem to have any effect. Chu Junhan waved his hand at the chattering steward Wang, and said with a red face and some effort, from the original owner's memory, he knew that he had been a medicine jar since he was a child, and his body was no match for others. So he didn't like to contact outsiders since he was a child, because as long as someone stopped, he felt that he couldn't breathe, or had difficulty breathing. The imperial doctors could not find out the cause. But Chu Junhan, who had traveled through time, knew that this was congenital asthma, which could not be cured with modern medical conditions, let alone in the ancient times when there was a shortage of doctors and medicines. Therefore, the only one who could save him now was Lu Yao. However, after taking medicine for so many years, he would know whether the medicine was effective or not as soon as he drank it. It seemed that someone around him had been bribed, or someone had planted him from the beginning. Now this chess piece was activated, and he wanted to kill him. Who was this person? Master, you don't have to worry too much. Now we have arrived in Xiliang. As long as this person is still there, your illness can still be cured. The old and experienced Wang Zongguan knew what his prince meant, so he did not mention Lu Yao's name. He was afraid that there would be too many people here, and if there was really a spy, not only would their prince be in danger, but also Miss Lu Yao would be in danger. If she got into trouble, his prince would have no chance to survive. So this matter must not be known to others. Manager Wang thought about it, and sighed deeply in his heart. His prince had been a peaceful person since he was a child, and he was also seriously ill. Why couldn't those people let him go? Chu Junhan ignored Manager Wang, who was frowning there. Now they were in a small town on the border of Xiliang State. In this small town, half of the houses were built by the river. Chu Junhan gently pushed open the curtains, and what caught his eyes was a river 5 or 6 meters wide. The green river water was like a fine ribbon. Standing by the window, Chu Junhan felt the gentle breeze blowing from the river, which immediately made him feel relaxed and happy. This feeling could not be felt in Kyoto, thousands of miles away, compared with the coldness in the north. Chu Junhan felt that he preferred this Jiangnan atmosphere. Moreover, in modern times, with the increasing severity of industrial pollution and vehicle exhaust emissions, he had not seen such clear river water for a long time. In the modern world, the fish and shrimp in the rivers are all polluted, and no one dares to eat the schools of fish. Even the vast ocean has become a seriously polluted area. So compared with that world, he still prefers this world. Of course, it would be better if there was a TV to watch to relieve boredom. Chu Junhan, who had been standing in front of the window for a while, turned around and said to Wang Zongguan, "Is there any news over there?" "My lord, according to our people's report, they should be near the capital of Xiliang." But Wang Zongguan thought of the news reported by the spies, and didn't know how to start. He was afraid that telling the truth would irritate his master and aggravate his condition. But what? Even you are not telling the truth now. The struggling Wang Zongguan shuddered when he heard Chu Junhan's words. For his own life, He could only bite the bullet and tell the truth. But now there are two groups of people chasing them. One group is led by the fourth prince himself. They want to break the emperor's wings. They probably want the first prince to cooperate with them, from inside and outside. The other group is the group of Bai Mashwan, the brother of General Bai, who has severed relations with him. So our people haven't found out where they are now. Maybe it's because he was a soldier in his previous life. So Chu Junhan has a unique feeling for Bai Mayu, who is a defender of his country, or a sense of belonging. But these people actually wanted to kill a person who could protect them for their own selfish reasons. This more or less chilled him. How could such people take on the responsibility of a country? If it weren't for Bai Mayu's help, he and his elder brother would have turned into bones. He didn't believe that Chu Junhao would show mercy to them. Chu Junhan sneered. But the two brothers Chu Junhao were really willing to spend a lot of money. They took action personally. They must have made all preparations to put Bai Mayu to death. Lone wolf. Poison wolf. After a moment of silence, Chu Junhan called out to the empty beam. Master, each of you lead a team now. Set off immediately. Find the whereabouts of General Bai, and protect them. Anyone who attacks them will be killed without mercy. Yes, Master. Lone wolf and poison wolf heard their master's words, and responded in unison, and quickly disappeared, as if they had never been here. Next, Chu Junhan and Manager Wang discussed the next plan again. But Chu Junhan was the one who spoke most of the time, and Manager Wang nodded and agreed, and occasionally added some hot tea to his teacup. Chapter 287 Traitor. Prince Wu, quickly, take Xiaoxian and the others down to the well, to find the master and the others, quickly. Moe, who was in charge of the secret sentry, ran to the hall at full speed, and whispered to Wu Junrui and others who were sitting on the haystack to rest. Wu Junrui subconsciously stood up from the haystack, pulled Xiaoxian beside him to look at Moe, and made an attacking gesture. Moe, there are only a few cats and dogs. We don't need to be so nervous, let alone hide. Besides, the master has been in for so long. If there is danger inside, there won't be anyone to help. Mo Lu, who came back late at night, looked up at Mo Yida, who was panting heavily. Moe? Wu Junrui looked at Moe in confusion. Mo Lu, did you really look carefully just now? Moe did not answer Wu Junrui at this time, but looked at Mo Lu with a gloomy face. He did not believe that he did not see clearly with his eyesight. Hearing Moe's words, Wu Junrui and others looked at Mo Lu with suspicion. Look carefully. There are only 10 people. You? Why are you looking at me like that? Mo Lu's back was soaked with sweat at this time. He knew that he was a little too anxious just now. But if he could not get the antidote again, he would only face endless pain. And that person promised him that as long as he could hold his master and others back, he would give him the antidote this time. Hearing Mo Lu's words, Mo Yi's eyes darkened. He didn't expect that at this time. He would still lie with his eyes open. In his eyes, were the lives of his brothers really so fearless? So when he wasn't paying attention, Moe stretched out his hand and chopped his neck with a knife, knocking him unconscious. Moe little Lu. Seeing Mo Lu knocked unconscious by Moe, everyone exclaimed and looked at Moe in confusion. Prince Wu, I suspect that these people can find our exact location every time. It is very likely that there is a traitor among us. And this person is Mo Lu. Because this time, there are not only a dozen people, but at least 60 or 70 people. Now those people continue to keep us for about a cup of tea. So we must leave here quickly. Otherwise none of us can leave. Histaya and the others all changed their faces when they heard Moe's words. And they all took a breath of cold air. Wu Junrui's face was even more gloomy. And he said in a cold voice, Moe? Are you sure? I'm not sure if it was Mo Lu. But he did lie just now. So I asked him if he saw it clearly, just to confirm it again. But I didn't expect. Moe was not sure now. And he hoped in his heart that he was just overthinking. After all, they had been together for so many years. And he couldn't think of any reason for Mo Lu to betray them. The brothers who had been through life and death together. What should we do now? The young lady is still in there? Dayo was anxiously turning around. Her young lady and her husband were still in there. Yes, and it is not certain whether there are other people ambushing in other directions. Moe also said worriedly. So, everyone listen to Moe now, and hurry down the well to meet up with Mou and Xiaoyao. Moe, you take Xiaoxian and Dia first, and I and Moer will deal with the traces? Wu Junrui said anxiously. What about Mo. Take him first, no matter what. We will talk about it after we meet Emogio. You are responsible for keeping an eye on him. Yes. Moe and Emogio said in unison. Then, they slid down the deep well holding Xiaoxian. Because there were no torches, they could only carefully run forward along the passage with the fire starters they carried with them. Wu Junrui and Moer, who were above, carried a large pile of hay and placed it on the edge of the well. Then, they went down the well and pulled the hay to the mouth of the deep well, and then quickly caught up with Moe and the others. When Wu Junrui and the others found Bai Mayu and Lu Yao, it was already an hour later. Bai Mayu took a deep breath as he looked at the embarrassed people. He turned his head with a gloomy face and looked at Mo Lu, who was knocked unconscious. He said angrily in a deep voice, "What happened?" Wu Junrui looked at Bai Mayu's appearance and hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Mou, this place is not suitable for staying for a long time. We must leave here immediately. Otherwise I am afraid that those people will find the wellhead and follow our traces to catch up." Lu Yao stood aside and said anxiously, "What happened to Dia?" Originally, Moe and Mo Lu were patrolling outside. But not long after, Moe came back and said that there were many people chasing us and asked us to run quickly. But Mo Lu came back and said that there were only a dozen cats and dogs, and told us not to worry. He also said that he would wait for you to come out. Then Moe knocked him out with a knife. And then, we fled here. Dia heard what her lady said and answered hurriedly, "What? A lot of people chasing us." When Lu Yao heard Dia's words, her face became serious. This sounded wrong. Either Mo Lu was really problematic, or Moe was lying again and again. But when she thought of the people chasing them all the way, the traitor might really exist otherwise. Those people would not know the location of their group so accurately every time. Moe looked at his master staring at him and said, "Master, I am not lying, really. There are at least 60 or 70 people, so there is no time to lose. We really have to leave here immediately." Bai Mayu's face was really ugly at this time, and he said in a cold voice, "Wake him up." "Yes, master." Moe saw that his master's anger had reached the edge, and responded a little fearfully. Wu Junrui, who was standing by, saw this and hurried forward and said, "Mou, don't be angry yet. This may just be a coincidence." However, thinking about what he had discovered along the way, Wu Junrui felt that this was a far-fetched argument. Mo Lu, who was awakened by Moe, opened his eyes and saw his master with a dark face under the firelight. His heart skipped a beat, and his first reaction was to turn around and try to escape. However, he was stopped by Moe and Moer, who were watching his every move. "Xiao Lu." Looking at his actions, Moe shouted in disappointment. He really didn't want to believe that this brother who grew up with us would betray his master and be stabbed in the back by them. Bai Mayu looked at Mo Lu, who was being held down, and said coldly, "Mo Lu, tell me, why do you do this? If you dare to say no, don't blame me for being ruthless. You chose this path yourself, so you should have thought of the consequences." Hearing Bai Mayu's words, Mo Lu knelt on the ground with a thump and said in a sobbing voice, "Master, I was also forced. Really, they captured me and fed me poison. If I didn't tell them your whereabouts, they wouldn't give me the antidote. I also tried to resist, but it was really too painful. My whole body felt like being eaten by termites. So, so this matter really can't blame me. Really. Master, please forgive me this time. Master." Mo Lu sobbed and kowtowed to Bai Mayu while crying. When Wu Junrui heard what Mo Lu said, he was so angry that he kicked him and said, "You dare to quibble. I don't blame you. I spared you. Do you know that because of you? Mo Wu, Mo San, Moc and others will not die. And Dia and others will not be injured. And now there is no news from Mo Yao, Mo Sure and others. You say, if you are not to blame, who should we blame? Should we blame us for feeding an ungrateful wolf?" Wu Junrui kicked him a few more times with dissatisfaction. If Emogio hadn't stopped him in time, he really wanted to kill this ungrateful guy right now. Mou was so good to them. How could he dare to? Now by Mou was not sure if there were still people around him who had changed their minds. So he had to be more cautious in the future. And the girl's matter must not be known to anyone other than them, including Wu Junrui. And he could not reveal any flaws. Chapter 288, Road Blocked by Gravel. Seeing this result, Mo Lu panicked instantly. Now he only hoped that his master would spare him this time for the sake of their past friendship. Xiao Xian stared at Mo Lu kneeling on the ground. No matter how ignorant he was, he now understood that the elder sister and the others were talking about the person who had betrayed him yesterday and killed Mo Wu and the others. He couldn't help but tremble and hugged his elder sister and cried. Xiao Xian, it's okay? Don't cry, it's not your fault really. After being comforted by Lu Yao, Xiao Xian's emotions slowly calmed down. He was really scared by the sudden answer just now. He didn't expect that the big brother, who usually looked so smiling, could be so bad. After seeing Xiao Xian calm down, Lu Yao nodded to Bai Mayu. They didn't have any extra time to waste here, so they had to make a quick decision and leave here quickly. Otherwise, if they were caught up, they would not be a match for them. Dia clenched her fist tightly, staring at Mo Lu, who was kneeling on the ground. She also wanted to do the same as Wu Junrui, to go up and kill the man who killed Mo San and Mo Si, and wanted to kill her young lady and son-in-law. Bai Mayu stared at Mo Lu on the ground, and said word by word, I'll give you one last chance now. Did you tell anyone about the girl? Hearing Bai Mayu's words, Mo Lu's eyes lit up, and he shook his head and said immediately, No. Master, I didn't say a word about Miss Xiaoyao. Really? You have to believe me. And they didn't seem to know about Miss Xiaoyao's existence at the beginning. Hearing Mo Lu's words, Bai Mayu curled his lips, which means that now he has told everyone about Xiaoyao's existence. And only the secret has not been revealed yet. However, for such a person, it is only a matter of time before this matter is revealed. So he does not intend to let him go. So he just nodded to Moe beside him. In fact, it was not Mo Lu who revealed the matter of Lu Yao, but Chu Juanhao found such a powerful person next to Bai Moyu, and wanted to get more information from Mo Lu. But it was too late. As for the traitor, when they arrived in Xiliang Kingdom and entered the deep mountains and forests, and those people could find him accurately, he began to suspect whether there was a traitor around him. But he was not sure who it was. That's why he asked everyone to form groups. But he didn't expect that things would go a little beyond his expectations. No. It should be that he underestimated human nature. He did not expect Mo Lu to be so desperate. So, no matter how Mo Lu struggled, he was eventually taken down by Moe and killed with a single knife. Mou, what should we do now? We better act together now, so as not to be defeated one by them. And we have to leave here as soon as possible to find Mo Yao and area. I'm worried that if we are late, there will be some unpredictable changes. When Moe came back, Bai Mo Yuhan spoke when he heard Wu Junrui's words. Now they don't have much time. If they don't leave, he is afraid that those people will follow their trail, and they will be trapped in this passage. So they must leave now, before those people find this place. Lu Yao and others immediately replied, Okay. Let's do it. And now we can only move forward, not backward. The girl is right. Mo Gio and Mo Chi, you protect Xiao Xian. Moe and Mo Air will cover the rear. Yes. Master. After Bai Mayu gave the order, he took Lu Yao's hand and led the way with a torch. As for whether the road ahead would be a dead end, they didn't think too much, and they didn't have room to think about it. But what you fear will come true. Just after they walked out for about half an hour, Lu Yao, who had the best hearing, heard noisy footsteps coming from a passage far away from them. Just as Moe said, there were quite a few people, and they seemed to be getting closer and closer. Bai Mayu also heard it. He felt that things were not going well, because he found that there were more and more gravel in front of him, which made the passage smaller. Some places were even just enough for one person to pass through. Stop! What's wrong with Bai Mayu? Seeing Bai Mayu stop, Lu Yao asked anxiously. Although it was too rainy here, and not suitable for fighting, there were too many people on the other side. Even if they fought in a round-robin battle, they would be exhausted to death. Girl, quickly collect all the scattered rubble into the space, then put them out together, and pile them on the passage, block the way back. Moe. You guys also, collect the rubble, wait for the girl to collect them. Yes. After hearing Bai Moyu's words, Lu Yao and Moe understood instantly, so they all started to work. As long as the passage is blocked, it will take some time for those people to get through. Because they don't have a cheat like me, this will give them enough time to escape, and they can still use this method all the way. If they could hold him back for 3 to 5 days, they would naturally give up because of the shortage of supplies. But it was different here. There were only a few of them. As long as the air was circulating, it would be no problem for them to stay here for a month or two. This time, his space was full. The meat alone was enough for them to eat for a long time. Just after they successfully blocked the passage, Lu Yao and the others heard footsteps approaching them, which made them breathe a sigh of relief. They didn't expect that these people would catch up so quickly. Lu Yao released a little bit of mental power and took a look. She found that there were quite a few people. They were all dressed in black, and one of them was holding a big knife and a sharp sword. It was obvious that they had been strictly trained. Lu Yao quickly made a gesture to silence them. But unexpectedly, before they could make a sound, these killers said, "General Bai, I know you are in there. Instead of waiting to die in there, I advise you to go out and meet our master. Our master appreciates you very much." Our master said, "As long as you agree to cooperate with him, he will forgive all the past, and you can continue to be your general." Bai Mayu heard the other party's words. Sneered, "I'm here. Who is your master? If you are willing to cooperate, ask him to come and tell me in person. You are not qualified yet," Bai Mayu said, while waving his hand to signal everyone to retreat and continue to collect gravel along the way. According to the current air circulation, this passage has another exit. So now, as long as they delay the enemy, they will have a way to leave here. When the people over there heard what Bai Mayu said, they shouted, "General Bai, we are just following orders. I hope you won't make things difficult for us. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Go back and tell your master. Come if you have the guts. General Bai, don't refuse a toast. Brothers, get started. Clean up these rubbles for me." The leader was called Songda, one of Chu Juanhao's personal guards. After he finished speaking, he thought for a while, and said to one of his men on this side, "Go and tell the prince about the situation here in detail." "Yes," because the matter was urgent. The soldier turned around and ran towards the entrance of the deep well. Damn it! Song Daiji could not wait for Bai Mayu's reply, and he knew he had been fooled. So he cursed. He ordered his men to quickly open the rubble on the passage. But without a space cheat like Lu Yao, it was not easy to move the rubble. So after a while, the soldiers' hands were worn out. And because the passage was too narrow, they were miserable. Chapter 289 Encounter. Pa. Chu Juanhao was very angry when he heard the report from the soldier. "You are all a bunch of trash. What use are you?" He threw a teacup out. Pa, and in an instant a fine jade cup was smashed to pieces. The soldier who came to report was so scared that he knelt there and trembled, and the people who served beside Chu Juanhao also lowered their heads one by one, daring not to make any sound, not even to breathe. "Your Majesty, calm down." The temple was so quiet that it was scary. Chu Juanhao's face was gloomy. It seemed that he was going to succeed, but he didn't expect that Bai Mayu would take advantage of him again. But he wanted to see how many days they could hide in this deep well. With the supplies they had, they could only stay for about 3 days at most. By then, they would have no food or drink and would starve to death. But the only thing to worry about was that they would find another exit. So, Xiao Tongzi, send someone to tell the 7th Prince of Xiliang, tell him that if he wants me to cooperate with him, he should show some sincerity and ask him to send troops to surround the mountain immediately and help search. And he will fulfill his promise and lend him a hand afterwards. If he agrees, you can give him the portraits of Bai Mayu and Wu Jianrui. Chu Juanhao said, as he took out 2 portraits from his arms and handed them to Xiao Tongzi beside him. "Yes, Your Majesty." After Xiao Tongzi took the portraits and left, he rushed to the capital at full speed. "And here, Uncle Wang, what did you say?" The 4th brother actually got in touch with the 7th Emperor of Xiliang, and the two have already cooperated. And they also sent troops to help him hunt down Bai Mayu overnight. Chu Juhan, who received the news, stood up from his chair in shock, looked at Wang Zongwan in front of him in disbelief and asked, "If this is true, then Bai Mayu and the others are really doomed this time. This is their territory. It is not easy to escape their pursuit." "Which direction did those people go?" "According to our people, they said that they were in a dilapidated temple dozens of miles away from the capital. There is a big mountain there. And they went to search the mountain. General Bai must have a traitor, otherwise, with his ability, it would be impossible for him to be discovered so quickly." Chu Juhan frowned as he spoke. Now, he just hoped that Lone Wolf and the others could find them in advance, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. If Bai Mayu got into trouble, not only would his elder brother, who was far away in Kyoto, be in trouble, but he himself would also be unavoidable. "Uncle Wang, you must gather our people quickly. As for those people, Had they been dealt with? Chu Juhan said as he walked out. Now he had to be very careful. For his own safety, he could not care about so many things. At this moment, he would rather kill 100 people by mistake than let one go, or he would be the one to die. Yes, master. After we deal with them, we will set off immediately. They must not be in any danger, otherwise I am afraid I will not live for more than 2 years. But master, your body. There is no but, I know my body well. Chu Juhan was very anxious now. He could not wait to gather people, and then personally led the way to the dilapidated temple outside the capital. Of course, he did all this in disguise and in secret otherwise. If he was discovered by the people of Shiliang, he would probably die in advance. When Chu Juhan rushed to the vicinity of the capital, he saw soldiers everywhere. It was difficult for him to get close to the place, and he was not sure where Ma Yu and the others were at the moment. As a last resort, they could only go back to the capital, disguised as local people, and hid in the crowd to get information. Wise King. Suddenly, a young man with a hunched back in the crowd saw Chu Juhan and deliberately approached him. He whispered in his ear, then pointed to an alley next to him, signaling him to follow him. If Lu Yao and the others were here, they would probably recognize at a glance that the hunchback young man was Mo Yao. He was completely confused at this moment. He did not expect that he would suddenly check the news of his master when he started the uprising at midnight. And he did not expect to run into the wise king, who he had met several times on the street. So he approached the other party without thinking. When Chu Juhan first heard someone calling him, he was startled. He quickly raised his eyes to look at the other party. Suddenly, his mind moved. Maybe this person is very likely to be General Bai's man. If it is Lao Si's man, he does not need to dress like this. So after thinking for a while, he rushed in the direction pointed by the hunchback young man. Chu Juhan followed Mo Yao calmly. He wanted to see what this man wanted to do by bringing him here. At the same time, he held the small 3-shot crossbow he had just taken out of his space and secretly hid it in his sleeve. This was his trump card. If the other party had any bad intentions, he could shoot him immediately. Moreover, there were gray wolves, blue wolves, water wolves and sand wolves protecting him in secret. Master! When Wang Zongwan watched his own prince follow an unknown man, he shouted in shock. How did he find that his prince was getting bolder and bolder? In this unfamiliar place, could he just walk with a stranger? What if it was a trap? What if something went wrong? When he returned, how would he explain to the emperor? When he thought of the emperor's words before leaving, Wang Zongwan shuddered involuntarily. But seeing his own prince's unyielding expression, he could only shut up and silently follow behind. Who are you? Chu Juhan followed him into the alley, looking at the boy with his back hunched and his back facing him, and asked coldly. Mo Yao stood there, and when he checked that there was no tail following him, he suddenly turned around, knelt on one knee and whispered to Chu Juhan, Long live the wise king! Long live the wise king! I am Mo Yao, the Mo family guard. Oh! Why should I believe you? Chu Juhan said, holding the crossbow and pointing it at Mo Yao, and walked towards him step by step. Mo Yu, who was kneeling on the ground, looked up and happened to see the crossbow that Chu Juhan took out. When he saw the crossbow, his eyes flashed. He didn't understand why mysterious things were in his hands. Did they know each other? Or did the wise king have met his master? Chu Juhan took out a crossbow and wanted to test whether he knew it. However, when he saw Mo Yao's eyes just now, he knew instantly that Mo Yao not only knew it but also used it. You know this? Ah? Mo Yao didn't expect that the wise king had such good observation skills. Just based on his trance just now, he concluded that he knew this crossbow. However, he didn't intend to answer, but asked, Has the wise king met our general? No, but I can give you a useful piece of information. But you must take me with you. How about it? You and Wang Zongwan. And the 4 above? No. Wang Zongwan stays. Master? No. No. If the emperor knows, he will kill me with a knife. Not only was Mo Yao shocked by this, but even Wang Zongwan behind the two of them couldn't believe it and objected repeatedly. His prince wanted to leave him alone. How could this be possible? Uncle Wang, you talk too much. Master? I don't want to say it again. Yes. When Wang Zongwan heard Chu Juhan's words, he knew that it was meaningless to say more, so he could only agree. However, he was glad that he didn't say that he would not take Qing Lang and the others with him, which made him feel more at ease. Mo Yao thought about Chu Juanhan's words, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Good wise king, I promise you." Chapter 290. Walking out of the cave. In a house in the capital, when Mo Yao and the others heard Chu Juanhan's words, they all frowned. They never thought that the soldiers who left the city before dawn were heading for their master and Miss Xiao Yao. If that was true, the master and the others would be in danger. "Your Highness." Just as Chu Juanhan and Mo Yao were discussing when to set off, suddenly Qin Lang, who had returned from outside, came to Chu Juanhan's side, lowered his head, and whispered a few words in his ear. Chu Juanhan's face changed when he heard Qin Lang's words, and he said to Mo Yao beside him, "Mo Yao, things have changed. We must set off immediately. Otherwise General Bai might be in real danger." Qin Lang just reported that the 7th Prince of Xiliang Kingdom has mobilized another 10,000 troops to Qingyun Mountain on the pretext of training troops. Mo Yao jumped up from his chair in shock when he heard Chu Juanhan's words. In other words, there are now 15,000 troops on Qingyun Mountain, not including Chu Juanhan's troops. But the master is still trapped in the Jade Mine Cave, and has no idea about the situation outside. If they come out now, they will run into their encirclement. No. He has to find the master quickly and tell him the news. Otherwise it will be troublesome if it is too late. Mo Yao hurriedly called Arya and the others, packed up and prepared a few days of dry food, and took Chu Juanhan to leave the courtyard and headed straight to Qingyun Mountain. Wang Zhongwan hid in the crowd, watching his own prince's hurried departure, tightened his hands in his sleeves, and finally sighed helplessly, left here silently, and returned to the border of Xiliang Kingdom with the rest of the people. Now he only hoped that his prince could return safely. Otherwise they would all be buried with him. The few of them hurried along the way, not daring to stop at all, fearing that if they were late, Bai Mayu and his friends would encounter an accident. Not long after, Chu Juanhan, under the leadership of Qin Lang, avoided being seen and heard, and successfully arrived near the ruined temple where Bai Mayu and his friends had stayed, and they hid in a bush. "Where are the people?" Qin Lang pointed to the ruined temple in the distance and said, "The 4th Prince and the 7th Prince are both staying inside." According to the soldiers who were searching, General Bai and his men are hiding in a deep well in the ruined temple. There is an abandoned jade mine inside. Now the 4th Prince has sent people to block the passage, but it seems that General Bai blocked the way out with the waste stones inside. So he called the 7th Prince to help. It is said that they are afraid that General Bai will escape from another passage. They are now looking for an exit all over the mountains and plains, hoping to block General Bai inside and starve him to death. So we must find them as soon as possible. Hearing Qin Lang's words, Mo Yao and Arya breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It is probably not that easy to starve their own lady master to death. Now they are relieved. This is actually the best outcome. They will naturally give up if they can't find anyone, and the supplies at their master's place. If there are only 2 of them, it is not a problem to last for a few months. What is the situation in the cave now? I don't know. There are people in it who belong to the 4th Prince. Our people dare not ask rashly, fearing that they will arouse suspicion. Chu Juanhan thought for a while and said, "Continue to send 2 people to watch here. If there is anything, notify me in time." Now we and Mo Yao will go to the direction where there are many people. The people of the 4th Prince have been to the jade mine, and they must know the approximate location. It is right for us to go to the place where there are many people. Yes, Master. Yes, Prince. Qin Lang and Mo Yao heard Chu Juanhan's words, and said in unison, "This is the only way now." At this time, Lu Yao and Bai Mayu, who were hiding in the mine tunnel, had no idea that they had been surrounded by more than 10,000 people. Now they were in the cave, walking quickly, collecting gravel along the way to block the road. Of course, they had to stop to take a breath, rest for a while and eat something. Otherwise they would be exhausted and starved to death before the enemy chased them. After a long time, they finally walked out of the jade mine tunnel. But Bai Mayu and others who came out were dumbfounded. Moe and Mo Air who went out to explore the way came back to report that the mountains were full of soldiers from Xiliang, and it seemed that the targets they were arresting were themselves. Lu Yao and the others were completely stunned. How could this happen in just 2 days? Mou, what should we do now? After hearing Wu Jianrui's words, these people haven't discovered me yet, but with so many people, it's only a matter of time before they discover me, so I have to find a way to get out of their encirclement as soon as possible. As for what to do, he hasn't figured it out yet, but why these people would surround me here, I can only ask Chu Juanhao. This villain, I'm sure this guy has reached an unspeakable secret with the people of Shiliang. It seems that in order to put me to death, he really spent a lot of money. Thinking of this, Bai Mayu narrowed his eyes dangerously, and secretly made up his mind that he must get rid of this villain this time. Otherwise he and the girl would never have peace. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Yao quietly came behind the two soldiers, who were taking advantage of the situation, and were lazy there. Lu Yao and Dia looked at each other, then took a breath, raised the dagger high, and stabbed the necks of the two people sitting on the ground. The two people who were resting just felt a chill in their necks, and then felt an unknown liquid flowing out from there. They knew it was over. You saved them. Come! But before they could shout for help, the two men's necks had already twisted, and they were lifeless. After Lu Yao and Dia saw that the two men had no breath, they quickly collected some dead leaves on the ground, and hid the two men, so that they would not be discovered so early, and they could buy more time for themselves. After handling the scene, Lu Yao picked up the sabers that the two men had dropped on the ground and threw them into the space. Then he took Dia and walked quietly to the entrance of the jade mine. When they returned to the cave, they found that Bai Mayu and his companions had just returned from outside. After seeing that everyone had returned, Bai Mayu gave an order. Chu Juanhao is probably still guarding the ruined temple in the west. So this time we will set out to the south. Mo Chi and Mo Jiu. Follow Xiao Xian and protect his safety. Everyone remember to be careful not to make any noise or leave any traces. Now we have to find a way to reunite with Mo Yao and his companions. Do you understand? Yes. When Lu Yao and his companions heard Bai Mayu's words, they were afraid of being discovered by the enemy. So they responded softly and followed him carefully to the south. After walking for a while, Bai Mayu said to Lu Yao and the others behind him, I'll go to the front to take a look. Jiu and Rui, you take them to hide. Don't worry. I'll go with you too, so that the two of us can take care of each other. Seeing that Bai Mayu didn't plan to take her with him, Lu Yao whispered. Bai Mayu heard Lu Yao's words and thought about it. However, the main reason was that he was afraid that if he didn't take her with him, this girl would follow him secretly, which would be more dangerous. So he kept her under his eyes. So Bai Mayu nodded to Lu Yao and took her to explore the route ahead. However, not long after walking, they smelled a faint smell of blood. Bai Mayu. Lu Yao pulled Bai Mayu's clothes nervously after smelling it. She was afraid of the traps set by those people here. Bai Mayu also frowned slightly, but he was afraid that there were people nearby. So he said nothing, but held the dagger tightly in one hand, pulled Lu with the other hand, and walked carefully towards the place where the blood smell came from.